The bank mistakenly transferred 80 million to me, and not only did I not pay it back, but I also used it to buy a half-finished building. Those who have been in debt know that owing a little is pressure. Owing a lot is mountainous pressure. And when the debt is enormous, it becomes others' mountainous pressure. This is because I awakened the debt non-repayment system. As long as I don't repay my debts, I can exchange for advanced technology. The more I owe, the stronger the technology one can exchange for, including chip lithography technology, which encompasses various process technologies and technical data, aerospace fighter technology that can replace rockets to enter near-Earth space, and multifunctional medical pod technology that can cure 98% of known diseases. Mastering so much black technology, isn't it going to make me blow up the entire world's technological level? At this moment, for me, debt is the primary productivity of black technology. Ding dong, the phone notification sound woke me up, and a dense array of collection messages appeared before my eyes. A bunch of familiar apps: Yun Xiaodai, 99 borrowing notes, Yuqian Na, Yunhai Finance, Yu Wallet, My Meili borrowing money, Hong Hong Wealth Management, Nabi, Yongbei. This one is 8,000. This one is 20,000. This one is 6,000. This one is 7,004. Total amount, 340,000. Damn. Oh, so much money? How am I going to pay back hundreds of thousands in online loans? Ding. Congratulations, host. You have triggered the keyword. The debt repayment system is activated. Would you like to draw a beginner's benefit? Is there really a system? Drawl. I stood up, defying fate to change my destiny. At that moment, congratulations to the host for receiving a temporary debt, 80 million yuan. I was stunned. I drew a newbie benefit and ended up owing 80 million. Is this what you call a benefit? After studying for a moment, I finally understood that the system could settle points every month through unpaid debts, using the points to exchange for advanced technology. The more I owe, the more points I accumulate, and the stronger the technology one can obtain. I looked at the system prompt, which stated that the current debt was 34 million yuan, and the expected points to be earned at the end of the month was 34 points. Please keep up the good work. I know the 340,000 is from previous online loans, but where did the 80 million come from? Ding dong, the text message on my phone rang. I picked it up and took a look. Your card ending in 0724 received a transfer of 80 million yuan from another bank on June 21 at 1701, with a balance of 80,020,001 yuan. The other party's account ends in 0701. Account name, Yongcheng City Municipal Engineering. The money has arrived. But something's not right. I carefully stared at the account name behind it. The system's reward for debt should be owed to an individual or a bank. So why is the remitter a municipal project? Something feels off. I thought of a possibility. The bank made a mistake with the payment. No wonder it's a temporary debt. In other words, if I can't keep this money and the bank reclaims it, then this temporary debt will disappear, which is equivalent to losing the beginner's benefit. I suddenly felt a chill run down my spine. This money cannot be touched, or I would end up in jail. I've seen similar news before, but if I don't touch it, it will definitely be reclaimed. This is a monthly settlement of 8,000 points. I just looked at the exchange list, and the prices of the cutting-edge technology are not high compared to their actual value, but for ordinary people like me, they are very high. Not to mention higher-level technologies, just the already unlocked technologies of the terrestrial civilization. The price of chip lithography technology, 20 million points. Evaluation, although quite poor, it is a necessary process for civilization development, including various manufacturing processes and technical data. The price of low-level Internet of Things technology, 5 million points. Evaluation, only suitable for short-distance communication technology of terrestrial civilizations, completely worthless in galactic civilizations. Comfortable aerospace fighter technology price, 8 million points. Evaluation, can replace rockets to enter near-Earth space. Ground speed of 19 Mach, the most cost-effective short-distance travel toy. Multifunctional medical pod technology price, 15 million points. Evaluation, has strong healing effects on lower life forms. Can cure 98% of known diseases. Cannot regenerate severed limbs. Cost effectiveness is not as good as interstellar sleep pods. The numerous technologies are countless, page after page, with nothing else to say. Only two characteristics, one is good, and the other is expensive. Besides being expensive, I really can't pick out any flaws. I directly filtered for the cheapest technology by price, and what came into view were still two words: want. Health water quality improvement technology, 5,000 points. Review, I'd rather buy gene evolution liquid. Air quality purification technology, 5,000 points. Review, drinking the northwest wind won't kill you. Save some money. Food and beverage formula optimization technology, 5,000 points. Review, this is good. Enjoy a beautiful life while slacking off. 1 point is equivalent to 10,000. The cheapest one costs 50 million in debt for a month. This system really isn't for the poor. How can the poor owe 50 million? Even owing 5 million for a year would get you chased and cursed at. But to be honest, even if you don't have money to scam, it's still worth it to hide from debts or go to jail. Just one casual technology can change a life. Not to mention the distant ones, just the technology for upgrading food and beverage formulas once mastered. Isn't it just waiting to get rich? There's also the technology for improving water quality. You should know that today's richest person made their fortune selling drinking water. No way. I'm tempted. 8,000 a month. 96,000 a year. A few years in prison would mean hundreds of thousands. As long as I can keep this money. It's like a hen that lays golden eggs. Money isn't important, debt is. If I can't hold on to it, how long would it take for someone without any capital to develop to the point of owing 80 million? There's a chance of going to prison. It's worth a gamble. Even if I do end up in prison, I can exchange my skills for a reduced sentence. Even the Dragon Lord can get out of prison. And after a few years, come out at full level, achieving technological hegemony. Racking his brain, Chen Yang began to think about how he could keep the money. How can you spend $80 million fast? No, transferring money doesn't work. Neither does spending it normally. Both are easily recoverable. Buying a car or a house takes too long and can be recovered. Nope. Buying a house seems feasible? Chen Yang's eyes lit up. There was a plan in mind. Buying a new home might not be a good idea. Either because the transaction isn't as quick or because it's easily recoverable. But buy a rotten building is different. That developer would have been a butt of debt. Immediately are going to jump off the building. The money, if in his hands, not out of 5 minutes, will have to disappear. After all, chasing the debt of people can be quite a lot. The bank would like to recover from such a person. And that is obviously unlikely. And the point is, will the developer continue to take out loans to build the building when he has the money to close the books? If they continue, not only will they not suck, but they may make a profit. Even if the developer runs out of business, the points are earned. When the points come in, you don't lose anything. The big deal is to go to jail or pay back the 80 million later. It's now the 21st, and with a 9-day delay, you'll have 8,000 points in hand. And watch the gods fight. Chen Yang flipped out his cell phone and asked in the group chat, "Brothers, do you know where there are rotten buildings? What's the point of asking?" Sun Miao of the Ministry of Finance got the $20,000 returned by Chen Yang. His heart was happy, his mood was good, and his feelings towards Chen Yang rose to a higher level. "I'm going to buy a house." Chen Yang replied, "Are you crazy? For crappy buildings? That's no way to burn money, is it? You can throw it in the water and still hear a sound. Yeah, haven't you been borrowing money? How can you afford to buy a house?" The group chat buzzed. Chen Yang replied, "There's a sum of money in my hand. Not much. I can't buy a normal house. Let's see where the rotten buildings are cheap. In case there's hope." "You're idiot. Aren't you sick? Keep the money for your illness. Don't spend it." The crowd was dissuaded. And at that moment, the cell phone suddenly rang. It was Sun Miao from the finance department. "Hello? Are you really going to buy a crappy house?" Sun Miao asked. "Alas, there's no way. There's not much money in my pocket. So I'll bet on the probability." Chen Yang laughed. Sun Miao hesitated for a moment and said, "If you really want to buy Hongya Lanxian. This is considered a small news. More you do not ask. That's all." Chen Yang raised an eyebrow, knowing that Sun Miao had insider information on this 80%. Instead of asking more questions, he searched the internet. Hongya Lanxian is the one's real estate development. A lot of news are on the hot search. The reason for the many different opinions. Some say that the developer is too greedy. Continuous development of a number of neighborhoods. The capital chain breaks. One of the neighborhoods also had a problem. Cannot sell. The funds cannot be back. The loan is about to expire. It will be extracted from the other neighborhoods of the funds to fill in the pits. The results of the pits filled more and more big. The new loan cannot be taken. A few neighborhoods are all shut down. The original lively sales office instantly cold. Stopping work means there is a possibility that it will rot. And a possibility that it will rot means it won't sell. And not selling means there is no money to continue. And if you don't continue, you have to stop work. The building is stuck in a death spiral. It's been such a stalemate for a long time now. Supposedly the developer has another loan coming due and he simply doesn't have the money to either jump or run. As soon as the tidbits of information came out, the homeowners were anxious. Now it's a daily mess. It's all over the news online. After checking the phone number of the sales office, Chen Yang dialed it. "Hello? Hello?" A crisp female voice rang out. "I want to buy a house." "I'm sorry, mister. You, what did you say? The other man was surprised. I think your boss can pull through. I'm going to buy a house and a few more. You should have low prices now, right? You ask your boss? Yes, sir. Sir, just a moment. Sir. The other party was a bit incredulous. What? You think we'll go up in value? Are you kidding me? Appreciate the hell out of it. I'm going to ascend to heaven soon. Wang Yaozu, the owner of Wang's real estate, was full of astonishment. Really? Mr. Wang? The other party said they want to buy a few more sets and asked us about the current price. You give me the number. I've seen a lot of wrongdoers. I've never seen a wrongdoer who takes the initiative to come up and wait for death. This person is even more outrageous than joining the National Army in 49. Wang Yaozu became suspicious. Soon, an unfamiliar number called. Chen Yang answered the phone. Hello? Are you the one who wants to buy a house? Wang Yaozu's voice was full of skepticism. It's me. Chen Yang opened his mouth indifferently and said, I want to know the current house price. The house price of Hongyalan Xian. Are you sure you're not trying to get something? To tell you the truth, if you are trying to get any news from me, I can tell you directly. Now the bank has a $300 million of loan is going to expire. I can borrow all borrowed. The money in hand is not enough to make up for the loan. I have already prepared to put the project out of business. If you are the owner, you don't have to worry about the house rotting. Yunhai Group will acquire Hongyalan Xian. But at that time you 80% need to pay another supplement to the new company. The house will continue to build. Wang Yaozu was still a bit skeptical. Yunhai Group? Got it. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows slightly. He had long heard that the chief family line of Yunhai Group was interested in entering the real estate industry, and he did not expect it to be true. And, to give people tricks? Is this a hunger strike? Thinking of Qi Yuming's crooked evil smile when he was leaving, Chen Yang was instantly happy. This is it. Get him. Boss Wang is willing? Chen Yang asked. Sweetheart, he's spicy next door. They set me up, but can't do anything about it. Boss Wang cursed and could do nothing about it. Older brother, even if you contacted me, I can't do anything about it. But don't worry, my old Wang has always done business with integrity, and all the houses developed in the past have been evaluated very well. You can ask around. There is no way out of this matter. I can only admit it. Even if you guys kill me, I won't be able to get the money to build the house for a while. You are the owner, right? Wait for later. My old Wang remembered this. Wait for 2 years. By then how much you made up for Yunhai? I'll return all of it to you. This guy's got a conscience? Chen Yang was secretly surprised and said, Come to me. I have a sum of money here. I'm serious about buying a house. This money might help you. Chapter 3, A Bright Future for All. Older brother. What's the point even if you buy 10 houses? To be honest with you, it's not about money. Boss Wang laughed bitterly. I have $80 million. Chen Yang said indifferently. What? Boss Wang was shocked at his words and said, $80 million? Are you serious? If you really have $80 million, I'll directly sell you a building. 11 floors, 2 units, 44 houses, with attached parking spaces and storage rooms. But there's one thing I have to say in advance. This matter is more than just a matter of money. It's a matter of offending people. Hiss. It's still a real jumping off point. Chen Yang sucked a mouthful of cool air. To know, he just checked. Although the location of the district is a bit remote, but the future is promising. Others buy but also 2.6 million a set of it. The parking space of 100,000. The storage room of 100,000. But also have to buy. A total of 2.8 million. Bundled sales. How much is this? It's less than $1.82 million. And you get a 60% discount on the parking space storage room. As for offending people, that doesn't matter. I only have 2 questions. Chen Yang stood up and paced back and forth, saying, Firstly, do you have any connections at the Yongcheng Bank that can transfer large amounts of money? Now. Yes. Boss Wang nodded his head and said, that loan is under the head office. They are pressing hard now. Even in the middle of the night they are willing to help. Secondly, if this money is recovered, can you keep it? Chen Yang asked again. Boss Wang froze, and after a long time, said, Older brother, this is stolen money for you? Does it matter to you whether it's dirty or not? Chen Yang asked rhetorically. Also, Boss Wang pondered for a moment and said, $80 million? Fine. In that case, I'll take care of it. When is the deal? Now. Immediately. If you come a minute late, you risk a minute. Chen Yang informed Boss Wang of the address and then hung up the phone. 15 minutes later, there was a knock on the door. Chen Yang opened the door to his room. What came into view was a fat man. Chen Yang had just seen it on the internet. One of the outstanding local entrepreneurs in Yongchang. He had 2 people behind him, presumably for fear of being cheated and shouting for bodyguards. Sit. Chen Yang pointed to the sofa. then handed the bank card to Fatty and said, "Boss Wang, it's up to you next." Boss Wang was unimpressive, looked disheveled, and hadn't even washed his head. "Leave it to me." He sniffed and sat down, first verifying the money in Chen Yang's card, then took out his cell phone and started calling. "Hello? Lu, old brother. Hey, Shirley also. This is not. Get the money. Immediately return. Give me half an hour, okay? Just beg you to do me a favor. I have a younger brother to transfer money to me. The result involves a large amount of money transfer. You give open a permission? Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'll buy you a drink later." The phone hung up and Boss Wang nodded slightly to Chen Yang. He then made a few more calls. "Keiko, I'll transfer the money owed to your company to you later, but you'll have to lend it to me again. Don't worry, I've found the door. I can survive this time. Brother Gao." "Hey, survived. Don't worry, just have a sum of money need to pass from your side, okay? In the name of repayment and borrowing." "Alright, don't worry, old Lu. Do me a favor." "It's fine, don't worry about it. It's just a walk on the account." Good, good, good. Turn around together." A series of phone calls were made, and Chen Yang received a text message at this time. "The temporary large amount remittance function you have applied for has taken effect. Please complete the personal large amount remittance within 2 hours. This function can be used in the transfer remittance column. Thank you for your support to our bank. Wish you prosperous business. Give it to me." Boss Wang reached for his phone, opened the banking app, quickly entered his own account, and soon, his own phone received a transfer text message. He returned the phone to Chen Yang, then picked up his own phone and opened the app, quickly making transfers to several accounts, in different amounts. There are millions, tens of millions, and two for over $20 million. After a few more minutes, a continuous text message beep sounded. Boss Wang picked up his cell phone and looked at it, and a sum of money that had been transferred out came back, in the name of a loan. He in turn transferred this money to the company's account and then made loan repayments on the company's account. After doing so, he looked through his communication logs and a call was made. "Hello, Mr. Lu, did you get it? So we're done with this loan, right? Ha ha ha, I met a valuable person to help me. Okay, so my new loan? Well, wait 2 days, then we will talk face to face." The two spoke for a few more moments, then the phone hung up. Boss Wang obviously looked relieved and smiled with an open brow, but his forehead was covered in sweat, and it was obvious that he had just been under a lot of psychological pressure. "Older brother, thanks a lot. In the future, if there is any need to use old brother's place, you don't be polite. Just open your mouth." He wiped the sweat off his face, waved his bodyguard over, and reached for a file packet, from which he pulled out a stack of contracts. "You see, no problem on the sign. Hanya Lanshan location of the best building. I purposely stayed unsold. Want to wait for the price of the house to go up. Time to say, all to the old brother you. As an old brother's thanks." Chen Yang didn't read more and couldn't understand it. For him it was good that the points were in his hands. If the contract was fake, the bank couldn't spare the fat man. For Chen Yang, the latter is dealing with bank recovery. There, Chen Yang signed the contract, and the two of them pressed each other's handprints, stamped, and then one person had a copy, and this deal was considered to be over. "This money of yours, old man?" Boss Wang got a little curious. When to say or not to say? "Not much," Chen Yang said indifferently. "The bank made a wrong payment." "Really?" Boss Wang was obviously not convinced. Chen Yang clicked on the text message to show him. At that moment, the old king sucked in a mouthful of cool air, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Older brother, cow, ruthless man, you are really ruthless. This is going to jail. No wonder you are not afraid of offending people." "Not if I go to jail," Chen Yang said. If he had a point. The bank can't rely on the municipality's money. My money, after spending it, your money, is what the bank is thinking about. Old Wang obviously thought of it, and felt numb at once, especially, the large remittance or he helped to open. Trouble. He would have thought that Chen Yang's misappropriation of public funds are similar to the money outside the country. The kind of money to fight the lawsuit on the line. I'm hard to drag what you have to do, but it's the bank's money. It's still a local bank. Blow up. He suddenly regretted. The province of the old Lu certainly cannot run away. Everyone all finished calf. They do not want to be able to borrow from the bank to build a building. All screwed up. You look on the bright side. Chen Yang opened his mouth again and laughed. You fell into the water. The bank above you looking for people also fell into the water. The municipal money is missing. The bank is in a hurry to get the money. What about the money? You also have no money. The bank can only loan you to let you continue to build the house. Only the house built up to have money. By then everyone is good. All survive. Rotten buildings are gone. You through the crisis. Yunhai Group again want to do it, also have to look at what people behind you. That is, the bank, the municipal government. There are also non-stop owners of the noise. That's the best way to go. Everyone steady. When your house is built, the price of selling my building will double, and the bank will not only recover the money but also make a big profit. Will they not do it? Even if they don't, there's always someone who's willing to trade the 80 million for a $500 million a year from now. Isn't there? I may not go to jail, and everyone has a bright future. The old king reacted, and when he thought about it carefully, it was really true. He couldn't help but look at Chen Yang in amazement. There's something wicked about this young man. With just a wrong bank call, he seized the opportunity in Yunhai Group siege on Wang's real estate to prepare for an empty glove. Wang Yaozu's eyes changed. On the way back, Boss Wang sat in the back seat of the Mercedes-Benz, and the more he thought about it, the more he felt that this man Chen Yang was unfathomable. It shall not be, it shall not be, he lamented, saying, this young man, because the bank made a mistake in making a payment. It's amazing how much he can do, how much he can get out of the fire. Is it that powerful, boss? The bodyguard next to him couldn't help but be curious. More than you think, Boss Wang said, inscrutable. You only see the surface. Think he is for the benefit of risk. Can he? This means the day of imprisonment is the day of his name spread all over the world. And today's society, with the name, has everything. Into can play his horrible calculations to rise again. Willing to snowball to invest in him must be not a few people. Retreats can accept offers from some companies to become executives and later become completely elite and successful. Even if it's not, it's enough for him to rake in a lot of money as an internet celebrity just for this. And he really may not go to jail. Honestly, I'd be tempted to invite him to join if I wasn't so deeply involved that I'd be suspected of gangsterism. Ha! The bodyguard was shocked at his words and said, I thought it was just a small intelligence, but I didn't expect it to be a great wisdom. This person has the wisdom of Zhuge, planning in a tent, using himself as a chess piece, winning half a son of heaven. The old king thought deeply and said in a deep voice, it's good that you understand. What happened today? Don't say anything for the time being, okay? Yes, boss. What? You didn't get the payment? You made a mistake? No way. I read it digit by digit. There's no way it's wrong. Ha? Really fake? That's outrageous? 2 accounts with 8 different numbers? I got it all wrong? I know. I'll be right over. A slightly old, Chinese style, one-door house. The young girl went from confident to panicked in less than a minute. What's the matter? In a hurry? What's the matter that can't be eaten over dinner? A middle-aged man with an apron wrapped around him spoke softly. With 2 plates of dishes in his hands, he said rather reproachfully, usually, I say I'm busy and don't accompany you. Today it's not easy to come back early and cook 2 dishes for you. And this is how you treat me? Dad. The young girl blushed a little and said, I messed up. There was a wrong payment. $80 million. Middle-aged man frowned slightly, and then nodded. Light wind and waves said, remember the lesson. Do things seriously. The money disappeared out of thin air. Chase back not on the line? You do not have to worry. If you are criticized on the subject, just as a long lesson. If you are dismissed on a different job, it does not matter. Everything should not be anxious. Anxious to solve any problem. Plan and then move. Think twice. Oops. Got it. Daily lecture. I'm outta here. The young girl felt her head spinning and put on her shoes, grabbed her keys and left quickly. Wah. The cell phone vibrated continuously. Chen Yan looked at the unfamiliar number on it and clicked on the speakerphone. Hello? An anxious voice rang out, sheepish and not very old by the sound of it. I'm Chen Yang. Chen Yang opened his mouth. Hello Mr. Chen Yang. Sorry to bother you. I made a wrong remittance 2 hours ago. I just checked and that money has been remitted. May I ask what you used it for? The sheepish-sounding girl was a bit anxious, but was quite polite and had a good attitude. Chen Yang could not help but feel a little guilty in his heart. This girl's job is afraid of nothing. Find a way to make it up to her later. I bought the crappy house, Chen Yang calmly said. Hanya Lan Xian's house. The developer doesn't have money to continue building. I'll simply use this $80 million to buy all of his house so that he has money to build a building. Don't worry. I'll sell the house when it's built, and return it to you when I get the money. Ha! The girl man was dumbfounded. Her voice was about to cry out, and said, don't be ridiculous. You'll buy it even if it's rotten? What if people don't build it? Ha ha, don't cover up. No, there are still you guys? Chen Yang couldn't help but want to tease her and laughed. Your bank has paid out $80 million, so pay out some more. Be a receiver, and when it's built, it'll be just as profitable. We only do finance, not real estate. The girl was in a hurry, and at that moment a sudden clutter of voices sounded, followed by a change in the person answering the phone. Hello? I'm Zhao Jiangwo, the president of the Yongcheng branch. I'm warning you, this money is a misprint. It's considered illegally obtained, and it's punishable by imprisonment. Then come and get me. Chun Yang opened his mouth indifferently and said, I've been thinking of going to jail when I did all this. I live in Culture Street, Wutong Lane, Unit 6, 6th floor, West Household. Call the police. You're determined to be a scoundrel, aren't you? Zhao Jiangwo was furious. Don't get excited. Getting excited won't solve the problem. Think about it. If you can't figure it out, just call the police. The other party did not know how to react. Chen Yang did not say much and hung up the phone. Let him calm down. Chapter 4. I have to carry it even if I can't. I'll give it a go. Arrogant. So arrogant. Yongchang branch. In the conference room, a group of people look different. Some people are strange. Some people are surprised. Some people have a gloomy face but a look of none of my business. Only the sheepish-sounding girl was a little disoriented, in a trance, and worried in her chair. You can make a mistake in making a payment. You, Governor Zhao was furious, turned his head to point at the girl, his fingers slightly trembling. This is not a small matter, reported not only the young girl, he is also bad luck. Governor, what now? Someone spoke up. Call the police. No, wait. Governor Zhao sat in his chair, frowning and pondering for a moment, suddenly said, right, check. Ordinary people can't transfer so much money in large amounts. There must be someone to help him. Is there a mole? Also, check Wang Yaozu's account. See where the money went. Use all the connections. This matter can't be hidden. But if we can give a statement and recover the money, the above won't count more. Although the amount of money involved is more. But after all, it's just a small matter of hitting the wrong account. Yes, the crowd's faces changed slightly. The sentence about having a mole was a bit scary. And they couldn't help but look at the girl. The girl also blushed. She had made a real typo. It was just a work error. That's complicity if you're stamped as a mole. But at this time, how could anyone care about her complexion? Governor Zhao slapped the table. Let's get started, guys. Soon, the various information was placed in front of Governor Zhao. He looked at the information with an incredulous look on his face. So did the surrounding crowd. All of them somewhat incredulous. This man, the money arrived in less than 20 minutes and was immediately transferred. So decisively? Governor, Wang Yaozu's account in less than a minute after the money arrived. It was transferred to 8 accounts. All of them are company accounts. 2 of them are not small companies. There are companies in the provincial city. There are also local companies in our Yongchang. We called and asked about it, and they said that it was Wang Yaozu's money for repaying debts. Governor, according to my investigation into the accounts of Wang Yaozu and his company, I found that those 8 companies made 8 more payments to Wang Yaozu's company's account in the name of borrowing money within a few minutes, totaling $80 million whole dollars. It's money laundering. Gangs. There are even more outrageous. Governor, the account of Wang Yaozu's company received the money in less than 3 minutes' time. It was remitted to the head office in the name of repaying the bank loan, and the person in charge of this loan is the vice president of the head office, Mr. Liu. I've found it. Governor, according to the letter back from the head office side, the temporary opening of Chun Yang's account for large transfers was done by a colleague from the head office who was commissioned by Vice President Liu by phone. Hiss. The mole is Vice President Liu? The crowd was in disbelief. Governor Zhao was dumbfounded. The mole in the upper head? He took out his cell phone and dialed out. Vice President Liu is his old leader. Before from the Yongcheng branch of the lineup. The other side of the accident he cannot escape. Hello? Old leader. You've committed a crime. Really? I'm not lying or cursing you. Something big is going on. $80 million for a large transfer you opened. Okay. I'll wait for your call. Hanging up the phone, Governor Zhao sat down on his butt, a little dizzy. It's just a wrong money call. How come so many people are involved? In the past, it was all casually recovered. Yongchang is the capital city of Dongjiang province, and both the head office and branches are located in Yongchang. Head office, office of the vice president. Vice President Liu furiously dialed the phone, and he almost had a brain attack. What the hell? You're asking me to open a large amount for you even with stolen money? You're crazy, aren't you? Old Wang's calm voice rang out. Am I crazy? Old brother Liu, this is my only way to live. Do you think I'm crazy? Liu Vice President's silence. Doubly headache. Met the outlaw belongs to be. This has nothing to do with me. It was another vice president, surnamed Zhou, who did it by not approving your loan or even calling it in. I don't care who did it. Now that we're all in the pit, we'll live together and die together. Live. My ass. Vice President Liu suppressed his anger and said, on this matter, as long as it blows up, I'm finished, you know? No, you're still alive. Old Wang said the idea Chen Yang came up with again over the phone. So, do you understand? You have now fallen into the water. There is no choice. And, think of it this way, this building, as long as the cover-up, worth 150 million, put in the hands of the bank, you make a big achievement. Put in the hands of an individual, a year later, a pure profit of $70 million. How to choose to see you. As long as this matter is a smooth transition. I'm okay, you're also okay, Yongchang branch is okay, Shenyang is okay, all people are okay, we all have a bright future. 80 million to sell a building. Lao Wang also do not want to give up, but he cannot help. The face of the Yunhai Group is too big. No one is willing to offend. Can first survive is good. Had it not been for the unexpected appearance of Chen Yang, his end would have actually been doomed. Vice President Lu fell silent at his words. If it is before, he is certainly not willing to help. Tens of millions of dollars of profit he certainly wants, but took it offended Yunhai Group. The other side is also one of the local pillar enterprises in Yongchang. Now the only method is to make a big fuss, pull more and more big characters into the water. He has to save himself now, backwards and forwards. Is that kid willing to transfer the contract? That's a $70 million profit. You guys can't make a pure profit either, right? Old Wang heard that the other party compromised, laughed, after all, do not have to go to jail, no you guys power he cannot earn, or you can talk about it, earn less, or ask people what conditions, all are negotiable. After all, it involves the Yunhai Group. Vice President Lu was a bit worried again, saying, you wouldn't be unaware of Yunhai Group's status in our province, would you? When people move their fingers, you almost went bankrupt and liquidated. I can't carry this pressure. I have to make sure that the profit is enough to drag people down. Carry on even if you can't, or die. Old Wang faintly said, this is the only chance. The stage people have set up for me. If I don't take a shot, won't I let other young people look at the joke? Sorry old Lu. I'm going out on a limb. Vice President Lu slammed the table, said, to my position, but also can directly dismiss me? I trampled on someone above. There is always top pressure and want this money. You previously applied for a loan I approved. This is done to the account. The back will look at you. Don't worry. The old king laughed freely, said, Yongcheng this place I also have a few can. He Yunhai Group planning so long to cultivate the favor. This time all consumed. Across the line such as across the mountain. A mineral water starting business. Haphazardly meddling in real estate. They have a few points of the bottom in this industry? Alright. That's it. Vice President Lu was a little annoyed and hung up the phone directly. He took a deep breath and solemnly picked up the phone again and dialed. Hello? Old leader. I have such a thing under my hand. Perhaps you can. Yes, 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 yes. No problem. First thing in the morning? Yes. I'm always waiting. Yongcheng branch. Zhao Jiangwo hung up the phone, sighed in relief, and looked at the crowd. The crowd all stared at Zhao Jiangwo at this moment, wanting to get an answer. Zhao Jiangwo smiled and said, the matter is finalized. Tomorrow morning someone will come over. At that time I will accompany the past to take a look. There should be no impact on our branch. You all go back to rest first. Off duty. Great. It's finally over. Phew. The crowd was relieved and got up to leave. The sheepish-sounding girl-eyed Zhao Jiangwo thought for a moment and said, Lu Wangshu, you go back to reflect first. Remember the lesson. If this incident passes smoothly, you'll be fine. If it doesn't pass, I get it. Lu Wangshu nodded repeatedly, secretly relieved. None of it matters. It's good that it's not a complicit mole. Late night, Lu Wangshu rode the trolley to his home. Just changed my shoes and the light came on. It was then that she realized her dad was still sitting on the couch with his cell phone in his hand. Dad! Lu Wangshu was in tears, a little warm and a little aggravated, and walked over to his father and sat down. The middle-aged man was still breezy and said lightly, is it settled? Solved, right? It shouldn't be over yet. She wasn't so sure. Lu Wangshu told the story of what happened and how it unfolded. The middle-aged man pondered slightly and suddenly smiled. Oh, it's really interesting. Yunhai Group's Qi family lineage is considered a basket case this time. But it's also a good thing. Wang's real estate side of the owners have been making a fuss for a few days. It's always good to be able to solve it on your own. And you're laughing. I'm scared to death. Lu Wangshu was furious and said, you don't even know. They all suspect that there is a mole. I almost became an accomplice. If I became an accomplice, you are also finished. Can't finish a bit. The middle-aged man raised his voice in a somewhat overbearing tone, and then suddenly smiled and comforted his daughter in a low voice. This matter cannot stand up to scrutiny, so you can rest assured. I don't know how the follow-up will develop. Alas, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep my job. Lu Wangshu sighed as he sniffed shushu. The middle-aged man smiled and got up, saying, there is a profit to be made here. There will be people picking peaches. Before no one did anything because of Yunhai Group's face. Now there is a bold young man who stepped on Yunhai Group's face into the mud. They naturally don't have so much to worry about. Although Wang's real estate sold the building at a low price and lost a lot of money, it was nothing under the life and death crisis. That kid called Chen Yang, whether he knew it or not, had offended the Yunhai Group to death. Follow-up? Follow-up is the temporary return of everything to the status quo ante. Yunhai blood loss, Wang's blood gain. That called Chen Yang, is a loss or gain. Depends on how he thinks. If this is not a coincidence, then there must be an amazing calculation. However, even if the chance is coincidental, and can take advantage of the situation and take chestnuts from the fire, the kid called Chen Yang is not simple. His brain is flexible, and he does things in an unconventional way. So he is a talented person. You're just a fish in the pond. Don't think so much. Get some rest early. No staying up late. Rental neighborhoods. Chen Yang waited for a long time and no police came to the door. He understood. Ordered a takeout, casually dealt with 2 mouthfuls, swiped his cell phone for a few hours to understand the world, and then lay down early. Thinking back on what happened today, it really was like a dream. The next morning, Chen Yang got up early. The body has not slept like this for a long time to wake up naturally, but also really refreshed. After washing up, Chen Yang cooked noodles and ate them, and turned on the TV, which was showing the morning news. Yong City Morning News, audience friends everyone good. Welcome to watch the morning news. Today's news have, yesterday, college students see the courage to save the children in the water. Citizens Zhao Quan for the Old Mr. won the Go competition champion. Speaker Lu Qiming to participate in the municipal engineering acceptance ceremony. On the news everything is still calm. The country is at peace. And it seems like nothing happened yesterday. But just then, there was a knock on the door. Chen Yang turned off the TV and got up to open the door. There were 2 people standing outside. A young man and a middle-aged man. Hello Chen Yang. I'm Hu Guanyu. Get acquainted? The young man extended his hand. He was slim, wearing a well-fitted suit. His smile was warm and elegant. Chapter 5 This is something I'll be able to blow off for half my life. Hello? Chen Yang smiled and invited the 2 to enter the house. And when the 2 saw how simple the rental house was, they in turn became more curious about Chen Yang. The wind is light and you do great things without panicking. A plan to strategize and make the best of the situation. An accident to bring things to this point. Not only are they not afraid, but they are confident in winning. So calm, so light, so cloudy, so peaceful. Is this really a commoner's kid? What's his bottom line? Where is it? The 2 of them were amazed and marveled in their hearts. But at the same time, they were secretly worried. With a character like this, I'm afraid that the negotiation of this deal won't be as smooth as it should be. Sit. Chen Yang invited the 2 to sit down and said, what to drink? Have a cup of chai, just plain water. Hu Guanyu opened his mouth out of habit. And only halfway through saying it did he realize that asking for coffee in this rental house was tantamount to making things difficult. It didn't burn. Chen Yang looked at the kettle, thought for a moment, got up and took out 2 large bottles of iced tea from the side of the sofa and placed them in front of the 2 of them. Smiling, drink the tea. Vantage pack. It's more affordable. Does that count as tea? Zhao was silent. Hu Guanyu but did not care to say, I went to school at that time indeed also like, some years did not drink. Well, drink this. It has to be said that compared to the second generation of businessmen like Qi Yuming, Hu Guanyu is much more introverted and mature. You 2 came here for more than just tea, didn't you? Chen Yang saw that Hu Guanyu was giving face, and also went straight to the point. This person is good, not arrogant, calm and kind, whether it is pretending or real. It shows that this person is not the type of person he hates, and also gives enough face. We're here about that building in your hands. Zhao Jiangwo opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, the building was bought with the bank's money. Although it was a misprint, it was after all illegally obtained. We looked into it, and since it was a mistake, we'll try to make up for it. The municipal money will make a call again, and the matter will just go away. You don't have to go to jail, but the building belongs to us. It should not be much to talk about, should it? Ha! Chen Yang smiled at his words and said, let's do it this way then. I'll make up for it. The building belongs to me. And I'll find someone to give you $80 million. And the matter is settled just the same, isn't it? Zhao was silent. Well, Uncle Zhao, don't try anything. Hu Guanyu held his forehead, helplessly said, Shen brothers and not stupid. A year later $500 million of the building, to you? Besides, this matter is pursued. The bad luck of more than brother Chen. I came this time as mainly to help you and Uncle Lu to solve the trouble. The profit on the contrary is not important. We are now all on the same boat. Since we are all to make up for the mistake, to solve this matter, then openly say it. With that, he looked towards Chen Yang. Brother Chen, This matter involves Yunhai Group. Relying on Yongcheng branch and Vice President Liu of the head office alone can't withstand the pressure. If you refuse to let go of your hands, the result will be a jade in stone. Yongcheng branch is unlucky. The head office Uncle Liu stepped down. You are in jail. Wang Yaozu cannot get a loan. The house continues to rot. And ultimately cheaper Yunhai Group. My old man can resist, but even though he is helping Uncle Liu and Uncle Zhao to get away, it is after all an offense. Tell me your terms. I can do it all as long as it's not too much. That's right. Chen Yang smiled at that and glanced at Zhao Jiangwo, saying, I'm actually not interested in the house, but I'm interested in the outstanding debt. Like this, $80 million. If you lend me $80 million, this building is yours. When this time next year, once the building is sold, it will come to $150 million, and the $80 million I borrowed will be repaid with interest, which equates to no strings attached, and a pure profit for you. No way. Hu Guangyu shook his head, helplessly said, not that I do not believe you, but the fact is that you have never had the experience of business. Lending you 80 million. I'm afraid that 80,000 cannot come back. So, you also listen to my conditions. 10 million, I give you 10 million. You will be the building turned over to me. The follow-up of all the things that have nothing to do with you. The equivalent of the pure income of 10 million. How about an accident? A chestnut in the fire. Empty-handed to get millions of huge wealth. You also blood earned. If this was on me, the money would be secondary. And I'd be able to blow half my life on this. $10 million? Chen Yang pondered. That's a lot of money, but it's money earned, not debt owed. And it doesn't count for points. You can't exchange points for technology. What's the point of having $10 million if you don't have the technology? Do you really want to go into business? That's just silly. I'm afraid I'll lose everything. Chen Yang on his own or recognize clear. Can get rich? Honest business iron certain blood loss. Business play hard eyes himself is ultimately too young. Cheat the user to lose conscience of this kind of thing. They have a great future. There is no need to go to dirty themselves. The two men are at a standstill over this. Neither was apparently satisfied with the terms offered by the other. I have an idea. Suddenly, Zhao opened his mouth and came up with an idea. What method? Hu Guangyu and Chen Yang all looked at him. You take the floor. Zhao Jiangwo pointed at Hu Guangyu, then pointed at Chen Yang, saying, you take $10 million. Seeing that the two were a bit puzzled, Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly said, then, the point is then, little brother Chen, you go and purchase an industry. Preferably one that you can brag about and is difficult to verify the value of, and then mortgage the industry to borrow from our bank. Feasible? Chen Yang raised an eyebrow at the words. This tactic sounded reasonable, but in practice, it was not that simple. Feasible. Zhao Jiangwo nodded his head and said, if it's me, borrow both of our guts wouldn't dare to approve this loan for you, but there's still Vice President Liu above, and then there's also Hu Xiao's family's old man above, so this matter can be operated as long as it's not too obvious. And no one can pick any faults. But there is a point. Hu Guangyu suddenly opened his mouth, looked at Chen Yang, reminded, once you do this, you really owe $80 million. This kind of empty glove contract interest will also be extremely high. If you can really pry large-scale wealth is okay. If you are just doing ordinary business, I advise you to think twice. The money you earn may be far from enough to pay the interest. Don't play a smashed game. Then you'll be really in. Don't worry. I'm confident. Chen Yang nodded. And Zhao Jiangwo suddenly said, I'll add one thing. Involving such a large sum of money, and it's still a special case like yours, I need a certain amount of assurance. So no matter what you're going to do, the person who is in charge of the accounts must be from our bank. And in order to prevent you from encountering dangers, our bank will arrange for you to have 2 bodyguards, with the wages paid out by us. Lastly is the most important point, which is that if you make a massive loss in the business you're doing, we can always demand immediate repayment. Nice guy. Chen Yang couldn't help but give Zhao Jiangwo a high look. It's your people who are in charge of the books, which means that money can't be spent frivolously. It has to be spent wisely. The bodyguard is your man. Protecting me? This is a defense against me, isn't it? Afraid I'll run away? This is the only and reasonable way for you to get $80 million. Zhao smiled bitterly. Don't look at me either. If the blood money is lost or you run away, the rest of my life will be over. Okay, I promise. Chen Yang nodded his head. None of it mattered to him. What mattered was the end of the month settlement, getting the points in hand, exchanging them for technology, and then starting the crushing game. Losing money? Never. What's the technical side of the descending blow? You pair 2. I'll king bomb. You pair 3. I'll king bomb. You single. I'll king bomb. That's right. I'm holding all the king's bombs. How can you lose? Sign the contract. Seeing that Chen Yang agreed, Zhao didn't say anything more and took out the prepared contract. Then he drew out another piece of white paper and said, "You don't have to worry about changing your mind afterward. I'll write a promise with you. If I change my mind, I'll go to jail with you." He brushed and began to write. And when he was done, he pressed his handprint and signed his name. Then handed it to Chen Yang. "Be careful. This can't be known to a second person outside of us. Look at the contents. I'll encapsulate it if I can. And when you're done with the loan, you must return it to me in its original packaging. It must never be opened in the middle of the process, because I can't be sure if you'll make copies or not." Zhao Jiangwo spoke solemnly. Chen Yang took it and looked at it for a moment, nodded and said, "Yes, encapsulate it." Zhao nodded at his words and took out a special envelope, folding and stuffing the promise and sealing it. Chen Yang could see that it seemed to be a special kind of glue with a pungent flavor, and it was definitely difficult to take out the promise without destroying the surface by unusual methods. "Okay, sign it." The contract was pushed over. Chen Yang brushed and signed his name, and then the two of them, Hu Guangyu and Hu Guangyu, pressed their handprints on each other. "Have fun working together." Hu Guangyu let out a long breath and transferred $10 million to Chen Yang in person. "Have fun working together." Chen Yang got up to see them off until they left. Yunhai Group? Chen Yang frowned slightly. This operation of his own was considered to have offended Yunhai Group to death. The predecessor of this is the staff of the Cloud Sea. The Cloud Sea is very understanding. The Cloud Sea Group is not a small business, but across a number of industries. The market value of tens of billions of dollars of large enterprises is the top 500 domestic private enterprises. The main industry is the beverage, that is, mineral water and fruit-flavored sodas and juices, in addition to all kinds of health food, canned food, casual snacks, instant noodles, self-heating pots and so on. The predecessor was previously a food technician, specializing in the development of convenience and leisure foods. The predecessor just joined when the Cloud Sea Group intention to enter the milk and financial and other markets. The result of the loss of blood money, market value nearly cut, until now to recover. Engaging in real estate is inevitably done by executives led by the Chi family line. A few years ago, housing prices are getting higher and higher, has aroused the attention of the state. All parties around, with the intention of inhibiting the growth of housing prices, real estate has been called close to the sunset industry, this time to intervene in a hand. Sick in the head? Or do you want to take advantage of the last carnival to make a fortune? Thinking about what happened to Wang's real estate and the internal struggle within the Yunhai Group, Chen Yang realized in his heart that he was afraid that it was the latter. But since I've been offended to death, I can't just let it go. It's not my style to wait for others to come looking for trouble. I'm going to strike first. Chen Yang's gaze could not help but look towards the cheapest few technologies in the system. Healthy water quality enhancement technology, 5,000 points. Verdict, I'd say it's better to buy the genetic evolution solution. Food and beverage recipe optimization technology, 5,000 points. Rating, this is good. This is good. Swing for the fences and enjoy the good life. If we bought these two technologies, it would be like playing with the Yunhai Group. No, no, no. The fight should be a world-class beverage brand. The district Yunhai Group. The fish in the pond can also give him a shot on the shore. Just do it. Chen Yang revealed an inexplicable smile and took out his cell phone to look at the $10 million in his balance. He rummaged around for a moment and found the phone number of an old classmate. Hello, Gongzi. I heard that your hometown is some kind of longevity town with nourishing water quality and a natural reservoir? Recently unemployed, getting ready to start my own business. Hang out at your place? Okay, no need to take time off. Just take the time to walk me around then. Okay, it's a deal. I'll book a ticket and go over there now. See you at noon. Chapter 6. This is what God has in store for you. More than an hour later, Chen Yang opened the door of the room without slowing down. It was a good thing that it was open. There were actually 4 people standing outside. One of them raised his hand and was about to knock on the door. Both sides were startled. I'll go. When Chen Yang saw the 2 burly men in front of him, he hastily retreated a step before he could see Zhao Jiangwo standing behind him. Governor Cho? What is this for? Chen Yang sighed in relief. Zhao Jiangwo was also startled and was about to open his mouth. But then he saw the bag that Chen Yang was carrying and became suspicious. What are you doing going? No wonder he was not suspicious. Now that the matter was done, the most losing person in the world besides Yunhai Group was him. In order to show in front of Mr. Hu, he took the initiative to take over the follow-up and wrote a letter of commitment to Chen Yang. At that time, I just wanted to show in front of Mr. Hu. The more I thought about it after I went back, the more I was afraid. In order to show myself, I left enough evidence for people to put myself in jail. Was it worth it? He hastily mobilized his connections, found 2 powerful veterans, then handpicked the right accountant, and came in a hurry. It's going to be a just in case. he happened to bump into Chen Yang again with a picture of him preparing to run away. You don't want that $80 million anymore? Zhao Jiangwo inquired in a trembling voice. Yes, Chen Yang was surprised. Looking at Zhao Jiangwo's appearance, he instantly understood and said breathlessly, "This is the bodyguard and bookkeeper you found, right? I say you're in too much of a hurry, aren't you? The money hasn't even arrived yet. And you're bringing people here? The money in my pocket is my own. I don't need you guys to manage the accounts." Phew! Zhao Jiangwo secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Laughed, "Anyway, it won't take more than a few days. When you determine what you want to do, make good preparations for the front. You can apply at any time, and when you apply for it, you'll be granted the money. They're all on a fixed salary, and they all pay the same amount of money when they come early or late. Isn't that to ensure your safety? I'll believe the hell out of you. You're doing it to secure the pledge, aren't you?" Chen Yang was speechless, said, "I asked about my old classmate, went to his old homesite to investigate the project. If you can quickly determined, will not run away, you do not worry about it. I can be more anxious than you. Take them, it's safe, it's convenient, it's taken care of, not to mention, she gets all the hard and dirty work." With that, Zhao reached out and pointed to the fourth person, a girl standing beside him. Chen Yang looked up to see. The girl is growing up. The face is still a little baby fat, wearing a professional outfit, youthful and beautiful, pretty face, stunning but not vulgar, belongs to the more you look at the more durable type, proper beauty. Her, dirty work? Lao Zhao, are you doing some kind of retaliation? Mentally wondering, the girl also raised her head, her large eyes filled with curiosity and anger. Hello, my name is Lu Wangshu. From now on I will be your secretary cum assistant cum finance cum life housekeeper. Our bank president has given orders, in a word, not to move an inch. I hope you can accept it. Sheep sounds sounded. Lu Wangshu, secretly annoyed, intentionally let Chen Yang refused. She did not want to do this kind of thing. Nay, the mistake was hers to make, and Zhao appointed her right away, not even having the chance to refuse. Quit your job? No way. Doing something wrong to escape. Go back to dad can teach for years, and their own resignation to run. This will certainly be spread, and then they will be finished. In front of friends and family, good girlfriends, how to raise their heads? Must have been laughed at for years. That who? You know her, right? Worked at a bank. Made a mistake. $80 million. Got up, quit and ran away. That's her. It makes my head spin just thinking about it. Taking a deep breath, Lu Wangshu stared at Chen Yang, blinking her eyes, and there was some curiosity in her heart. He just made a mistake in the payment, but this person has made some amazing operation. Even his own high-minded father said he is a talent. So young, his brain so good? Besides, where did he get the balls to do that? Is there really someone who takes a chance and rises to the occasion? Won't he hesitate? Won't he hesitate? Doesn't he hesitate? Why is he so determined? One wrong step and you're really going to jail. While she was curious, Chen Yang also came to a realization as he listened to this familiar and very recognizable voice. Oh, the one with the wrong money. Ha! Lu Wangshu's face darkened at once. Zhao, on the other hand, grunted twice. That's right, it's her. This kind of ancestor, it's better to scourge others. This governor has a heart condition and can't afford this kind of shock. You let her run my books? Chen Yang was surprised instead, pulled old Zhao aside and whispered, "Aren't you afraid she'll turn around and bankrupt me?" Absolutely not. Zhao Jiangwo's face changed slightly. The heart also began to mutter up, but on the face of a strong smile, she transferred to our line when I read the information. Brand name university graduates, professional accountants, a variety of certificates. Before I cannot believe that this kind of talent will come to a small temple like ours. After all, to go to the big investment banks or the big four and so on, the people will not be rejected. And now think about it. This is the heavens for you to prepare. Now I think, this is what God has prepared for you. Brother Chen, you are a strategist. She is a fierce general. You two are a perfect match. He wondered darkly. No wonder such a good resume to us here. Feelings of learning to rely on the person is not reliable. To change someone? Forget it. People have brought, even if a little error should also be within control. Chen Yang, this treacherous person can certainly be resolved. With this thought, Zhao Jiangwo also stopped being polite and said to Chen Yang, Brother Chen, that's it, take the three of them with you if you want to do anything. I'll introduce you to them. This one, Wang Gang, and this one, Zheng Chang, are all good soldiers in the military who only retired this year, and they can definitely guarantee your safety. You're actually trying to tell me that I can't get away with this, aren't you? Chen Yang spat, saying, then let them be. It's just a few more mouths, a few more tickets, and 2 more beds, so follow me. Then you're busy. Old brother. I'll go back first. Mr. Hu went to talk business with Boss Wang. It's about time to finish it this time. I have to go see him off. Zhao left in a hurry with a greeting. Chen Yang was slightly stunned when he got this news. This Mr. Hu. I'm afraid that he wants to eat from both ends. No wonder he is so bold that he directly gave $10 million. In Wang Yaozu there. I'm afraid that also have to fish a lot. But think about it. Flat out offended Yunhai Group. Just their own tens of millions of dollars in profits. People may not be guilty, although it is in order to save the people under his command. But Wang Yaozu can tide over the difficulties, all because of the people to resist pressure. Pay some future profits is not wrong. Let's go. Let's go. Yongcheng Jinjiang New District Business District. Yunhai Group building stands here. Unlike some factories all over Dongjiang province and even outside the province, Yunhai Group building is not responsible for production, but responsible for sales, coordination, channels, networks, finance, etc. The founder of Yunhai Group is Qi Yunhai, who has passed away, and at one time the whole Yunhai Group was owned by the Qi family and was a family business. Only a few years ago, after Qi Yunhai's death, his oldest son took control of the group. His oldest son was very ambitious, spending huge sums of money to build the Yunhai mansion, and introducing capital from the financial circle, with the intention of involving in the financial industry, animal husbandry and other new industries. Unfortunately, the step across too big. Just 2 or 3 years, Yunhai Group and a number of new industries suffered a big defeat. The group's assets directly cut. Although after the listing and equity splitting and financing, Yunhai Group has slowed down. But today's Yunhai Group is no longer in control of the Qi family. Qi family is more like a mascot. Less than 15% of the equity. The rest of the equity by the various capital master. Although the Qi family boss is nominally the chairman of the board of directors, but in fact has long been hollowed out. Today the president of Yunhai Group is a professional manager, Fan Wenping. Fan Wenping is a man in his 40s, in his prime, who has served as an executive in a number of companies, and because of his outstanding ability, has been poached by a number of capitals in a concerted effort to serve as president. Young, enthusiastic, discreet, energetic and motivated, highly competent, with an excellent vision and a big-picture approach. This is what numerous headhunters have said about him. After serving as the president of the Cloud Sea Group, although borrowing from the capital, but can be completed in just 2 months on the company's internal split reorganization, to achieve a large layoffs and backbone refining, but also took the opportunity to complete the hollowing out of the chairman. I have to say, the man is very capable. The trust of the capital, the support of the staff, today's Fan Wenping in the Yunhai Group within a word, as win the Qi family. At this time, an internal meeting was taking place. The before and after of what happened was shown on the big screen, with text picture descriptions allowing the cause and effect to be laid out in full for all to see. The woman in formal attire spoke faintly, saying, "That's how it happened. Although I don't agree with the group's involvement in the near-sunset real estate industry, but since it has already happened, we mustn't let the face of the Yunhai Group be stepped on, which will lead to a lower rating from the capital for us. And I hope that all of you from the Qi family as well as all of you in this room will be able to give a solution." Supervisor Zhang, evening. You talk too much. Below, Qi Yuming suddenly spoke up, his face pale. Is it how much my words? Zhang Wanning's cold face was expressionless as she said, if you don't have the ability, don't do anything. Doing more is more wrong. It's easy to lose face. What do you think of my words, Supervisor Qi? You, Qi Yuming was furious, and he rose up with a flourish. Fan Wenping, who was sitting in the first place, waved his hand and said, "Okay, sit down, don't make any noise. What I want now is a solution." Yu Ming, obey, sit down. Sitting on the second seat was the Qi family's boss, the current chairman of the board, Qi Ruihua. The crowd below secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The struggle at the upper levels had put them under pressure. A friend from the head office has already given the incoming letter, and with the pressure from above, Vice President Zhou said he can't do anything about it. Someone spoke up. According to the investigation, it was the one in charge of finance and economy in our East River who made the call. Another person spoke up. Is it possible to mediate 1 or 2 things on the capital side? Qi Ruihua looked to Fan Wenming. It's no longer possible. Some things involve more than just interests. Deeper than that, it involves something more. It can only be said that it's a misadventure. Fan Wenping shook his head. Are we just going to give up? Qi Yuming was unwilling, especially when he saw the familiar face on the PowerPoint. He gritted his teeth in hatred. Is it revenge? Because of a stinking woman? That's a little too much revenge, isn't it? From now on, the Qi family's control over the Yunhai Group went down another level. It's all your fault. He couldn't wait to get back to snapping at the woman. What else can we do if we don't give up? This place has been talking about favor and rules since ancient times. And the set of capital rampage doesn't work that well. A returning executive spoke indifferently. There. Fan Wenping once again waved his hand and said, the district is just a Wang's real estate. The investment loss is not small, but it is still within the range of acceptance. As long as it is an investment, there is nothing that is absolutely secure. This matter should be thought out before doing what should be done if it fails. Although the unexpected factor now is just that little person called Chen Yang. It's not that we at Yunhai Group can't afford to lose, but we can't lose at the hands of such an ordinary nobody, or one that was expelled from our group. What you guys need to do now is to think about how you can save face and not let our ratings be downgraded. The room fell silent at these words. As Fan Wenping said, it's normal to lose, but losing to a nobody is more than just a matter of being annoyed. It's a matter of how to save face and how to keep your rating. Accident, you say? Outsiders have to be believed. What we need to do now is to keep the rumors under control. Either to let the outside world know that Yunhai Group's loss is not a disgrace, or to let the outside world know that Yunhai Group is not that good to be messed with. Chapter 7, How much money a year? You're going to die for it? Okay. Meeting adjourned. Whoever comes up with an idea, meet me in the office. Waiting for a few moments and not getting an answer. Fan Wenming couldn't sit still and got up impatiently. He and Shi Ruihua had just left, and the conference room was in an uproar, with executives talking. It's hard to get a hold of him. From the information, that kid is a real ING bachelor. He just got expelled from us, and he's said to be sick, so it's hard to even think about getting back at him. Yeah, it's so patronizing. You can't even find a point to target him if you want to. How about exposing what's behind this? Are you crazy? This kind of thing can only be talked about in private. Don't you think about how many people are involved? As long as nothing happens to the bigwigs above. What's the difference between you doing this and kicking a monk at the foot of Spirit Mountain? That's right. This matter can't bring down anyone at all. And people don't have anything to lose. If it really spreads out, we'll become a big joke, being posed by the people who were kicked out of our own company. I can't. I'll have to do it the old-fashioned way. Blow him. That's a good idea. As long as we blow him off enough, there's no shame in us losing. I don't think it's realistic. In the past, it was fine to brag about big organizations. How can this single person brag about it? Kong Ming in the world? Someone has to believe it too. Indeed, a little mysterious. Not only blowing up mysterious. This person's this operation. I think about it. Also step horse quite outrageous. You just reacted? I was dumbfounded by that PowerPoint just now. My whole body was in a daze. And now my brain is still buzzing. Who made the decision to fire this kind of talent? Inhuman operation. Outrageous. In the president's office, Fan Wenping sat down on his butt, had his secretary pour a cup of tea, and rubbed his forehead and kneaded his brow. What a thing to call it. Other executives can think of ways he naturally also thought of, only that those methods are either impossible to implement, or really implemented even more outrageous. The method of bragging is widely practiced in the business world. Both sides of the commercial war, the losing side often bragged about the winning side, not only to appear their own atmosphere, but also to appear to be not my weak, is the other side is too strong, and finally also implicitly equivalent to the other side begged for forgiveness and admitted defeat. To give enough face, the matter is over. Although the shopping mall is like a battlefield, there is another saying that there are only eternal interests and no eternal enemies. Business fights, for the sake of interests, lose, give up the interests, but not to become enemies. After all, the money is not finished, the follow-up may still have to cooperate. A real fight to the death is too rare and hard to survive in the mall for long. President. Suddenly, the secretary stepped forward and whispered. The head of the Convenient Leisure Food Development and Technology Department said he has a way to solve this matter and is waiting outside. Oh, Fan Wenming was a bit surprised and said, I remember that Chen Yang is this technical department, right? He did the firing? Let him in. I'd like to see what he can do. Soon the secretary walked in with a young man. The young man was well-built, smartly dressed, and full of confidence, with a certain winning attitude. The point is, his last name isn't Chi. So young to sit in the position of supervisor. Is not the Chi family, is it? We still have wizards in our company? Could it be that I was really negligent in my previous discoveries, allowing schemers like Chen Yang to leave, and making such wise men as the one before me depressed? Fan Wenping secretly pondered in his mind, thinking that it was time to have a big talent mapping of the group. Ever since he had watched Chen Yang's outrageous maneuvers, the originally plain and simple business wars had already made him feel a bit unappealing. In the past, when he watched the Three Kingdoms, he always felt that it was embellished and exaggerated, and that no matter how high the human intelligence was in the case of insufficient information, it was impossible to strategize and win 1,000 miles. But today, he suddenly felt that he should watch the Three Kingdoms again, taking chestnuts from the fire and combining them, Chen Yang taught him a lesson. Hello, President. The young man was confident, making Fan Wenping more and more expectant. I heard the secretary say you had a solution. What solution? Just say it, whether it is feasible or not. I won't blame you. Fan Wenping attitude put very low, cannot help but learn from the TV series courtesy. Thank you, President. The young man was quite agitated. He apologized first when he heard that, saying, I'm sorry, President. I'm in charge of the technical department. Chen Yang was fired on my nod. He was sick and had been working for too long. I'm afraid of causing accidental damage to the company. After this incident, I felt deeply responsible and ashamed of the company. After all, it is from my men out of the people. 1,000 defense did not prevent, or to bring such a huge loss to the company. He is simply too hateful. Thanks to the fact that we gave him excess layoff compensation, because it is the person who went out from me here. After the incident, I got the news at the first time and immediately arranged for someone to investigate him. As far as I know, he revealed in the private group chat of the staff that he wanted to buy the rotten building. Our plan against Wang's real estate knows not many people. There must be someone who leaked the information. We can put him and the leaker in jail for stealing trade secrets. Not feasible. Fan Wenping shook his head in disappointment and said, there are a handful of people who know about this. And in the end this is the Chi family targeting Wang's real estate with their face. There are no secrets, and the charge of stealing trade secrets is not valid. Then, the young man's eyes flickered as he said, I've already grasped his whereabouts and went to the Yuming Lake in Wei County below. He's already sick. If someone pushes him. Wait. Fan Wenping had a bad feeling in his heart and asked, you knew that he went to other places? You found someone to follow him? No. The young man shook his head, and Van Winkle was relieved. Who knows? The young man laughed, I have his information. Know his address. I found 5 people to follow him. Now, as long as the president of your order, the 5 people to find a place with few people a hand will be pushed into the lake. God does not know the ghosts. Will never be suspected to us. In this way, not only has he been given a lesson, but people with a clear mind will naturally not dare to look down on our Yunhai Group. Bang! Fan Wenping suddenly got up and slammed his hand hard on the table. His face flushed red as he roared, get the hell out of here. Ha! The young man froze, somewhat at a loss for words. Get out of here! Fan Wenping yelled again. The young man was instantly startled and ran out on his hands and knees. The secretary was horrified to hear the commotion and rushed over. Find out for me, who recruited him, who he works for, who's under him. Is it the Chi family? Is it the Chi family? It's, fire him, fire them all. Fan Wenping stormed out. The secretary sniffed and hurried away. Fan Wenping gasped for a moment, still not relieved of his anger. He paced back and forth in his office, picked up a glass of water to take a sip, and then slammed it on the floor in anger. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I've long heard that the Chi family's path is dark, but I didn't expect it to be so dark. I'm here to be a professional manager, and I'm trying to get me into a black club? Grandma, trying to pull me down? Fan Wenping, the more he thought of the more angry, the more he thought of the more fear. Fortunately, he did not say who solved the problem to reward who, but to specific solutions. If this is another way of putting it, then Chen Yang has 80% sunk in the lake? Wouldn't he be the one behind it? Being shocked out of a cold sweat, Fan Wenping picked up the phone and dialed out. Hello? Supervisor Zhang, evening. Come to my place. I found out something. There are still some problems within our company. There might be layoffs that you need to do. After the phone hung up, Fan Wenming sat down and rubbed his head. What kind of people are these? The company is not your home. A part-time worker. How much money a year? How much money do you make a year? What kind of favor did the Chi family give you? Westhampton County. Moonlight Lake. The autumn wind blew. The water waves swayed. Sitting on a flatboat, Chen Yang sat comfortably in a cozy plate, while Lu Wangshu made tea for his own amusement. He opened his cell phone and was about to urge his old classmate, but Chen Yang saw a bunch of WeChat messages. Sun Miao, Finance Department, at Chen Yang. You bought a building? Didn't you buy a rotten building because you were too poor to afford a house? As a result, you bought a rotten building? Su Qian, General Department, really? At Chen Yang, the boss got rich? Getting rich when you leave your job. Are you realizing that going to work isn't fun and going back to inherit $1 billion? Lu Yun, Personnel Department, it's true. I saw the information from the internal meeting. The name is right. The photo is right. It's him at Chunyang. Wang Qi, Tech, a building. Zhao Hai, Quality Control Department, damn. Is young Master Chen so rich? Then why did he ask us to borrow money? To experience life? Zhang Feng, Sales Department. I knew that people are different from each other. Some are born as bulls and horses. Some pretend to be more than that. He just rides horses. Zhao Nan, Technology department, he borrowed from me last time. But I didn't. It's a blood loss. Big brother hugs his thighs at Chunyang. In addition to group chats, there are also private messages. Sun Miao of the finance department, big brother, grandpa, dad, please, don't say to the public that I leaked the secret with you, or I'll be finished. You don't even know what kind of shocking thing you did. Now the whole group is boiling, and the leadership is furious. Chen Yang replied, okay, I'll be rewarded later. Sun Miao, finance department, carrot hashtag. Then look at the next entry, which is from the head of the technical department. Supervisor, do you know what you did? Why are you doing this? The company doesn't owe you anything. You should be grateful. Chen Yang replied, silly. Then pull the plug and delete it. Next entry. It's the Kim Yaram one from Jin Yalan. Where did you get that much money? Didn't you say you'd give me everything? Liar. Cheap stingy man. Just like you. Even if you're rich, you can't compare to Chi Shao. Blah, 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 blah. Chen Yang's eyelids jumped as he watched, and without hesitation, he replied, yes, I didn't give you everything. I'm still short of one thing I haven't given you. Hasn't your mom been unwell? Turn around and I'll give you your mom's ashes. Pull the plug, delete it, all in one go. What a guy, that's a long way to go. Chen Yan lamented, and at this time, the cell phone rang. Looked up, the shore of a person with a cell phone is waving. Docking, soon. The people on the shore got on the boat, and he looked at Lu Wangshu and Zhang Chang Wangang with some surprise, and wondered, Yangzi, is this your girlfriend? The two of them are? No. Chen Yang raised his hand and refused, saying, I'm single. This is my assistant Lu Wangshu. The two of them are Zhang Chang Wangang, my bodyguards. Assistant? Bodyguard? The visitor, dumbfounded, said, what's your situation? Coming to invest in your Wake County. Chen Yang smiled and pointed at the Moonlight Lake, saying, Gongzi, I'm going to build a water factory here to produce beverage mineral water. What do you think? Are you kidding? Gangzi was a little confused, said, other not to mention, although this Yuming Lake Communication Underground Dark River, inexhaustible, Wei County and the name of the town of longevity, but this is no mine this pure river water. Just now there are people in the river to pee it. Sold out? Little cute. Only buy. All it takes is to turn the impossible into the possible. Chen Yang face confident, but in the heart is spitting. Change a reliable point I cannot afford to buy Chapter 8 The water is so good that you can live longer by drinking it. No. What the hell is wrong with you? Gangzi sat down in a daze, looked at Lu Wangshu and the two bodyguards, and then looked at Chen Yang, feeling as if he was dreaming. He was a lickspill a while ago. How come he's suddenly rich? Chen Yang looked distantly at the lake's sparkling blue waves under the sun and said, this lake belongs to the natural reservoir. How come it hasn't been transformed into a scenic spot? You're playing for real. Ha? Gangzi is still a bit incredulous, but still answered, Yongchang is the capital of the province. Around the scenic spots, Wei County, although under the jurisdiction of Yongchang, but ultimately is a bit remote, coupled with Wei County. Most of the young people have gone to work in Yongchang, our Wei County. The local economy is not moving, not to mention tourism. This reservoir is good, but it is too remote point. Remodeling the scenic area will have to be a big move. It is not worth it. In the past, the county has also considered, but after a comprehensive comparison or give up. But if you really want to contract this reservoir, the price is not low. Gangzi was originally working in the system. Wei County is his hometown. After graduation, he went back to his hometown to take the public examination. He can be said to be clear about Wei County. How much? Chen Yang asked. It's hard to say the exact price. Gangzi slightly frowned, pondered for a moment. This reservoir is not small but not too big. Because of the communication underground river, there is no way to carry out aquaculture. I remember that a few years ago there were people who wanted to be contracted but chose to give up after looking for an expert to test it. At that time, the county's offer seemed to be $20 million for 30 years. Speaking here, Gangzi cannot help but say, Yangzi, you stop. Where do you get the money? There is no such a waste of money. Listen to my advice. Let's go to dinner now. Eat your meal immediately back to Yongchang. This money cannot be blew away. Don't you know me well enough? Chen Yang laughed. I have absolute certainty. You don't think about what I do. Since I dare to start a business, is it possible without some backbone? Doing what? Vice food development? Gangzi hesitated slightly, then thought of the company that Chen Yang worked for, the Yunhai Group. That itself started by selling mineral water. Does he have some core technology? But what the hell kind of core technology does mineral water have? Gundam continued to be in a state of confusion. You're really not kidding? It really didn't. Well then, I'll ask for you. Gonzo was also a dry person. Taking out his cell phone and dialing a number, he got up and walked to the bow of the boat, chatting for a few moments before thanking him profusely. I asked a friend about it, and if you really want to take it, you can go ahead and negotiate for about $1,500 or so for the same 30 years. Thanks. Chen Yang nodded his head and looked at Lu Wangshu, saying, you go and negotiate. Within 1,020 years. Me? Lu Wangshu reached out and pointed at himself, incredulous. Anan. Chen Yang stroked his chin and said, you're the only general under me right now. Who will go if you don't? Seeing that Lu Wangshu still wanted to retort, Chen Yang added, or you can contact your bank president and replace him with a capable one. Lu Wangshu lowered his head at once, tangled and stifled, wanted to retort but couldn't. The governor had already said that if she was replaced, then she could just pack up and leave, which she couldn't accept. Just go. Lu Wangshu gritted her teeth, and when the boat docked, she took Zheng Chang and left. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. He was never meant to be a businessman. This time the fire in the chestnut sensei what others think, in his view is entirely because he is not afraid to go to jail. There is a system of the bottom, coupled with the coincidence of chance. What a load of crap about strategizing to win. He's just a regular guy. He had always believed in one thing, and that was to let professionals do professional things, and not to mess around himself. Compared to Lu Wangshu, a financial elite, Chen Yang felt that the only thing he could do was to lie flat, enjoy, take out his skills to crush, and then start counting his money, details and all that. He doesn't understand. Let's drink. Chen Yang opened his mouth. Don't. Gangzi became a bit worried instead, saying, is it reliable to let her go? Why don't we go and take a look too? Trust her. Chen Yang couldn't help but pull Gangzi into the Nongjia restaurant by the Moonlight Lake, eat and drink until the afternoon. Lu Wangshu with Zheng Chang was finally back. She sat down weakly, looking at the leftovers on the table, and was suddenly even more aggravated. You've been working for hours, you haven't eaten, and you're coming back with leftovers? What a goddamn boss. Don? Chen Yang asked. Well, Lu Wangshu breathless said, 9 million. 20 years. The price talked to the end. They said lower cannot be up to deliver, and they obviously do not want to let go of you the wrongdoer. Said the faster the better. The afternoon can sign the contract. Awesome. Not bad for a professional. Chen Yang gave a thumbs up and ordered the boss to serve a few more dishes. Lu Wangshu felt a little more comfortable in her heart, and looking at Chen Yang's thumbs up, she couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. After lunch, Chen Yang called for a car and first sent Gangzi home, then took the three of them straight to the county. Hello Mr. Chen. Hello Mr. Chen. Reception of Chen Yang is a middle-aged balding man, surnamed Lu. Is the deputy governor of Wei County responsible for investment promotion? The face is very kind. Both parties sat down and after looking over the agreement, Chen Yang signed his name. Vice Governor Lu went forward to shake hands with Chen Yang and smiled. I heard that Mr. Chen contracted the reservoir to build a water plant? If there is anything you need our county to help you, just ask. This is my business card. You're welcome leader. Chen Yang smiled and shook hands, saying, contracting the reservoir is only the first step. The subsequent water plant and food and beverage processing plant will be on, and I hope that the county will give more green light at that time. Well. Vice Governor Lu smiled with joy. Wei County is close to the provincial capital is a good thing, but it is not all good. The good part is that everyone is working closer together. The bad part is that it's hard to get ahead in county development, now that someone is running to build a factory. It's a good thing any way you look at it. Although the industry to be at is outrageous at first glance. Both sides bid farewell and Chen Yang led the three back to the hotel, took a picture of the contract and sent it to Zhao. Governor Zhao quickly put the call through. Buddy, you're not kidding me, are you? $9 million to charter a reservoir? Governor Zhao was very excited and said, didn't we agree to develop an industry that can boast of its value but is difficult to verify? Your broken reservoir can lend a hairy loan not to mention me. Even the God of heaven would not dare to lend you $80 million. The water is so good that you can live longer if you drink it. Chen Yang opened his mouth. With me you also blow? Governor Zhao said breathlessly. Older brother. Don't say that older brother can't help you. This is really not possible. I'm not lying. Chen Yang looked towards the healthy water quality enhancement technology in the system. Why is it called healthy water? Why not call it purified water or something like that? It's because it's not mineral water or any kind of purified water, but a water that has been treated and upgraded to be beneficial to the human body. It's said to be water, but it might as well be called a health supplement, and is the real deal in healthcare. With this thing, the system had a comment that it would be better to buy it than the genetic evolution liquid. What do you mean? That is to say, this thing has the slightest effect of the gene evolution liquid. Perhaps less than 1% or even 1,000th, but ultimately there is an effect. Unfortunately, now that the points had not arrived, Chun Yang could not take a sample. Chapter 9 Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. The two sides pulled at each other for more than 10 minutes, with neither side convincing the other. Forget it, Zhao Jiangwo is a little tired. His heart is suffocating, and he wants to say that it is serious but it is not good to say. Chen Yang hand clutching his handle. This if that kid cannot stand the blow directly to him to report the end. Fortunately, he arranged his bodyguards and assistants in advance. As long as the money is Lu Wangshu guarded, 80% will not be a problem. Once the losses start, directly extract the rest of the loan, and then blockade the factory, packaged for resale. I think that even if you lose some of it, it's not a total loss. He was doing a favor for Mr. Hu, and he thought that Mr. Hu would pull himself up by the bootstraps when the time came. Even if the governor's position is gone, it's still better than going to jail. This thought, Zhao Jiangwo face like ashes. Powerless, I will let Lu Wangshu prepare complete information. This side will be allocated within 3 days. You have to think clearly. Not on the money you will go to jail. You rat-tail Jews. The phone hung up. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders. He never wanted the haves and have-nots. How do you lose a black tech crush? And the other side. Zhao Jiangwo's face changed color and his heart regretted it. After a moment of contemplation, he called Hu Guangyu. Well, Hu Xiao. That's it. Yeah, I think I'm screwed. That kid is not a thing. He can't do business at all. Well, alas. Thank you very much. I assure you, it's absolutely true. That kid has absolutely no business sense whatsoever. A loan of $80 million. He goes to sell mineral water. Do you dare to believe that? Okay, I get it. Ugh, that's it. A residential area in Yongchang. Hu Guanyu hung up the phone in surprise and couldn't figure it out. On the table next to him, an old man was slowly drinking kanji. Seeing this, he asked, "What? Something wrong?" "Not a big deal." Hu Guanyu frowned and told the cause and effect once more, saying, "I previously thought that Chen Yang is a person worth befriending. But what kind of operation is he doing? $80 million for mineral water? Not to mention that the national market has long been occupied by big brands. Even in Dongjiang province, Yunhai Group is a giant that has the beverage market firmly in its hands. What's the difference between him doing this and looking for death? Extraordinary people do extraordinary things. Grandpa says so." Hu Guangyu drifted off. Day 2. The 4 Chen Yangs who stayed in Wei County for a night took the high-speed train back to Yongcheng. In Lu Wangshu's words, since everything was ready, it was time to recruit. She didn't know much about running a business. She had to find professionals. Chen Yang also felt that it made sense, so he only slept until 10 in the morning. It was already 11:30 when they arrived at the job market, and some of the recruiting companies had already begun to close up and leave. Lu Wangshu couldn't help but complain. Yelling at you a few times before you get up. Now that it's over, how can you recruit? Depends on fate. Like sifting beans, the small ones go down early. The big ones must have a temper. Not so easy to accept the low welfare benefits of those companies. Chen Yan didn't care. The money isn't there yet. It doesn't matter if it's a day early or a day late. There's black tech out there. As long as the recruits aren't cuties, it's all going to be something. Lu Wangshu went to rent a booth, made a temporary sign. Chen Yang then sat down with a big grin. The surrounding people passing by saw the scene immediately light up, but not many dared to come up and furtively introduce themselves. After all, there were assistants and bodyguards, and the bodyguards were like door gods, so the stance didn't look like they were trying to recruit ordinary people, but there are always exceptions. A few minutes later, an unkempt, bearded, disheveled airhead walked up and sat down on his butt. "What positions are you hiring for?" "Recruit everything. What do you want to do?" Chen Yang asked. "Recruit everything?" The uncle laughed and said, "Does the general manager recruit? Do you think I can do it?" "Looks fine to me." Chen Yang took out a contract and placed it on the table, saying, "Sign it." The contract was prepared by Lu Wangshu, and the company was helped by Vice Governor Lu's green light yesterday. "Ha!" The uncle froze, and Lu Wangshu also looked at Chen Yang in a daze. "So casual?" Chen Yang laughed. "What? Don't dare anymore? What's there to be afraid of?" Uncle turned over the contract and said, "Star Ocean Beverage and Food Company." "Oh, it was just established yesterday? In Wei County? It looks like it's in the preparatory stage. How much are you guys going to pay me in wages?" Chen Yang shook his head and said, "I don't know how much you're worth, but you yourself surely know how much you're worth. The position, the salary, you write it yourself. As long as you're confident enough, $1 million a year is fine." "Nice one." Jiang Lihai laughed, suddenly through the feelings of career double failure. Bored at home for 2 months. Did not expect to go out and meet the crazy. But, nuts are good. Everyone feels like they've failed miserably in life. But this stranger in front of them is willing to trust them and give them a chance. 1,000 feelings suddenly welled up in his heart. Vaguely touched. You won't regret it. Zhang Lihai wrote general manager on the position and $800,000 a year on top of the salary. Then dropped his pen. That's definitely not a high price to hire me for. And I'll prove my worth. Very confident. Chen Yang gave a thumbs up and got up. Come. You sit here. Do what? Zhang Lihai froze at his words. What else is there to do? Recruit. Chen Yang said. I don't have any experience in recruiting people. There are specialties in the arts. Since you are a professional, then you should recruit. Zhang Lihai's heart was even more touched by what he heard. Just signed a contract and delegated authority. What a trust. He got up and sat down in the recruiting position and said in a deep voice, Don't worry, boss. Since you trust me, just say what position you're recruiting for and leave the rest to me. Our company now only has the boss, the boss's assistant, the boss's bodyguard and the boss's only employee, which is you as the general manager. And the rest you watch and recruit. Ha! Zhang Lihai's head was cold. The whole person was instantly awake, and the touching in his heart was all of a sudden gone, and he was even a little afraid. Have you been duped? Rich kid startup? Or some sort of skinflint company? This boss is not only young, but also a dilettante. The company started with a beautiful assistant and 2 bodyguards. Is this serious? This company is not a joke, is it? What? Chen Yang patted his shoulder and painted. This is an opportunity to exercise you, an opportunity to build up a business from scratch. You have to cherish it. Once you have completed the formation of a business from scratch, in the future, even if you look for a job again, you'll be able to give a big book to your resume. Then why don't I start my own business? Zhang Lihai retorted instinctively. Do you have money? Chen Yang asked. This is really Galen out of the whisper. Silence and broken defense. Zhang Lihai directly speech. I see. Then we'll go ahead and eat, and bring it to you when we get back. Chen Yang smiled as he led the 3 Lu Wanshu away. Zhang Lihai clenched his fists. Why the hell would I feel moved? The owner of this treadmill is a real miscreant. It's just a matter of looking at the situation first. Anyway, I haven't signed any non-disclosure agreement or non-compete agreement yet, and there is no liquidated damages. So the situation is not right to hurry up and slip away. Chapter 10, Boss, what's your dream? Leaving the recruitment market, Chen Yang's 4 men found a hot pot restaurant and sat down. Featured signs without hesitation all ordered A. This hot pot restaurant belongs to the middle and high end, so a meal down at least $2,000 or $3,000. It's a spendthrift compared to what it once was. Chen Yang had a lot of emotions in his heart. Whether it was the predecessor of the awakening of the host, or a previous life, when had it ever been so generous? In my previous life, I was too busy working all day long just to make a few nest egg payments to pay off my mortgage. In this life, I have become a licking dog, 996 every day, and I have exhausted myself directly, and I have not lived a single day of good life. What is this behavior called now? Retaliatory spending? No, it's just because there's money. Having experienced life and death twice, Chen Yang had seen through a lot. Everything was false. Perhaps it was true to have fun in time and leave no regrets. In this life, not to mention having a system, even if there was no system, Chen Yang decided to let himself live a little more freely. However, Chen Yang's various behaviors appeared somewhat different in Lu Wanshu's eyes. During these 2 days together, Lu Wanshu had an indescribable feeling. Since she was young, the family environment is not bad. Contact with people is also more, especially the old father everyday sermon. It is so that she grew up early maturity. She is confident that sensei is what people. She can always see through some of it. But for Chen Yang, she was a bit confused. If you say that just because he made a mistake in the payment of money in the fire, and seek to obtain a huge sum of $10 million as a plan, the means is amazing, then the psychological stress that the process entails must be staggering as well. This is enough to show that Chen Yang is a wrist in wisdom with a big heart and amazing courage. Do things unconventionally, the heart of 100 taboo characters. Shouldn't this kind of character, once in power, manipulate the whole situation and snowball quickly in order to realize his life's ambitions? It wasn't as if Lu Wanshu hadn't heard of similar characters before, or the gray industry, or certain corporations have similar figures in their fortunes, and those people without exception are growing fast and by any means necessary, and extremely guarded, mostly suspicious personalities. How come it's different when it comes to Chen Yang? This guy took the money on the front foot and asked for a loan on the back foot, which is reasonably normal. After all, loans for development are shortcuts. But this guy ran off to get mineral water? That's outrageous. The most outrageous thing is that he actually does not want to care about anything. Not only yesterday in Wei County handover let himself go. Even today recruitment are so casual. actually gave a newly recruited stranger general manager position, but also let the other side to recruit. Not afraid of being overshadowed? Not worried about being scammed? Lu Wanshu couldn't understand Chen Yang more and more. Boss, what is your dream? Lu Wanshu couldn't help but ask. Dreams? Chen Yang laughed. Bosses talking about dreams to their employees is pie behavior. What kind of behavior is this talking about dreams to your boss? What? You want to draw me a pie? Lu Wangshu held his forehead and said, I don't mean that. What I mean is, I really can't understand your behavior these 2 days. What exactly do you want to do? What I want to do is really simple. Seeing how serious Lu Wangshu was, Chen Yang couldn't help but be much more serious and said, if it was before yesterday, my dream would have been to have a house of my own, a car to get around, some savings, and a day that wasn't so bad. But not anymore. What's different? Lu Wangshu was curious. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang also looked at this boss of theirs. They already knew what Chen Yang had done, and while they admired him in their hearts, they were also curious about Chen Yang's plans for his future life as a person who had suddenly become rich. They empathized too much with having a house, a car, and savings, which is the dream of the vast majority of people. Now I have 3 dreams. Chen Yang raised 3 fingers and said, first, let yourself live comfortably and not worry about money. The 3 of them nodded their heads in unison. The dream was realistic. Secondly, I want to see a higher view. Chen Yang said, human technology has developed to the present day. As long as one has money, one can do most of the things, but ultimately, there are some that the existing technology can't do. So I will personally go down and set off a technological revolution, realizing the value of my life to lead the advancement of technology. The 3 hesitated slightly, but eventually nodded. Although there are some suspicions of bragging about the greatness and falsehoods, what if the owner really gets rich selling mineral water? After all, rice Kool-Aid is all about nuclear fusion, and selling mineral water to engage in high technology is not outrageous. And the third? Lu Wangshu asked. I've heard this saying since I was a kid. If every person in the country lends me $1, I'll have over $1 billion. Have you guys heard it? Chen Yang asked. The 3 nodded their heads in unison. This statement is thought to be known throughout the country. But what does that have to do with dreams? My third dream is to be in debt. Chen Yang combined his systems and ideas and laughed. If the whole country, the whole world, are all my debtors, don't you guys think it's a very interesting thing? The 3 men looked at each other. Funny? It's not funny, okay? And it's stressful to think about. Especially Zhang Chang and Wang Gang. Both of them come from poor places, and have seen too many things because of debt crushing the spine. Seeing that the 3 don't speak, Chen Yang shook his head slightly and can only say that they had seen too little. It's like a certain big in a previous life. The more debt you owe, the more you live. What goes around comes around. Less debt is stressful. More debt is stressful. And when you have a huge amount of debt, it's someone else who is stressed. When you owe enough debt to crush everything, everyone will help you because your collapse is nothing less than an economic nuclear bomb that will destroy everything. And that's just simply the debt owed. If there was any more black technology that was able to go into debt and make crazy money at the same time, then this feast would also sweep everything away. And anyone who stood in the way wouldn't need Chen Yang to do anything. The debtors would tear them apart. Looking at the essence through the surface may seem absurd, but in reality the reality is even more absurd. The fondue was served and several people ate it to their heart's content. There still has to be money. There's basically no downside to expensive things except that they're expensive. After a meal, let the waiter add hot some various types of ingredients. One gang took the initiative to go up to carry in the hands. The 4 of them set off towards the recruitment market. The distance between the 2 sides is close, just a few hundred meters across the street. When the 4 arrived, John Lehigh was doing training to a group of people. We're a startup company. We're 100 years old. We're starting everything from scratch. And the process may be exhausting, but there's no doubt that you're all patriarchs if you can stay. Don't always think about what the company can give you. You should think about what you can create for the company first. We're a food and beverage company, and marketing and sales channels are obviously a top priority. And each of you is a relevant talent, which is why I want you to stay. Are big companies great? Apparently not. There's a lot of competitive pressure and it's hard to get promoted and get a raise. Is a small company great? Not really. Poor working conditions, low income, difficult sales. So what's the best company for us beatniks? Definitely a startup company. In the startup stage of the company, the boss is willing to spend money. Promotion is easy. And although there is a lot of competitive pressure, it is definitely easy to make money. Why? Because you can make the boss's money even if you can't make the outside money. If you think about it, can't you? It doesn't matter that the company collapsed. It's that the product wasn't competitive. It doesn't matter that the boss collapsed. It's that he had a bad eye for the wrong line of work. What do we have to lose? Nothing. So, brothers, Listen to me. Sign the contract. Do a good job. Do a good job, we make a lot of money. Do not do a good job, we make a small profit. I'm the general manager of the general manager is definitely on the same front with you. The atmosphere was driven up, and those who had been somewhat hesitant did not hesitate at this moment. After all, it's not a loss any way you think about it. That makes sense. The general manager has said so. What hesitation do we have? Asterisk 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 it. Put up a fight and sign the contract. Give me one too. At the back, Lu Wangshu and the others looked dumbfounded. Is that how you recruit? Brother, recruiting you to sell mineral water is not a pyramid scheme. Chapter 11 First Point Settlement. Talent. Chen Yan lamented, not realizing that a randomly recruited general manager was actually a marketing genius. As the saying goes, those who labor to control others, and those who labor to control others. No wonder this old boy is so disheveled and still dares to ask for the position of general manager. Obviously a will-play heart will move the brain. Boss? Zhang Lihai turned his head at his words and looked at Chen Yang with some embarrassment. Sweat began to break out on his forehead. The boss didn't hear everything I just said. Did he? Did I just take office and I'm about to get fired? You said it well. Chen Yang patted Zhang Lihai's shoulder and encouraged. You really are a genius. Don't worry. I don't blame you. Come, eat. Reaching for the stack of lunchboxes in Wang Gang's hands and placing them on the table, Chen Yang said to Lu Wangshu, go get the contract for them. Then pulled Zhang Lihai to sit down. Zhang Lihai looked at the table full of sumptuous food, and for a moment in his heart, he felt the importance that his boss attached to him. What do you think, boss, we need to do next? There's no rush. Chen Yang looked at the people signing the contract and asked, how are the people being recruited? It's roughly enough to get the company up and running, and the basic laborers have to be recruited in Wise County. But there's one critical issue. Zhang Lihai slightly pondered, said, I used to be a professional manager, although belonging to the kind of name, but similar to the food industry I have studied. The main core of this industry lies in the research and development management and sales. Management is the simplest. The company is starting up. I manage some is, the subsequent procurement, manufacturing, distribution and other aspects of the talent slowly recruited or internal promotion can be. Sales is also okay. These people are all previously engaged in sales work. Temporarily unified management. Build a haystack can start working, mainly on the R&D side. Does our company have a product? How much is our company going to invest in R&D? That's a problem. Zhang Lihai looked at Chen Yang. This issue is critical. But anyone who is in this industry, that must have the core technology. That is, the formula of food and drink, and then go to do it. In Zhang Lihai's opinion Chen Yang should be the same. But not afraid of 10,000 is afraid of what if. Since the boss is a rash. Nothing to do. That's the end of the game. People have been recruited for nothing, contracts have been signed for nothing, and they can even pack up and leave themselves. Don't worry. Chen Yang nodded his head and said, there is a formula and it is a unique product with a huge market value. You can rest assured on this point. The focus now is to build a plant, buy a customized production line, and procure raw materials. Zhang Lihai heard a sigh of relief, smiled, these are simple. I looked. Our company's building address is Wei County Moon Lake, that place by the mountains. This is the output of raw materials for the construction industry in Wei County. Transportation is convenient and fast. As long as the project is set without half a month can be built. So fast? Chen Yang was surprised. You can't count like that. Zhang Lihai shook his head and said, the initial built is definitely the plant. That thing directly steel structure of the assembly on the line. That is the simplest. The time is mainly spent on the leveling of the road, paving the plant, building walls. Overall, the time to rush some. Half a month can certainly start manufacturing. But the staff dormitory and office building will not be so fast, although our company is small. Only need to build a few small 3 or 5-story buildings on the line. But it always still takes a few months. Great! Chen Yang praised. Since you're the general manager then I'll give you the authority to build a beverage factory from scratch. As long as you do a good job. You don't have to worry about promotions and pay raises. This beverage and food company is just a small attempt on my part. As long as you're capable, I'll provide you with a bigger platform in the future to show off your ambitions. Zhang Lihai's heart stirred at his words. Had some guesses. Why is your own boss so casual? Why does his own boss act like he doesn't care? That's it. He must be a rich kid starting a business or have a tremendous background. This business appears to be of a playful nature. And in fact it probably is indeed. But the boss can play. He can't. He'll have to do well. If he does well. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Lihai immediately surged with passion in his heart and said, Boss, don't worry. No matter how big or small the matter is, I will definitely give you a clear picture. You just watch my performance. Nice guy. Chen Yang glanced at him in surprise. This guy trusts himself that much? But this is ultimately a good thing. After thinking about it, Chen Yang said, then the rest is up to you. Tomorrow you'll take someone to Wei County. Just do whatever you need to do. I'll provide you with $50 million. I want to see the factory set up next month. And the filling production line that a normal beverage company should have has to be ready as well. Don't worry. 50 million. Still just building factories and buying production lines. It's not a small factory anymore. Do you play so much for fun? The owner must have what kind of backbone? How much background? How strong the family fund? Jiang Lihai's heart grew more and more excited. Invoice for food and lodging. Just go straight to her for the bill. At this time, Chen Yang pointed at Lu Wangshu again and said to Jiang Lihai, yes, boss. Jiang Lihai hurriedly got up and asked Lu Wangshu for contact information. Lu Wangshu's eyes are very strange. She also can see that Jiang Lihai seems to be thinking out of the box, just that the loan is a lot of things involved, doomed to not be able to make it public, so she did not say anything more. After the business was finished, Chen Yang led the people to leave and threw all the rest of the things to Jiang Lihai. Even the next day when Jiang Lihai led people to Wei County, Chen Yang didn't even go to send them off, but only gave a few words of advice on the phone. 2 days later, 80 million loans to the account. The whole process is Lu Wangshu running, Chen Yang only in the final moment to sign a word. Then a few more days passed. Finally, the night of June 30th. In the rental house, Chen Yang put down his cell phone and walked towards the bedroom. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang in the living room looked at each other with some surprise. They had been following Chen Yang for many days, and Chen Yang didn't look like a rich man at all. Instead, he looked like an ordinary person. Other than spending a bit more on food and drink, it's basically unchanged. Still living in this rental house and not buying a car, like he has no desire for a garage anymore. Even on weekdays, just like them, I like to lie down and swipe my phone to see the young lady and watch all kinds of interesting short videos. Never went to bed until midnight and never got up until noon. Along with that, they've taken both of them, who were once special forces, and now their routine is out of whack. But how do they know that Chen Yang does not buy a car and house because now the funds are limited? Good cannot afford to buy, poor lazy to buy. Swipe the short video to play the game is also a figure of their own pleasure. It's not unusual to stay up all night and stuff. The only reason I went back to my room early today was purely because it was time and the points would be coming in soon. 8,000 points. The basis of everything. Ding! A beep sounded in his head. Afterward, a line of hints appeared in front of Chen Yang's eyes. This month's settlement begins. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host. $80 million in debt. 8,000 points earned. Chapter 12, Black Technology, Bioenergetic Colonies. Finally, it's in the books. Chen Yang revealed a smile and opened the exchange mall to sift through the cheapest technologies. Check, healthy water quality enhancement technology, and click redeem. Redemption successful. 5,000 points deducted. Balance 3,000 points. A stream of data surged into Chen Yang's mind. It was like being born to know. Those data would have been unintelligible to a normal person. But when Chen Yang went to think about those data, he could always easily learn the information contained therein. Just as Chen Yang had guessed, healthy water quality enhancement technology is not just about purifying water. There's nothing technical about purifying water. And this thing is pure, unadulterated black technology. According to the information in his mind, he learned that the so-called healthy water quality was the technology for manufacturing drinking water for ordinary people in the Star River era, where humans colonized the stars, and things like water became scarce. There are many planets in the universe, but not many contain fresh water, and even fewer contain water that is healthy for humans to drink. This led to the birth of healthy water enhancement technology. The water produced by this technology is not just fresh or pure water, but is first purified and then mixed with trace elements in a unique formula that matches up to hundreds of substances, so that the water contains energy and self-circulating bioenergetic flora. At the core is this bioenergetic flora. This bioenergetic bacteria colony will automatically multiply, realizing the water quality self-circulation, so that the water quality will not deteriorate even if it is stored in the battleship for decades and centuries. And the longer it is stored, the longer the process of self-reproduction and optimization of the bacteria, the sweeter the water will be, and the more bioenergy it will contain. Simply put, provide energy, cultivate the bacteria. The bacteria reproduce and die to produce bioenergy, and the bioenergy can be perfectly absorbed by the human body. Not only dead flora, but living flora is also beneficial to the human body. It enters the body to optimize the hydration of the body and creates a self-circulation in the body, thus providing a constant supply of microbioenergy for a short period of time. In order to realize the slowing down of human cell division, trace enhancement of human lifespan, sufficient bioenergy in the human body, and substantial enhancement of human essence. The only drawback is that this bioflora will not be able to adapt to the body's temperature when it enters the body and will die completely within a few hours. Simply put, this stuff isn't afraid of low temperatures, it's afraid of high temperatures. All survive in the cold, but gradually die once the temperature exceeds 35 degrees. Good stuff. Chen Yang's eyes lit up. This is pure black technology. The only disadvantage is that high temperature will die. It must be preserved by cold chain transportation to work. But that flaw is completely worthless compared to its merits. It costs more. Just sell for a higher price. Chen Yang took out his cell phone and started searching for the relevant raw materials needed, all of which were very common materials. And the only difficulty in manufacturing this water quality lay in cultivating the original flora. A phone call was made. Hey! The sheep sound sounded soft and sticky, and Lu Wangshu slept a little confused. Sleeping so early? Ha! Oh, boss, what's the matter? Lu Wangshu lifted his spirits. I need to rent a bio-research room for special colony cultivation, so take care of that and use it tomorrow. Chun Yang opened his mouth and directly commanded. It would take a week for the original colony to be cultured, and the factory at Moonlight Lake would be ready for initial use in about a week. In short, just in time. Ha! I'm this. You, Before the words fell, the phone had already hung up, and Lu Wangshu clutched his head with his hands in a frenzy as the evil dragon roared. What's wrong? There was a knock on the door. Nothing. Lu Wangshu, wearing pajamas to open the door, looked at just off work to the home of the father. Breathless, pour a cup of water. Said, my boss. Want a one out is a one out. Let me give him to rent a biological research room. Engage in what special flora culture? I study finance. Go to that for him to find a biological research room. No you don't. Lu Qiming rubbed his head, threw the documents in his hands onto the table, took the water handed by his daughter and said, your bank president is really something, letting you go and work as an assistant for someone. What kind of brain circuits are there? I'll have Xiao Zhang give him a greeting. Don't. Lu Wangshu shook his head and said, I don't want others to mutter about me. Chen Yang, that is a big pit, but he is still quite good to his employees. Eat and drink well, and there is nothing complicated to work. It is just that sometimes he will think of one thing at a time. Forget about it. I'll ask my classmates tomorrow. Ask Chang. Lu Qiming put down the cup of water and said, Dongjiang is not a large scientific research province, and there are not many various research centers, so it is basically impossible to find them temporarily, and that kind of place is not something you can borrow if you want to, so let Xiao Zhang ask for you. Okay. Lu Wangshu thought about it and nodded. That's the only way. That said, I haven't asked you what kind of program he's working on. How come you're using the biology lab? Lu Qiming inquired curiously as he went to wash and brush his teeth. Selling mineral water. Lu Wangshu shrugged his shoulders and said, who knows what he's up to again? Probably trying to sell probiotic drinks on the side? Really? Lu Qiming stopped brushing his teeth. With his city he was a bit confused and said, he slapped Yunhai Group's face and wants to do the same business? Is he crazy? What deep hatred? If you ask me, who am I going to ask? Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes, thought for a moment and said, there seems to be such a thing. Qi Yuming of the Yunhai Group robbed his ex-girlfriend. Qi Yuming? Someone from the Qi family? Lu Qiming frowned. It's really true that the upper beam is not straight and the lower beam is not crooked. Since the old man of the Qi family left, the Qi family is really not as good as one generation. The next morning, Chen Yang got up early in the morning on a rare occasion. Follow Lu Wangshu as he arrives at the lab. One could only say that it was worthy of being a professional biological laboratory. The vast majority of the raw materials that Chen Yang needed were available, and those that were lacking could be procured directly. In the laboratory, after many blends and up to 17 different processes of fermentation, the medium that can carry the original bacteria breeding is finally born. It was already evening after all the work was done. Chen Yang purposely placed the culture medium in a low-temperature environment, and then waited for the bioenergetic flora to be born. Bioenergetic flora is a variety of human and animal body of special strains of bacteria together cultivated variations or evolutionary varieties. Chen Yang, busy all day, half of the time is in the cultivation and isolation of this kind of strains of bacteria. You can't just cultivate it. You also need special methods to separate it from the normal flora. Otherwise it's harmful. Only after the isolation of clean, and then put into the medium for large-scale gestation. Until the colony of bacteria, a large number of reproduction to achieve the colony of self-circulation is considered successful. Only after purposely handing over the staff did Chen Yang leave with the trio hungrily. Walking out of the institute's gate, Lu Wangshu realized that she couldn't understand Chen Yang more and more. Thought it was a joke. I didn't expect Chen Yang to really understand it, and it was also very professional, and its degree of professionalism made the professionals in the lab astonished. Boss, is there anything else? I'll get off work if there isn't, Lu Wangshu inquired. Chen Yang rubbed his head and said, there's no rush, we'll go back after dinner. In addition, you contact Jiang Lihai and procure a large purification device. Our water quality must reach the sterile level. Good. Is there more? Lu Wangshu inquired. Purchase 20 refrigerated trucks, recruit drivers, and tell him that the filling must also be sterile grade, and that time is short, so tell him to work a little harder. Understood. Chapter 13, What Mineral Water? I sell health products. A week passed quickly. During this week's time, Chen Yang had to go to the lab once a day for flora observation. Finally, early this morning, the colony began to see a lot of reproduction and death. The primitive colony entered the self-cycle. Chen Yang was overjoyed. Separating out a portion, Chen Yang utilized the sterile water in the laboratory and the trace elements that had been prepared long ago to make a concoction, ensuring that the sterile water quality contained enough material energy, and then blended the very small amount of bacteria that had been separated into it. After 3 hours of observation, to make sure that the colony did not have any abnormality and began to rapidly reproduce under the supply of material energy, Chen Yang finally breathed a sigh of relief. It's a done deal. It's been a busy week and it's finally a big deal. Chen Yang poured the water into a sterile container and walked out of the lab with a smile. Successful? Lu Wangshu inquired. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang were also somewhat looking forward to it. They were also curious to know what exactly Chen Yang was up to. It's done. Congratulations. Although he didn't know what Chen Yang was doing, Lu Wangshu still congratulated him and then said, Mr. Jiang called, saying that the factory as a whole is ready to be put into use, and asked when you'd like to go and take a look. Now, Chen Yang was excited in his heart. After working for so long, he couldn't wait to solve this matter completely. As long as the culture medium was sent to Wei County and filled with a large number of trace elements, the bacteria would multiply rapidly. Zheng Chang, go and get the culture medium on. Be vigilant the whole time. This must not be lost, and keep the thermostat powered up at all times. Yes, boss. Wang Gang, go find a car. Let's leave now. Yes, boss. The two of them moved quickly while Lu Wangshu looked curiously at the sterile container in Chen Yang's hands. Boss, is this probiotics? Well, technically speaking, it's really probiotics. Chen Yang fell into thought. This thing was a brand new strain. How to name it? Chen Yang hadn't really thought about it. Now that I think about it, directly call it bioenergy bacteria? Not so good. A bit of biohazard. Don't turn around and make people afraid to buy it. If it's called probiotics, it seems to be okay. It's just that would it seem a little low grade? Chen Yang pondered for a moment and finally decided to combine the two and call it bioenergy probiotics. Soon, Wang Gang and Zheng Chang are ready. A few people got in the car and set off for Wei County. In Wei County, on the side of Lake Yuming, the huge factory has been set up, with only a few small buildings still under construction. Jiang Lihai got the news and called out for a major cleanup. By the time Chen Yang's few people arrived, the entire factory was brand new. Chen Yang followed Jiang Lihai towards the factory building. Jiang Lihai said while walking, Boss, according to the design drawings, a total of 2 large filling plant. According to your requirements, a septic transformation. The cost increased a lot. In addition to the main is the original pulp plant, a septic water manufacturing and conveying plant, and a new inactivation sterilization plant, specializing in sterilization of filling containers. Because of the time is too rushed, there is no way to customize. Can only let the B company to send people to remodeling? Now basically has been remodeled. Today we'll be able to accept the acceptance. Speaking of this, Jiang Lihai was a bit puzzled and said, Boss, aren't we a food and beverage company? What are we doing with these things? Although I will certainly do as you say, I really can't understand. That's more than just a near tripling of the cost. It's completely useless. I have a feeling that even medical use may not be up to that standard. What exactly are we producing? Produce the thing. Chen Yang placed the sterile container that was like a thermos cup in his hand in Jiang Lihai's hand. Looking at the crowd around him, he explained, what we sell is never mineral water. It's you guys who think the wrong way. What we sell are health products. Ha! Jiang Lihai was shocked and said sharply, Boss, you're not kidding, right? We're a food and beverage company. We don't have this qualification. The surrounding crowd was also a bit confused. No qualifications required. Chen Yang laughed. Let's sell it as mineral water, only at a higher price. This statement gave the crowd a complete and total confusion. So, after all, it's still mineral water? The crowd was puzzled. Jiang Lihai instead brightened up and said, I get it. Boss, you're trying to make a gimmick, aren't you? Aseptic, nourishing, selling products in the name of health. But in reality it's just water. No cost business. The boss still has to be you. So shady? The crowd looked at Chen Yang with odd eyes. Black lines sprouted from Chun Yang's forehead as he said breathlessly, "What the hell do you know?" As they were talking, the crowd came to the original pulp production workshop. Looking at the 2 huge storage tanks of raw pulp in the workshop, Chen Yang revealed a satisfied smile. Only need to fill the storage tank with sterile water, and then filled with a large number of trace elements. The bacterial colony can be rapidly reproduced, and then in the ratio of 10,000 to 1 with sterile pure water for automatic blending, and then fill a certain amount of trace elements into the sterile pure water. The final product is even the birth of the perfect. At this time the engineer sent by Company B had not yet left and was conducting tests. After Chen Yang added money for them to fine-tune the project according to his ideas, the project was officially considered finished. "Come on, Chen Yang will Zhang several people called over. Will open the hands of the sterile container, because it comes with heat preservation function. The bacteria inside after a few hours of reproduction of this bottle of the firstborn product has been considered qualified." Having Wang Gang bring a few paper cups, Chen Yang poured a cup for each person. "This is our product. Come on, drink it, taste it and you'll understand." The scene was silent for a moment, even a little awkward. Lu Wangshu held the cup in his hand, somewhat afraid to enter the mouth. Wang Gang and Zhang Chang too. They both know what this is. It's bacteria in there. Who dares to drink this? Although the boss said it was a probiotic, but it has not been professionally and market tested. Which if you drink something wrong, it is not the end of the world. On the contrary, Zhang Lihai and his 2 young men, who did not know the details, heard that it was the company's products, without hesitation. A mouthful of dry, smash mouth. In the admiring eyes of Lu Wangshu's trio, Zhang Lihai licked his lips and said, "It's a bit sweet?" "No, it's not sugary sweetness. It's a kind of sweetness but not greasy clarity. Although in the end it's still water, it always feels better than tap water." "Aha!" The young man next to him nodded. "No off flavors, except for a slight aftertaste. It's weird that it smells. This stuff is supposed to be sterile pure water, purified and sterilized many times, without any impurities. It's just pure water. And if it wasn't hooked up with trace elements and flora, even that feeling of sweetness back wouldn't exist." Drinking it all in one go, Chun Yang waited quietly. After a few minutes, the body feels a certain way. Refreshing. Spirits were better, and the body felt stronger. Not as tired as it had been earlier. "I'll go." Zhang Lihai also had a feeling at this time and said, "It feels cool and very spiritual. The brain is permeable, and the limbs are powerful. Although the feeling is very weak, but it really is there." Speaking here, Zhang Lihai seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Chun Yang, saying in alarm, "Healthcare products? This is contraband, right?" Chapter 14. There was no way Zhang Lihai would think twice. This remarkable effect, unless the contraband is hallucinogenic, is only matched by adrenaline. Healthcare? That thing pits people. Not to say whether there is any effect or not. Even if there is, it has to be taken for a long period of time to slowly feel it. But with this so-called company product, you can feel it in a few minutes after one bite. What is this if not contraband? Zhang Lihai was horrified, and the 2 young men next to him were also sweating with fear. "You don't think so? Do you go out for a job and become a drug dealer before you get paid? That's too wrong." On the contrary, Lu Wangshu and Zhang Chang Wangang heard that the effect is so magical. A slight hesitation, but also drank it. After all, Chen Yang are drinking. They are not afraid. They don't believe in contraband or anything. They're watching it with their own eyes these days. After drinking it, but it was only a few minutes, after the effect came up, the 3 of them also brightened up and looked at Chen Yang with some shock. Chen Yang looked at Zhang Lihai's uneasy eyes and couldn't help but smile. "This, the company's product, is in no way contraband," Chen Yang explained. "This thing originated from my research in science, and I accidentally discovered a mutated, or rather, evolved strain that possessed the characteristic of absorbing trace elemental material energy to produce bioenergy. Bioenergy is not an energy source. It is the energy needed by the human body. You can look at it as a metaphysical essence or the energy needed for human movement. Normally human energy needs to be generated by multiple organs, but this bioenergy can be directly replenished. In short, it has the effect of replenishing energy, purifying the body's water, and briefly strengthening the body. It's not hyperactive, it's actually strengthening." "Really?" Zhang Lihai asked anxiously. "Really? Then why sell mineral water? This is something that will change the world." Zhang Lihai paced back and forth, saying excitedly, "Will mass use turn people into supermen? If this strain exists in large quantities in the human body, can it prolong life? If it can replace organs to provide energy for the human body, can it cure all diseases? Can it keep people who are about to die alive? Is it possible to provide cancer patients with the energy needed by cancer cells?" When the surrounding people heard Zhang Lihai say this, They were also imagining things for a while, and all of them got excited and looked at Chen Yang with shortness of breath. Not to mention more than one. Just realize one, and this is something that will shock the world and change it. Lu Wangshu and Zhang Chang Wang Gang could not help but think of the words that Chen Yang had said the other day. He's going to start a technological revolution. There was no doubt that if this thing really had this effect, then Chen Yang had done it. He had really set off a revolution in biotechnology. But it's a shame. Chen Yang shook his head. The gene evolution liquid was bound to be related to this thing in some way. But there was no doubt that this thing was far worse than the gene evolution liquid. This is just one of the foundations needed for the genetic evolution fluid. In the system mall, the gene evolution liquid was extremely expensive. And the technology contained within was definitely more than just a simple health water quality enhancement technology in the district. Superman is impossible. The human body has its own limits, not to mention that it's impossible to boost your strength with this. You'll have the same effect no matter how much you drink. It'll just last longer. The strain, if present in large quantities in the human body, could theoretically prolong life. But this is impossible. The colony must be preserved at low temperatures, and will begin to die when it exceeds 35 degrees. And will not exist in the human body for more than 4 hours. And if it is in a state of fever, the time of existence will be even shorter. Of course, just a trace of life extension is possible. Drink 6 bottles a day, so that the flora is always present in the body, not only to keep refreshed for a long time, but also to enhance immunity, to prevent disease, because the human body's water quality is constantly being optimized. The theoretical life expectancy will naturally be extended by a number of, and also improve the physical quality of the body. Improve the skin, and improve a number of sub-healthy state. Healing is a no-brainer. It can work with medicines to maximize their effects, but it can't directly cure diseases. You have to understand that the bioenergy provided by this kind of thing can only have a supporting effect. It can't directly interfere with diseases. It doesn't do much for people who are about to die. It may delay things, but it doesn't change the facts. And what do you think about cancer patients energizing cancer cells? Isn't that speeding up the division of the cancer cells? Chen Yang was quite speechless and finally concluded. This thing, to say that changing the world is impossible, but shaking the world is doable. His value is high, but not as outrageous as you think. Enough. Zhang Lihai rubbed his hands in excitement and said, this is already enough. It's enough for us to hang on to any drinks and healthcare products on the market. This market is huge. Even if we have high costs and high selling prices, and we are out of the bottom of the market, that's enough for you to become the richest man in the world. Boss, just rely on one of these? Zheng Chang couldn't help but ask. While this is great stuff, being the richest is a bit outrageous, isn't it? On one this, Zhang Lihai said excitedly, you don't understand its value at all. There is no doubt that it is a descending blow to the entire beverage and healthcare market. It is enough to shatter the illusions of all competitors. The crowd's hearts were stirred by the words, and it was difficult to calm down for a long time. Zhang Lihai's heart is incomparable excitement, emotional career double failure. But at this moment he feels that he is about to usher in the peak of life. Not to mention him, even a pig, sitting in the position of general manager, driven by this godly product, will soon be able to achieve fame and become a nationally recognized professional manager. The other employees just felt that a fortune was close at hand. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang, however, were secretly relieved. Staring at people was not something they were good at, especially since Chen Yang was so nice to them. Now since Boss Chen's business was bound to be successful, they could also work as bodyguards in peace. As for Lu Wangshu, the entire person was dumbfounded. She only felt exaggerated when she looked at Chen Yang. Like a dream. Is this firebrand actually going to have a career breakthrough? An $80 million loan seemed very outrageous to her in the old days. However, in her opinion today, Chen Yang was an even more outrageous person. The product, the effect, the revenue it might bring, and even the impact on the entire market. On the chain reaction triggered by everything, Lu Wangshu did some silent math in her mind, and she had to admit, a mere $80 million is nothing. Once the product is exposed and put on sale, not to mention $80 million, even if it's 800 million, 8 billion, there are people willing to invest. It looks like his job as an assistant will soon be over. Thinking like this, for some reason, the heart is not celebratory, but some faint loss. Boss, when do we start production? Zhang Lihai inquired. The sooner the better. Chen Yang pointed to the original pulp storage tank, said, I will carry out the colony cultivation this afternoon, probably just a night's time. Tomorrow morning can start. I need a batch of products to pull the investment. The market can also carry out a certain amount of product placement, or need to do what advertisement, the specific how to operate, all to you. But within 3 days, I want to see our product on the market. He always remembered that being in debt was the first productivity of black technology. Promised to finish the job. Chapter 15 Bioenergy injection can be taken orally. Jiang Lihai's blood boiled. He pulled the two men behind him forward. Boss, let me introduce you. Wang Feng, 30 years old this year, very impulsive. Recently has been busy with the company's affairs. In management has a set. The focus is after these days with the B engineers study. He is very understanding of all aspects of our factory. I want to temporarily promote him to be the filling workshops a hand, specifically responsible for the two major filling workshop. Our filling workshop is a fully automated assembly line, and we don't need many employees. I've already got the contact information of many labor agencies in Wei County. We can temporarily recruit some labor workers first, and then set up a special human resources department for internal training and external recruitment after the subsequent improvement of the company. This is Zhao Qi, 28 years old, professional sales, recently has been in charge of the marketing and sales department. Hardworking, very proactive, conducted a lot of research on the market. Just some pity, obviously all that research can't be used. The two men are a little nervous. If it is before, they have their own bottom. Here does not stay master own stay, but now it's different. The opportunity to make it big is right in front of you. If you can't grasp it, you'll really miss the most important opportunity of your life. Just about to show one or two. Who knows? Qin Yang waved his hand and said, I believe they can do a good job. The core issue now is the name of this product of ours, the packaging design, and the pricing. This you can speak freely. All of you can say what you think. The cost of this thing. Jiang Lihai hesitated. Shenyang thought about it and did not say it directly, but said, it needs to be kept at a low temperature. Winter is fine. It's summer now, and the time to keep it at room temperature is completely dependent on the weather. So not to mention the cost of making it, the cost of storing it in itself is not low. Then what is your pricing intention, boss? Jiang Lihai inquired. If it was you guys, how much for a bottle doesn't hurt? Chen Yang asked rhetorically. If it were me, to be honest, such an amazing effect. $50 a bottle I absolutely often buy, but not if the price is too high. It's not that it's not worth it, but I can't afford to consume it. My word, 30? 30 is too cheap. A cup of coffee on the market is more than 30. That's why I don't drink coffee. The crowd is talking. Chen Yang is considered to see. All feel that the things are very valuable, but because of their own consumption level, the price of the limit. Overall, the stuff is good, but you can't afford it if you buy it often. That said, it's hard to set the pricing on this stuff. For poor people, $10 is expensive. And for rich people, selling it for thousands of each other won't be expensive. Generally, the solution to this situation is also simple. Just divide the audience. But this stuff is different from what's happened in the past. And the audience for this stuff is the market as a whole. What about you? What do you think? Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu pondered for a while, said, I think you guys are thinking too much. Pricing and packaging is not necessary to separate to study. I have two solutions. First, medium cup, large cup, extra large cup, extra large cup. Just said different prices. Just like you said, the effect of drinking more is also very different. Then there is no need to unify the packaging. That's a good idea. The crowd lit up. What about the second method? Chen Yang asked. The second way is even easier. Lu Wangshu said with some embarrassment, you should have been vaccinated, right? Just hold the vaccine kind of small glass bottle, a break open, like a rifle bullet that style, called ampoule. A bottle of capacity is generally 1 to 25 milliliters. I think with that packaging is quite good. Of course, that kind of glass need to be fire sealed. Obviously not suitable for us, but it has plastic. We can buy some of that kind of machine. Directly realize the blowing and filling and sealing of the 3-in-1. As far as I know, that thing is itself a septic filling, which not only saves money and hassle but also allows for better pricing. Dumbstruck. The whole room was dumbfounded. Everyone looked at Lu Wangshu in shock. Black. Zhang Lihai praised the applause. Said, how did I not think of it? We are selling the effect, not the water itself. So how much of a bottle of water is meaningless? The effect is the meaning. According to Assistant Lu's statement, a bottle of up to 25 milliliters. A normal bottle of mineral water are 500 milliliters. It can be divided into 20 bottles to sell. Even if a bottle sells for $30, that's $600. Genius. Chen Yang also gave a thumbs up and said, Lu Wangshu, I didn't expect you to be a genius. Doing finance really aggravates you. You should be a crooked businessman. This method is good. It solves the pricing as well as the packaging. Do a good job. And when I get rich I'll give you a big red packet. That is, isn't the filling equipment that was already made a waste? Chen Yang asked again. No way. At this time, Wang Feng, who was in charge of the workshop, answered, "Boss, because the final packaging has not been determined. There is still a part of the filling equipment that has not been formally assembled, and now there is only a filling port on it. We can absolutely contact Company B and add money for the remodeling. How long will it take?" Chen Yang asked. "Can't be sure, but the other company would have undertaken the modification business and is familiar with it. It shouldn't take more than 3 days for us to expedite it, and they haven't left yet, so I can go and consult them now." "Go!" "Yes." Wang Feng hurriedly ran away. The crowd praised Lu Wangshu, giving the little girl a blush. The only one in the room who was responsible for sales, Zhao Qi, was a bit confused. He thought of all the ways to sell, thought of all kinds of packaging, whether the packaging design is very good or very earthy. He has had a plan, but he has never thought of the product packaged in small pill bottles how to sell. Then again, this stuff can only be stored at low temperatures. And think about the ridiculously expensive price of this stuff. Trying to sell it on a shelf in a normal superstore is out of the question. Only in the freezer? And this seems to have been sold only to young people initially? Normal young people don't seem to buy them. Only drunk people? If you want to open up the market, then it seems that the only way to do it is a bar? Nightclubs? Zhao Qi had already thought of another dimly lit nightclub with crazy music roaring, men and women hugging and dancing, and he led the men to hide in a dark corner. "Bro, good stuff. Have one?" He winced violently. "No, it's terrible. Isn't this still contraband? You'll get caught, right?" He was jittery, but no one beside him cared about his opinion. Chen Yang's few people had already started discussing the name of the product. If it's a big bottle, you can name it in many styles, such as national style, some similar to certain tea, sci-fi, some similar to certain electrolyte water. But if it's a small bottle like this, what's a good name for it? The crowd agonized. Lu Wangshu had just been praised and complimented, and was very expressive. Speaking up, "I think bioenergy is just fine. It's both sci-fi and simple. It can make people think, and it's easier for people to remember." Kind of. Chen Yang pondered for a moment and nodded. Jiang Lihai thought before he said, "Then what does our category count as? Healthcare products? Mineral water? Are not quite match. The former involves false propaganda. The latter, this packaging pure funny." Then add a few more words. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "Let's call it bioenergy injection, which can be taken orally." It involves false propaganda. Boss. Jiang Lihai held his forehead and said, "The injection is medical. We're just mineral water. It's you who are wrong." Lu Wangshu eyes light up, said, "The name called injection does not mean that it must be drugs. We are sterile packaging, fully compliant with the injection standard. People do not like to drink must be injected, you cannot stop. Although there is a suspicion of misleading, but as long as there is no accident no one cares." Next to him, Zhao Qi, who was in charge of sales, shivered. He felt like everything was moving in the direction of his fantasies. It's bound to get caught, isn't it? Chapter 16 Official Production. After the packaging and name of the product are all taken care of is the pricing. The final pricing is 30 yuan, although Chen Yang does not care exactly how much to sell, but it is like Jiang Lihai said, a good product must have a good price. Even if it is a price reduction, discount is better than cheap itself. The people agreed. Wang Feng also brought engineers. The two sides examined, and after Chen Yang's price increase, the other side said that it does not need 3 days. Immediately out of the drawings, the company rushed to work. Early tomorrow morning to send. At noon on the welding is completed. For this Chen Yang paid an extra $3 million. Both parties were satisfied and had lunch together at noon. Then there was the busy business of colony cultivation, and when night fell, the 2 oversized storage tanks in the raw milk plant had been filled with sterile water, to which a large number of micronutrients had been added, and the original colony had been put in as well. Just wait until the next morning, when the fungus will completely fill the entire raw milk storage tank after a night of reproduction. During this time, Jiang Lihai was a bit worried and asked Chen Yang if the bacterial colony was replicable, and if it would be cultivated by people on their own and then follow the trend of manufacturing. Chen Yang gave his answer after thinking for a long time. The reproduction of the colony focuses on trace elements, and although it can survive for a while without them, it will gradually die after the trace elements are depleted. Theoretically, the longer the colony thrives, the more bioenergetic it will be, but this comes with the caveat that there are enough micronutrients. That is to say, in addition to getting the manufacturing method of trace elements in Chen Yang's hands, or else trying to replicate this thing, although it was not that it was impossible, but it needed a little bit of trying. And with the technology of mankind nowadays, it would not be possible within 10 years at the very least, and in 10 years, this stuff won't matter anymore. That night, several of Chen Yang's people stayed in the temporary dormitory area of the factory. Early the next morning, with the arrival of the trucks, The engineers of Company B rushed with their men into the two main infusion plants, and the various goods ordered by Zhang Lihai have also arrived. The three labor agencies sent a total of more than 300 people, who began to move goods and carry out machine deployment and teaching under the command of Zhang Lihai and a dozen employees under his command. When it was close to noon, more than 20 refrigerated trucks also arrived, and the newly found driver was pulled to a meeting by Zhao Qi. The boxed lunch arrived at noon, and after the crowd ate it hastily, the inspection began. Company B says the work is done perfectly, pick any faults you want, and guarantees 3 years of after-sales service. After Party B left, Chen Yang went to check the reproduction of the colony and finally announced the start of work. The whole process was silky smooth, and by late afternoon the first batch was thoroughly baked. Chen Yang took the product packaged in an aluminum foil vacuum bag and looked it up and down. The silver-white foil pouch was vacuumed and had a clean surface with a large line printed above it. Bioenergy injection may be taken orally, net 25 milliliters. Many small prints on the back. For example, origin, company, production license code, etc. The most conspicuous is the nutritional composition table, because it is aseptic water, pure water, in addition to the special flora and trace elements, in addition to nothing, so from top to bottom is all per 100 milliliters content of 0%. This is followed by the shelf life, which says, 4 hours above 35 degrees and 3 years below 35 degrees. This is because the micronutrients contained in it will last more than 3 years at best. Lastly, there are notes and ingredient lists. The precautions are pretty normal. Basically low temperature refrigeration. Drinking within 4 hours of opening is effective. Avoiding direct sunlight and heated usage, etc. The most outrageous thing is the ingredient list. Ingredients list, water. It's gone. But there's no way. There's no need to write about trace elements. There's no way to write about special strains. You can only write about the regular known stuff that's contained. And that's nothing else but water. Tear open the silver white aluminum foil vacuum bag and inside is a slab of plastic ampoules. 10 side by side. Priced at $300, yes. That's the wholesale price. The suggested retail price is $320. Drawing one out and unscrewing the plastic connector, Chen Yang squeezed 25 milliliters of bioenergy injection into his mouth and swallowed it. Soon, after a few minutes, a feeling of refreshing came over me. The effect is still the same, just slightly worse, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is to be able to start selling. Boss, the county called and said they heard we've started production and asked when we're going to hold a company founding celebration, which they'll attend to show their welcome to outside businesses. Zhang Lihai walked in to inquire. Chen Yang shook his head and said, "You can just take care of these things. I just want results. Tell me how much was produced today, how much is expected to be produced in a day, and how much revenue we can achieve." Boss, I'm going to absolutely shock you when I say it. Zhang Lihai sniffed excitedly, said, "Thanks to Lu assistant enough Blackheart, enough treacherous, can come up with such a way? We are now the two major workshops in unison. An hour can produce more than 80,000 bottles. This afternoon the production of 5 hours, and now reserves more than 400,000 bottles or so. If the 3 shifts, 24 hours to start the machine, the day up to the maximum production of close to 2 million bottles. 2 million bottles, if they all sold out, the revenue would be about $50 million after taxes. $50 million a day in revenue. Boss, if you subtract the costs, that's your net income. Cost? There's a gross cost." Chen Yang bristled. Those things that make trace elements don't add up to a few dollars. Not even 1/10,000th of the proceeds. The colony is reproduced on its own, and there is virtually no cost except for paying the employees. Alright, get me some finished products. I'm going back to Yongcheng. I'll leave this place to you. Follow up with whatever you need. Just go ahead and do it. I'll strongly support it. Chen Yang began to pack his things. Zhang Lihai had mixed feelings, both touched by his boss's trust in him and feeling like he was dreaming. For the past 2 days he had been floating even as he walked, always feeling like he didn't have his feet on the ground. But he knew that it was the truth. The reality, not a dream. The only thing he could do was to strengthen himself, not to let down his boss's trust, not to miss this opportunity, to realize the value of his own life, to let those dog-eyed people look at it, and to hit them hard in the face. Outside the temporary quarters area, in front of a piece of construction waste, Lu Wangshu kicked the stones on the ground, gritted his teeth and said, "Dad, can you stop worrying blindly? I'm just traveling on business. Just stayed out for one night, didn't fall in love with that guy. Why don't you believe it? Can I not be worried?" Lu Qiming's voice came from the cell phone. Said, "Your mother left early. I gave you a handful of to pull up. I cannot stand by and watch you fall into the fire pit." Chen Yang, that person's tactics are a bit extreme and unstable. If it's just that, then it's okay, but he took out a loan of $80 million to retaliate against Yunhai Group because of a relationship. It's neither sensible nor reliable. You are just looking for an ordinary person. I don't have a problem with it. But he can't do it. I really don't. Lu Wangshu was tempted to say that what other people Chen Yang was playing with wasn't mineral water. It was a godlike product. But it involves company secrets. Although Chen Yang did not say to block the news. No one dares to rumor. Lu Wangshu had her own principles. So she couldn't say anything. Can only grasp the madness? You don't wear colored glasses to see people. Okay? That is very powerful. He's not as unreliable as you say. And he's also very sensible. Look. You still say it's nothing. You're starting to elbow your way out. Lu Qining catches a break and starts to fight back. Lu Wangshu was furious and hung up on the spot. Chapter 17, this product of mine is absolutely mind-blowing. What? Chen Yang packed up his things and was about to call out to someone when he saw Lu Wangshu walking over with a cold face. Nothing. The old man has his hand out too far. Who? Chen Yang froze for a moment. Then it dawned on him. Your dad, right? For staying out all night? Your dad's purely a daughter's man. Where's your mom? What about your mom? Doesn't your mom care about him? My mom's been gone for years. Sorry. Chen Yang instantly understood what Lu Wangshu, her father, was thinking. It is not easy to pull up the daughter, but also sew a baby. If this is abducted by the yellow hair, that really can be on the spot nuclear fission. It's nothing. I've long since looked away. Lu Wangshu shook his head. Chen Yang didn't say anything more. There was no way to talk about this kind of thing. Chen Yang in this life was an orphan, and his predecessor had been lulled into being a cow by that Jin Yalan with a few words because of his chronic lack of love. Calling Zheng Chang Wangang, the four of them took a car to Wei County. Wei County is very close to Yongchang, the junction of the two, but an hour to arrive in Yongchang city center. Chen Yang dialed Wang Yaozu's phone. No contact before is waiting for this time. No product to say even better is blowing awesome. With the product is the key to pull investment. There were too many things Chen Yan wanted in the system mall. He needs investment badly. Of course, it is not an investment company. That is called equity, not counted as debt. Chen Yang is impossible to let others into the shares. All the horse can be into the shares. Who will still lend money to him? What he needs is an investment in him personally. In short, borrow money. Interest can be given at a very high rate, but an equity stake is not possible. Only a loan. Hello, brother Chen? What a coincidence. I was just about to contact you. A few of my old brothers heard about you and insisted that I drag you for a meal. Do you have time? Wang Yaozu's bold voice rang out. Of course there's time. Chen Yang laughed. Just in time. My new product has also come out. Old brother, give a tasting? Okay, it's a deal. I'll send you the address. The phone hung up, and soon, an address was sent over. A high-end hotel in Yongchang. Chen Yang told the address to Wang Gang, who was driving the car, and then looked at Lu Wangshu. Send you back first? No. Lu Wangshu skimmed his lips and said, it's been a busy day. There's a big meal and you're letting me go? Okay, got it. Sulking with her dad. Understanding. And in an office, Lu Qining thought more and more suffocated. Reached out to call the secretary. Said, this point, that girl should also go home. You go to contact the compound's duty officer. Ask her to go back or not. Yes, leader. Secretary Zhang nodded his head in response, secretly surprised that this was the first time his own leader looked like this. The other side. Yunhai Group. Zhang Evening handed a list of layoffs to Fan Wenping and said, Mr. Fan, quite a few people have been scooped up this time, but the layoffs seem to have touched the Qi family's main artery, and the other party is resisting somewhat strongly. Don't bother with them, the grasshoppers in the fall. Fan Wenping was disdainful. Since that last incident, he was becoming more and more disdainful of the Qi family. It's so hard to clear your name, but you're actually engaging in some sneaky little maneuver, and the whole family combined doesn't have a whole brain. What about that Chen Yang? How's it going? It's been a long time since I've heard from him, Fan Wenping inquired while looking at the list. He still had some thoughts about Chen Yang. That kid may have made tens of millions of dollars, but what if he still wants to work? Besides, young people may not be able to stay idle for a while. Recruiting back when the time comes would be a good card both to do something and to discuss the Qi family. The news is there. It's... Zhang Evening sniffed with an odd expression on his face. What? Fan Wenping got curious. He didn't just make a profit of $10 million after that incident ended. He also loaned the Yongcheng branch $80 million. Zhang Wanning made a gesture. $80 million? Fan Wenping was a little surprised, then shook his head and said, this kid has the ability to Originally I would like to recruit back. I did not expect people to start their own business. What industry does he do? Selling mineral water. Zhang Wanning's face became even more odd. What? Fan Wenping was shocked and said, kidding? Are you kidding me? Him? Mineral water? What? You hit us in the face and want to kick us in the ass? It's true. Zhang Evening was also quite speechless and said, I also investigated out of curiosity. And it seems like he already has a finished product. Tonight Wang Yaozu pulled a dinner party. One of them is a friend of mine. He said that the main character tonight is Chun Yang. And he also said that Chun Yang will be going over there with a mysterious product. Go! Fan Wenping dropped the papers, got up and said, look at that. It's... Zhang Evening hesitated and said, even if he is in this industry, he is just starting out. Will we give him too much face if we go there? Originally, the outside is talking about it. And now things have just calmed down. If you go, pay attention to your opponent. Fan Wenping spoke solemnly and rose to leave. Zhang Evening looked at his back and shook her head slightly. She felt that Mr. Fan was just thinking too much. Pure brain overload. There's no such thing as a strategist running a tent. It's all chance. But since Mr. Fan had opened his mouth, she naturally had no choice but to follow suit. Yongchun Longan International Hotel. Shenyang. Several people got off the car and took the elevator according to the waiter's guidance, quickly arriving at the box that Wang Yaozu had mentioned. The box is really not small, in which to build 3 rooms and 2 halls are enough. The gold and blue decoration in the light of the illumination of the luxury. A few people from Wang Yaozu were sitting around smoking and chatting and drinking tea. Seeing Chen Yang's arrival, Wang Yaozu immediately got up, smiled and came up to embrace, saying to the crowd, our protagonist is here. This is Chen Yang, old brother Chen. Sure is a looker, young talent, very good young man with a good brain. I'm looking at you. Old Wang has told me about you guys over and over again. My ears are calloused, and finally I'm meeting a real person. Come, sit. The crowd rose to greet. All men. 7 or 8 people were very lively. There is a small box on the side of the box. Open door. Inside there are men and women. Apparently this group of bosses of the secretaries of the drivers of the exclusive location. Lu Wangshu obviously has seen this kind of scene, and after greeting Chen Yang took the initiative to bring Zhang Chang Wan gang to the box over there. Wang Yaozu then pulled Chen Yang forward. Come on, old brother. Let me introduce to you. This one, Lu Changwei Lu governor of Yongchang head office. This one, Sun Hai Sun general manager of Hunyuan Securities. This one, Zhao Shun Zhao boss of Longan International. This one, Liang Chaochuan Liang general manager of Yonghua Construction. This one. The few people introduced by Wang Yaozu. Chen Yang had either heard of the company or had recently learned about it. I'm afraid Lu Changwei is the unlucky one who helped him unlock the big deal. Sun Hai of Hunyuan Securities is a big fat guy. Zhao boss of Longan International is the owner of this 5-star hotel at the foot. Longan is a chain of hotels, and it is said that there are many of them outside the province. As for the other few, Chen Yang said that he was not too familiar with them and did not look like he could lend him money. Went up and said hello to each of them. Wang Yaozu smiled and said, older brother, I heard that you took out a loan of $80 million to do business on your own. What kind of business? What about your new product? Take it out and show us. Just waiting for you to say that. Chen Yang smiled at his words. This product of mine. Absolutely shocking. Let you guys be dazzled. First of all, I personally am in desperate need of money. And once my product is on the market it's a mountain of gold. Don't worry about me not being able to pay back the money. I can borrow at high interest. You guys have to invest in me for a while. The people heard, are doing business. If the company to pull the investment they do not dare to easily give, for fear of real money into worthless shares, but to pull their own borrowing to run the company is not the same. This shows that the borrower is not skeptical about his company's ability to make money and is not prepared to sell his shares at a low price. This just also shows that the company has a lot of potential. Chapter 18. What a desperate poisoner you are. Inside the box, the crowd came to life. Take it out and take a look. Since you're so confident, Brother Chen, then as long as the product is reliable, no argument, borrow it. Our head office can give a bunch of loans too. Hunyuan Securities is also interested. The crowd opened their mouths, very much giving face, and Chen Yun didn't say much, directly taking out a bunch of bioenergy injections from the thermostat he brought with him. Distribute 1 bag per person. The crowd was a bit puzzled when they saw Chen Yang's operation. What was it? How could a thermostat be used? Isn't this a high-tech specialty? Taking the product into their hands, the faces of the crowd became even more puzzled, looking at the packaging, reading the notes on the back and so on. All of them were a bit confused. This, brother, I really don't get it. What is it? Wang Yaozu issued a sole question, and the surrounding crowd all looked at Chen Yang in unison. Chen Yang tore open the bag and pulled out a bioenergy injection from it, smiled mesmerizingly and said, listen to me, try the effect first and you'll understand. Come on, unscrew it and drink. With him in front to make the first move, the rest of the crowd followed suit. Only they looked at the suspected drug in their hands with some hesitation. This thing, is he serious? But looking at the packaging, it was ultimately a drink, albeit a surprisingly small and alternative-looking one. Could it be saccharin? Syrup? The crowd saw Chen Yang drink it and hesitantly and slowly stuffed it into their mouths. Soon, the scene was silent for a few minutes. Suddenly, someone stood up and said incredulously, "This feeling, it's kind of amazing. What's this? It's a little over the top, isn't it?" The crowd spoke up, alarmed, all sensing an abnormality in themselves. Among them, Liang Chaochuan, the boss of Yunhai Construction, said after his face changed color, "I'm going to the toilet." "What is it, old boy?" Wang Yaozu and others were extremely curious and shocked. This kind of thing, they had a vague guess in their hearts. Chen Yang laughed. "My company's new product. How is it? Isn't the effect amazing?" It's hard to say if it's good or not. After all, I've never tried it before." Wang Yaozu was torn and said, "It's just, older brother. This thing, it's not legal, right?" "How is it not legal?" Chen Yang laughed. "This is brand new. Never been done before. If you want to insist that he's not legal, then I won't be happy about it. There's no law that expressly prohibits this thing." Turtle. Several people looked at each other with shocked faces. Brand new? Never had one before? How about its production? What about the selling price? Vice President Lu's hand trembled as he held the cup. "You can supply 2 million a day at $30 a pop." Chen Yang stretched out 3 fingers. Hiss. The crowd sucked in a breath of cold air. Someone blanched, stood up shakily, and said, "Sorry, some low blood sugar. I'll go take some medicine first." The others wanted to follow when they saw this, but they didn't dare to move for a while as they looked at Chen Yang's glittering eyes. What if he has a gun? Damn. I blame this grandson Wang Yaozu. I hate him. The crowd all stared angrily at Wang Yaozu. "So I'll expand on this stuff? Will you guys see how much you can lend me?" Chen Yang inquired. "Don't." Wang Yaozu let out a strong smile, as if he was a man in the crowd's gaze, and said, "Older brother, eat first. They're all hungry. Eat and talk slowly." "That's fine." Chen Yang vaguely felt that something was wrong, but he was only a guest, so he could only do as he pleased. Afterwards, Wang Yaozu greeted the people serving the food. Soon, the table was full of exquisite dishes. The crowd served wine. Chen Yang didn't refuse, and pushed the cups with the crowd, searching for the fact that these were all future debtors. But what he didn't expect was that not 20 minutes into the meal, suddenly, the door to the room was slammed open. The crowd was startled by the sound of a boom. Then a group of heavily armed law enforcement officers, armed with blast lights and pistols, rushed in. The crowd rose up and pointed their fingers at Chen Yang in unison. Chen Yang was handcuffed in a daze. Then I heard someone shouting, "There are 3 more in that house over there. What's going on? Arrest us for what? Injustice." Zheng Chang Wang Gang's roar brought Chen Yang back to his senses. Chen Yang quickly said, "Misunderstanding? It's all a misunderstanding." "Shut up you." Liang Chaochuan, who had been on the toilet for half an hour, jumped out and looked at Chen Yang with contempt, saying, "Do you know who I am? I was on the narcotics squad before I went into business. You kid is finished. I've got it all on tape. Developing a new type of contraband with a daily output of 2 million sticks and selling them for only $30? Are you trying to rule the global contraband market? Wait and die. Loser. Just like you. 300 pounds after the shooting. The bullets have to be 150 pounds. WOJ. Chen Yang looked at this old boy with hatred. Never in a million years did I expect this old boy to report himself after just one taste. "Can I make a phone call?" At this time, Lu Wangshu spoke faintly, and that calm stance caused the surrounding crowd to be a bit startled. No. The law enforcement officers refused on the spot, leaving Lu Wangshu speechless. The 4 were escorted forward, and on the way there were people pointing, especially a man and a woman standing in the hotel lobby, all of whom were looking at the scene incredulously. Him? Manufacturing and selling contraband? Doesn't he sell mineral water? Fan Wenping looked at Zheng Evening in shock. Zheng Evening also opened her mouth in surprise and said in shock, "I don't know how. Ask around." Yes. Soon after, Zheng Evening hung up the phone, lost in thought. It should be using the name of selling drinks to develop a new type of contraband. And I heard that the daily output is as much as 2 million PCS. Hiss. Fan Wenping shocked, murmured, "Good guy. Unprecedented. This kid is really a talent. If this is not caught, is not it easy to rule the global contraband market? Big case ah. No. This is a mega case. This time the whole Dongjiang is famous. This kid's name is designated to be on the news tomorrow." Name. I was wrongly accused. There was no contraband. It was a drink. There were no side effects. Honestly. Name. Chen Yang. Age. 25. Soon, because of Chen Yang's refusal to cooperate, the interrogation ended. "Get in there." Chen Yang was locked in. This is the detention room of the law enforcement agency. A large room converted into a large room, which is full of iron bars. Basically empty. Only one of the small rooms. A fat lying on the ground. Bro, how did you get in? Fatty turned his head to inquire. Selling drinks. Chen Yang was speechless. Coincidentally, I sell candy. The fat man was a bit angry and said, Grandma, I just sold some candy. What's wrong with being more expensive? Is it against the law? Why are you arresting me? Really? Chen Yang was surprised and said, catch even if the price is high? Don't you scare me. How much do you sell your drinks for? Fatty asked. $30 a bottle. It's a bit more expensive, but it's not outrageous. Why did you get arrested? The fat man was even more surprised and said, how much do you have in a bottle? 25 milliliters. Chen Yang replied, asterisk. Fatty was shocked and said, you're even more black-hearted than me. What kind of drink sells for almost $1 a milliliter? And you're selling gold? Ice candy is also only a pack of a few $100s. Shut up and no communication. At that moment, 2 law enforcement officers with guns on alert stopped the two from talking, and one of them stared at Chen Yang. Don't be a tough talker. Developing a new type of contraband with a daily output of up to 50 tons. No one can save you. What? Fatty was shocked again and lost his voice. Are you playing for real? A new type of contraband? 50 tons per day? What kind of desperate poisoner are you? I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Chen Yang was powerless to explain, but he also knew that he would be fine, so he was very calm. Chapter 19 Cooperation with National Laboratories. Half an hour had passed when voices rang out and a group of hooded black men were seen being brought in a line, all handcuffed to a row of bars. After the hood is removed, a group of people got up in a hurry to cry foul, but just at this moment, one of them looked at Chen Yang, who looked at him and turned around in a hurry. Boss, don't hide boss, I can see you. Zhao Qi excitedly grabbed the fence and said, boss, you quickly explain to them, we are wrongly accused. Nice guy. Chen Yang covered his face. All the sales staff of the whole company. One did not run away. All were caught in. You were crying foul, and now your little brother's pony is in. The fat man stood up, his face full of caution. I'll be damned. Chen Yang was completely speechless. In the meantime, a sharp knock sounded at the door in a solemn office building. Lu Qiming frowned and said, enter. Secretary Zhang ran in with a sweaty face, and before Lu Qiming could speak, he said in a hurried voice, leader, something has happened. Miss Lu was arrested for allegedly developing a new type of contraband and manufacturing and selling contraband in large quantities. What? Lu Qiming was first shocked at what he heard. Then he frowned. No way. That girl would never do such a thing. It's true. Secretary Zhang wiped his sweat and said, Miss Lu identified herself, and the law enforcement department contacted me urgently. Do you think it will be? Will what? Lu Qiming looked at him coldly. Secretary Zhang hurriedly said, that Chen Yang. He likes to go on the wrong side of the sword. Could it be that something happened to him and Miss Lu was implicated? Lu Qiming's face changed at his words. Even though that kid's sword is on the wrong side, he's not dancing on the tip of a knife, is he? Let's go. Let's take a look. But leader, your identity. This kind of thing. Once you sit down, what kind of identity is there? Hurry. Yes. This night, the wind is rising. Early the next morning, Chen Yang was woken up. Mr. Chen. Sorry for the misunderstanding. The head of the law enforcement department was full of smiles as he led a group of people to open the cell doors of Chen Yang, Zhao Qi and the others. Asterisk. The fat man next to him opened his eyes in a daze to see the scene, and instantly got up and grabbed the fence. This can also go out? What kind of heavenly background? What does he do? A handful of people frowned and asked the law enforcement officer next to them. Selling ice candy disguised as contraband. Although it is not illegal, but it is suspected of fraud. But there is no way to pursue the people who have been cheated, and we don't know how to deal with it, so we can only lock it up for now. Law enforcement officers helplessly opened their mouths. Injustice. Leader, I'm a good person. I was arrested after selling only a few copies. The suspected amount is not even $3,000. There is no reason to go to jail. Fatty cried out repeatedly. A hand held his forehead. Just made a big mess. He was worried that this fat man turned back to make a mess. The follow-up impact is not good. Can only be breathless. Release. Thank you. Fatty was thrilled. Followed the crowd out of the jail and ran. When Chen Yang walked to the hall, he happened to see Lu Wangshu, who was standing beside a middle-aged man who was talking to someone with a bioenergy injection in his hand. There were 2 old men next to them, so excited that they felt their hands and feet trembling. Boss. Lu Wangshu beckoned. The crowd looked towards Chen Yang, and the 2 old men quickly surrounded them. Are you the developer of the special strain of bioenergy? The lad is so young. It's unbelievable. You guys are? Chen Yang was puzzled. My name is Chen Jian, a professor at the Yongchang University School of Medicine, a leading epidemiologist at the Yong University Hospital, and the head of the Department of Infectious Diseases. One of them was the first to speak, then introduced the old man next to him, saying, "This is Professor Su Diyuan Su, who recently gave a lecture at the Yongchang University School of Biology." Professor Su is a top scholar in the microbiology sector of our Dragon Kingdom, a researcher at the National Academy of Sciences Institute of Microbiology, and one of the leaders of the national-level biological laboratory. Exempt. Chen Yang looked at the two with surprise. It was inevitable that the bioenergy strain would shock the world, but to attract the attention of such a character in such a short period of time? Young man, I wonder if we can communicate. Professor Su Diyuan was very excited and said, "This strain you discovered is too amazing. This is a great discovery that shocked the whole world. Last night we conducted a preliminary research on this strain. We found that its appearance will produce a huge shock to today's scientists. The researchable directions associated with this are very many. It can be said that this brand new mutant strain directly gives today's biology opens up a whole new track." You flatter me. Chen Yang nodded slightly and said, "We have conducted very in-depth research on this strain, and we can clearly inform you that the appearance of this thing will cause shocks, but by no means will it be enough to open up an entirely new track." The characteristics of the strain were described with Professor Su, who immediately became somewhat disappointed. However, soon after, Professor Su brightened up and said, "Then is there the possibility of the strain mutating again? Other than that, as long as the temperature of the survival environment that the strain can withstand is raised by another 10 degrees, then this thing can directly change the world, change the physique of all humans, and realize the full evolution of mankind." Of course not. Chen Yang secretly shook his head. The technologies he exchanged from the system mall were basically mature, which meant that there was no possibility for this strain to mutate twice, so it can't bring evolution to human beings, and can only be used as an auxiliary material for the gene evolution liquid. But of course Chen Yang wouldn't say it so bluntly. Instead, he brightened up and said, "As you know, I run a company, so I definitely don't have that much energy to put into these researches, so why don't our company and you collaborate on the research?" "Yeah." Professor Su excitedly rubbed his hands and said, "My old man is not a greedy person. This discovery of yours is enough to shake the world, and once I take over it will definitely attract relevant talents from all over the world, which will bring great benefits to me and our various researches. In this way, my old man can promise that we will only retain the right to use the results of any research, and that any act that can bring in revenue will have to be authorized by you before proceeding, and that all the revenue minus the cost will all be yours." "Then thank you, Elder Su." Chen Yang was instantly happy. This old man was really reliable, making him a little embarrassed. This is typical of those who seek fame and knowledge but not profit, who are dedicated to research and don't care about the extra benefits. There was no doubt that although the special strains could not be used directly as evolutionary fluids, they also had a lot of research value, and as long as they were developed properly, the subsequent gains would certainly not be small. This way, Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, "For the time being, I won't invest any funds in the project that both of us are cooperating on, and it will be borne by you for the time being. But I can promise that for all the results developed in the future, once the proceeds are made, 20% of the net profit of it will all be taken as research and development funds, and it will be at the free disposal of your old man." "Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot." Elder Su shook Chen Yang's hand and was very grateful. There was simply no need to doubt that the brand new strain, or Chen Yang's unique recipe, as long as Chen Yang was willing. There were too many organizations willing to pay money and people for Chen Yang to research. Su Lao was willing to not want the proceeds solely to hold the program. Real scientific research will always have far more failures than successes, and he was even prepared to lose a lot of money. But now Chen Yang is willing to give a 20% return, which will never lose money. It's a win-win situation. Of course, Chen Yang wouldn't lose money. He didn't have to care about anything and just waited to count his money. As for researching it himself, that was never going to happen, and it would be better for him to have that time than to find a way to borrow more money. Bioenergetic strains are worthless for those technologies in the system mall. Chapter 20. It's me who wants to get ahead too much. Mr. Chen. At this time, Chen Jian next to him couldn't help himself and took the initiative to say, "Mr. Chen, we also need this kind of strain in our medical direction. In many aspects your bioenergy injection will have a great auxiliary effect on our treatment. We also have a related laboratory in Yanda Medical College. It is also a national key laboratory. We also want to collaborate. Can we be given the opportunity to do so?" "Of course," Chen Jian hurriedly added. "Our conditions are the same as Professor Su's. And the Yonge University affiliated hospital is under the Yonge University Medical School. We don't lack of funds. We can do without the R&D funding. We just need a name for cooperation. For the application of special strains of bacteria in medicine. Chen Jian had already tried it last night. And the kind of effect was amazing. He knew that there was actually no need for Chen Yang to go and work with them because people could just sell it as a drink and they still had to buy it. And they also had to carry out research at their own expense in order to get better clinical results. So he wouldn't dare ask for any research funding. He's just thanking God for the name of the collaboration right now. As long as they get the name of cooperation, by then Yonge University Hospital and Yonge University Medical College will certainly stand out and become the most beautiful boy in the medical world. Chen Yang had long had the idea of selling bioenergy injection as a healthcare product, so he naturally knew what Chen Jian was thinking. Doesn't matter though, he runs a company and is less attached to that kind of name recognition and is good to work with. First of all, with Yangda's name, the bioenergy injection is naturally simpler to sell, and you don't have to worry about being rumored or anything like that. Secondly, a partnership with such a unit can bring a lot of hidden benefits to the company. For example, Mr. Chen Jian suddenly increased the bargaining chip again and said, "As far as I know, your Star Ocean company has just been established, and many of its benefits should not be perfect yet, right? After we become a cooperative unit, your company's employees can come to Yangda affiliated hospital for free regular medical checkups, and in the future themselves and their family members can also go through the internal staff channel to see a doctor. This is a benefit that belongs solely to the internal of our hospital, and I can make the decision to share it directly to the cooperative unit. Happy cooperation." Chen Yang reached out and shook Chen Jian's hand, and Chen Jian instantly smiled. After talking with the two, Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu was standing beside the middle-aged man at the moment, looking like a lady. That must be her father. Chen Yang stepped forward to shake hands and smiled. "Uncle. Hello there." "Ha." Lu Qiming looked Chen Yang up and down and said with a smile on his face, "Mr. Chen is polite. After tossing and turning all night, I see that Mr. Chen is full of energy. Is that a problem with me?" Chen Yang glanced at Lu Wangshu. "Heart also is, even tired of people's daughter off a night, or the development of a new type of contraband such a crime. I'm afraid that the daughter in front of the control worried about a whole night." So he hurriedly said, "I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, it's because I didn't think it through. I should have sent assistant Lu back first last night." Lu Qiming, "This face looks better quite a bit," patted Chen Yang's shoulder, said, "Forget it, the child grows up." Elated rebellion. "You kid, cheer up. The product I see. Good thing, as long as the feet on the ground to move forward. The future is unlimited. You flatter me." Chen Yang nodded repeatedly before sending the crowd away. After leaving the gate of the law enforcement office, Zheng Cheng and Wang Gang were already waiting. Sitting on the car, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Yaozu's number. "Hello?" Wang Yaozu's cautious voice rang out. "It's me." Chen Yang was speechless. "Lao Dang. What's your situation? Saying that you invited me to dinner turned out to be sending me in, didn't it? Older brother, you came out?" Wang Yaozu was shocked. He thought it was a law enforcement officer calling him and quickly asked, "How did you get out?" "I've told you all. It's not contraband. It's not contraband. It's a brand new product." Chen Yang opened his mouth without a good mood. This. Wang Yaozu was embarrassed for a long time and said, "Misunderstanding. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. In this way, old brother, you go back to rest first. Tonight I'll make a game. We'll get together again. I'll let Liang Chaochuan, that grandson, serve you tea and apologize in person. Serving tea and pouring water is exempted." Chen Yang rolled his eyes and said, "I don't have time in a short period of time. The product is too powerful. There's no way." Academicians from the Academy of Sciences came to the door, and Yangda Medical College, all came to the door to cooperate, and they didn't get together recently, and to give you this phone call is to tell you about it. After saying that, Chen Yang hung up the phone. This matter is a big oops. It's all a misunderstanding. Chen Yang is not so careful to hate someone else because of this. That group of people can be moneybags, future debtors. Chen Yang wants to maximize the benefits. Gathering was out of the question, but if they took the initiative to send money to their door, then Chen Yang naturally wouldn't be polite. This thought was not a happy one, and at this time, Wang Gang suddenly said, "Boss, why don't you give Governor Zhao a call as well? The law enforcement officers contacted Governor Zhao last night after interrogating us, and we didn't know what to say after we came out and never got in touch. So Governor Zhao's psychological pressure is probably quite high at this moment." "Is it psychologically stressful?" "It's too big." At this time, Zhao Jiangmo's home. His eyes reddish boiled all night. Zhao Jiangmo has hung up the rope. "Old Zhao, don't think about it." The plump young woman wailed and pulled Zhao's arm. Zhao covered his face with one hand in pain and tugged on the rope with the other. "I'm the one who's sorry. I'm the one who wants to get ahead too much. One wrong step and you're in an abyss. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have given that kid a loan. It was supposed to be a violation of the law. And the old man had 1,000 precautions, but never thought that he was making drugs to go. $80 million. That's 50 tons a day. He's a god. A psychopath. No wonder you're not satisfied with a $10 million return and have to borrow $80 million at a high interest rate. I'm just wondering, what business could be so lucrative? What business can make him so confident that he'll get paid? At the loss of me, I thought he was a seller of mineral water. So I'm the one. Don't The plump woman cried and howled. We don't want it. We don't want anything. Let's go now. As long as the people are still there. Don't persuade me. I can only take the blame for this, or else we'll all be finished if we involve Hu Shao. The only way you guys can have a good life is if I'm gone. That's it. I'm tired. Destroy. Zhao closed his eyes in despair. And just then, the cell phone on the ground rang, and the woman took a look and said, It's Hu Shao. Pick it up. Zhao hurriedly picked up his cell phone and answered the call. Governor Zhao, make an appointment with Chen Yang for me. Hu Guangyu's voice rang out with some awe and emotion. Asked Chen Yang out? How? He's still in jail. He'll probably be shot soon. Nope. Zhao Jiangmo suddenly reacted. Yes, Chen Yang is going to die soon. Hu Shao is subtly reminding himself to meet Chen Yang in Hades. I got it. Zhao Jiangmo sighed and said in despair. Hu Shao, I only ask that you take care of my wife and child, not to be rich and famous. Just let them not be bullied. What are you talking about? Hu Guangyu was confused. How does this old boy sound dying to live? Chapter 21 If I didn't have enough authority, I'd give you all the banks. I understand. Zhao Jiangmo sadly said. Hu Shao, this matter will certainly implicate me. $80 million was approved by me. I will take responsibility. You can rest assured that it will never involve you. Today I will hang myself from a beam. I said it. No one can stop me. Don't. Hu Guangyu were forced out of the dirty words. Anxious voice, your horse's news is a little behind. Chen Yang released. People are fine. Not contraband. Is about to shake the world of good things. Your 80 million sprinkles. People 2 days to earn back. I also want you to help me about him to talk about the business. You don't really die a mother. What? Zhao was shaken. Really? Bao Xin. Hu Guanyu hurriedly explained. Who would have thought it? That kid's mineral water is not mineral water at all. Just taking the good stuff as mineral water to sell. His factory's one day's earnings can reach tens of millions of dollars. After all, I have less contact with him, so I would like to ask you to do me a favor and meet with him to talk about the business, to see if there is any possibility of getting on the ship early. Speaking of which, Hu Guangyu was truly emotional. He was scared half to death when he got the news last night. This young man borrowed $80 million to make contraband. It's so scary. 50 tons a day, not to mention him. If this is true, his grandfather will have to pay dearly. But never did I realize that overnight, the wind shifted. It's not contraband. It's world-shattering good. 100% get-rich-quick good. Who the hell wouldn't want to have some soup while they're at it? As for eating meat, that's unlikely. Why? Zhao Jiangwo wondered, saying, with your status, young Hu, it's normal to eat some meat, right? And with your help in escorting his ship can only be stabilized. It's not my turn to help with this? Eat, Hu Guangyu said breathlessly. I've only just realized that you, Zhao Jiangwo, are really powerful. Giving the Speaker of the House's daughter to someone else as an assistant secretary. Is that how you want to progress? Who? Lu Wangshu? Speaker Lu Qiming's daughter? Zhao couldn't believe it. Really? Lu Qiming that is much heavier than Hu Guangyu family old man's words much figure. The old man of the Hu family is only a sub-administrator, and there are chief administrators above him, but Lu Qiming is the chief leader. The whole of the East River. Say one thing and do another. Just so you know, Hu Guangyu helplessly said, and not to mention other aspects. This new product that Chen Yang has come up with is enough to attract attention up and down the country. So trying to engage in tactics is impossible. Have you ever seen anyone who dares to reach out in the spotlight of the limelight? Besides, now that we have Speaker Lu to protect us, who dares to reach out in the whole country? Not to mention Don Zhang? So yeah, it's all about who pays more now. And depending on what Chen Yang wants, it's not going to be easy to get on this ship. I got it. Zhao understood again and said, don't worry, I'll do my best to help you get an appointment with him. Thank you very much. Once this is accomplished, there will be a generous reward. What? You're going to lend me money? Chen Yang immediately came to the spirit, sat up straight and said with a bright light in front of his eyes, Governor Zhao, I still owe $80 million that I haven't paid back. Sure, I can still borrow it? Look what you said. Governor Zhao laughed and said, older brother is a capable person. Before there is no product I dared to lend you 80 million. Now there is a product not to mention 80 million. 800 million can be. If not, I do not have enough authority. I will give the bank to you. Nice guy. You're a real ass kisser. Chen Yang was considered an eye-opener and laughed. Okay, then let's make an appointment at my home in half an hour? Okay, I'll be right there. Half an hour later, Governor Zhao and Hu Guangyu boarded the door together. Chen Yang did not feel surprised. Last night's incident was considered to have made the name of bioenergy injection completely known. It's not famous in the marketplace, but I'm afraid the word is out in circles of capital and power. This was good for Chen Yang. Now that it's almost mid-July, he can't wait to borrow more money to spend. The more you borrow, the better skills you'll be able to trade for the next month, and the better you'll be able to blow awesome to keep borrowing the next month. It's a loop. Welcome. Chen Yang reached out and invited the two to sit down. Zhao Jiangwo hurriedly responded and smiled throughout. To him, Chen Yang was no longer a poor boy with good luck. Even the Duke of Hu was rushing up to beg for cooperation. This one was already a big shot. Hu Guangyu couldn't help but be in a trance even as he looked at Chen Yang, who was still as he was half a month ago. At that time, he also lamented this person's lightheartedness and wondered what his bottom line was, but he did not expect it to be so amazing, when it was really a stone's throw. Without talking about anything else, just this one product, the bioenergy injection, was enough for Chen Yang to go to the pinnacle of his life and become a big shot. What's more, there is a secret rumor that the Speaker of the House of Lu is very resentful of this kid, but then take care of him. No need to doubt that this kid has something with the Miss Lu family, or else the daughter slave could not be like this. It's a step up. Hu Guangyu is very envious. Lu Wangshu, that is, he cannot even climb up. Had he known that working under Zhao Jiangwo, he would have rushed to please go. Previously only heard that the Speaker of the House of Lu has a daughter, but unfortunately the Speaker of the House of Lu is transferred from Kyoto to Dongjiang, presided over the work. Fought his daughter in Kyoto. Did not think that it is hidden from all the people in Yongcheng as a small bank employees. It's really big and hidden. Brother Chen, Hu Guangyu attitude put very low. In his view, no Lu Wangshu Chen Yang future is also able to sit on an equal footing with him. With Lu Wangshu is bound to override him. Brother Hu, sit. Chen Yang invited the two to sit down, took out 2 bottles of iced tea, and laughed. Haven't moved yet, there's nothing to drink at home. Still drinking this? Okay. Hu Guangyu laughed. Every time I come here, you can help me remember my youth. Brother Chen. Zhao Jiangwo is even more hastily laughed, if you ask me, what tea is the same? Anyway, I can't drink the difference. On the contrary, this iced tea I like. Sweet ah. Beside them, Zheng Cheng and Wang Gang had odd faces. They remembered clearly that when they were recruited, Zhao had been spitting out iced tea for a long time. Long story short, today might be a little busy. Chen Yang laughed. The National Biological Laboratory hosted by Professor Su Deyuan Su of the Academy of Sciences is going to sign a cooperation agreement with our company, as well as the affiliated hospital of Yong University, so we may need to go to Wei County to sign some contracts today. And there will be journalists to follow, so I may not have much time to accompany you guys, and I'll treat you to dinner individually later on. You're welcome. Business is business. Hu Guangyu was secretly surprised in his heart, did not expect someone to move so fast, although it is not the capital circle. But it is clear that once the launch, it is more difficult to get on board. Brother Chen, I won't beat around the bush. We were both satisfied with our cooperation last time, so this time I would like to inquire if there is a possibility of continued cooperation. Hu Guangyu opened his mouth and added, price-wise, open as you please. I will never bargain. Just give a chance. I'm afraid not. Chen Yang shook his head, causing Hu Guangyu to be secretly disappointed. But this was expected. Of course, there is another investment method. I wonder if Brother Hu is interested. What method? Hu Guangyu's spirit lifted. Invest in me personally. Chen Yang pointed to himself and said, to be honest, Star Ocean is not short of money. It is very easy to get a loan. Financing is not beneficial to Star Ocean. Taking shares in exchange for the market is even more ridiculous. After all, this is a transgressive product that is enough to crush. But it's true that I'm short of money. I've been into research since I was a kid, and I've studied all kinds of subjects. I'm not going to lie on my laurels with Star Ocean and eat my old money. So I need a lot of money to do research and expand my business. I'm sure you've done the math on Star Ocean's future earnings, and calling it a money printing machine is demeaning. So, I need a large sum of money. The more the better, and I can pay a higher interest rate for it. Chapter 22. It's all your damn fault. Liang Chaochuan. Hu Guangyu sniffed with some disappointment. How high can the interest rate be if you're just borrowing money? For people like them, taking it and investing it would be more profitable. Although it would be risky, but he's destined to be low risk. Interest rates are high. Chen Yang re-emphasized. Hu Guanyu had a flash of inspiration and said, "Very high? What do you mean? Is it a pure credit loan? No collateral? That's a given." Chen Yang laughed. "I've said that I'm going to borrow a lot of money, so it must be at a super high interest rate. Or else how am I going to borrow the money? Next I'll mortgage the shares of Star Ocean. This is not to private lending, only for banks. After all, with low bank interest rates, it's unlikely that they won't be able to do business with a steady income. It was only when the shares were mortgaged that I borrowed money in my personal capacity, and without the mortgage, the interest rate was naturally very high." Hiss. Hu Guanyu and Zhao Jiangwo were shocked. Playing like that? They had thought that Chen Yang is similar to mortgage borrowing. Originally also curious why willing to pay high interest rather than go to the bank to borrow. The result never thought. This goods is ready to all borrow. How much money do you really want? Hu Guanyu lost his voice. The more the merrier. Chen Yang took out his computer and began to do some math. For now, Star Ocean's daily profit is calculated at $50 million, with a monthly profit of $1.5 billion and an annual profit of $18 billion. Theoretically, it is never a joke to value an asset of this quality at $100 billion, but it is clear that a newly launched product, even if the effect is as unbelievable as it is, and it is said to be as good as it is, the bank is not likely to value my company at $100 billion. After all, accidents can come at any time. What if the technology is leaked? Or be attacked? At that point our company will have no value. There is no way the company would be valued at the $100 billion level unless it had already taken the nation's healthcare market. It's too risky. It would be nice to have tens of billions, so I can only do private credit lending after bank lending. The more the merrier, depending on the market's valuation of me personally, their approval of my product, and how much they think they'll lend out without crashing. 10 billion isn't enough? Hu Guanyu and Zhao Jiangwo were dumbfounded by what they heard. Borrowing so much money? What's this about? Cash out and run? Is there some unknown hidden problem with the product? Why would he do that? What does he need all that money for? The two were having a hard time understanding Chen Yang's brain circuits. What kind of research requires tens of billions of dollars? Is it to build an aircraft carrier? But how do they know that today's seemingly stone-cold new product in Chen Yang seems to maximize the benefits of the method is really a mortgage? Hundreds of billions is unrealistic. Pure dreaming. No one dares to borrow it, but it's okay to get tens of billions. That's millions of points. A healthy water quality enhancement technology is only 5,000 points. What is the concept of a million points? Can directly spread, hanging all kinds of high-tech companies. That was Chen Yang's one-step plan to reach heaven. The district's healthy water quality was not on his mind at all. Brother, I don't understand, but I was greatly shocked. To be honest, I can't make the decision. So, I'll go back and discuss with my family. Feel free to contact. Hu Guanyu was shocked and got up to take his leave. Zhao Jiangwo was also lost in thought the entire time. It was clear that the amount involved was huge and he couldn't make a decision. Chen Yang got up to see them off and smiled. My conversation with the two of you represents me. If anyone asks, I understand. Hu Guanyu suddenly realized. No wonder Chen Yang looked down on himself like this. He wondered if his family really had tens of billions of dollars. It turns out that the two of them are being used as messengers. It's true. With one powerful circle and one financial circle, the two of them are the best messengers. Convinced. I'm sure he's as cunning as a ghost. He's still the same ruthless man who took the chestnuts out of the fire. He hasn't changed a bit. Too bad. Yunhai Group. Fan Wenping was quite chagrined. We shouldn't have just left then. If enough goodwill had been expressed, there might have been a chance for cooperation. Maybe? Zhang Evening was surprised and said, how could he possibly cooperate with us when his beef with us is sitting there? That's where you're wrong. Fan Wenping picked up the bioenergy injection on the table and said, he doesn't have a beef with us. It's the Qi family that has a beef. For the entire Yunhai Group, the Qi family is just a small part. If we can reach a cooperation, do you think that the several capitals up there would be happy to pay for the Qi family to get the hell out of there? He took the injection and looked at it again and again, and continued, our Yunhai Group's relationship with him isn't bad. You have to look at the essence through the surface. Not to mention the fact that the compensation for the layoffs was given in the beginning was very sufficient. Let's just say that quite a few of the employees within the company still have a good relationship with him. And from a certain point of view, we have an advantage. But it's a shame. Zhang Evening shrugged his shoulders and said, before getting the opportunity to cooperate, the capital will not spend a large amount of money to let the Qi family get out of the way, while our Yunhai Group will not have the opportunity to cooperate as long as the Qi family is there. This is a dead end. Nothing is absolutely impossible. Just wait for the right moment. Fan Wenping sighed slightly, then asked, just this one? Zhang Wanning rolled her eyes and said, 2, and 1 for people to take for testing. Don't mind if it's too little. Just these 2 or I said all the good words to get it. You don't know. Wang Yaozu's group of people are going crazy. Ha 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 ha. Fan Wenping laughed and gloated. Yesterday Chen Yang took the product to meet them, and also demonstrated it on site. It was obvious that he needed money. That was the best moment to exchange money for friendship. But it's a pity that they didn't grasp it. And later on, it wasn't that Chen Yang was looking for them to borrow money, but that they were begging to send money. Some people are happy and some people are sad at the same time. Longyan International Hotel. Still the same box. At this time smoke. A few people sitting sadly. Wang Yaozu had a serious face. I told you that old brother Chen is not an ordinary person. You guys just don't believe me. What do you say now? Not only did he come out in one piece, I heard that all the major banks and capitals are now ready to send money door to door. The crowd was even more exasperated at the words. Originally there is nothing. Cannot make friends also even if they originally each worth a lot of money. Naturally will not rush to make friends. But it's different now. It's not just anyone. There are few secrets in the circles of power and capital. Chen Yang's products will enter the market in a crushing manner, and his future achievements will be unlimited. He sells that stuff, is not worried about selling, but also belongs to the only secret recipe. People are not registered patents. You sue him for monopoly cannot, because people do not deliberately monopolize the market. You can research out naturally can also be sold. Research cannot be blamed on others. It's hard to think about missing out on the best opportunity to make friends for such a future super rich man. Not to mention, gossip had spread that Chen Yang was probably Speaker Lu's son-in-law. It's harder. This kind of character's future was definitely an existence they could not hope for. It's all your damn fault, Liang Chaochuan. Someone slapped the table. Exasperated. Smarty pants. Now it's good. How do you screw it up? Liang Chaochuan sulked. Although he's right. It's just a misunderstanding, and it doesn't really offend the other side. But the opportunity to make friends was gone, and it was even harder on his mind. Chen Yang is too important to him as a boss in the construction industry, both in terms of the amount of future capital and the resources that the Lu family can provide. Chapter 23 Borrowing $20 billion. After lunch, before 2 o'clock, there was a knock on the door of the room. Wang Gang went forward to open the door. A group of serious-faced workplace elites appeared in front of Chen Yang's three eyes. Their suits were straight and well-defined, with just the right amount of elegance and solemnity, giving people a sense of professionalism and competence. Hello, Mr. Chen. The crowd walked into the house under the leadership of Wang Gang. There were actually more than a dozen people, filling the entire rental house. It seems that there are still people outside the door who have not squeezed in. The leaders were 4 middle-aged men. They came forward and introduced themselves. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Zhao Chunlei, representing ICBC Dongjiang head office to negotiate with you about the loan. Hello, Mr. Chen. I'm Chun Zhou, representing National Bank. Mr. Chen. I'm Marshall Wen, representing the Agricultural Bank. I'm Lu Hui, representing CCB. Hello guys. Chen Yang nodded his head in greeting, and the two sides began to communicate about the loan. Zhao Chunlei is dry middle-aged, very mature uncle style, slim, clean and not greasy, national character face. Mr. Chen, we have understood what you convey to the outside world, and after exchanges between our multiple banks and capitals, it is up to us, the Big Four, to approach you. Tell me about the valuation, the interest rate, the maximum loan that can be offered. Chen Yang nodded his head. 20 billion. Zhao Chunlei laughed. Don't you think it's too little? The product is a good product, but the risk is also really big. Who doesn't know how long it will be attacked? This technology is not a monopoly or no value. After we have verified and exchanged with many parties, we can only value Star Ocean at $20 billion in the end, with an interest rate of 5% per annum, and the total degree of the loan we can provide is also $20 billion and the term can only be 1 year. The loan is jointly undertaken by our 4 major banks, and the collateral is 100% of Star Ocean's shares. Of course, the point is that the special strain of bioenergy must belong to Star Ocean rather than to you personally. This meant that once Chen Yang couldn't pay back the money after a year or the game fell apart midway, it would be the equivalent of selling the formula for the special strain directly to the bank at a price of $20 billion. In terms of value, it's nothing more than a year's profit, and even expanding production for just 6 months looks like a loss. But that's not how the score is settled. For Chen Yang, the cost of time is more important. The settlement is made in January, and the more money owed the more points can only increase. In the capital's view, since the technology is born it is bound to be attacked. The length of time is just. They are also investing in Chen Yang before others attacked how much of the market can be occupied, and whether it will be crashed at a later stage. Great! Chen Yang expressed his satisfaction, even satisfied with some doubts in his mind. Today's Star Ocean is a broken plant. The only value is the new strain. And the capital is actually this honest? The two parties signed the agreement directly on the spot without too many bargaining sessions. Mr. Chen, happy cooperation. The loan will be transferred into your company account tomorrow morning. After signing the contract, Zhao Chunlei shook hands with Chen Yang. Chen Yang got up to see them off, and they simply left. Something is very wrong. Chen Yang stroked his chin and muttered, "What's wrong?" Wang Gang couldn't figure it out, only knowing that the boss had gotten rich. They're too polite. Chen Yang was puzzled, although the formula of the strain far exceeds this price. But others do not know. Many people seem we are just occupying the first advantage. The follow-up will certainly be attacked. They people so good? Normally shouldn't it be a deliberate suppression delay and then seek greater benefits? Surprisingly no one behind the back of the means. So dry let me get the loan? This is not realistic at all. I'm ready to fight with them. It's really strange. Perhaps it has something to do with Ms. Lu? Zheng Chang spoke quietly. Lu Wangshu? What's the connection to her? Boss. Zheng Chang looked at Chen Yang in surprise and said, You still don't know, do you? What do I know? Chen Yang only felt puzzled. Miss Lu's father. Zheng Chang saw that Chen Yang did not understand. He quickly said, We came out early. We came out with Ms. Lu. Do you know what those people called Ms. Lu's father? Speaker Lu. Her father is the boss of our Dongzheng. What? Chen Yang was incredulous. Then he thought about last night's experience and Professor Su Deyuan and Professor Chen Jian. Couldn't help but hold my forehead. He thought it was the appearance of the bioenergetic strains that had alarmed these two, but he didn't realize it was because of Lu Wangshu, her father. Think about it. This new emergence of things, even if it is really to the time in front of the kind of bull, at least 2 or 3 days later, can be verified in research overnight? It must be Lu Wangshu, her father, specifically invited to give his daughter to clear the air of wrongdoing. The truth comes out. Lu Wangshu, that girl, has such a layer of identity? Chen Yang wasn't a social white anymore and naturally understood what this kind of character meant. Not to mention him now. Even if he had developed the bioenergetic strain to its peak and was worth hundreds of billions of dollars, I'm afraid that he would just have a chance to talk and show his face in front of her father. That's a real bigot. Chen Yang picked up his cell phone and called. Hello? Lu Wangshu answered the phone, dazed and confused as if he had just woken up. Why are you sleeping again? Chen Yang was stunned. You think I'm you? Lu Wangshu people are numb. Speechless. I heard that you snore loudly in the detention room. Zhao Qi when they came out all topped with panda eyes. I'm not as good as you. I didn't sleep at all last night. Black lines sprouted from Chen Yang's forehead as he said, There's no need to talk about this topic. I meant to ask. Your father seems to have a problem with me? Scared? Lu Wangshu came to life. I'm not afraid. I'm just wondering when I'm going to pay a visit to the house with a gift. Che. Lu Wangshu disdained. Said. Put away your little mind. He is him and I am me. He is famous for not recognizing his 6 relatives. Pleasing him is useless. Got it. You're the only one I recognize. It's better to please him than you. After all, daughter control. Hanging up the phone, Chen Yang revealed an odd smile. No matter what, this was an unexpected blessing. With Lu Wangshu around, he would have too many fewer things to worry about, and could focus on how to get into debt. After thinking for a long time and refinalizing his plans for the future, Chen Yang went out. Su Deyuan and Shen Jian called to take the students to visit the plant of Star Ocean, but also there will be journalists there, and the two sides will hold a cooperation signing conference in Star Ocean. Of course, it's just a preliminary intention. The actual launch will take place in a few days at the Yonge University School of Medicine and the Biological Laboratory in Kyoto. As a result, there were not many journalists who came, all of them from the relevant professional side. After arriving at Wei County, Chen Yang took them on a tour and explanation. Then after signing the contract they pulled together for a meal, then dispersed afterward. Reporters have reported on it, but unfortunately all 3 parties are part of an awesome but unknown presence. Aside from causing a bit of a shock in the biology, medical and powerful financial circles, it's the type of thing you can't find in the news. Chen Yang searched the short video platform, and there were only a few dozen comments on such an important matter. It is a miserable one. Once the people were sent away, the first meeting was held within Star Ocean. When Chen Yang informed the crowd that he had taken out a $20 billion loan, everyone's expression was dumbfounded. Although they knew that the company's prospects were very good, no one expected that it was only a few days the company had come into $20 billion, although it was borrowed. Boss, I don't think I can handle the position of general manager anymore. Zhang Lihai's hands and feet trembled slightly as he was excited and nervous. He's just an unknown professional manager. And the biggest company he's ever led was just a few years ago as a VP at a company with a market capitalization of hundreds of millions of dollars. Then he went home to start his own business, which went bankrupt and his wife ran away. This is a $10 billion enterprise. If you let yourself play bankrupt, I believe you. Chen Yang, however, patted his shoulder and said, "No one is born knowing anything. If you don't know how to do it, you can learn. I believe you can do it. You can spend whatever you want on this $20 billion. I just want results." "Just kidding. In another half a month, we'll have 2 million points in hand next month. How much can he lose? Even if the company goes bankrupt, it doesn't matter. Next month just take out a technology is enough to earn back." For Chen Yang, talent is not important. His products are crushing. What matters is loyalty and obedience. Zhang Lihai has been doing just fine for the past half a month. He was like a cow or a horse. Chen Yang often only needed to give one sentence and leave the rest to him. What is talent? That's talent. Chapter 24. Buying a house, a car, a building. Boss, the favor of knowing me will never be forgotten. Zhang Lihai is really touched. 200 million said authorization on authorization. Sure, for a friend to die. The boss is his own confidant. Talk properly. Yes. Zhang Lihai hurriedly sat up straight. Inside the conference room, dozens of management all looked at Chen Yang expectantly. Chen Yang sat on a chair, patted the cheap tables and chairs of this temporary conference room, and said, "All of these, replace them all. Buy the good ones. I, Chen Yang, do business, not to get rich. It is the brothers who can all live a good life. I won't speak if your wages go up or not. I don't understand. Your Mr. Jiang surely won't treat you poorly, but in terms of food and accommodation, you must use good ones. There is no other reason. The boss has money and is thinking of the brothers. From now on, the cafeteria is free. Hire a chef. Buy good food, accommodation, dormitory buildings built up. All give me fine decoration, so that the brothers live a little more comfortable. Various recreational facilities. Don't feel like you're wasting your money. It's time to get organized. That moonlight lake outside, with trees planted all around it. The greening and the environment must be improved, so that people can work in the park and have a good mood. Yom University affiliated hospital signed a cooperation agreement with us. In the future, our welfare benefits plus a medical reimbursement. Our own brothers, as long as the entry more than 1 year. The disease found during the work period. The treatment of no money. Really? Zune de fake doo-doo? My god, am I dreaming? The lower part of the room was in an uproar, and the crowd was all agitated and talking. It's true. Chen Yang solemnly opened his mouth and said, "As long as you treat the company as your home, then the company will treat you as family. This is by no means a big pie. If you have the ability to show, the company has a platform for you to show your talent. Long live the boss. Long live Mr. Chen. Great. Asterisk 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 this boss. Awesome." The crowd cheered. Chen Yang looked at the crowd below and couldn't help but smile. Isn't it just buying people's hearts? Who wouldn't? People are just painting the cake, but he's really giving it. As he walked out from the company, Chen Yang had 2 more groups in his cell phone. One is the Starfish Food and Beverage Management Group and the other is the Employee Mega Group. Both the staff group and the management group were all talking about today's meeting. "Boss." Zhang Lihai hurriedly chased after him. "What else?" Chen Yang asked. "2 things. Zhang Lihai gasped and said. "One is those 3 local intermediaries in Wei County. They heard about our company's welfare benefits and also want to work with you." "Boss, are you nuts? What do we need an intermediary for?" Chen Yang felt puzzled. "Human resources, boss." Zhang Lihai laughed. "It happens to be short of people. I looked. Those 3 agents are capable, and we are sure to recruit ordinary workers mainly from Wei County. It's good to have a local snake. The department's top level will definitely need to recruit people separately, but the middle and lower levels can use them. Split the 3 departments out and let them compete with each other. Just decide. What's the other thing? We are no money before. Can only ground push to sell. After all, the product is good. A little marketing will soon form a chain reaction, but not worried about the market." Zhang Lihai said, "But now there is money. I want to engage in network publicity. We also get an official website. You can later order mail on the official website, and at the same time to play some ads. Faster to let the product fire the whole network, so that not only can speed up sales, but also can quickly form a brand effect. Just make the call." Chen Yang was too lazy to care about that. "I can't be the master." Zhang Lihai covered his face and said, "Boss, you haven't understood. Once the network is hot, our seemingly huge output is simply not enough. So we have to expand and build a factory. Whether to expand the current factory or find another place to open a branch factory, these have to be your decision. Just expand." Chen Yang said indifferently. "The bottles are so small, and bulk cold chain transportation is simple. There's no need to open a branch factory. There's a problem. It's more troublesome to mail without opening a branch factory, because it needs to be kept at low temperatures. We'll need a large number of ice packs of different sizes. Should we open a factory ourselves or outsource it?" Zhang Lihai asked. Chen Yang pondered slightly and picked up his cell phone to make a call. Hello? Gonzo? Yes. You know what I do in this factory, right? We're mailing out the back and we need ice packs of all sizes in large quantities. I mean, you start a factory? Okay, it's a deal. In the future in your home procurement, money matters do not have to worry about. I'll give you a phone. Yongcheng Bank Xiao Jiangwo. You find him alone. Fine. Drink some later. Chen Yang hung up the phone and said to Jiang Lihai, it's solved. Is that how it worked out? Jiang Lihai was envious in his heart. Although he didn't know who this call was for, he knew that a rich man was about to be born. Is there anything else? Chen Yang asked. Yes. Jiang Lihai hurriedly said, our company headquarters is built in the factory, or how to say, boss, now there is money. My suggestion is to build a headquarters building, or later still have to build. We have to save for a rainy day. There is also the question of the company's allocation of cars. The province's sales is to recruit agents or open direct stores. These need to talk. It's all your job. Just decide. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, the building then build up too much trouble. So, turn around, I buy a building. In the future there are other industries in the company. The headquarters location to put Yongchang it. The company allocation car then you go to buy. I'm allocation car I buy in Yongchang. At that time to let them send you. Yes boss. Jiang Lihai nodded at his words and hurriedly retreated. Chen Yang got into the car and the three of them quickly disappeared from Jiang Lihai's sight. Early the next morning, Lu Wangshu opened the door of the rented house. She was shocked to find all three of them, who had always slept until noon, sitting on the couch in unison watching her. What's wrong? Looking at me like that? God of fortune, you're finally here. Chen Yang got up and asked, has it arrived? Lu Wangshu was speechless. It's here. No. I came over just after the account arrived. Go. Chen Yang took the lead. Do you have any plans today? Lu Wangshu was surprised. Spend money. What's the project? Lu Wangshu was curious. Buy a house. Buy a car. Buy a building. Chen Yang snapped his fingers, and Wang Gang quickly brought the car. A Mercedes SUV, or a rented one. 3 people get in the car. Wang Gang quietly waited for Chen Yang to make arrangements. But Chen Yang didn't know much about garages, so he looked at the 3 of them and asked, do you guys know where we should go to buy a high-end garage in Yongchang? The 3 looked at each other and shook their heads at the same time. I've only been here in Yongchang for a year. I didn't understand it. Lu Wangshu expressed his love. Zhang Chang and Wang Gang also said that their hometown is not Yongchang, just out to work. Do not understand. Chen Yang took out his cell phone, looked at the WeChat list, and finally chose Hu Guangyu and dialed the voice call. Chapter 25. Don't mention it. I just made $20 billion. Hello? Hu Xiao. Busy? Brother Chen. It's not busy. You tell me. I'm in the company touching the fish. I need a guide who knows more about the high end of the car and house market. Can you help? That's too able. Hu Guangyu smiled broadly and said, the company under me is the one that makes high-end cars. So if you come to me, I'll give it to you at cost. Cost price is even. Thanks for the help. Send me the address. Soon after, Chen Yang handed his cell phone to Wang Gang. Wang Gang opened the navigation. The crowd quickly arrived at a high-end car market in Yongchang, and from afar they saw Hu Guangyu standing in front of the market smoking. Brother Hu. Chen Yang got out of the car and Lu Wangshu followed. Hu Guangyu's smiling face suddenly became much more formal, and after shaking hands with Chen Yang, he hurriedly said, Miss Lu. Aha! Lu Wangshu responded coldly. Not to mention, the normally sheepish-sounding soft little girl is quite feisty. Ignore her. Come on, talk to me. Chen Yang pulled Hu Xiao over and said, I'm going to buy a car for myself, a car for my bodyguard, and a car for the general manager of my company. That much? Hu Guangyu froze, then took the initiative to lead the crowd into the market showroom. Chen, do you want a sports car or a limousine for the car you're going to drive yourself? No sports cars. Chen Yang shook his head. The crowd all looked at Chen Yang strangely. It is reasonable to say that the young man, suddenly rich, actually do not want a sports car? Is it a dislike? I don't have a driver's license. I only ride in cars. I don't drive. Chen Yang reached out and pointed to an SUV on the luxury booth, saying, that one is nice. I'll take it. The corner of Hu Guanyu's mouth twitched. He was really surprised that Chen Yang did not have a driver's license. Sniffing, he looked at the booth and said, doesn't matter. I have money. Chen Yang said he is a newly rich man who buys cars without asking for the price. Fine. Being plastered in the face to show off his wealth, Hu Guangyu felt like he had never been so speechless in his life. The SUV, and the sedan. Chen Yang pointed to the other two in the showroom and said, the SUV is for the bodyguard, and the sedan is sent to Wei County Star Ocean Company for the general manager. Turtle. Hu Guangyu expressed shock. He sat in the 9 million cullen and nothing. to the bodyguard with 5 million big G is a bit outrageous. Also gave the general manager with a 5 million Maybach. What kind of fairy company is that? How much in total? Chen Yang asked. Then added, forget it, it's not important. Assistant Lu, go swipe the card. Old Hu, don't be polite. I just made $20 billion. What just made $20 billion? Lu Wangshu and Hu Guanyu simultaneously had black lines appearing on their foreheads, expressing that they were very speechless. That's a $20 billion loan, right? Hu Guanyu is to see out. This hanging people do not look like to buy a car, is to show off their wealth. But Chen Yang said this. Hu Guanyu did not continue to be polite, directly swiped the card 19 million. Said, normally buy this kind of luxury car in the middle of the thing is very troublesome. Our own brother will not say so much. Chen brother, you do not have to care about anything. Wait for the formalities to go through the direct drive away. Okay. Chen Yang let Wang Gang and Zheng Chang go and do the formalities while he chatted with Hu Guanyu. Well, how's the consideration going? Chen Yang asked. The old man clapped. You can borrow. The exact amount depends on how much interest you pay. Hu Guanyu said this time is very direct. After all, this is a loan. Fixed income, not shares. There is no need to go around and around. Although his family's old man was in a high position, their family's money wasn't from greed, but was saved up over 3 generations. And last time, if it wasn't for the help, that money they wouldn't even look at it. They recognize it well. Compared to money, it is in the best interest of the old man to be stable. That's why they never use their power to get money and only invest when it's sensible, reasonable and legal to do so. The old master climbed up the ladder step by step from politics, and the second master earned profits little by little from business. To this day it has been decades, the entire Hu family united, working together to create today's Hu family. Compared with normal businessmen, the risk they have to bear to invest is indeed much smaller, but the same return will not be too high. So 3 generations of people to save the family capital they do not dare to squander. I'll give that number. Chen Yang extended his fist. It is? Hu Guanyu was confused. One finger he knew. It should be 10%. 2 fingers should be 20%. But what the hell was an outstretched fist? Ramen, Chen Yang said rather boldly. Within the scope of the law, directly pull full, annual interest rate of 24%. Because of borrowing more, the risk is big, and I do not pit you. Because of borrowing more, the interest rate is low. Other people certainly will not borrow. So no matter who comes, it is 24%. You're not kidding? Hu Guanyu was shocked. 24% annual interest. Nima's desperation to get money is all. After all, in addition to a very small number of high-quality assets, normal business can reach 20% annual profit is a miracle. This is a big capital campaign, not a stall selling stuff. The more money you have, the easier it is to succeed. But equally, the more money you have, the harder it is to make a high profit. If the simple investment, if anyone told him that a project with a stable annual profit of 20%, then Hu Guanyu's first thought must be to meet the fraud. After all, even the stock gods have annualized returns of just about 20, and that's not even every year. It's a decades-long average. And Chen Yang here, 24%. Usury within the bounds of legality. Engage in usury illegal. Normal lending for the Hu family is also absolutely cannot do business. Both lose face and lose face. Will seriously affect the old man? But it would be different if the money was lent to Chen Yang. It was simply a loan. Hu Guanyu's heart moved. He immediately took out his cell phone and began to dial the phone, exchanging a few moments with the person on the phone. 1 billion. In Chen Yang's expectant gaze, Hu Guanyu smiled and said. The old man nodded his head, drawing all the funds that can be utilized, part of the non-quality industry mortgages, and can put together $1 billion for you. Annual interest on $1 billion is $240 million, sitting at $20 million a month. This kind of money can be made much faster than those non-prime assets, and the point is, it's hassle-free, stable and without any risk. The next person unsecured borrowing money must consider the risk, but the Hu family does not need. Chen Yang, even if the play crash, must first pay back the Hu family's money. Other people's money can only be lined up later. And with such a large-scale market, neither Hu Guanyu nor Elder Hu believed that Chen Yang could collapse to the point where there was no bottom left. That possibility is almost non-existent. There are 3 pounds of nails in a rotten boat. Not to mention this cruiser that's about to set sail. Have fun working together. Chen Yang smiled with a big smile on his face. An extra billion. That was an extra 100,000 points. Hu Guanyu was dry, letting people come over from the family side. Then both sides signed the contract. Chen Yang's personal account soon had an extra $1 billion in it. Chapter 26, Hidden from the World. Not avoiding the world. Leaving the dust. Not leaving the city. Cullinan was a 4-seater car. Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu sat in the back. Wang Gang drove, Hu Guanyu sat in the co-pilot, and Zheng Chang followed in the big G. As for the Maybach, Hu Guanyu arranged for an employee to go on an errand and send the car to Wei County. The two vehicles traveled one after the other towards the address Hu Guanyu had stated. The luxury car lived up to its name and attracted too many stares along the way. Even when the car drove into the residential area that Hu Guanyu had mentioned, the security guard didn't ask too many questions and opened the gate directly. Entering the residential area, the scenery in front of you is suddenly different. Chen Yanghao also did not expect. In this hustle and bustle of the metropolis there is such a quiet place. The entire residential area against the great Yong River across the city of Yong. The surrounding scenery is picturesque. The green is extremely good. The residential area of the road is neat and clean. Surrounded by a variety of trees and flowers. The air is fresh. There is a fresh breeze blowing. With such a beautiful view. A forest of Chinese-style houses. Each with a single house. All of them villas. Shan, Hu Guanyu pointed outside. Said, this Dayong Victory is our Yong city's most luxurious residential area. Here only villas, each valued at more than 50 million. And the focus is that this luxury is not dazzling. In addition to the 4 directions each a super manor, basically low-key luxury type style. 2 years ago when the start of the sale of a set of I had ordered, but not to live in. I can't afford to live in this kind of house. It's for investment. When the price is right it will be out. Your Hu family still can't afford to live in a villa? Chen Yang does not believe it. I am afraid that it is not that he can't afford to live, but he does not want to be so dazzling. As expected, Hu Guanyu laughed dryly and said in a low voice, sometimes I will stay for a few days, and occasionally I will come over when I gather with friends. Tell me about the manor. Chen Yang looked to the side of the residential area. This place was close to the gate and there was a manor nearby. Perhaps saying that it was an estate did not fit, because compared to a really big manor this could only be considered a small manor. But to be able to live in such a bustling metropolis in the manor, that strength how to look at it was far beyond the big manor owner. The car moves forward and arrives next to the estate. At a glance, Chen Yang realized that it was completely inappropriate to say it was a small manor, as it was full of Chinese-style buildings, which could be described as a garden instead. Green mountains, green water, willows, wigwams and waterfalls, pavilions and pavilions. The mansion is large, with numerous fences, but still visible step by step. Delicate and beautiful, every part of the landscape. Just standing around you feel the hazy silence of Chinese euphony, unconsciously making you feel integrated into the painting. This manor, Hu Guanyu Complex, said, it is said that the top luxury standards to invite several top domestic design masters to design. The construction cost alone is ridiculously expensive. I previously went in. Inside the pavilions are connected to the pavilion. Pavilions, combining the modernization and Chinese style. Simple and clean and beautiful and both comfortable and safe and functional, is extremely suitable for cultivation of the body and mind. Want? Chen Yang asked. Who doesn't want it? Hu Guanyu smiled bitterly. Said, this can be said to be the ultimate pursuit of normal people to live. Unfortunately, too expensive. Expensive, outrageous. The entire Dayong Xingjing 4 directions a total of 4 buildings. In and out are not to go to the door of the district. People have their own in and out of the gate. Do you know who bought the estate? The South Garden was left behind by Zhao Jiangshan, the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, the developer of Dayong Xingjing, and the chairman of the Jiangshan Group, and was made into a top private club. And the identities of those who came in and out were not simple. North Park near the Dayong River was taken by the son of the chairman of the Hanhai Energy Group, engaged in a private club. Can do energy no one simple. West Park was taken by the Shin Group last month, and it was said that Shin Wei, the eldest daughter of the Shin family, had made the move. And I guess that, like me, it was also for investment. Now only the East Garden is still unsold because it is in the most secluded location. And although it has the most beautiful view and is the most livable, it is a pity that those who want to live there can't afford it. And those who can afford it don't do so for the sake of living there. Hu Guanyu has a lot of words. The words are wanting, is begging for it, like an inferior teenager who sees a goddess in adolescence. What do you think? Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu was a bit confused. What did this have to do with her? But since she was asked, she said truthfully, hidden from the world, not avoiding the world, away from the dust, not away from the city. If it doesn't depend on the price, I don't think anyone can say no. Coincidence? Chen Yang grinned and said, I'm the one who doesn't look at the price. Call someone and buy it. Holy, are you serious? Hu Guanyu stunned, excited. This is not a car, this is a mansion. Manor, I inquired about, plus taxes and such aspects. The total price of almost $1 billion. Another coincidence. Chen Yang pulled out his bank card and laughed. Guess what? Just made $1 billion. Hu Guanyu man was stupid. Just made $1 billion? Isn't that the ING loan my family just gave you? You used it to buy a house? In a muddle, he led Chen Yang to call for the sales staff, who urgently contacted the old boss, and then a large group of people came by car. The parties negotiated amicably and finalized the total price. $1 billion. The other party took care of everything, and Chen Yang directly moved in with his bag. There was nothing of value in the rental house. Nothing was wanted. A direct message was sent to the landlord and a couple $100 was added to the cleaning bill. Have Wang Gang and Zhang Chang drive the car into the East Garden. There are parking lots both inside and outside of East Park. The outside can park 20 to 30 cars, while the inside garage is divided into 2 garages. The East Garage is the ground-level parking lot after entering the door, and the West Garage is the parking lot on the second basement level near the elevator, which together can park more than 20 cars. Apparently, the developer did build it with the possibility that the house could be used to be converted into a clubhouse club when it was bought. 2 cars parked in the garage looked empty. Hu Guanyu looked enviously at the large garage, and then the crowd took the elevator into the ground. Surface pavilions, a variety of Chinese-style buildings and not scattered, all communicating together. All turned around once again spent half an hour. The interior of the main building is bright. From the outside is a pavilion, but from the inside is a modern house design. A variety of home appliances and furniture are all not missing, and are all kinds of customized products. That more than 100 inches of TV as a wall. Sofa curtains, although it is a Chinese style, but elegant and beautiful at the same time does not lack of comfort and practicality. Not to mention that Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were continuously marveling. Even Lu Wangshu and Hu Guanyu had their eyes opened. The people in with the main building on the second floor of the tea table seated. Lu Wangshu looked at a wide range and exquisite tea sets. Cannot help but see the hunt. Take the initiative to start making tea. Like it? Chen Yang laughed. Later, you and Wang Gang Zhang Chang you also go to enter the information. In the future, free to come and go. And there are so many houses here. You can also live. Lu Wangshu sniffed surprise, but tangled for a moment, and finally shook his head. Said, although it's a bit far, but I'd better take the subway to come. Live your place, my father can kill you. Besides, when the loan is over I'm going to go back to work. What kind of situation is it to live in your place? Right, boss. This place is too good to be true. We wouldn't dare to live here. Zhang Chang and Wang Gang hurriedly spoke. She is even. What are you two together? Chen Yang glanced at the two of them and said, you two are bodyguards, not errand boys. The house is so big. You two don't live here. I don't want to be in danger screaming at the top of my lungs to be heard. The two men sniffed and scratched their heads in embarrassment. Chapter 27 Long in Commercial Center. Instead, Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu. He didn't say a word. He secretly wondered how much the Bank of Yonkers was worth. Yongcheng Bank is just a local bank, which has a certain strength in Dongjiang, but it can't be compared with the big banks. Estimated market capitalization in the hundreds of billions? Compared to the benefits Lu Wangshu, this woman, could bring him, a mere $100 billion was not worth mentioning. Back to the loan to buy it? Chen Yang pondered, but Hu Guanyu suddenly got up and said, Brother Chen, I also live in the neighborhood. Can I come to visit when I'm not doing anything? Although I can't afford it, but I really like this East Garden. It's good to come and take a picture once in a while. Just come. Chen Yang waved his hand indifferently and said, it's just a house in the district. Turn around and record a message as well. Except for the main building where I'm sleeping. You're free to come and go as you please. Thanks a lot. Hu Guanyu was secretly happy. It was worth it to be able to come and go freely, at least to be friends. From the previous polite address of Brother Chen to nowadays calling Brother Chen without moving. Wasn't he deliberately making friends? What thanks, old Hu. Do you have any recommendations for office buildings? Preferably the kind that just looks awesome. I want to buy one as a company headquarters. Chen Yang opened his mouth to inquire. Hu Guanyu sniffed and pondered for a while. Said, building good to say. Directly by then really don't know if it's appropriate. Ordinary you certainly can't see. But the better is only Longdon Commercial Center. That place is close to you by this East Park. Across the Yonghua Bridge. Drive 10 minutes to. If you can look at it, it's okay. If you can't look at it, there's nothing you can do about it. Longdon Business Center? Chen Yang took out his cell phone and searched. And as expected, it was very close. The entire Longdon Commercial Center across the land area is quite large. There are a total of 8 office buildings in the interior, of which there are 2 for sale. One is the best in the core area. The architectural style is very impressive, as if putting together building blocks, with a sense of technology and art, very suitable for when the company headquarters. The other is a normal commercial office building with a modest architectural style, but it looks new and clean and stylish. What does it have to do with Longdon International Hotel? Chen Yang thought of Wang Yaozu. Oh yes, Hu Guanyu suddenly said, is that Wang Yaozu, that small circle of them, a group of people joint venture? Longan occupy more investment. An investment in 5-star hotels and all kinds of supporting settings. So it is named Longan Business Center. They all have shares. You can ask Wang Yaozu if you want to buy it. So Deng is so rich? Chen Yang was surprised. He couldn't even take out $80 million before. He's so powerful? Chen, that's because you don't understand how they play. Hu Guanyu smiled and said, as far as I know, Wang Yaozu is worth $2 billion, but the wealth he can manipulate is around $4 billion, which includes the loan, the principal, and the funds that can be temporarily borrowed with his influence. Those of them who do will differentiate and consolidate their wealth in different forms to ensure that the risk is manageable. For example, you buy the rotten building, Hanya Lanxian District. This project is Wang Yaozu's own company's project. Wang Yaozu has absolute control. Wang's real estate market value of about 17.8 billion. Wang's real estate was really very short of that 80 million. Of course, it can't nonetheless be $80 million. In fact, even $50 million would be enough. At that time, the chief family of the Yunhai Group greeted all parties and wanted to target Wang's real estate to make a fortune. And if you didn't go to break the situation, Wang's real estate would inevitably sell Hongya Lanshan cheaply. But that doesn't mean that Wang Yaozu is really short of money. He has money and has investments in other companies, such as this Longan Commercial Center. And he has many properties. But he didn't dare and couldn't take the money to harden himself against the Chi family, because there was no point. The Chi family could crush him. The same people in his circle do not dare to lend money to him. Borrowed Wang Yaozu will not want, because once they're circled together, the Chi family will be able to rightfully pull down the entire Yunhai Group. The consequences of that is Wang Yaozu and his circle cannot afford. So Chen, your breakthrough was very critical. After you enter their circle can enter at will. Wang Yaozu naturally will not lack of money. Chi family can deal with Wang Yaozu but cannot deal with their entire circle. Chi family face favor is not so big, and there's no reason for the Yunhai Group to go down. So it can be said that the Chi family has lost everything. Only then did Chen Yang understand Wang Yaozu's playstyle. The simple truth is that not putting your eggs in one basket leaves you with more than enough ways to back out. Shan, Hu Guanyu went on to say, I suggest that you also establish a group of companies in the future, and control the group in the form of a holding company, and then the group to control the major subsidiaries, so that you can avoid a lot of risk, not to mention the other benefits, not to mention the loan aspect, which can also have more names to loan. For example, this time, you can only mortgage 100% of your shares to get a loan from the bank, and after the loan is done, you can only get a loan on credit, and you know the disadvantages of faith-based lending, the high interest rate and the high risk, which will cause a lot of people to be deterred. But it's different if there are group companies and holding companies. The subsidiary company mortgages part of it, the group company mortgages part of it, the holding company also mortgages part of it, and finally you can borrow part of it on your own creditworthiness. It's still the same stuff in general, but the amount of money that can be loaned out in such a set of rings would certainly be a lot more than what it is now. It can still be like that. Chen Yang sort of had some understanding of these people's business tactics. For the rest he was not interested, but for borrowing money he was very much attached. He turned his head to Lu Wangshu. Lu Wangshu put down the tea set and pointed to himself, wondering, me again? I can't do this. The money is definitely enough. The holding company is also good, but the group company has requirements. Just a Star Ocean company has no way to form a group company, unless you acquire or register a few more companies. Write it down first, turn around and straighten it out. Chen Yang smiled. He had been looking at the technology in the mall these days, and he already had a preferred choice. So the subsidiary would be established soon. After delivering a sentence, he took out his cell phone and dialed Wang Yaozu's number. Hello, buddy, are you free today? I'll buy you a drink. Wang Yaozu's voice rang out. Drinking back later. Recently is really busy. Long and Commercial Center, these two buildings. How much? Chen Yang simply asked directly. You're buying a building? Wang Yaozu hesitantly said. This commercial center is a group of our old friends together with a joint venture to get. I myself cannot do the main. But since you asked, then I can give you a rough price. The core area of the building at least 900 million. Next to the building is much cheaper, but also to more than 500 million. 900 million. 500 million. That cheap? Chen Yang looked at the surrounding houses and then to Hu Guanyu, murmuring, it's not as expensive as my house. Hu Guanyu's eyes went black. Is that comparable? And what do you mean you're talking to me? You borrowed my family's money to buy a house I like and now you want to show off to me? Brother, we're on the same side. I'm telling you this with all my heart. And you turn around and act like a pussy to me? What do you say, brother? Why don't I pull around, call everyone up, and we'll talk over drinks? They definitely want to make you a friend. And the price can still be pushed down a bit. At a fishing ground along the Daeong River, several luxury cars were parked on the bank, and Wang Yaozu stood by the river holding a fishing rod. 6 or 7 people next to him heard the commotion and dropped their fishing rods and came over, surrounding Wang Yaozu, waiting for the good news. Chapter 28 Headquarters. Star Ocean Tower. What more pressure? Chen Yang said he was too lazy to waste that time. What was the point of saving tens of millions of dollars? Money is meaningless to him. He can't spend it all. He can't spend it all at all. It's only meaningful to be in debt. Add it all together. 1.4 billion. I'll take it. Tomorrow our general manager of Star Ocean, Jiang Lihai, will come to you to sign the contract. With that, he hung up. At the fishing ground on the banks of the Daeong River, Wang Yaozu looked at the hung-up phone and sighed darkly. The people next to him spoke up and asked, "What did Mr. Chen say?" "Old Wang, don't you sigh. Say it. Is it a date?" "Just making a friend. That kid surnamed Chen won't not give face, right? Why should people give you face?" "Liang Chaochuan, you step aside." Well. Wang Yaozu helplessly broke away and said, "He is busy, which has time to eat with us. Just one thing. He wants to buy the 2 buildings listed for sale in London Commercial Center." Buying a building? London Business Center? The crowd brightened up, although they had been friends before, but the reason why they could often get together was not because of the Longdon Commercial Center project. Wang Yaozu takes the land. Lu Chengwei of the head office and Sun Hai of Hanyuan Securities are responsible for getting the money. Liang Chaochuan of Yonghua Architecture is responsible for the construction, and Zhao Shun of Longdon International is responsible for the investment planning and renovation to make the whole commercial center a giant city complex integrating a commercial center, city pedestrian street, 5-star hotels, office buildings, apartments, shopping, catering, culture and entertainment, and forming an independent large-scale business circle. The 5 of them are the core of the program, while the others are each responsible for a few more edges of the program. This commercial center, with the land and the building, they had invested more than $4 billion in cost before and after, which could be said to be all the money they could spare. There are over $3 billion in loans from various sources. Now that the Long and Commercial Center has been built for less than 6 months, they would never be willing to put the main building in the core area and one of the office buildings up for sale if it were not for the impending expiration of the loan. Can we get it cheaper? An internal price if it's one of our own. A discount of a few tens of millions? Liang Chaochuan hesitated and tried to question the crowd with a meaty expression. The others looked at each other, all silent, not speaking. Is it really worth losing tens of millions of dollars just to make a friend? Maybe it's worth it for Liang Chaochuan, but it doesn't seem to be as worth it for others. Don't dwell on it. Wang Yaozu disdained. Said, I'm not finished. People didn't even bargain. 1.4 billion. Tomorrow the general manager of the Star Ocean Company will come to sign the contract. Understand what it means? They don't care about us. They don't even bother to come over and sign with us in person. The crowd was silent again at the words, and next to it, Vice President Liu hesitated slightly before saying, as far as I know, yesterday the 4 major banks provided a $20 billion loan to Star Ocean. Our billion or so, maybe people really don't see it in their eyes? Silence strikes again. The crowd looked lost. To be able to loan $20 billion, that means that Star Ocean is worth $20 billion at the very least. And that's still a start. A little bit of development would be more than that. That person who was just a young lad in their eyes, that young man who only felt good luck and good means in their hearts, did not expect to have surpassed them in a short period of time. It even surpasses the sum of them put together. There was no more fishing for a while and they packed up and left. Early the next morning, wearing a watch, wearing a suit, with hair sprayed and styled, the successful Jiang Lihai drove a Maybach worth $5 million first to pick up Lu Wangshu, and then went directly to the Longdon Business Center. Why doesn't Mr. Jiang get a driver? Wang Yaozu and the others were waiting early in the morning, and when they saw Jiang Lihai get off, they hurriedly greeted him. Didn't have time. The boss just assigned the car yesterday. Didn't have time. Ha ha ha. Jiang Lihai was polite on the surface, but in his heart, he was happy. With a driver? With what driver? A $5 million car. I've never driven it myself. How can I let the driver drive it? Miss Lu. Suddenly, Wang Yaozu saw Lu Wangshu and rushed forward to greet him. Since the incident 2 days ago, Lu Wangshu's identity was exposed, and all the powerful financial circles in Yongchang remembered her. There is no way. The boss's daughter, previously incognito, you can pretend not to know. Now all exposed and then pretend not to know is not understand. You guys talk to Mr. Jiang. I'm mainly responsible for transferring money. Lu Wangshu spoke faintly. The crowd nodded and welcomed the duo into the core building. This building is bound to be one of the landmark buildings in the future. Wang Yaozu introduced. We originally named it Longdon No. 1 building, but since it was spotted by Mr. Chen, It can be renamed Star Ocean Building in the future. Let me give you two specific information related to this number 1 building and the number 2 office building next to it. No, we're pressed for time. Let's just sign the contract. Jiang Lihai is very dry. The boss said to let him sign a contract to buy the building. Did not say to let him look at the building, then finish as soon as possible. In his mind he was the boss's loyal lapdog. Just carry out orders. What's the point of knowing so much? He was also going to pay a visit to his boss's new home to recognize it, and he didn't want to waste his time here. Such a huge 2 buildings. After all the introductions, I guess it's noon. Do we still have to eat here? Well, Wang Yaozu and the others looked at each other and were all quite helpless. The people went upstairs and quickly signed the contract. Lu Wangshu transferred the money on the spot, and the two quickly left. Looking at the two's backs, Wang Yaozu's few people only felt like people were numb. How can you buy a building for more than $1 billion and sell it like a carrot in a vegetable market? Even if the boss didn't show up, a general manager and an assistant, they're also this virtuous? Aren't you afraid of a trap in the contract? But think about it. Hi, people aren't really afraid. So what if they screwed them? They don't care about that kind of money. They can kill them later. After exiting the Longan Business Center, under Lu Wanshu's directions, the Maybach quickly arrived at the East Garden. Lu Wanshu took out his cell phone and opened the software and entered the license plate number. Then the gate opened with automatic recognition and the car entered the above-ground parking lot inside the East Garden. Zhang Lihai marveled along the way as if Lu had entered the Grand View Garden. After getting out of the car, the two walked for a few minutes to the gate of the main East Park building, where Lu Wanshu performed facial recognition. At this time, Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were sitting in the hall on the first floor watching TV. The two first time to live in this kind of mansion. Last night did not sleep at all. I'll call the boss. Wang Gang got up and ran upstairs. Lu Wangshu, on the other hand, dropped her bag and let Jiang Lihai sit down, turning herself to run to the tea table in front of the floor-to-ceiling window to make tea. There are many tea tables and tea houses in the East Garden, not only in the pavilion on the second floor, but also outside in the courtyard and indoors in the main building. Turtle, what a big house. Jiang Lihai marveled in his heart. This corner of the living room was bigger than the 3 rooms and 2 halls in his house. If the playfulness comes, a standard basketball court can be improvised in the living room. Coming so early? A few moments later, Chen Yang and Wang Gang took the indoor elevator into the living room on the first floor. Walking over to the tea table, he picked up Lu Wanshu's freshly brewed tea and took a sip. The cups are small and not too hot, and the tea is fragrant, refreshing and has a long aftertaste. Where did you get such a good tea? Chen Yang marveled. Lu Wangshu didn't even lift his head, studying the tea set in his hands, saying, "There's more in the bag. I stole my dad's." What a great guy. It's really cooling. Chen Yang couldn't help but nod his head, then beckoned Jiang Lihai to come over and sit. Chapter 29, Product Explosion and 1,000 Drinks. Boss. Jiang Lihai sat up straight. Relax. Did you receive the car? Chen Yang handed over a cup of tea. Jiang Lihai received. Smiled, received. To be honest, I really have not driven such a good car. Yesterday could not help but show off a number of laps. Do not dare to park, for fear that the factory that group of cubs touch. Not so much. How you're the general manager of a $10 billion company. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, how are the products selling? Very good. Zhang Lihai sniffed and said, the first day is not too good. Zhao Qi they were arrested in. Yesterday out. They ran around the various nightclubs, because with the law enforcement to open the certificate. So basically in Yongcheng major nightclubs to reach a cooperation. Can only say that good things are not worried about the market. Marketing is very easy. The first batch of their sales department added up to market out of the 23,000 PCS. Just the first batch of their sales department sold out 23,000 PCS. Just one night yesterday night was sold out. And there is also a good news. Last night our product seems to have caused a sensation. On the internet there have been all kinds of spontaneous publicity. Those nightclubs early this morning to increase the purchase of 10 times the goods. That is to say, today just the nightclubs ordered to reach more than 200,000 PCS. Today Zhao Qi they are mainly running around the major convenience stores and superstores. Expected to order more. We rented a few large cold storage in Yongcheng. And now the cold chain transportation trucks have not stopped. Basically all the goods produced are sent. If supermarkets and convenience chains are willing to buy in large quantities, we can basically maintain demand. But boss, you know, the more new things are more hot. So it is expected that the next few days is likely to cause the whole network vibration. When the whole country will have people door to door to buy goods. Our production to meet a Yongcheng is more than enough. But want to meet the whole country is by no means possible. Not to mention the whole country. Even if the whole of the Dongjiang River. We are not even close to the far. I have already contacted Company B, and our factory is being expanded, so that in 2 weeks' time we will be able to raise another dozen or so workshop plants without accident. And then the production volume will be able to completely satisfy the country's needs. Chen Yang sniffed and opened his cell phone, searching for bioenergy injection on the short video platform. Not to mention, a number of related short videos were swiped on the spot, with recorded videos, photos, and written descriptions. Family members who knows what this is? The effect is too much. Below the headline is the photo and below the photo is the copy. Yesterday, we went to the bar with our good sisters, and the familiar bartender strongly recommended this. We were curious and bought two, and as a result, we were so refreshed all night that we couldn't get drunk at all. 1 rupee, a new hangover cure? Re 2, it looks immodest. It's not some kind of contraband, is it? Re 3, is a bar blatantly selling contraband? Unlikely, right? Unless the owner is. Re 4, injections? Turned out to be oral? It's abstract when you think about it. Reply 5, sisters. I went to play with my boyfriend yesterday, also bought. The effect is really absolute son. Is the price is a little expensive? So a small branch to $50. Obviously written above the recommended retail price of 32. Too black-hearted. It does seem a bit black-hearted. Next, is it black technology or contraband? Dongjian Yongcheng nightclub encounter. I'm going to show you something new. The content was very long. Chen Yang was too lazy to read it, and the summary was that the blogger was shocked at the effect of the injection, and was doubting whether this thing was contraband or not, and whether it counted as contraband. Next, brothers who have bioenergy injection, please buy. Highly sought after. There are no accompanying pictures or videos. The accompanying text. The blogger said, last night and the boss accompanied the customer dinner and drink. Would have been very drunk. The results of the customer must go to the nightclub. I thought to go. The results of the toilet when by chance to try the bioenergy injections. A mouthful of refreshing, but half an hour on the complete sobriety. And then the next few hours I was a big kill. Not to mention the customer. The boss. I almost drank myself to death. This is the ultimate boon for people who are not good drinkers. I tried to buy more in person but was told it was out of stock. I have a social engagement tonight and I am asking for a high price. Urgent. Good lord. It's really a hangover cure? Chen Yang hadn't really paid attention to this point, not realizing that this most useless point had instead become a sales highlight. Next, is the advent of bioenergetic injections good or bad? This is a very targeted video. And the blogger in the video is very specific about bioenergy injections and expresses his extreme distaste for them. He first explained that he had gone to a nightclub with his friends, but out of curiosity he ordered a cocktail laced with bioenergetic injections and has been drunk ever since. Not only did he spend several times the usual amount of money on drinks because of 1,000 drinks, but the feeling of floating in the air that he wanted to pursue didn't materialize in the end. Finally, he said, brothers, the appearance of this thing will surely lead to the disappearance of our drinking culture, after all. What's the point of drinking if everyone can't get drunk in the future? This can also be sprayed? Chen Yang curiously clicked on the comments. As expected, no one supported him at all. 1 rupee, isn't it a good thing to not get drunk from 1,000 glasses? What a crap drinking culture that should have been eliminated a long time ago. Re 2, it looks like the comments section is full of brothers who have tried it. Is it okay for me to blow hard on this good stuff? Re 3, I say, bloggers want to pursue drunkenness big deal, just don't drink bioenergetic injections. Is that something worth spraying? If something happens to you, you can still use it to sober up, and it's a boon to us social workers. Re 4, don't you guys get it? The blogger is looking for the feeling of floating in the air. Do you really think his friend is a man? Don't you understand what they are after? Re 5, trying to get drunk to take advantage of someone? That's disgusting. Re 6, you can't even spare the money for drinks and you want to take advantage? What a superb. Re 7, instead of resonating with me, the blogger's comment made me even more curious about what this injection actually is. Nice guy. It's still really on fire. Chen Yang continuously brushed dozens of videos, although the product has just been listed, but its heaven-defying effect directly makes the people who try it very expressive. So it is surprising that it is an unexpected explosion on the short video platform. Boss, there is a problem, Jiang Lihai said. The matter of making an official website. If we are in a hurry we can only buy a code template for modification. Whether it's security or follow-up it's very troublesome. If we are not in a hurry we need to make it from scratch. It will take half a month to a month. I would like to know your thoughts. Boss, are we in a hurry for online sales? If there's no rush I'll have the headhunters start digging for people to start a web department. There's no rush. Chen Yang shook his head and said, although online sales can allow the product to circulate throughout the country and allow people to spontaneously publicize it, it is meaningless for us. Sooner or later. This is a cross-generation product that doesn't need that much publicity. My old classmate's family's ice bag factory has also just begun to select a site to open. And our current production can't keep up, so we can just sell it in Yongqing first. Understood. Jiang Lihai nodded. Just then, the cell phone beeped. Chen Yang opened WeChat and looked at it, saying, "You've been busy these days, so don't go today." Ha! Jiang Lihai froze slightly. Me? Chen Yang waved his cell phone to signal and laughed. Yes, someone came to the door at noon to celebrate some housewarming. Since that's the case, you'll stay and accompany them, and wait for the night. We'll also go to feel the atmosphere of the nightclub, to relax and unwind for you, and to see if the sales of the products are really hot. Chapter 30, Housewarming Banquet. Chen Yang felt that he had never underestimated his influence, but he still underestimated. Near 11 o'clock, a car arrived at the East Garden. 7 or 8 people led by Wang Yaozu arrived at the East Garden with their female companions. Jiang Lihai went to greet them, and the crowd entered the East Garden on foot. It was an even longer walk, a full 10 minutes to the main East Park building. Chen Yang stood in front of the door and asked, "Why don't you bring the car in?" Wang Yaozu hurriedly stepped forward and laughed. "We are not the only ones here today. How can our car be qualified to enter the East Garden? There are still big shots behind us." Big shot? Who? As Chen Yang's bodyguard, Zheng Chang didn't remember how many big shots his boss knew. But soon, a car arrived, all parked in the parking lot outside the East Garden. Except for the few cars brought by Hu Guanyu parked in the parking lot inside the East Garden. Hu Guanyu got off the bus and looked at the gradually bustling East Garden, revealing a satisfied smile. He had told the old man about Chen Yang taking their $1 billion to buy a house after he returned home yesterday. He had expected the old man to be furious. Who knew that the old man had laughed out loud, seeing that he did not understand before pointing out, "Buy a good house, the more expensive the better." This shows that he is going to settle in Yongchang. The district of 1 billion for the prospects of the Star Ocean is not worth mentioning, but 1 billion houses in Yongchang is enough to cause earthquakes. He has not yet risen to prominence, and since he intends to integrate into Yongchang's circle, then you, his friend, should help more. Did you spread the word about people moving? Did you help with the housewarming? What kind of friend are you if you haven't done anything? The old master's nudging made him realize, and then released the news that Chen Yang, the newly promoted super rich man, had settled in Yongchang, and had taken the East Garden at a sky-high price of $1 billion, and would hold a housewarming ceremony tomorrow. The news spread, and the entire circle of power and finance in Yongchang knew about it. Those who are qualified have inquired, while those who are not are silently envious. But Hu Guanyu is also busy. Head open up the middle of the night, asleep wake up or 10 o'clock, only to think up to Chen Yang to organize housewarming. Things have not yet said to Chen Yang. Quickly sent a message to contact Chen Yang. Chen. Hu Guanyu brought a few young men forward to greet Chen Yang, introducing the people behind him one by one. Their elders were not fit to appear in this circle, so they naturally became the representatives. One seemed to come alone, but actually represented their own elders. Their status could be much higher than those businessmen whose cars could only be parked outside. Chen Yang was in a complete state of confusion. Look at the growing number of people in the East Garden. Watching as cars kept coming from the side of the gate, various gifts were carried into the East Garden by men in black suits. He couldn't help but say, "You're exaggerating, aren't you? Didn't say so earlier either. I haven't prepared anything yet." In the message, Hu Guanyu just said to bring some friends he knew and didn't know to celebrate. But it doesn't say so many people. Chen Yang thought it was just him and Wang Yaozu and those people. Exaggerated? Not exaggerated at all. Hu Guanyu laughed, "And brother Chen, your new products caused a sensation. Compared to this is a small scene. You since the settlement of Yongchang, that in order to live in the future to facilitate. Of course, you have to familiarize yourself with the circle of Yongchang, but also to let everyone look at the Chin brother you look, lest there are ungrateful offended by you. Preparations for work and whatnot you don't have to worry about. I'm all ready. You just pretend that today is the use of your venue to organize a banquet." As he said that, his gaze went to the corner of the East Garden. Chen Yang and the others followed and looked. Sure enough, familiar faces. Qi Ruihua, the contemporary head of the Qi family. Next to a few people are members of the Qi family. But Chen Yang did not see Qi yumming the family. It is clear that the Qi family does not dare to bring. The wealth that Chen Yang now holds has completely overwhelmed the Qi family. The Qi family is stronger than Wang Yaozu, but the strength is limited. And today's Chen Yang is a huge difference. "Mr. Chen." The Qi family was about to go forward to greet them, when a bold voice rang out. It was Fan Wenping from Yunhai Group and others. Fan Wenping quickly stepped forward and said with a smile, "I've been longing for Mr. Chen for a long time. You're welcome." Chen Yang shook hands with him, looking at the once president of the company now standing in front of him like this to celebrate himself. For a while his heart was also a batch of cool. Next to him, Qi Ruihua, the head of the Qi family, saw that Fan Wenping had grabbed the lead, and his face turned ugly, but he still smiled forcibly and went forward to greet him. Chen Yang welcomed the many guests into the East Garden and was about to go back, when a low-profile Audi stopped in front of the gate. An unfamiliar figure stepped out of the car, smiled and stepped forward, handing over a handbag to Chen Yang's hands. The leader was too busy to come over in person, and when he heard you were moving today, he asked me to send some gifts to celebrate. The leader is? Chen Yang received the bag and was a bit confused. It's Ms. Lu's dad. I'm his secretary, surnamed Zhang. Secretary Zhang spoke in a low voice. Chen Yang suddenly realized, and hurriedly said enthusiastically, then, having come, Secretary Zhang should not go back first. No. Bad influence. Secretary Zhang quickly shrugged it off, then whispered, the leader said that you can go back with Ms. Lu when you have time. He has something to talk to you about. Understood. Chen Yang immediately responded, saying, tonight then. I'll send Lu Wangshu when she goes back tonight. Then congratulations to Mr. Chen on his prosperous business. Peace and health. I'll go back first. Secretary Zhang came and went in a hurry. When Chen Yang returned to the East Garden but realized that the people were looking at him intentionally or unintentionally. That's it. I don't know Secretary Zhang myself, but I'm afraid none of these people don't know each other. Does that count as pulling the tiger's skin? Chen Yang muttered darkly and handed the gift to Lu Wangshu while he himself chatted with the crowd. These were his future debtors, and it was better to be polite before he owed them a debt. Lu Wangshu knew it was his dad's gift, and not polite, opened it on the spot and looked at it, muttered, tea? Not a dime spent really stingy. This is a special supply of good tea, simply cannot be bought. Next to Hu Guanyu eyes glowing, said, my old man with a baby. I want a number of times did not want. Wouldn't you steal it if you couldn't get it? Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes and walked away. Hu Guanyu was silent. That's a hell of an idea. You're your father's only daughter. Take whatever you want. But my old man can beat me to death. Believe it or not. Hello Mr. Chen. At this time, a sexy woman with big waves on top of a slag woman walked up to Chen Yang. She had fair skin, a pleasant smile, green knitted eyebrows, exquisite makeup, and was wearing a long black dress. Hello, sorry, too many new friends to recognize all of them. Sorry. Chen Yang shook her hand. She smiled and said, I should remember better than them. We're neighbors. Introduce yourself. Shun Wei. Oh. Chen Yang drifted off, thinking of what Hu Guanyu had said last time, and said, Shin Wei of the West Garden. Shin Wei of the Shin Group, right? Yes. I didn't expect Mr. Chen to know me. It's quite an honor. Shin Wei smiled and said, I heard that Mr. Chen is still pulling investments all over the place after taking out a loan of $20 billion. I don't know what kind of business Mr. Chen is planning to do besides bioenergy. Don't get me wrong. The Shin family's current business has reached a bottleneck. We are in dire need of finding another direction of investment. If Mr. Chen's business is worth investing in, I think we, the Shin Group, can come up with an amount that will make Mr. Chen's heart skip a beat. Chapter 31 The Five Pillars. As Shin Wei's words fell, Chen Yang's eyes lit up, and so did the surrounding crowd. Chen Yang is really want to pull the loan, but is worried about how to open. People are here to celebrate the housewarming. He went up to borrow money is too embarrassing. If people don't want to borrow, then it's really not a good idea to borrow or leave. The surrounding crowd, on the other hand, really wanted to understand what Chen Yang was trying to do. Bioenergy injection is a good product, but it is clear that there is no longer a need to invest. The only one they can invest in now is Chen Yang, but the risk of this kind of unsecured investment is too great, and they are afraid that Chen Yang will play it off, and they don't dare to smash it with real money, but they don't want to give up the opportunity to make money. These days are not the reckless times of a few decades ago when you could make money doing anything, even all kinds of profiteering. Today's business environment is not good. The international situation is not clear. Foreign business is difficult to do. The domestic environment of competitive pressure. Want to make money want to earn more is very difficult. One can't get it right and still lose money. If it were not so, it would not be so much capital scratching its head every day to find a project. Gentlemen, it looks like everyone is interested in the project I'm going to do. Chen Yang looked around and invited the crowd to enter the main building. After all, the weather in July. Although the East Garden was secluded, it was really hot outside. Upon entering the main building, the service staff that Hu Guanyu arranged to come had already packed up enough space, and the tables, chairs and meals had already been prepared and placed in a self-service format. No one is going to spar at this kind of party, and naturally, no round tables will be prepared. As the crowd took their seats, Chen Yang began to speak confidently. I think we all know what kind of a product bioenergy injection is, and there is no doubt that he is transgressive, which is brought about by the advancement of biological science. And I myself am a very keen scientific researcher. Some people may wonder why I, an ordinary bachelor's degree graduate and a former food researcher in Yunhai Group, would engage in these researches, and why did I get results? Trust me, I'm a genius. When these words came out, the scene fell silent, and the people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Lu Wangshu even covered his face. In her opinion, the special strain might have been unintentionally discovered by Qin Yang when he was doing food research or something. So he mastered the formula, hence the industry he had today. Genius and all that is outrageous. Based on her observation for so many days, Chen Yang was the type to mingle and wait for death, lying around with nothing to do but play with his cell phone or blow awesome. How can anyone be so complimentary? Wouldn't he be ashamed? How did she know that Chen Yang wanted this effect? Some things are very shameful and bragging at first, but when you really make results, then it makes sense. What Chen Yang wanted was a genius persona similar to Iron Man. He wants to brainwash the globe. Otherwise, how can you explain in the future how you are able to research all kinds of black technology across industries? Even if they did create a genius persona, they would be suspect. But by that time it didn't matter. What could others do if they suspected when they were truly in control of a huge power? Tell the truth. Chen Yang stood in front of the crowd and said confidently, in my opinion, no matter how much the various technological sciences are decentralized, there will only be 5 industries that will be the pillars of humanity in the future. First, biogenetic technology. Our company's first product, that is, bioenergy injection, in my opinion, is the most basic biogenetic technology products. We will be in-depth research on this. We have already reached a cooperation with national biological research laboratories. Secondly, energy technology. There is no doubt that energy is the foundation of everything. The use of energy is the structure on top of the foundation. The future of science and technology, no matter what, can never be detached from the in-depth development of energy and energy. Third, artificial intelligence technology. Now the cell phone assistant, AI assistant, AI big model, car navigation and intelligent driving. Every aspect of the point has begun to enter our lives. I think, manpower is limited, but human creativity is infinite. If the car instead of legs, weapons instead of hands, then artificial intelligence is to replace part of our brain. Fourth, mechanical industrial technology. There is no doubt that industrial manufacturing is a top priority and one of the areas that our company will enter in the future. There is nothing to say about this. Fifth, basic materials technology. We humans have incredible imagination. The development of human science and technology is limited to the verification of the theory. The second is limited to the limitations of the basic materials. This line of work few companies will be involved in, because of the large investment, low returns. But I would say that we at Star Ocean are bound to step into this industry in the future. Chen Yang looked at the pondering heavy-duty and laughed. Of course, rice has to be eaten one bite at a time. It's easy to rip off the egg with a big step. So the next project I'm going to work on is actually the second of the 5 pillars of science and technology. That is, the energy science and technology. And I'm thinking of investing in researching a brand new battery. And I've already got a certain conception of what I'm going to do in this regard. So, gentlemen, if anyone would like to support me, it will surely be a huge gain. It's not bragging, shares and all that aside. You all already know my rules from Wushao. I undertake all investment business. Just give me money at 24% per annum, the highest level set by the state, and pay interest monthly. The scene was in uproar. Some people already knew the news, so naturally there was little surprise, just a consideration of the risks and rewards involved. But there are also people who don't know the news yet, and when they heard about the 24% annual interest rate, they breathed a sigh of relief. What's the difference between that and a loan shark? Nowadays business is not doing well, and many people who do not have quality industry are managing their money. But how much money is it only for a year? Normal returns range from 1.5% to 4%. This range covers a wide range of financial products from lower-risk bank time deposits to higher-risk equity investments. A yield of 4% or more is basically a non-principal protected floating income product. That means it's going to lose money. So calculated Chen Yang, this 24% annual interest rate lending is simply too attractive. Even if there is a certain risk is considered normal. To say there is no risk is fraud. Believe him or not? The crowd pondered and hesitated. Pure credit loans, which have never been synonymous with high risk. But Chen Yang is different. The newest member of the business community, the scientific research circle, is also famous. And in his hands, he is in possession of a big explosive product. Although it had been mortgaged to the bank, they didn't believe that Chen Yang couldn't afford to repay the loan. That possibility was too low. As long as they could hold out for half a year without the technology being attacked, they would be able to repay the loan. At that time is pure profit, even because of the occupation of the market, the subsequent even if the technology has been overcome. he can also make money day by day. In this situation, would Chen Yang really fool around? I vote. At this time, Ms. Shenwei, who was sitting in the first row, revealed a smile and said, I believe in Mr. Chen's future, and my Shen family can come up with 3 billion. Chapter 32. It's okay to put me in debt, but it's not okay to ask for my shares. Hiss. The crowd's hearts were pounding. $3 billion. Many of the people present did not have $3 billion in their entire fortune. How dare the Shen family gamble like that? But when they thought carefully about the composition of the Shen family's assets, they were instantly relieved. Jewelry, gold, cosmetics, watches, antiques, luxury goods. The 6 major trades are all profiteering industries, and it's normal to have a lot of reserve funds. The Hu family, will make a retroactive investment of $500 million. Hu Guanyu suddenly raised his hand as well and smiled. After liquidating some unprofitable assets yesterday, I believe in Mr. Chen's future. Hiss. The crowd was once again alarmed. The Hu family trusts Chen Yang that much? To know. Hu family, because of Hu old man's reason, has been very low-key. Do business never do high-risk industries to earn huge profits? Has always been a small stream of slow accumulation. Now 3 generations has also only saved more than 3 billion family property. $1.5 billion in one breath? Yunhai Group, will invest $2 billion. Fan Wenping raised his hand and smiled at Chen Yang. Beside them, the faces of the Chi family members changed slightly, and the Chi family boss even frowned. Wanted to stop it but had no words. The Chi family's stake in Yunhai Group is too small, but there's no doubt that the discourse will be smaller in the future. No way. The Chi family's failure to surround Wang Yaozu last time had already reduced their points. Now that Fan Wenping had invested in Chen Yang, once he made a profit, it was a plus. 1 plus and 1 minus. It's getting harder and harder for the Chi family. Chi Ruihua also want to follow the investment, but he has no money. The shares of the Yunhai Group is the basic disk of the Chi family. In addition to the basic disk is really cannot take a few hundred million billions. Didn't fall. The word came to Kirihua's mind. In the past, when Pops was still around, the entire Yongcheng circle, which time the Chi family wasn't sitting at the center. But what about today? Side by side. Chi Ruihua's will sank a little. Wang's real estate, put in 500 million. Wang Yaozu raised his hand and laughed. I just sold the property. The money hasn't even warmed up yet. Here you go, old brother. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Longan Group, put in $500 million. Yongcheng head office, throw in $500 million. Han Yuan Securities, throw in $500 million. Yonghua Construction, throw in $500 million. Huihai Home, throw in $300 million. Guanghua Infrastructure, throw in $200 million. The small circle brought by Wang Yaozu opened their mouths one after another, completely driving up the atmosphere of the scene for a while. There were constantly people opening their mouths, some in the name of the company, some in the name of individuals, and when the scene was completely cleared, Chen Yang was already happy. Shen family 3 billion, Hu family 1.5 billion, Yunhai 2 billion, Wang Yaozu a group of people invested 3 billion, and other people Lin added up to 5.5 billion. That is, in addition to the $20 billion in bank loans, Chen Yang had borrowed $15 billion from these individuals and companies without collateral. It's $35 billion in debt. Next month it's 3.5 million points. This was quite a bit more than what Chen Yang had expected. Civilian-grade thermostatic solid-state battery technology, price, 2,800,000 points. Rating, a kernel-type thermostatic solid-state battery developed by a small, unknown company, as a pirated version of a certain type of battery. It has the ultimate price/performance ratio. Cancer cell-inhibiting fluid technology, price, 700,000 points. Evaluation, an unexpected product of a certain biogenetic laboratory, relying on the stimulation of one's own genes to form an inhibitory effect on the mutated cells, causing them to naturally die and fall off. It was worthless in the age of the stars and rivers, but nowadays, it seems to have an extraordinary value. Chen Yang's mind couldn't help but reproduce these two techniques. These days he had been studying his future direction and the direction of his exchange to the system mall. It would have been satisfying enough just to be able to redeem a battery technology, but I didn't expect any surprises. The extra 700,000 points were enough to exchange for the technology to cure cancer, thus saving countless families and creating a giant enterprise in medicine. Perfect. Chen Yang was full of smiles and invited the crowd to eat and drink. This vulgar performance of his because of the change of capital and status, not only did not make people think that he was vulgar, but on the contrary, many people were praising him for being grounded. The party didn't end until mid-afternoon, and after it dispersed there were attendants to clean up the East Garden and pack up the gifts. It was 7 o'clock in the evening when the various gifts were put away in categories and the attendants departed. When Hu Guanyu heard that Chen Yang was going to take Jiang Lihai to the nightclub to have a good time, he couldn't resist even more to offer himself as a guide. Good point. I'll take her back first. Chen Yang reached out and pointed to Lu Wangshu, asking Wang Gang to bring out the car and get into the car with Lu Wangshu. Jiang Lihai and Hu Guanyu simply didn't drive because they were going to get high at night, and took the bodyguard car driven by Zheng Chang. The car drove out of the East Garden and crossed the bridge all the way, aiming for Lu Wangshu's house. Lu Wangshu suddenly said, Wan Yaozu and that circle of theirs approached me privately about something before they left. What? Chen Yang was a bit distracted. To make up for the misunderstanding that day, they took on the remodeling of the 2 buildings we bought, whether it was the listing or the office supplies and homes inside, as well as the expenses required midway through the remodeling. They took on all of it. Exempt. Chen Yang sniffed back and said, that mustn't be tens of millions of dollars? Almost. Lu Wangshu nodded slightly and said, it's also fortunate that Ben was roughly in line with our requirements, and very few changes were needed, or else it would have cost even more. Thick man. Ah. Go back and borrow some more. Chen Yang nodded his head. Lu Wangshu was speechless. Is this how you repay the generous man? Was the nightclub fun? She asked suddenly. Chen Yang shook his head and said, I don't know. Before 996 as a cow. Where to try at most, just in the TV and movies to understand some. Me too. She wanted to say. No. How shrewd Chen Yang was. He instantly heard her meaning. Staying out at night can be specifically looking for you. If this takes you to a nightclub, your father will definitely kill me. Chen Yang sternly refused. Lu Wangshu was instantly unhappy and ignored Chen Yang. Soon, the car arrived at the entrance of an old neighborhood. Although the district seems to be very old from the outside, there are people standing guard at the entrance, relying on Lu Wangshu to brush his face. The 2 cars entered the district. It's not a small neighborhood, but most of the people who live there are elderly. The car stopped in front of a mansion. Lu Wangshu and Chen Yang got off, while the others waited in the car. The mansion was lit, and when the 2 entered the house, they saw Lu Qiming sitting on the sofa watching the news. Back so early today? Lu Wangshu teased. It's not because of you? Dad, Lu retorted. Then looked at Chen Yang and said, coming? No need to be polite. Come and talk with me in the study. What do you mean? You're welcome? Chen Yang was speechless and followed afterward into the study on the 2nd floor. What do you boys want to do with all the money you've been borrowing around lately? Lu Dad didn't have a good mood to open his mouth. Very direct. Said, a special strain has already attracted the attention of the above. We're going to invest in you. The result is that you go around borrowing money. And they thought that the strain had some hidden danger. Now they are too scared to contact you. Hey, Chen Yang was not polite. Sitting on the chair, saying, Uncle, what I want is to borrow money, not to invest. It's fine for me to be in debt. It's not fine to ask for my shares. Chapter 33, engage the guns, engage the cannons, and kill all the enemies. Is there a difference? Lu Dad frowned slightly and said, how much money is too much to earn? You have to understand, we're not like the West. The capital set doesn't work well here in our place. Doing business like this, there's no difference in status between having 100 billion and having a trillion. How? Chen Yong came into the spirit. Who knew that Lu's father glared at him and said, words that are not conducive to unity cannot be said. Fine. Chen Yang was indifferent. Lu's dad was really a bit tense. Who dared to be so big with him in the past? Where does this kid get off? Did my girl? Thinking this way, Lu's father couldn't hold back and said, you kids stay away from my daughter. You two are not suitable. Good. Chen Yang nodded. He originally did not have too many ideas about Lu Wangshu. Cute was worthless in front of sexy, not his favorite type. Wanting to keep her was just pulling the tiger's skin to use, and secondly to compensate her. If Lu Qiming insisted on opposing it, then this tiger skin couldn't be pulled, or it would easily backfire. Papa Lu sniffed in wonder. That's a big yes? Is my daughter that bad? Nope. Are they already cooked? Having a baby? Is that why you're so emboldened? Lu's dad, in turn, overthinking the situation and nearly breaking his defenses, said, I'm serious. Chen Yang felt puzzled and said, me too. You call that ing abandonment? Lu's dad couldn't help but slap the table. Chen Yang retorted, you're the one who told me to stay away from her. Do I dare disobey? Dad Lu was silent, feeling that Chen Yang was threatening him. Chen Yang was silent, somewhat puzzled. The two of them just stared at each other wide-eyed. After a long time, Lu's father couldn't help himself and sighed as he stood up. Alas, sinning. With that, he looked at Chen Yang and said, you brat, I'll teach you a few truths today. You say. Chen Yang indicated that he was being good. Seeing this performance of his, Lu's father then hummed lightly. his face looking much better. Although I don't know what you're going to do. Now that you've gathered more than $30 billion in your hands, that money can cause shock waves wherever it hits. You have to be careful what you say, think twice, and always consider the consequences of what you do. Becoming a big shot. You can't be like before in the future. You have to pay attention to the influence of your words and actions. In our place, if you cause public anger, it's hard to deal with. Do you know how I climbed to this height? Papa Lu asked. There's someone behind you? Chen Yang hesitated. You. Exasperated. Lu's father said. That's only one aspect. You said it. Chen Yang hurriedly stated that he was wrong. Lu Dad helplessly sat down. Said, the power of one person is limited. You have to learn to unite. This is not to ask you to rely on anyone, but to tell you that the power of the collective is unlimited. The larger the collective, the greater the power. When you can unite 10 people, you can do a lot less work. If it's 100 people, then you can do nothing. For 1,000 people, you are the entrepreneur. 10,000 people, and you're a well-known representative. With 100,000 people, others will have to consider whether moving you is worth it. It's on the employee side. Then there's the peer aspect, where you have to know how to share. There is no end to money. And with the capital you have now, there are so many more important things than money. Why are you holding on to the shares and preferring to pay a high interest rate rather than the shares? I think you should understand that the valuation of a loan is not the same as the valuation of a share. You can only borrow so much money, and people have to consider the risks. But if it's an equity stake, your company can easily be valued at hundreds of billions of dollars because there will be a lot of people who are happy to throw money at you to help you open up the market, monopolize the market, and avoid the risks so that you'll be able to rise to the top much faster. Just because you're not willing to share, you have to ask for a loan, as you did today. You have a small peasant mindset, always trying to satisfy your personal subsistence, farming your own land on a small plot of land with no constraints, no collaboration, no exchange. It's also authoritarian thinking, always thinking that all the power is in your hands. It's not right. Since ancient times, even the emperor could not achieve absolute control. Compromise is an art, a kind of wisdom, a philosophy of life, to learn to retreat to advance. The core of any struggle is to make fewer enemies and more friends. Business is the same way. You have to learn to share and become a leader businessman. Only if you share the wealth, they will hold you high and the wealth will converge on you. Lu Dad's mouth was dry from talking, so he picked up the teacup and took a sip of water. But when he turned his head, he saw Chen Yang walking away. He was so angry. Do you understand? Got it. Chen Yang nodded his head and said, engage guns and cannons. All the enemies will be killed, and the rest will be friends. Yet mother or get thee out of here. Lu's father was directly exasperated and laughed. Chen Yang was kicked out of the Lu family, but he doesn't regret it. Possessing a system of unpaid debts, he simply had no choice. What Lu's father said was the right way of the world, but he could only take shortcuts. There was no way around it. The reason for that joke at the end was that he didn't know how to reject Lu's dad. Boss, how's the talk going? Wang Gang curiously looked at Chen Yang in the rearview mirror. Chen Yang laughed. Where's the curiosity? Drive your car and follow Hu Xiao. Let's go in style tonight. Hey! Wang Gang hurriedly started the car and picked up the walkie-talkie to notify Zheng Chang. The two luxury cars drove away from this old neighborhood without attracting anyone's attention. Or rather, the people who lived in this neighborhood. They had seen too many luxury cars. The bar Hu Guangyu found was a high-end bar in Yongchang. Its appearance is uniquely designed, like a small bird's nest, inside the light shining, neon dazzling. The men and women coming and going around were stylishly or sexily dressed, and the DJ was roaring hard and waving his hands in the air to beat the discs, while the men and women around him howled and wriggled their bodies. The bar is lively but not chaotic. Waitresses carrying drinks in a flexible body shape through the crowd. The stage of a team of coolly dressed sister twisted body in the passionate dance. What a hoot! Chen Yang said loudly. I come here all the time. Are we going to the booth or the card table? Hu Guangyu responded loudly, which could not be heard at all in this environment with a low voice. What's the difference? Chen Yang asked. Hu Guangyu pointed to the women on the dance floor around him and said, the deck can fish. Chen Yang became interested and was about to open his mouth, when Hu Guangyu pointed at the hot dancing sister on the stage again and said, the box can raise fish. Box. Chen Yang did not hesitate for a second. Reality is not a drama. Fishing is purely based on luck. In reality there are not so many pretty girls waiting for you to catch. Fish farming is the only way to spend money on shortcuts, with thousands of selected beauties of all types delivered directly to you. Yes. Hu Guangyu gave a word to the manager who hurriedly arrived, then said to Chen Yang, second floor, Tianzi number 1. Wait. Chen Yang did not turn around and looked into the dance floor. Zheng Chang and Wang Gang were behind him at all times to protect him, but Jiang Lihai was nowhere to be seen. It was only when he turned around that he realized that at that moment Jiang Lihai was gripping the railing tightly and staring at the corner of the stage with a deadly stare. Chen Yang and Hu Guanyu walked up, but they saw a sexy woman in a white dress hugging a middle-aged man with a cross-faced face, and the two of them were getting tired of each other, and their hands and feet were still not honest. Is it that exciting? In public, Chen Yang curiously looked at Jiang Lihai. Who? Your wife? Chapter 34. Then came the music and then the dance. Jiang Lihai was trembling with anger, because the scene was too noisy. He muttered something else, but unfortunately neither Chen Yang nor Hu Guanyu heard it. But the words talk about cheating, false accusations, netting, and other words. The two of them exchanged glances, and Chen Yang looked at Zheng Chang. Come. Chen Yang beckoned. Boss? Zheng Chang had a bad feeling in his heart. You're so and so and so. Chen Yang whispered a few times and said, Go on. Don't give up, master, when something happens. Yes, boss. Zheng Chang's forehead was covered in black lines. He wriggled his mouth and flipped over the fence, walking toward the two men under Jiang Lihai's startled gaze. Jiang Lihai turned his head to look at Chen Yang, who laughed. Watched the show. Hu Guanyu also came to his senses, and just in case, reached out and beckoned the manager over as well. And a few people stood at the fence looking over the corner of the dance floor, only to see Zheng Chang walk up to the two of them. He was so tall that both the woman and the middle-aged man froze for a moment, and the middle-aged man pulled his hand out of a certain part of his body rather embarrassed. The middle-aged man opened his mouth and was about to speak, but Zheng Chang was one step faster. His squirming mouth finally came to a halt. He too a mouthful of spit hit the bullseye and landed in the middle-aged man's mouth. Oh, aha, vomit. The middle-aged man's face changed drastically, and the whole man frantically beat his chest, vomiting several times in a row. You stepped on a horse. He could not bear it, and stretched up his small fists to hit the tall Zheng Chang, who hit his chest with a punch, and Zheng Chang, without changing his face, raised his hand, and smacked down. Pop! The crisp slap made even the people dancing around them stop and look in amazement. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man was furious and frantically whacked at Zheng Chang, a set of Wang Beiji punching the wind in water. Nay! The other party's martial arts skills were so strong that he slapped down another slap, hitting the bullseye. The middle-aged man was left with slap marks on both faces. He was furious, growling and picking up the bottle to return the favor. Zheng Chang struck first and rushed up with a loud shout. A little misunderstanding, you actually used the murder weapon. Everyone watch. I'm in self-defense. A cracking punch. The woman then came back to her senses from her stupor, neither daring to walk nor pull away from Zheng Chang, but only screaming and shouting. Ah! Why are you hitting people? Help! The screams drew widespread attention, and the crowd in the arena stopped dancing and crowded around to watch and talk. What's going on? I don't know. Turtle. Dare to fight in Starlight Bar. They are really brave. Don't know the background of Starlight? The last one who fought is still squatting in there right now. What the hell? There's a buzz going on. Amidst the chatter, Zheng Chang violently beat the middle-aged man. By the fence, Chen Yang and Hu Guanyu were watching the fun. The manager's face was full of embarrassment, and he stammered and dared not speak. Finally, Jiang Lihai sighed and said, Boss, that's fine. Thanks a lot. One of our own. And we still let this dog bully us? Chen Yang smiled and whistled. Zheng Chang stopped at the sound, picked up the drink on the side table and poured it on the middle-aged man's head, stepped forward and said with concern, Brother, are you all right? Don't blame me. You started it. I was only acting in self-defense. Bull self-defense. The middle-aged man and the woman were furious, but in the way of Zheng Chang's force, but did not dare to say anything. Only the woman dialed the law enforcement phone. Old Jiang, it's your turn. By the fence, Chen Yang smiled and opened his mouth, giving 2 orders to the manager next to him, who was instantly beaming with joy, his eyebrows fluttering as he said, Don't worry, Mr. Chen. I'll arrange it properly for you, said and left. Jiang Lihai looked at Chen Yang with some consternation and said, Shall I go and beat them up too? That's not necessary. Chen Yang let Hu Guanyu lead the way, smiling as he walked. Zheng Chang has already tortured their physical bodies. Next is for you to torture their spirits. Jiang Lihai was wondering. At this time, the music stopped, and the manager walked up to the stage with a microphone and a smile, saying, Gentlemen, I'm very sorry. There was a temporary accident, but there is also a good news to inform you that all the consumption tonight will be paid by Mr. Jiang Lihai Jiang. Ha? Someone's buying? What Zhao Gongzi behavior? There's such a thing as a good thing? Damn. I can finally drink openly. Cheers. Mr. Jiang is the president of that company. Ha? What do you care what company he's from? It's over if it's great. Mr. Jiang is awesome. Thank you, Mr. Jiang. Cheers erupted, and everyone was smiling, except for the person who had gotten his ass kicked. Chen Yang's few people went up the stairs, amidst the cheers and the spotlights. This scene was seen in the eyes of the women below. Jiang Lihai's ex-wife incredulously watched the handsome and mature Jiang Lihai in his suit and wristwatch, with his hair straightened, walk up to the second floor just like that, step by step. How is that possible? He's rich again? How come? No. The ex-wife suddenly looked at Zheng Chang and said, "What is your relationship with Jiang Lihai? Did he make you move? Tell me." Zheng Chang inexplicably looked at her and said, "My labor contract is signed by Yongcheng branch, and the boss is Zhao Jiangwo. Does the Jiang Lihai you're talking about have a dime's worth of relationship with me?" Said. Zheng Chang also took out the identity card from his pocket, which really wrote the work unit, Yongcheng branch, position, security. "You stinking security guard, how dare you hit me?" The middle-aged man's nose went askew as he said, "I'll make you look good. I have money." Zheng Chang stuffed his work card into his pocket and bristled. "Working in a bank. Do you know anything about gold? Say it. How much are you going to blackmail me for? Who the wants your money?" The middle-aged man became even more angry and said, "I have money. I don't lack money. I want you to go to jail. Just wait. Soon." Law enforcement came and took all three away. Second floor. The fence in front of the box door. Smoking Hu Guangyu laughed. "Chen brother, you play this hand of absolute did not think that Zhang brothers work unit is Yongcheng Bank. This is really 8 pole cannot pull together It's just a beating to take out the anger. That's all it is at best. It's a crude method but it does relieve the anger." Chen Yang responded with a smile. Jiang Lihai felt a bit guilty and said, "Boss, brother Zhang will be fine, right? Alas, it's all because of me. If there is a need to pay compensation or anything, I will be responsible for it, as well as the consumption of tonight's chartered venue, which will also be deducted from my salary." Sideways. Chen Yang gave him a blank look, pinched his cigarette and went into the box, saying, "What's the use of your little salary? Don't worry, it's just a drop in the bucket, and Zheng Chang will be fine. I've made all the arrangements." At that moment, the manager also arrived with the sisters who had danced so hot earlier. Seeing that Chen Yang and the others had already sat down, he smiled and asked, "Mr. Chen, Mr. Hu, Mr. Jiang, what's the arrangement?" The crowd turned their gazes towards Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at the white flowers in front of him, grinned and said, "Then play the music and then dance." Chapter 35. Compensation is fine. Apologies are exempt. Half an hour later. Inside the Law Enforcement Institute, Zheng Chang underhand very skillful, and pain and insulting people. After the injury identification, even minor injuries are not counted, so the law enforcement officers will persuade the two private settlement. The middle-aged man was reluctant, but when he learned that the other man would not even be detained, he broke his defenses. On what grounds? He made a big deal out of it, and the woman was defiant, ranting and raving all over the place. "Why can't you be detained? Are you guys colluding in some way? He hit someone. Why can't he be detained? Not only do we want to detain him, we want to appeal and have him jailed." The law enforcement officers were helpless. The law enforcement officer in charge of mediation advised in a serious tone, "Check the surveillance. You guys moved first." "He spit in my mouth, big brother." The middle-aged man was furious. People explained. The mediator sighed and said, "He said he didn't notice you. He was looking at this lady. He thought it looked good and couldn't take his eyes off her. He didn't realize that he casually spat and spit in your mouth. It was a misunderstanding. An accident. He was unqualified at best. It doesn't constitute a crime. On the contrary, you took the initiative to hit the person. Although you were hit harder, the fault lies with both parties, and you cannot unilaterally think that it is the person's fault." "Yeah, I'm unqualified." Zheng Chang crossed his legs and chewed gum. "You?" The middle-aged man was speechless, but he quickly had a flash of insight and said, "This woman's ex-husband bought the whole place a drink after I was beaten up, so I suspect that they're in cahoots, and it was her ex-husband who instructed him to beat me up." Doubt of guilt. The mediator shrugged his shoulders and said, "This lady has just said, and we have also inquired. He is a security guard of the Yongcheng branch, and has no interest in dealing with Jiang Lihai, so unless you are able to come up with conclusive evidence, you will not be able to determine that he was instructed by someone. Is there no way out?" The middle-aged man was furious. Just because he's digging in, just because he's sitting on his ass, just because he's legally occupying Jiang Lihai's home, doesn't mean he wants to take a beating, because you are more unlucky, and you've been beaten up more, so you can claim compensation from the other party, or ask them to apologize. The mediator explained. Then let him apologize. I'm not short of money. No. At this time, Zheng Chang, who was sitting on the other side of the table, shook his head contemptuously and said, compensation is fine. Apologizing is exempted. Must apologize. 20,000. No, just apologize. I don't want money. 30,000. Must apologize. I don't like your $2 Never. Zheng Chang bottomed out. The boss said, smashing money to solve. Think about it, an apology will solve it. That's $30,000. The mediator hastened to persuade. No, just compensate and don't apologize. Zheng Chang ignored. The mediator looked at the middle-aged man again and said, $30,000. Do I lack 30,000? The middle-aged man was hard-headed, saying, I'm still partial to an apology. 40,000. No, apologize. 50,000. 50,000 already. It's okay. The mediator's heart was moved. He really wanted to apologize, but he was not the one who got punched. No, can. The middle-aged man felt humiliated after the beating he had received. $80,000. If it works, if it doesn't, Count Marty. Zheng Chang slapped the table. 80,000 now. He's offering 80,000. The mediator looked excitedly at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man hesitated. Zheng Chang stood up and said, one price. 100,000. Settle it if you can. If not, let's renegotiate. 100,000. The mediator got up excitedly, looked at the middle-aged man, stretched out two palms, and said, $100,000. Okay. The middle-aged man squirmed for a moment before finally nodding in submission. Transferring money on the spot? Oh, don't lie to me. He was still a little aggravated. Okay. That's not enough money for a tree in the garden for the owner. Zheng Chang took out his cell phone and sent a message to Chen Yang. It's going to cost $100,000. There was a ding, and a WeChat beep sounded. Open the chat box. 300,000 transfer information popped up. Zheng Chang clicked to accept, gave the middle-aged man swept 100,000, and looked at the balance of 200,000 in the beautiful. Good Lord. And you say no one ordered it? The middle-aged man's eyes were red, and he said, no, 100,000 won't do. Give me another 100,000. Don't give your face away. Zheng Chang stuffed his cell phone into his pocket and faintly said, the days are not just these 2 days. If you shout again I'll sue you for extortion. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth and finally cursed angrily as he got up and left with the woman, and cursing under his breath. A beaten man earns $100,000. A beaten man earns $200,000. Is there any King's Law left? Starlight Bar, Tianzi number 1 box. The girls left after the dance. Although the manager stated that the girls were clean and could stay for a price of some money, but neither Chen Yang nor Hu Guanyu were interested. For Hu Guanyu, he needs to be aware of the implications. And with his status, what kind of woman does he want that he doesn't have? He had long since passed the age when he could get a hard-on from anyone he saw, and after coming out of his ignorant and impulsive adolescence, the women who could interest him were no ordinary women to him. That has to be a plus. Whether it's beauty, temperament, education, status, personality, and all the rest. In his words, the unusual woman can see through at a glance. Hook hand can be hooked. Young waist is almost wasted. This kind of no longer have any temptation for him. So did Chen Yang. Although the number of times in love in his previous life and this life is not much, but the experience has been experienced, and now he is suddenly rich, although it is the time to enjoy, but the unusual woman really has also been unable to get into the eyes. Not that he thinks highly of himself, but his mindset is different. Taking this step, even if he stops here, his ultimate assets will not be less than $100 billion, and in the whole world, except for a very small number of women. What kind of women can't he be worthy of? In the end, lust is just a kind of desire. If there is no suitable object can make him for the heart, or even the least can arouse desire. Unusual male love can bring him far less pleasure than go out and pretend to spread money, or to achieve a goal, to become the envy of others. That's high pleasure. Of course, there are some reasons why he does have some trouble letting go. There were too many people, and if it had been private maybe he would have been manic. The two of them were like holy monks, really watching the girls hot dance with admiration, until the girls thank you 1,000 times and take the money and leave. The two of them applauded, as if completely ignoring Jian Lihai's restless hand and unwilling gaze next to them. Boss, what's the proper etiquette for a large crowd? Chen Yang gave him a blank look and reached out to hand Jiang Lihai the pieces of paper that a few girls had slipped him. Jiang Lihai immediately smiled openly. May be held back for a long time, may also be today out of breath. The heart is extraordinarily excited. I'm single now and do whatever I want. Chen Yang lazily ignored this old colorful man, got up and walked out of the box with Hu Guanyu, standing at the railing and looking down. The already lively bar was even more in a frenzy after Chen Yang had wrapped up, and even outside, people continued to come in. and the bar manager had already arranged for people to guard the door, and would only let people in if they went out. A package is a package, but the bar has its own rules, and with Hu Guangyu's identity, the bar doesn't dare to let people take advantage of them indiscriminately. What with all the tens and hundreds of thousands of dollars of booze normally used to rip people off, they all put it away and asked for it. The most expensive drinks used in the package are just a few $1,000s a bottle. There are even discounts for packages. It's all heartfelt. Of course, there aren't many people who are so classless as to take advantage of someone else's package of treats. After all, it's a high-end bar, and there are thousands of dollars to be spent casually. At this time, inside the bar, there were many people lining up, and at the front of the line were specially blended alcoholic beverages mixed with new products of bioenergetic injections. After Hu Guangyu saw it, he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Chen, this time you're going to hemorrhage money. People use your products to drink your wine. 1,000 glasses of wine. Black lines sprouted from Chen Yang's forehead, and he was also speechless as he watched the scene. But ultimately, it's chump change. Is there a way to get a batch of gun licenses? Chen Yang suddenly asked. Chapter 36, Rebirth of I Want to Be a Supporting Character? Hu Guangyu was startled at his words. The cup in his hand almost fell without holding it steady. He turned his head abruptly, his jaw dropping. What did you say, Brother Chen? A gun license? A batch? Chen Yang picked up his wine glass and took a sip, saying, my plate will only get bigger and bigger. I have neither parents nor a wife or child. I don't even have an heir. What if someone moves? I have to prepare in advance. Hu Guangyu drifted off. He expressed understanding, but it was difficult. Brother Chen, just for a gun license you actually only need to register or acquire a security company and meet the qualifications to meet the regulations to get a small number of gun licenses. But if you want to get a large number of them, it will be more troublesome. This is something that is extremely strictly regulated. And to be honest, even in powerful circles, there are quite a few people who have guns, but there are really not many who have a license. You can't get anyone to do it for you easily if you want to recruit a lot of bodyguard security, and then you also need a lot of licenses to carry guns and even use some of the over-the-rules firearms. Let alone me. Even Ms. Lu's father can't do it for you blatantly. Unless you can get special treatment from above. For example, high-tech technology with a very high level of secrecy. Or you yourself would be greatly affected if something happened to you. In which case special circumstances will be treated specially. Isn't the bioenergy injection enough? Chen Yang asked. Not enough. Hu Guangyu thought for a moment and said, unless you can prove that this product is difficult to be breached in a short period of time, you have the possibility of monopolizing the Western market. Forget it then. Before his wings were full, Chen Yang didn't want to do that. Besides, there's no need to prove anything when you can redeem the new technology next month. When the time comes, maybe he doesn't need to apply for it. The top will give it on its own initiative. However, Hu Guangyu's words about the security company did make Chen Yang come to be interested. If I start a security company, can you find me enough retired soldiers as employees? Chen Yang asked. It's easy. Hu Guangyu laughed. One of my uncles is working in the relevant units. We have a lot of soldiers retired every year in Dongzheng. If you really start a company, as long as the level of wages given is not low, then do not say that the recruitment of people, it can be completely let you go to the selection of people. Seamless, directly retired to your company to go, but also for the company to get a name of the retired military personnel cooperation in the employment of the name. Got it. I'll give you a shout out later. Chen Yang raised his cup and clinked it with him. Little things. Hu Guangyu responded with a smile. Unconcerned. Chen Yang thought for a moment and asked, what kind of business does your family do? My family's businesses are all based on stability. Hu Guangyu smiled bitterly and said, one is the pharmaceutical industry and the other is the automobile industry. Aren't these two both quite lucrative? Chen Yang looked at Hu Guangyu in wonder. That also depends on the channel and that part of the industry. Hu Guangyu smiled bitterly, said, pharmaceutical industry profiteering is the R&D institutions, but the risk is too great. What we do is to take a few authorizations, and then in the Dongzheng province this piece of a layer of agents. Making money is making money, but cannot make a lot of money. Outside the channel cannot get out, can only be so stalemated. My family's old man are considering disposing of these industries. The automobile industry is still in recent years I invested in. Before I thought selling luxury cars to make money. The results? The more rich the more stingy. Millions of cars are bought. The price cut to low still where I asked if I can send maintenance. But overall it is also earned some money. But unfortunately in the past 2 years the rise of new energy vehicles. Traditional cars more and more difficult to sell. I wondered if I was too unlucky. Jumped directly into the pit of the sunset industry. Rather also thought of transitioning to new energy, but people do not lack of sales channels, either direct purchase, or have their own 4S stores, There is no possibility of meddling into it. So it is. Chen Yang drifted off, but he looked at Hu Guangyu with some strange eyes. This kid, is he really unlucky? No, he was too lucky. It just so happens that both of the technologies one is about to redeem are related to him. This guy couldn't have been waiting from the start of his business to defect to his own day. Could he? I'm going to be a supporting character in Rebirth? I've seen what you've done these days, and since you've called me brother, I'll give you some pointers. Chen Yang held his wineglass and said, on the medicine side, there's no need to rush through it. I'll give you an authorization later. Authorization? Hu Guangyu was dumbfounded, searching for the fact that Chen wasn't in the business of medicine either. What are those medical industries most looking forward to after the birth of the biological injection? Chen Yang asked rhetorically. Of course it's the effect of bioenergy on the human body. I've heard that they've been working on this for the past few days, and they've supposedly started using it in surgery. And there are fantasies about whether it could work on cancer patients. Speaking of this, Hu Guangyu's eyes widened as he looked at Chen Yang in disbelief. Yes. Chen Yang smiled faintly and didn't say much, only saying, I'll give you an authorization later. We only produce. We don't have time to sell. Hiss. Hu Guangyu was so excited that he could hardly hold himself, and spilled some of the wine in his hand. Brother Chen, you're not joking? This is an earth-shattering event. If it really comes to pass, you'll become a contemporary saint. He spoke excitedly. It's true, but don't spread it. Chen Yang smiled, pointed downward, and said, this one today. On you. On me. Hu Guangyu was so excited that he said, don't talk about today. Brother Chen, you are my own brother. Tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, the next month, all on me. That's not so bad. I'm busy back there, and now that I have the money, I have to hurry up and put the company on the shelf. Chen Yang rolled his eyes, and then said, then let's go back first. If we don't go, the people inside are going to be unable to hold back their clothes, and then there will be a man on top of a man. See if you can't stand it. Hu Guangyu also thought of the old colorful embryo Jianglihai in the box, and immediately laughed. Come on then, I'll make the arrangements and just hang up the bill. At this time Zhang Chang also came back, shouted Wang Gang. Several people just left. As for Jianglihai, Chen Yang thinks he will not go back to stay tonight. Day 2. It was already 10 in the morning when Chen Yang opened his eyes. When I went downstairs, I saw Lu Wangshu sitting on the tea table brewing her father's special tea, and Zhang Chang and Wang Gang were recounting what happened yesterday. Boss. Wang Gang had sharp eyes and hurriedly got up. Sit. Chen Yang walked up to serve a cup of tea and asked Lu Wangshu, coming so late today? Lu Wangshu rolled her eyes and said breathlessly, I don't know what you said to my dad yesterday. He was so angry that he didn't sleep all night. Can I sleep well? This. Chen Yang was slightly embarrassed and said, then you'll go sleep again? No need. Lu Wangshu shrugged his shoulders and said, he's weird. He can't sleep himself and still has to ask me to sleep. Saying something about having to pay attention to rest. So can I refuse? It's still enough sleep. And what a daughter slave. This is treating you like a pregnant woman? Chen Yang spat, then scratched his hair and said, is Mr. Jiang back? Mr. Jiang? Lu Wangshu froze slightly and said, did Mr. Jiang not come back yesterday? You're not back at this hour? Chen Yang looked towards Zhang Chang and Wang Gang. The two men blushed oddly and stammered. Chapter 37. The first purpose of science and technology should be to serve people. What? Talk instead? Chen Yang asked. That what? Wang Gang looked at Lu Wangshu, then got up to Chen Yang's ear and whispered, Mr. Jiang was arrested last night. He was supposed to be detained. He took the initiative to pay more fines before he came out, and drove off early in the morning, saying he had no face to see you. Dug a big groove. Chen Yang was immediately stunned and said, he's playing for real? Seeing that the two of them did not say anything, Chen Yang could only shake his head breathlessly. Lu Wangshu looked at the trio curiously and said, what happened to Mr. Jiang? Nothing. Chen Yang didn't want to give this simple daddy boy girl to say something so dirty, waved his hand and said, the old thing drank too much to provoke trouble and was fined, and didn't have the face to see people back in Wei County. Is Mr. Jiang so grumpy? Didn't really see it. Lu Wangshu looked surprised. No more talking about him. Chen Yang scratched his messy hair again and said, I'm going to take a shower. If you're not going to catch up on your sleep, get ready. There are quite a lot of things to do in these few days. I've asked on Long and Side. Although the construction is going on but it doesn't affect the office. Let's build up the company's skeleton first. There are still a couple of companies to be acquired. We all have to ask. Chen Yang weekdays put down only engage in money. A lot of things about the company do not care. Just set a general direction for Zhang Lihai to bring people free play. But that doesn't mean he's really idle. Sleeping until 10 is just a hobby. An after effect of a previous life as a cow and horse. And it feels like I'm being a cow and horse if I don't sleep until 10. As the saying goes, Those who labor to control others. Those who labor to control others. Chen Yang's daily thoughts are most about planning for his future and what technology should be exchanged in the system mall. Black tech is great, but as with many good policies, it doesn't mean it's right for the moment. Fit is best. Otherwise, if he got a robot to fully take over human work, Chen Yang had reason to believe that he would not survive for 3 days. The unemployed toiling masses could drown him in spittle. Just like the popular smart driving instead of cabs, the play is too hard, the means is too rough. Whether it is a business or R&D, you have to follow the principle of human-centeredness. The first purpose of science and technology should be to serve mankind, not to smash their rice bowls. In a word, without high technology, human beings can still live, but without humans, high technology has no meaning. Machinery and intelligence to replace the basic work of human beings is inevitable. Is the general trend? Is the established future? But the process of how will be resolved. How to transition peacefully. This is the key. Chen Yang wouldn't be stupid enough to directly exchange some black technology that didn't match today's social environment. That would be death-seeking behavior. Unless one truly stood at the top and possessed the ability to change the entire structure of society. At that time, he would be able to remodel the world according to his own ideas, transforming unsuitable environments into suitable ones. And now he's only sort of done digging up the first bucket of gold. He may not know much about the human condition or about intrigue, an inherent disadvantage brought about by the fact that his predecessor was already at the bottom of the social ladder. But there is no doubt that he is smart. He knows what to do and what not to do, and he knows what he should do next. The first step of digging for base funding has been completed. The second step is to increase one's influence and importance, to create one's own persona, so that Star Ocean can truly become a giant corporation. He not only wants to build his own merits and virtues of the golden body to become a household name of the world's good people, saints, but also want to create the supremacy of the high-tech industry, to achieve the simultaneous promotion of their own and the status of the enterprise. Undoubtedly, drugs for cancer treatment and new energy batteries, which represent the cutting edge of today's high technology, are just the best choices. He is going to become a globally recognized figure in the shortest possible time. Sitting in the Cullinan, Chen Yang took the tablet and wrote and drew, labeling one company after another that he had searched and compared. Boss, it's here. Wang Gang's voice rang out, and then the car entered the underground garage. The crowd got out of the car and took the elevator up. The top floor is huge, but Wang Yaozu and the others are obviously very good at enjoying themselves. And in their design, apart from the chairman's office and high-level meeting rooms and the secretariat, the vast majority of the area is a relaxation area and meeting area. The rooftop is also said to have a swimming pool and a tarmac. All kinds of facilities are available. Down below are the waiting area and the large conference room, as well as the product display area and temporary accommodation. Further down the road is the in-house cafeteria and recreation area. Continuing down the hall are floors of office areas, each of which will have dedicated common areas paired with individual offices as well as pantries and small meeting rooms and the like. Until the first two floors. The first and second floors are connected. The first floor is the front desk area, which is majestic and full of technology, while there are steps and escalators on both sides. And the second floor is the public library with a large product display area and reception area. What should be there is there, and what can be included has been included. Chen Yang several people visited the entire headquarters building before finally sitting in the chairman's office on the top floor, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows looking out over the city. It's quite a sight to behold, but it's just an illusion. Chen Yang sat on the leather ergonomic chair, took out the tablet and handed it to Lu Wangshu, saying, "Contact them and come here to talk." "Yes, boss." Lu Wangshu, this woman in the eyes of Chen Yang in addition to the looks of which are general, but the only one that makes him very satisfied. That is not pretentious. When it's time to do something, you do it, without any girl's pretense, but when you're not working, you quickly return to your lazy and cute look, revealing your true nature. She looked at the list of company names and contact information on the tablet for a dark moment. Yongcheng Huating Law Firm, contact XXX. Yongcheng Shenghong Accounting Firm, contact XXX. Donggang Manfo Financial Management Services, contact XXX. Circle Business Talent Counseling, contact XXX. Conrad Pharmaceuticals, contact XXX. Yongcheng Weiming New Energy, contact XXX. All Dongjiang or Yongcheng's veteran enterprises although belonging to different industries, but many of them Lu Wangshu have heard of. Of course, it is not a nationally famous enterprise. After all, Dongjiang is not a big economic province, not to mention a big province of scientific research. This is a province with a combination of agriculture and industry. All kinds of companies, although there are all kinds of companies, but it is far less than the kind of metropolis of the north. Guangzhou and Shenzhen. Lu Wangshu began to make calls, one by one. And then after making an appointment, he quickly handed a form to Chen Yang. That's a schedule sheet for meetings with different people at different times throughout the day. One of the firms at the front of the line was the Huading law firm, which was very close to the Longdan Business Center, just a 10-minute drive away, and was scheduled for half an hour later. And in the meantime, in the Huading law firm, Wang Defa put on his suit suspiciously, wondering why Shanghai had contacted him. Yesterday's banquet, although ordinary people do not know, but in Yangqing's high society spread very widely. Basically, some of the strength of the people understand some of the situation, but also know that the Star Ocean is ready to be based on Yongchang. Could it be that Star Ocean has some lawsuit that we need to fight? Fake and shoddy counterfeit products have already appeared? Doubtful. Wang Defa drove his car and arrived at Longyan Center. He was greeted by Zhang Chang. It's Lawyer Wang, isn't it? Please follow me. Chapter 38, Perfecting the Corporate Structure. Only Star Ocean, and only Star Ocean. Your Mr. Chen asked me out? In the elevator, Wang Derba expressed his doubts. Zhang Chang shook his head. You'll have to ask the boss about that. I'm not really sure. I'm just the bodyguard. Upon arriving at the top floor, Chen Yang's few people were already sitting in the parlor area and tea was served. Chen Yang invited Wang Defa to sit down and laughed. Wang Lu, God has been longing for this. Wang Defa smiled and shook Chen Yang's hand. Then both sides sat down. He smiled and said, for Mr. Chen, you and I are the ones who have been longing for. Your new products are really stone cold amazing. Speaking here, he queried. I just don't know what Mr. Chen's appointment with me is about. Could it be that in such a short period of time, your company's products have already been counterfeited? Not yet. Chen Yang shook his head, but I personally think that it's almost time. Wang Defa was dumbfounded. Come to think of it, the effectiveness of bioenergy injections aside, that whopping $32 retail price is worth counterfeiting, and it's only a matter of time before fakes appear. Could it be that Mr. Chen wants to book our law firm for follow-up prosecution work? That's too much trouble. Chen Yang shook his head again and said, as far as I know, Huading Lawyer was established by Wang Law and two partners together. Only half a year ago the two partners withdrew their capital and left, and now Huading relies on Wang Law to support it? Wang Defa's face was a bit unnatural, forced to smile and said, it can't be helped. People have their own aspirations, but the strength of our lawyers is still there, although they have taken away a group of people. But the rest are all the elites that I have handpicked over the years, and each one of them can stand alone. Very well. Chen Yang stretched out 3 fingers and said, $30 million. According to my investigation, Huateng Law Firm has about 20 people nowadays. I will offer $30 million to buy you for 1 year. You will be the employees of Star Ocean's legal department for this year. This $30 million will be distributed by you. After 1 year, whether you will go back to open your law firm or continue to stay and work in Star Ocean, it is all up to you to choose freely. Wang Defa froze. 30 million. That's not a big number. For him, it's about $4 or $5 million a year, but he's the only one in the entire law firm with that income. The highest the others had was just shy of $1 million, and most were only around $300,000. $30 million split evenly is over $1 million per capita. If he took the lion's share, and converted it according to the usual percentage of income, then he could take more than 10 million for this wave. And the other 3 elites in the elite could all take more than 2 million, and as for the rest of the people, they averaged 6 or 700,000. This, 1 year tops 2 to 3 years of income. One had to admit that Wang Defa's heart was moved, but he also knew that once the team merged into Star Ocean, it would be impossible to take it with him if he tried to leave a year later. The $30 million is more of a settlement than a year's salary. Sulking for a long time, he not only considered himself, but also considered those who followed him. The benefits have been much worse in the past half a year. He had to admit that although everyone is not saying it on the surface, but the heart is certainly not good. Mr. Chen, I'd like to know how our income will be in a year's time, he asked. The performance of this year will be used to judge the future wage level, and at that time, both sides will negotiate and re-sign the labor contract. But I can assure you that the income level of Star Ocean is definitely the highest among all enterprises in the country. This sentence Chen Yang did not brag. After all, money did not mean much to him. Spreading money could be exchanged for too many benefits. Most importantly, he has black technology, and he makes money too easily. Not to say that he makes his employees individually rich, but certainly not to the point of squeezing them. Mr. Chen. No, boss. Wang Defa got up and stretched out his hand, smiling. From now on, we nerds who can only memorize texts will rely on the boss's care. Very decisive. Chen Yang appreciated in his heart and said, don't worry, I don't like to paint cakes, but there's no doubt that I make money very quickly and am happy to spend it, and I won't treat my own people badly. Wang Defa has a lot of feelings in his heart. This is considered the most real commitment he has ever heard. Boss, I'll go back and make arrangements now, and within 2 days, Huating law firm will move over en masse. Go on. Wang Defa left shortly afterward. Another group of people came to the door. It was Yongcheng Shenghong accounting firm and Dongjiang Wanfu financial management service company as well as Huanyu business talent consulting. Originally, the agreed time was going to be a bit later, but it was obvious that these three families valued Chen Yang's invitation and all came over earlier. What a coincidence! Mr. Zhao, Mr. Liu. In the elevator, Wei Dong of Huanyu business talent consulting greeted with a smile, but in reality, he was watching the fun. Because people in the circle know, Shanghong and Wanfu, two companies have many aspects of overlap, is a deadly rival, and dig each other, make a very ugly. I didn't think there would ever be a day when I could see these two together. It's still a miracle. Mr. Wei, do you know what Mr. Chun from Star Ocean invited us to talk about? Zhao and Ming were very sensible people and didn't pick up the conversation. Of course, Lu Yun didn't open her mouth, and although the two looked at each other, they didn't quarrel on the spot. Looking for me must be a dig. Wei Dong is a professional headhunter, or the entire Huanyu business talent consulting is actually a headhunter. Looking for him in addition to these things, nothing else. Thinking about the Star Ocean has just been established. It is the time when there is a shortage of people. If the performance is good this time, I'm afraid I can make a fortune. Lu Yun did not open his mouth. The heart also has a hidden guess. Wanfu Financial Management Services Company is specialized in providing financial review for major companies and so on. Star Ocean has just been established, certainly do not need these. But by the same token, because of the reasons just established, certainly a lack of relevant talent, is it necessary to cooperate in the long term? All three had assistants with them, but when they entered the top floor, the assistants stood to the side while the three of them entered the meeting area. Welcome. Chen Yang stepped forward to shake hands, and before the three could speak, he smiled and said, Star Ocean sincerely invites the three of you to join. What the hell? The three froze on the spot. They had thought a lot. Only they hadn't thought that Chen Yang would say this. All three of them are corporate executives. What do you mean? You're invited to join? Can we turn around and go back to being laborers when we're all bosses? Seeing that the three did not respond on the spot, Chen Yang invited the three to sit down. Is it really a good idea to start a business? 3 of you? Chen Yang asked. Then continued, according to my understanding, because of the international game, the domestic economic environment is getting worse and worse nowadays. Although it's only temporary, but all the major companies are laying off employees, shrinking their expenditures, and saving wherever they can, and all 3 of your companies belong to the service category, and they've been having a tough time in the past 2 years, right? The 3 looked at each other, none of them speaking first. How much longer the 3 of you can hold out I don't know, but Star Ocean is in its prime. Chen Yang took out the bioenergy injection. This one product alone is a market of hundreds of billions of dollars, and without talking about anything else, we, Star Ocean, are destined to grow into a behemoth in a very short period of time, and for that reason, we don't have a hard time recruiting, but we need a group of people who can respond up quickly and don't need to grind. 3 bits of the company clearly have that in spades. I can also give my terms. Lu Yun, you came to directly take over the financial department. Zhao and Ming Zhao, take over the audit department. Wei Dongwei, take over the human resources department. For the 3 of you, I can just acquire the company and give enough compensation. Don't worry about the low price. Your business doesn't have a core product. It's just a service class. It's cheap to acquire. I can buy it at a premium and give enough to settle down. With that, Chen Yang looked at the 3 with a smile and said, furthermore, the 3 of you may not value money that much. After all, no matter how much or how little you are worth, the 3 of you have definitely achieved wealth freedom relative to ordinary people. Huating Law Firm has already become our Star Ocean's legal department. The success is today. How to choose. I hope the 3 of you will also consider it. I'm in. Wei Dong couldn't wait, his eyes glowing. As Mr. Chen said, the general environment is not working. It's hard to make money, and I see the hope of success in your company. I don't need Mr. Chen to pay a premium for the acquisition. I just need Mr. Chen to give us enough treatment based on our value. Zhao and Ming and Lu Yun looked at each other, and at this moment, the former old enemies made a common choice. I'm in. I'm in. Welcome. Chen Yang once again shook hands with the 3. The way to the top is through checks and balances. There were a number of similar companies in Yongchang, and the reason he had chosen these was actually quite simple. Wang Defa seems to have a choice, but in reality there is no choice. Wei Dong is very capable, young and energetic, eager to realize the value of life, and will not gang up. Lu Yun and Zhao and Ming are mature and stable, and both are in opposition to each other, with one in charge of finance and the other in charge of auditing. supervising each other. Just wait for the constant stream of new people to follow. And even the old guard will work their asses off in order to sustain themselves. And the newcomers are more likely to be dead set on the old people who have moved over as a whole in order to get ahead. A year later, after many adjustments, the old and the new, the original imprint, was all but gone. There will be only a sea of stars, and only a sea of stars. Chapter 39, Star Ocean Security. Special Warfare Squad as bodyguards. You're getting more and more of an upperclassman. After the three of them left with the people, Lu Wanshu poured Chen Yang a cup of water. Thinking of his confidence and decisiveness just now, the imposing and oppressive power between his words and actions, Lu Wanshu couldn't help but feel emotional. Chen Yang was slightly stunned and wondered, is there? Yes. Next to him, Wang Gang hurriedly said, boss, now you. Pure and simple domineering president paradigm. Every move, not angry, majestic really? The boast is so fake, so pompous. Chen Yang was very skeptical of Wang Gang's motives. Why is this guy kissing ass? He did not know. Wang Gang heard Zhang Chang bragged about the hands of 200,000 benefits. Eyes are envious of red. The whole day are thinking about how to kiss ass. Now see the opportunity, of course have to show performance. Wang Gang's words were so blatant that even Lu Wangshu froze when she heard them, and then got a little embarrassed. Just hate myself for talking too much. It was supposed to be just a normal chat. Wang Gang acted like this, making it look like both of them were kissing ass. I remember you're not quite honest and simple, and you don't usually talk much. What's wrong with you today? Chen Yang looked at Wang Gang skeptically and said, something you need my help with? Nope. Wang Gang also realized that he had acted too much, lowered his head, and stammered. Boss, do you see when you'll acquire Yongqing Bank as well? Got it. Wanted a raise. Chen Yang dumbfounded, said, you as far as? In this way, you and Zhang Chang you two immediately leave the job. I happen to create a security company today. You two directly hanging in the security company. Give you a salary increase, monthly salary of 100,000. Something else. If I encounter danger, you as long as you can come forward, all have bonuses. Really? Wang Gang and Zhang Chang, who was standing to the side, all revealed a look of ecstasy. Really? Chen Yang nodded his head and said, the plate is big, just relying on the two of you is definitely not enough. I heard from Zhao Jiangwo that you were special forces before you retired, right? How come you suddenly retired? Mistakes were made. Wang Gang scratched his head, embarrassed, said, the military drill was undisciplined, causing a major impact. Not only the two of us, there are several comrades. We a special operations squad, collective retirement. It's not that bad, is it? Chen Yang wondered, saying, the cost of training a special squad isn't low, and one mistake directly retires them? That, at this time, Zhang Chang couldn't stand to see his squirming, glared at him in a bad mood and said directly, boss, it's a joint military exercise with other countries. This kid chopped off someone else's hand and dragged us into a collective retirement. He's taken 3 beatings. 6. Chen Yang was speechless. Boss, from what you're saying you want to expand security? Zhang Chang hesitantly said, that squad of ours are all elite. Why don't we give them a job as well? If it was just unusual work he naturally wouldn't say much. But listen to Chen Yang's meaning. A monthly salary of 100,000, but also the creation of a security company, which went in as the patriarch. Isn't that better than being cooped up at home? Okay. Chen Yang is naturally very happy. Retired soldiers are good to find. Special forces cannot be easy to find. Each is a treasure. Directly retired can be called rare. This way, I also set a rule. The monthly salary of 100,000 yuan. Enjoy the benefits of the group company. Something in addition to calculate the money. As a bonus, if I encounter danger, save me once on the merits of the reward. At least reward 1 million. If something happens because of saving me, $10 million for permanent disability and $50 million for death. That high? Wang Gang and Zhang Chang were shocked, and the two lost their voices, looking at each other, dumbfounded. They both were already floating. If the boss meets danger, if I rush up, if it happens that I can't beat, if I violently resist and helplessly fail and get my legs broken by the opposite side, $10 million. Just, it's like, kind of, immoral? The two men hastened to stop fantasizing. Forget about it. It's better to be an honest bodyguard. A full meal is definitely not as good as a full meal. And the boss is usually so generous. So you can't lose a lot of money for a small reason. A long-lost passion welled up in both of them. They had a hunch that following the boss, they feared that life would be lively and interesting in the future. Noon. A few people had dinner together, then drove to the relevant departments, called Hu Guangyu to speed up the process. went to the law enforcement department for filing and registration, and finally ran to the armed unit, where he was warmly received. Chen Yang had requirements for new employees. He wanted those who dared to fight and fight for their lives, so it was a bit more troublesome to pick them, but the other side said it was simple, and that they would keep a special eye on the screening and send the list of eligible names to the newly established security company. Chen Yang then met a few of Zhang Chang and Wang Gang's comrades, including Zhang Chang and Wang Gang, 7 strong men. Even the most slimmed-down ones were tightly muscled. After the presentation, the oldest was the leader and commander of the Special Operations Squad, Guan Lei. Guan Lei was a 40-year-old strong man with eyes and a resolute face, not to be messed with at first glance. Then there's Zhang Chang, the assailant, Wang Xiang, the demolisher, Ding Yi, the sniper, Zhou Feng, the spotter, Chen Yun, the medic, and Wang Gang, the bomb disposal cum fire suppression cum cover cum cooking cum driver cum doctor cum doing miscellaneous jobs guy. Who? Chen Yang unexpectedly looked at Wang Gang. You're kinda all-powerful, aren't you? No wonder he drove much more steadily than Zhang Chang. It is to see his stability that he has been letting him be the driver. I did not expect that it is still a professional. Hey! Wang Gang scratched his head. At this time, Zhang Chang rolled his eyes and broke up the conversation. Whoever is weak works. That's right. Sorry to interrupt. Chen Yang immediately turned around and looked at a few people. The mind also had an arrangement for a few people. The welfare benefits are all said and done, right? Chen Yang asked. Said it. Captain Guan Lei grinned and said, don't worry boss, when something really happens we'll definitely lay down our lives to save you. After all, the 7 of us combined aren't worth $50 million. That's an exaggeration. Chen Yang shook his head. There is only one life for anyone. Don't think like that until you have to. Saying that, Chen Yang arranged. Team Guan is the oldest and steady. In the future, he will serve as the president of the security company. If he does a good job he will keep on doing it in the future, and the welfare benefits will be gradually increased. Yes, boss. Guan Lei didn't have any surprises. For one thing, he had been injured early on and was a bit older. He definitely wasn't as strong a fighter as the others, and he was better at commanding. Secondly, he was the brains of the squad, but as a bodyguard words could not have a brain, and with a brain the safety of his employer could not be guaranteed. As for the 6 of you, Chen Yang after a little thought, said, and then go to mention a car, ordinary some, inconspicuous best, in the future or Wang Gang part-time my driver. Chen Yun will be first aid, sit in the co-pilot, Zhang Changyu and Wang Xiang a group, play the main force, Ding Yi and Zhou Feng a group, the dark standby at the critical moment to return fire. Yes, boss. Several people nodded in response. In this way, Chen Yang finally felt some sense of security. Letting Ding Yi and Zhou Feng pick up the car, the rest of the crowd followed Chen Yang back to Star Ocean Mansion. It was 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Sun Wei, the boss of Kong Roy Medicine, who was a bit farther away, also came, only to Chen Yang's surprise that he didn't see Huang Ruiming, the boss of Ruiming New Energy. Where is he? Chen Yang asked. Lu Wangshu called back and quickly walked over breathlessly. He said he'd heard about what happened in the morning, that Ruiming New Energy wasn't ready to sell, and that he didn't want to give up his dream and refused. Interesting, trying to raise the price? Chen Yang smiled. These companies were carefully selected by him. How the real situation was he understood. Ruiming New Energy is just a new energy industry in the second-rate enterprises. The national rankings of the top 20 cannot enter. The market value of about 10 billion. Recently it is the explosion of the company's directors frequently out of the news of the stock. The circle knows Huang Ruiming himself out of his hand. He is trying to sell. Conscious of the other companies is very difficult to compete. Rather, I didn't expect someone to come to the door to buy it, but he's not in a hurry? Then contact Chunhung Technology. He's not the only one doing new energy. I'd like to see if he's in a hurry after we acquire Chunhung Technology. Chapter 40, like a losing dog in a rainy night. On the outskirts of Yongchang, the headquarters of Ruiming New Energy Group, Huang Ruiming sitting in front of the desk is very serious and focused. At this time there are several other people in the office, respectively, Hanhai Energy Chairman Dai Shandong's son Dai Wenbin and Zhao Chuanxing, the only son of Zhao Jiangshan, the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Dai Wenbin and Zhao Chuanxing were lying on the sofa playing with their cell phones, exchanging a couple of sentences every now and then with a you get it and I get it smile. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the focused trio. Huang Ruiming frowned and said, "Come in." The visitor was wearing a dark business suit, with a calm face and a deep expression, seemingly a bit unhappy, and said in a deep voice after entering the door, "Mr. Huang, I heard that Mr. Chun from Star Ocean is interested in investing in us? Investments?" Huang Ruiming was unconcerned and said, "It's not an investment, it's an acquisition." But I also heard that you rejected Mr. Chen? The visitor spoke in a deep voice. Gu Xinhong, watch your attitude. Huang Ruiming said lightly. You are just the professional manager, not the owner of this company, where I have the final say. Sorry. Gu Xinhong's face sank slightly and said, since Mr. Huang still knows that I'm a professional manager, then Mr. Huang should understand that as long as I'm in office for one day, it's impossible for me to leave Ruiming alone. And yesterday's banquet, Mr. Chen of Star Ocean has already expressed his intention to enter the new energy field, and he could be both our potential rival and our partner. Personally, I think it's only logical that you should meet with them. Furthermore, since Mr. Huang has been secretly selling his shares, it would be better to sell them outright at a single price, which would also prevent our company from being in a constant state of panic. Asterisk 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 Q. Huang Ruiming picked up the penholder on the table and smashed it. He said angrily, you also know that this company is called Ruiming. My name is Huang Ruiming. This is my company. I can deal with it however I want. You, now, immediately, right now, pack up and get out. Let me roll? Gu Xinhong was incredulous, pointing at himself. Do you know what you are doing? From the time this company was still an OEM factory, I was hired by your father as a professional manager. More than 20 years have passed. From factory to enterprise, I, Gu Xinhong, have never taken advantage of your Huang family for half a penny. If your father hadn't entrusted you and the company to me before he died, do you think I would have stayed here all this time? Do you know what it means for me to leave? This company is called Ruiming, and you are indeed called Ruiming. But you were named Ruiming by your father because the company is called Ruiming. Your father has been grooming you as an heir, and this is how you repay him? Huang Ruiming, you asshole. Get out. Get out now. Someone. Security. Security. Huang Ruiming growled, looking like a madman. Security guards soon came and pulled the disoriented Gu Xinhong out. Gu Xinhong had never imagined that he had served the Huang family for more than 20 years, but he had gone out in this way. Like a defeated dog on a rainy night, he was swept away without mercy. Outside the chairman's office, there were secretaries, assistants, managers and supervisors of various departments, and even some employees, and none of them dared to speak, but just watching. Every heart is heavy, even, chilling. Even a few executives who had been thinking about Gu Xinhong's position, at this time, their faces changed slightly and they secretly pondered over it. And inside the office, Huang Ruiming, who had smashed a lot of things in anger, was finally quiet. Dai Wenbin and Zhao Chuanxing glanced at each other, and the two of them made very different movements. Brother Huang, I'll take my leave. We'll play again later when your anger subsides. Zhao Chuanxing saw that something was wrong and quickly excused himself and left. But Dai Wenbin went up and patted Huang Ruiming's shoulder and said, don't be angry. It's meaningless. What kind of bull manager? We have a dog only. If you don't listen to change one is. Huang Ruiming sighed, his face a little complicated, and said, he used to be quite good, but I didn't expect him to become like this now. Dai Wenbin laughed coldly in his heart and glanced at some white powder leaking out from under a magazine on his desk. She's changed? Have you ever thought that it's you who's changed? Growing up and taking power? It's good to take over the power. After taking over the power, you can sell your shares as much as you want, and no one will stop you anymore. This thought Dai Wenbin revealed a look. I'm good for you. Lamented, I have to say your family is too good-tempered, too kind. This dog cannot be raised cooked. Cooked not only to eat your drink you want to drive away when also hurt feelings. Professional managers everywhere, that Gu Xinhong too good, or else he can become so? Huang Ruiming sighed again. But he's right. It's not a good thing that he's leaving. He's become the face of the company over the years, and with him gone, I'm guessing the stock price is going to plummet. What's the word? Dai Wenbin stared, said, the stock price of that thing is not used to cut leaks? Today low, tomorrow high. Ups and downs is not normal? That's what I said. But the stock in my hand wouldn't be worth anything. Huang Ruiming was helpless. This way. Dai Wenbin thought for a moment, said, my old man has long been interested in entering the field of new energy. Just has not made up his mind. I will help you persuade him. When you sell a portion of the stock, my family Yunhai Group shares, when the stock price will certainly soar a cut. Really? Huang Ruiming's eyes lit up. That must be true. Dai Wenbin patted his chest and laughed. We are brothers. Can I pick you? In this case, while the news of Gu Xinhong's departure has not yet spread, I'll talk to my father now, and he'll definitely buy your shares at the current market price, and will never suppress the price. Good brother. You really are a loser too. Huang Ruiming laughed out loud. Why use also? Dai Wenbin put on his glasses. The corner of his mouth hooked into a smile, and said, aren't you too? Ha 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 ha. The two men laughed out loud. On the other hand, Star Ocean headquarters. Chen Yang enthusiastically shook hands with Sun Wei, the veteran general manager of Kongrui Medicine. And then the two sat down and began to discuss the acquisition of one of Kongrui Medicine's biomedical research institutes located in Yongcheng. Both were dry. Chen Yang bid with sincerity. Kongrui Medicine is thinking of transitioning to foreign drug agents. Has always wanted to discard the biomedical research institute of this big baggage. The two hit it off. And ultimately the price of $1.55 billion to close the deal. Kongrui Pharmaceuticals came prepared and brought the company's legal affairs. Chen Yang's side also called out Wang Defa, and the two legal affairs made exchanges and then formulated the contract. After signing, Mr. Sun of Kongrui Medicine left with a big smile on his face, and at the same time, Zhang Xiaoxing, the chairman of Changhong Technology, brought several people to Longdan International Hotel Longdan Commercial Plaza store. The other party is a big businessman. Rich list of the top 100 characters in the East River, and even the country has a significant position. Unlike the previous few people, said that the acquisition can be acquired. Changhong Holdings has more than Changhong Technology under its banner, but also involves in many industries. Even new energy electric vehicles are involved. Proper 100 billion level big enterprises. For the person in charge of this level of enterprise, Chen Yang would be somewhat offended if he posed anymore. As it happened, the time had also come in the evening, and the invitation was extended in the form of a banquet. Chapter 41 Acquisition of Changhong Technology. Stock delisting. Mr. Chen sure is young and promising. Zhang Xiaoxing, the chairman of Changhong Holdings, shook hands with Chen Yang with a smile on his face. Mr. Zhang, a big shot in the top 100 on the rich and powerful list. I've heard a lot about you. Chen Yang responded with a smile. Hi. Zhang Xiaoxing waved his hand and said, what rich list? But it is a blind row. Just say Dongjian, then I'm better than a lot of go. To really row a clear. I can't even enter the top 500. Both parties sit down and have the food served. After 3 rounds of wine, Zhang Xiaoxing took the initiative to speak. I heard that Mr. Chen wants to enter the new energy industry, and previously contacted Ruiming New Energy. Why is there no in-depth cooperation? Nothing. Chen Yang was very direct, not giving this old fox a detour at all, and said straight. The other party refused to meet, obviously wanting to sit on the fence. But new energy is the big picture. There are many more doing this. I don't have to keep an eye on him. Zhang Xiaoxing's face stiffened, including the people he brought with him were a little confused. Doesn't the acquisition or otherwise of such high-tech companies depend on what technology is possessed? How come we're not talking about price? Zhang Xiaoxing looked at Chen Yang in a daze and said, could it be that Mr. Chen's acquisition of new energy enterprises is not for the sake of technology? I have skills. Chen Yang smiled, raised his cup and said, as for where the technology came from, Mr. Zhang, there is no need to ask. I acquired a new energy enterprise for convenience and to avoid starting everything from scratch. That's too much of a waste of time. So the so-called technical value has no value with me. This, Zhang Xiaoxing was speechless. He does want to sell Changhong Technologies, although there is a new energy electric car enterprise under the banner of Changhong Holding, but Changhong Science and Technology is not competitive. Invested so much. The result is to technology without technology, to talent without talent. Scientific research has not been developed, and even its own electric car enterprises have begun to buy someone else's battery. There's no way around it. Users swear dirty. Of course, there was also a reason. Their kind of enterprise naturally could not be a one-person holding. Its internal shares were very confusing. As the chairman of Changhong Holding, but the shares in his hands were only 21%. The rest of the shares were in the hands of various shareholders and capital respectively. Shareholders and capital can no longer see it. That Changhong Technology has been losing money and cannot see hope at all. Sell it cheap. Would have liked to bully the uneducated youngster. But people come up and say that. What's the deal? It's not good enough not to sell. Contemplating for a long time. Finally Zhang Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and said, Mr. Chen, I'm not going to engage in falsehoods. Since you have said so, it is obvious that you know us very well. In this case, $130 billion. Changhong Technology belongs to you. It's too cheap. Chen Yang shook his head. Zhang Xiaoxing was a bit puzzled by this, saying cheap and shaking his head. What does it mean? I want absolute control. $15 billion. Chen Yang said indifferently. This can't be right. Zhang Xiaoxing directly got up and refused. The market value of Changhong Technology is sufficiently around 18 billion. Put out 20% of the shares on the stock market. 80% of the shares sold to you is certainly not the stock market's inflated price. But Mr. Chen, do you know how much we will lose if we forcefully withdraw from the market? Similar to this need to directly freeze the market, and then full compensation. That is to say, we must have to pay out according to the market value of 18 billion. 20% of the shares is 3.6 billion. But is your company really worth $13 billion? Chen Yang asked rhetorically. Zhang Xiaoxing was silent. Let's be honest. That company of theirs, sold to the uninitiated people won't buy it. People can't see it if they sell it to their peers, in an absolutely embarrassing position. But, once they say yes, 3.6 billion will be required from them. And a 15 billion offer minus 3.6 billion is only 11.4 billion. That's a full $1.6 billion less than $13 billion. The board can't say that. Mr. Zhang can reconsider. Chen Yang took out a piece of A4 paper and handed it to Lu Wangshu, saying, Domestic battery industry A share list Changhong but ranked 15th. This is the list. Up 3, down 3, all help me contact. Yes boss. Lu Wangshu nodded and took it. Zhang Xiaoxing instantly blushed brilliantly. This young man doesn't talk about martial arts. Where does it play out like that? Can he not know a few more companies that are equally ranked? They're all ING Cortec-less. And if someone offers them, the odds are they'll sell their asses off. Mr. Chen. Wait a moment. I'll make a call. Zhang Xiaoxing got up and left. Chen Yang lifted his cup and signaled with the crowd, who saw this and hurriedly lifted it up, accompanying them with a smile that was anything but natural. Of course they also want to say a few words for their own company. Just not enough level. Can sit here to eat is considered. Chen Yang is not modest. The one in front of me is almost as rich as the chairman of the board. The only difference is that one is rich and the other is negative. Changhong Holdings 100 billion market capitalization. Owns 21% of the shares of Zhang Xiaoxing is worth more than 30 billion. Is the rich list of the top 100 people? Chen Yang, on the other hand, was different. Although they all knew that his future was unlimited and he definitely wouldn't be short of money, there was no doubt that he definitely wouldn't be able to make it to the rich list. The negative whole list is pretty much the same. There are really not many people who can be over $30 billion in debt. 20 minutes later, Zhang Xiaoxing rubbed his tired forehead and walked in. It's a done deal. Just follow the offer you made, Mr. Chen. But there is one condition. Except for the executives, you must not lay off large-scale employees in the short term. We were also an enterprise supported by Yongcheng in the first place, and we have to give a statement to the above. Okay. Chen Yang nodded his head. Then both sides shook hands and began to push their glasses, involving tens of billions of dollars of transactions. The contract is very troublesome. The contract alone got 3 days, and this is still a lot of places both sides deliberately to ignore and avoid the results. 3 days later, the contract was finally organized. Zhang Xiaoxing temporarily rushed to formally sign, and then the rest is to wait for Changhong Technology to complete the delisting. Chen Yang for this reason in advance to pay a deposit amounting to $8 billion. At this point, all preliminary work has been completed. The foundation has been laid and it's just waiting to be settled at the end of the month. And the big news broke that day as well, creating substantial shockwaves in the new energy industry. The news said that Changhong Technologies announced a freeze on the stock market, a full delisting and refunds to all shareholders. This news has caused a stir, not only in the new energy industry, but also in the stock market. Everyone is watching. There is speculation as to whether Changhong Technology has had a major breakthrough in battery technology and is therefore delisted and ready to eat alone. This speculation has caused many people to take offense, venting and ranting online. Industry insiders share this speculation. They're just calmer and quietly waiting for the results. Soon the truth is revealed. Star Ocean Group spent $15 billion to acquire Changhong Technology, renamed as Star Ocean Energy Technology Company, officially stepped into the new energy field. Changhong Holdings, on the other hand, is getting $15 billion of cash flow, fully invested in its electric vehicle enterprises, declaring that it will completely abandon the old baggage, wholeheartedly, do its best to use the industry's best various supporting products to create the strongest new energy electric vehicles. After the news came out, the Star Ocean Group, though not famous, was on the hot seat because of the bioenergy injection. The share price of Evergreen Holdings is even soaring. The news appeared explosive and directly alarmed all parties. After all, Chen Yang's debtors were constantly watching him. Chapter 42, Protecting Chen Yang at all costs. Gu Xinhong comes to the door. That is to say, Chen Yang spent more than $20 billion in just a few days with $35 billion in his hands? Hu family compound. Master Hu asked as he sat under the grapevine blowing on the porridge. As a person of the older generation, he had experienced the disaster. And that year he was pitted and given 2 bowls of porridge to survive 2 people. One was him and the other was his younger brother. And now that decades had passed, he could still think of the scene at that time. Yes, Hu Guanyu was also quite marveled. Said, his ability to spend money is really not worse than his ability to borrow money. Buy a house 1 billion. A few small companies a few hundred million. And in the Biomedical Research Institute smashed more than 1.5 billion. I did not think that this time is even better. Directly smashed 15 billion. Lin Lin totaled it up. He has spent more than $18 billion. I heard that he has also invested more than $3 billion in Wei County, directly remodeling the entire Moonlight Lake, expanding factories, constructing mansions, and cooperating with the locals to pave roads, each of which cost a lot. Very clever. Master Hu smiled faintly and said, more than $30 billion. Put it in anyone's pocket is someone's mind. Spend it before it's clean. It's good for him. But why is he in such a hurry? Hu Guanyu wondered. Whichever of these, as long as you take your time, you can save a lot. At least $1 billion. Isn't it just a house for him? Master Hu asked rhetorically. Hu Guanyu emoed. I didn't realize that my own grandfather was also a master of defense breaking. Befriend him at all costs. At this time, Master Hu suddenly opened his mouth and said in a deep voice, I'm old. I've come this far already to the end. It's hard to go further. It's not easy for me and your second master to climb out from the ghost gate. If there was no experience at the beginning, there wouldn't be the present us. But you are different. Your father and your uncles are okay. At least they have suffered. Not enough ability but hard-working enough. Upward although difficult, but also enough. It's your generation I'm worried about. You are the only male child in our two families, and your second master's family is full of daughters. So you have not only taken on the responsibility of the family's reproduction, but also the responsibility of the family's prosperity. Originally, our two old men didn't ask much of you, just to be able to hold down a job. But Chen Yang is not a pool animal. From the time he told you that he can cure cancer, you should understand that there is no harm for you to befriend him. And by the way, help him to set up a match. And if he can marry the Lu family's daughter, then he will be able to protect you for the rest of your life. For this, our Hu family can pay any price. Give everything? Hu Guangyu stared. That's right. Elder Hu nodded and said, if he's with the Lu family's daughter, naturally he doesn't need me to protect him. But before he steps into the Lu family, I'll do my best to protect him. And for that reason, even if he retires early, what's the harm? Hu Guangyu's heart was shaken, never imagining that his own master valued Chen Yang so much. But after careful thought, he felt that it really should be. Can't help it. Oh, too much. Just one authorization for a cancer drug is enough to double the Hu family's assets tenfold or more over many years of operation. Did Chen Yang really not care about these tens of billions? Or did he have deeper plans? Hu Guanyu realized that he couldn't understand Chen Yang at all. Never could. He was too outrageous. Anything he did was outrageous to the extreme. But the ultimate reality told Hu Guanyu that Chen Yang did the right thing. The other side. Lu Qiming listened to his secretary's report on the recent events. He was angry and amused as he thought of Chen Yang's hateful face. The horse of tell him the philosophy of the world. He wants to get guns and artillery? Neuropathy. How can you screw up anymore? And you're a businessman who can do better than the state's guns? What do you think of this kid? Lu Qiming asked. Secretary Zhang pondered for a moment, said, can't see through. The style of doing things seems to be pompous and absurd, but often towards the benefits. Seems to be hanging on, but quite a means. Seems to spend money like water, but money seems to be faster? According to the news I got, Great Yong Xingjing because he a banquet, because all 4 sets of manor sold, has begun to rise in price. If he is willing to make a bid, at least earn $100 million. Speaking here, he smiled bitterly and said, Leader, don't test me. I really can't read it. This has to be seen by you. Why would I ask you if I can read? Lu Qiming took a sip of tea, and he couldn't help but blush, looking down at the glass of water. Grandma, the girl is not big. The good tea is stolen. He can only drink some tea froth. In the meantime, Chen Yang was also making tea at this time. The special tea was grabbed as if it didn't cost anything. Lu Wangshu, who was watching, was furious. Chen Yang, however, reached out and pushed her away. He needed to refresh himself. He slept too late last night and got up too early today. It didn't work out. There was a surprise visitor. Mr. Gu, you should have seen the news. I bought Changheng Technology, and now I don't need Weiming New Energy. I know. Gu Xinhong smiled bitterly and said, Mr. Chen doesn't need to call me Mr. Gu. I've already been swept away by Weiming. Ha! Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu they all froze for a moment. They have read the information. Wasn't Weiming New Energy developed in the hands of Gu Xinhong? You can sweep that out of the house? Is Huang Weiming out of his mind? I've also figured it out in the past few days. To put it simply, it's me who owed it to myself to always do everything myself and do too much. So that Huang Weiming didn't have the chance to meddle in the company, which is a big no-no in the workplace. Gu Xinhong, face bitter, said, I am now unemployed. Although it is not difficult to find a job, but the new energy this line of work for a long time. I would like to continue to engage in this industry. I am very optimistic about the prospects of this industry. After watching the news and know that Mr. Chen acquired Changheng, I would like to grossly recommend myself to apply for the job. President position? Chen Yang asked. Right. Gu Xinhong was very confident after talking about his specialty and spoke eloquently about his vision for the future. Okay. Chen Yang is thinking about whether to change people after Chang Hung changed ownership. Change people if there is no suitable person under his command. Headhunters can't dig for a while, but if you can't change it, it's easy to form a mountainous sect, and then it will inevitably get ugly. Gu Xinhong came just in time, signed the contract, and then walk into office. From now on you'll be the president of Star Ocean Energy Technology Company. Chen Yang asked Lu Wanshu to prepare the contract, pulled Gu Xinhong to sit down, and said, the only requirement I have for you right now, and that is in the short term, is to completely straighten out Chang Hung, and just clean up the others without mass layoffs. Engaging in dictatorship? Gu Xinhong asked bluntly. That's right. Chen Yang nodded his head and smiled. I don't lack technology. I don't lack money. I will follow up with an injection of capital. I will provide a new type of battery technology. Our company has a bright future. But I don't want anyone jumping up and slapping the table to talk to me. Got it? Understand. Gu Xinhong sweated. This requirement is too low. He practiced for so many years has not really seen a few of this rash, but since the boss said it, it must have a deeper meaning. What is it? Oh, I get it. It certainly can't be an employee who dares to slap the table with the boss. Then it's bound to be a peer. Gu Xinhong thought of Huang Ruiming who had slapped the table and told him to get lost. The moment dawned. Eyes instantly glazed over. The boss is trying to get all his peers on their knees to talk to him. Dictatorship. Dictatorship is not about the company. It's about the industry as a whole. The boss is trying to smash everyone's jobs. Okay, great. As long as the technology is up to par. What's the harm in being evil for once? Chapter 43 Rank and File, Group Consolidation. A week has passed. That morning, the first internal meeting of the Star Ocean headquarters building was held. The legal department, the audit office, the finance department, the Human Resources Department, the Starfish Beverage Company, the Starfish Energy Science and Technology Company, the Starfish Biomedical Research Institute, and the heads of all parties are all here. There was no other point to this meeting. It was mainly to familiarize people within the company with each other. In the meeting, Chen Yang firstly reformed the internal organization structure of the company, split and reorganized the major companies merged into it, and realized a flat management mode. A more youthful T0, T1, T2, and T3 are used as grade divisions with defined benefits and functional levels. Chen Yang is the founder, chairman and CEO of T0 Star Ocean Group. Lu Wangshu is the executive president and assistant to the chairman of the board of directors of T1 Star Ocean Group Corporation. Zhang Lihai is the president of the Biomedical, Genetic, Science and Technology Department of the T1 Starfish Group, and the head of the Biomedical Research Institute, Starfish County Beverage Company. Gu Xinhong is the president of the Energy Technology Division of the T1 Star Ocean Group and head of Star Ocean Energy. Guan Lei is the president of the T1 Star Ocean Group Safety and Security Department and head of Star Ocean Security. Wang Defa is the head of the legal department of the T2 Star Ocean Group and is responsible for the legal affairs of the entire group of companies from top to bottom. Zhao Enming is the head of the T2 Star Ocean Group Audit Office, responsible for top to bottom audits across the group of companies. Lu Yun is the head of the finance department of the T2 Star Ocean Group, responsible for the top to bottom financial work of the entire group of companies. Wei Dong is the head of human resources for the T2 Star Ocean Group and is responsible for top to bottom HR for the entire company, except for them at the top. For example, the supervisors within the group, the ministers who rotated to various subsidiaries to serve as departmental hands. Zhao Qi, the head of the sales department of Xinghai Beverages once appointed by Zhang Lihai, and Wang Feng, the director of general management of the workshop. All of these were at the T3 level. In short, such as Wang Defa and Lu Yun such as sitting in the head office is the T2 level. The supervisor in charge of special affairs under them and the allocation of rotating to each company as the legal department and finance department ministers are under their management, is the T3 level. Of course, this is only the functional hierarchy, the hierarchy of power held. The pay grades for the benefits package are much more detailed, with a full 1,000 steps in the current tentative list. Unlike other companies, Star Ocean's ranks and pay scales were set by Chen Yan for better centralization of power for dictatorship. The initial development of pay grades is simple. Fresh graduates are mainly based on their education if they enter the company. 5 levels for specialties, 10 levels for undergraduates, 15 levels for postgraduates, and so on. People with previous work experience enter the company mainly on the basis of previous salary levels. Annual salary plus 1 year on year. For example, if the original job was paying $200,000 a year, then entering Star Ocean would be 20 plus 1. Yes, level 1 is $10,000 a year for $10,000 a year. In addition to the initial level, it is simple to upgrade subsequently. The pay scale automatically increases by 10 to 20% per year without making mistakes. So if you make $200, a year, it's $220, $240, the next year. Make a mistake and you'll be demoted too. It's natural growth. Looking at daily performance. In addition to this, if you have made outstanding contributions to your position, you will receive a salary increase of varying amounts after review by your supervisors. Then there are the pay scales that come with the ranks. T3 positions automatically increase by 50 levels. T2 positions automatically increase by 100 levels. And T1 positions automatically increase by 300 levels. For example, Jiang Lihai, whose base salary level was 80, had made great achievements during the founding of Star Ocean Beverage. Chen Yang had increased his level by 50, and now he was the T1 level president of the biomedical department, plus 300 levels, and had reached 430 levels overall. This also means that his annual salary can get $4,300,000, although compared to other large group companies is not much. But the Star Ocean has just been established. The future is promising. Chen Yang does not care about the salary of the employees. He cares about the loyalty of the employees. Giving money can make them unconditional effectiveness, then it is too worth it. His mastery of black technology is destined not to lack money, but people. If it wasn't for the fear of scaring them, Chen Yang would have even dared to double it for them and directly make a big news out of it to attract talents. Guan Lei has just been discharged from the army not long ago. Can become T1 level, has been very grateful. How to not want to ask for the basic pay scale. Said that the future performance is good will naturally increase the salary. So the pay scale is only the basic 300 level. Gu Xinhong's previous salary level is not low, but he is very ambitious. That he will be able to make a mark in the field of new energy. Just a tentative 200 plus 300. That is, an annual salary of 5 million. Wang Defa and their eyes were green with envy. But unfortunately, the way they enter the company is to merge in. Chen Yang gave a full year settlement early on, and only from next year can they formally enter the company's salary scale assessment. The one who surprised the crowd the most was Lu Wangshu. The powerful circles knew Lu Wangshu's identity, but they weren't quite sure, and Wang Yaozu and the others knew because of Hu Guanyu. How they did not expect. The boss's assistant can be directly promoted to the executive president of the head office, and even made great achievements. Chen Yang directly rated Lu Wangshu's base level at 30, which was her salary level at the Yongqing Bank. Then because it was a T1 level, 300 was added, and Chen Yang added another 150 levels in the name of meritorious service. 4,800,000. Lu Wangshu herself was stunned. She wanted to refuse, but Chen Yang blocked her with a single sentence. Not to mention that you're usually the one who's busy, but think about how much you helped me when you worked at the Yongqing Bank. Chen Yang seemed to smile and subtly brought up the matter of the $80 million. Lu Wangshu, on the other hand, blackened his face. What a pot calling the kettle black. She felt outrageous at that point now that she thought about it. There are 8 different numbers in both accounts. How can you get all of them wrong? It's outrageous. During the meeting, Chen Yang adjusted the positions of all the people and determined the grades and salary scales, and then began to arrange tasks for all the people, telling the general arrangement he had in mind. He then left the people to deal with their own affairs in the various departments. For him, only need to helm on the line. The general direction is good on the line. The details cannot control too much. Control more, wrong will be more. Professional things are still handed over to professionals. After this week's adjustment, now the Star Ocean Group is considered to be completely built and integrated together. Chen Yang could also breathe a sigh of relief. Just need to come up with the skills and then do a good job of directing. None of the follow-ups require him to worry too much. After the meeting was adjourned, Chen Yang left with Lu Wangshu and his bodyguard, and since the elevator came down, Chen Yang indulged in a greeting of good morning to the chairman. Smiling and greeting passing employees, the group soon got into their cars and left. The originally empty headquarters building of the group now after a week not only completed the renovation changes, but also completely lively. Several companies had collectively merged into Star Ocean, and everyone saw the opportunity for promotion, especially since the head office today was not quite perfect. Not to mention that some departments were short of people, and there were even departments that had not yet been established. It's all about opportunity. Everyone is desperately trying to express themselves, and after Chen Yang left, the notice about the adjustment of the company's rank and salary scale was sent to every employee's cell phone by email. The entire company erupted in violent murmurs and cheers. Not only is there no layoff crisis when the environment is bad, but there is even a salary increase, which who cannot be grateful to Chen Yang? Boss, going home? Wang Gang inquired. No, Longan International. Something's come up today. Chapter 44, I'm showing my feelings and you're still not over it? Yes boss. Wang Gang nodded his head and continued to drive. Chen Yun sat in the passenger side and read his medical books. The car was silent once again. Why did you give me so much money? Lu Wangshu suddenly spoke up, puzzled. How much? Chen Yang did not look up, looking at the message in his cell phone. His hands quickly typed a reply. It's just a few million a year. Your dad has a random job for you. And don't think it's for your dad's sake. I didn't know your dad when we met. Lu Wangshu's face soothed as she sniffed. And that was the reason she was afraid. Chen Yang continued. I'm not teasing you. That $80 million is very crucial to me. I thought of compensating you at that time. Furthermore, your help to me in this month or so really isn't small. Don't think that what you've done are small things. The truth is that if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have been able to do any of those small things. It's the truth. It's easy to be the boss. Just get the general direction. But not with everything. Everything has his unique learning in it. Just like Zhang Lihai, who was able to build a big factory in 2 weeks after arranging the work. What if it was put on Chen Yang? It might not even be done in 2 months. Okay bah. The corner of Lu Wangshu's mouth curled up slightly as he said, You convinced me. Sleepwear? Chen Yang was confused and glanced at Lu Wangshu, who had a small smug look on her face before realizing that she had thought wrong. Oh, come on. I'm watching you, Chen Yang said while returning the message. Now you are more than an assistant, or the executive president of the head office. Unless it's a big deal. Otherwise the internal affairs of the head office I basically won't be able to manage it. This all needs to be in charge of you up. Turn around and let Wei Dong help you to recruit people to build up the secretarial team. The conference room I have also said that the salary scale merit and demerit review is in charge of you. And you're kind of hand in hand. There are a lot of things to be busy with in the future. Is this even hand-holding? Wang Gang, who was quietly eavesdropping, inquired curiously. You know. Chen Yang didn't even lift his head to dislike him and joked. The essence of power for an enterprise is the distribution of wealth. Lu Yun seems to be in control of the finance department, but without me nodding and signing, she dares to spend a dime indiscriminately? What our Miss Lu holds is the real power of wealth distribution. There's a lot of merit, but what's a big merit? What is a small merit? What is not? Whatever you want to call it. Making mistakes too. You just made a big achievement. I can look at you not good also can say what you do to the company. Not only do not reward but also have to punish you. Really annoyed with you. Find a reason to fire you. You wait and see. Some people still don't realize it now. After a while, who among the several presidential ministers won't lower their voice and call out Sister Lu when they see her? Say what? Lu Wangshu's pretty face was slightly red, and she was a bit shy even by Chen Yang's words. But the front of Wang Gang and Chen Yun did not know that the so-called review ultimately had to be signed by Chen Yang. They both took it seriously straight away. Wang Gang stated on the spot, Sister Lu, take care of little brother in the future. Chen Yun also stopped reading and turned his head to obediently shout, Hello, Sister Lu, you guys? Lu Wangshu was completely speechless. Soon, the Longan International Hotel arrived. Chen Yang got off the car, wearing not really formal, just casual wear. He looked at Lu Wangshu and said, Old classmates are getting married. Today I invite you to dinner in advance. It's also considered to be a final summary of your single life. Going or not? If you don't go, I'll let Wang Gang send you back first. Lu Wangshu pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't like this kind of occasion, so I won't go. Okay, Wang Gang, Chen Yun, you guys send her off. Chen Yang waved his hand and left, while Wang Gang and Chen Yun nodded in response. At the back, Zheng Chang took Xiang Wang out of the car and followed Chen Yang, while Ding Yi and Zhou Feng both followed secretly. At the entrance of the hotel, Chen Yang saw Gangzi. Gangzi's full name is Xiao Gang, and Chen Yang is an old classmate in the same dormitory. But it's not him who is getting married today, but another close friend in the same dormitory. Chen Yang looked around the memory of his predecessor. Could not help but be pleased. Predecessor of this kid is still competitive. At least borrowing money did not borrow to the old classmates. I am afraid that it is also in order to maintain the poor self-esteem at that time. Yoko, Xiao Gang was all smiles. He smiled a lot more after he resigned from his official position. Maybe this was the life he wanted. Should I call you Mr. Chen now? Or what? Xiao Gang laughed. Asterisk 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 you. Chen Yang hammered him and said, Let's just drop it today. You're still Gangzi. I'm still Yangzi. Don't say anything else if you can't. If there's really something we can help. But don't show off. Understood. Xiao Gang laughed. If it was just our dormitory, I'd have to brag about it with the two of them. But since there's a lot of people, we'd better keep a low profile. That's the point. Chen Yang waved his hand and Zheng Chang Wang Xiang mixed into the crowd and disappeared. Bodyguard? Xiao Gang asked. Right. Chen Yang nodded. Got a security company. turn around and ask for people directly if you need them. There's no need. What danger could I be in? Xiao just refused. When the phone call came, after answering it he laughed. Let's go. Rush us. Go. Get together. The two entered the hotel and took the elevator to reach the private room. The boxes are large. 3 connected. 1 for eating, 1 for singing, and 1 for chess and tea. Chen Yang has some understanding. This kind of box that includes entertainment and dining in one. The price of a night is at least 8,000. This doesn't include meals. Just some tea, snacks and fruit will be delivered. At that moment Hiroko was standing in the doorway. Today was the day he got married. Chen Yang's dormitory life in college was harmonious and everyone was on good terms. Yangzi Chen Yang, Gangzi Xiao Gang, Haozi Lu Hao, and Bernzi Li Yin. 4 people in the same dormitory. Similar age. Who do not serve anyone. Freshman year when the fight for several months did not argue who was the boss. Since then it is called by the son instead of the name. Congratulations! Chen Yang and Xiao Gang went forward and handed out red envelopes, both of which were $2,000. The two did not have the intention to show off, so they set the normal size of the red packet after discussing with Li Yin and the group. The 4 great singles finally have someone in pairs. Xiao Gang said with a smile. Who are you looking down on? Hao Zi glared and said, it's the 3 singles and the love saints. Okay? Have I ever been single? That's something you have the guts to say tomorrow when you get married. I'll count you in. Chen Yang raised his thumb, then reversed it to face downward. Lu Hao was silent at once. This guy's family is rich. Yongchang local. His father is a company executive. His mother opened a chain of clothing stores. Properly successful people family. He was a big spender in college, which led to many of his sisters being shocked by his bravado and willing to have a sweet relationship with him. Where's Burning Sun? Xiao Gang asked. The box is singing. Lu Hao pulled the 2 of them into the next box, where the group of devils were dancing, and Chen Yang and Xiao Gang were shocked on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 women, and all of them are ex-girlfriends. You really aren't afraid that your fiancé will know, right? The 2 looked at Lu Hao in shock. Lu Hao turned off the music and pointed in a circle, saying, they won't be introduced. You guys know them too. These 2, my buddies who I've played with since I was a kid. Lu Hao was talking about the 2 men sitting on the couch. The 2 of them got up and greeted each other with smiles as Chen Yang and Xiao Gang went up to shake hands. The 2 seemed warm but indifferent, not chatting specifically about what names were called, just smiling and welcoming. Obviously, the other guy was educated, but not ready to make friends. That's how it is in adult society. It's not necessary to have too much contact with a circle, and again, it's not easy to be offended. Yoko, Guko, it's been a long time. Li Yin is very enthusiastic. Put down the microphone to come up to embrace. The girls in the box is also quite enthusiastic. After all, they are all old classmates. Even if it is not a major is also a school. Because of Lu Hao's reason, we all know each other. Soon the box was buzzing with activity. Singing to the emotional point, Lu Hao performed a cartwheeling scene for Chen Yang and the others on the spot. Lily, Wen Wen, Meng Meng, Nini, Ya, Ling Ling. Lu Hao spoke deeply, said, today is my single night. It's time for me to say goodbye to you guys, but I always can't let go in my heart. I want to think of that year, that month, that day, the night of the flowers and the moon. Screw this, get out. Asterisk. The women rolled their eyes speechless to the extreme. Don't gross me out. My cubs are in kindergarten. If you hadn't made us come, the hell with coming to some bachelor night of yours. Don't gross me out. Look, I'm showing my feelings and you're still not over it? Pust. The 3 Chen Yangs, who were nestled on the side drinking, sprayed on the spot. Chapter 45. Who knew at her age she was still a love brain? Ha 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 ha. In the midst of bursts of laughter, Chen Yang and Xiao Gang as well as Li Yan were driven out of the box, and Lu Hao's 2 buddies covered their faces and couldn't bear to look at them. The 3 of them went out for a breathable smoke and came to the rooftop of Longan International, looking out over the neon of the city, with its rolling buildings, lights, and traffic on the overpasses. Burning Sun, what have you been doing lately? Chen Yang asked. Fall in love, Li Yan said as he took a deep drag on his cigarette. Ha? Chen Yang and Xiao Gang froze and looked at him. Really? Li Yan exhaled a large mouthful of smoke. So deep in the smoke, he gazed down, and then looked into the night sky, as if he saw the person in his heart on the other side of the deep space. She is like a star that lit the fire of hope in me when I was most helpless, like the moon that illuminated my life. I am not married to her. Asterisk. Xiao Gang looked at him incredulously. Chen Yang pondered slightly, thinking deeply, then spoke experimentally. How old is she? It doesn't matter. Li Yan shuddered a little. Do you need to raise a son for her? Chun Yang asked again as his heart sank. No need. Li Yan shook his head. Just might have to watch her grandchildren later. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Gang was shocked. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was unable to speak for a long time. I'll give you $10 million to leave her. No. Li Yan was in pain. Said, it's not a matter of money or not. I'm in true love with her. You guys know me. I like this kind of older. Cut the crap. Chen Yang glared. How much money does she have? I don't know. Li Yan hesitated. Whispered. Okay, I'll be honest. I was too lazy to be fired before. When there was no money, did a period of time to run errands? There was an accident to take her single. She felt that I had a good attitude. Followed up to give a lot of single. I see her out of the generosity. That surely have to be coaxed. Who knows that a handful of years old she is still a love brain. How can I see that? Xiao Gang gossiped. How to say? Li Yan pondered. I'll give you an example. Because I was attentive to the door to greet. She felt that I liked him. And also out of the mouth to reject. I was only feeling inexplicable. And then what? Then I did not go. But suddenly one day, she asked me, is she talking too directly? Hurt me? Can I spoil this? Simply ignore her. And then what? And then when she saw me ignoring her, she thought I was angry. So she coaxed me, sent red envelopes to transfer money, placed orders, and rewarded me. Li Yan said here to hurry to explain. Brothers, do not think I have no interest. She gave too much. Red packet transfer on more than 200,000. Reward and is several million. But also to buy me clothes to buy a car. Said running errands without a car is more tired. Directly to me to get a Range Rover. I was shouting her godmother. Really shouted? Chen Yang asked. Really shouted. What did she say? She said it was more exciting. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Xiao Gang was once again shocked. Chen Yang's hand holding the cigarette also trembled slightly as he said. What kind of family does she have? Middle-aged widow. Li Yan stroked his chin and said. Her family has a company. I don't know how big it is, but it's rumored to be big. Very big. Her son is now serving as the chairman of the board of directors. And he hasn't been back to his home for a long time. And I haven't seen it. You are awesome. Xiao Gang gave a thumbs up and said curiously. Since she has a son, the property is definitely not your turn. What do you figure her for? Figure she's holding shares. Li Yan laughed. She said that when her husband died he split the company's shares into two. 40% for her son and 30% for her. And that as long as the two of us get married, no matter if we get divorced or she dies, her property will be shared with me. And that this is her bride price for me. Damn. It's really letting you kid earn it. Xiao Gang spoke with some jealousy. Both he and Chen Yang could see that the woman was probably good looking. And if she was really ugly, Li Yan didn't necessarily have that determination. Think about it. This kind of rich family woman, or housewife, never worked in her life. Only makeup maintenance. I'm afraid that the age of more than 40 years old with the appearance of a 30-year-old girl are not much difference. After smoking, the three of them took the stairs down. But when they entered the box, they found that the door of the box was open, and a lot of people were gathered outside. What's the situation? Say, where are the people? A grumpy voice roared. What are you guys doing? Xiao just opened his mouth, catching the attention of the people over there. Inside and outside the box, a dozen eyes looked over in unison. One of the young men looked at Li Yan with a scowl on his face, taking out the photo and looking at it again. And then it rushed. Asterisk 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 you're the one who seduced my mom. The man madly rushed over and kicked at Li Yan. And just then, Zheng Chang, who was hiding around, suddenly got up and kicked the man out. Cough cough. Hiss. Ow. My loins. The man covered his side in pain. Huang Xiao. The men the man brought with him rushed up in unison as well. Xiang Wang and Ding Yi as well as Zhou Feng were no longer hidden. The three of them directly rushed out. And the entire aisle and half of the hall started a big melee. Not far from the waiter has long been scared silly. The manager is also anxious. Is eating upstairs long and international boss Zhao Shun got the news is also rushed to. What's going on? What happened? He cried out and then saw Chen Yang. Mr. Chen. His pupils contracted, and he exclaimed in his heart. Last time Mr. Chen was arrested here. Is he going to be beaten here again this time? That's not good. He still owes me money. You, and you guys, what are you waiting for? Don't help Mr. Chen yet. With a shout from him, a group of attendants rushed forward, and the regiment grew in size once again. All calm down. Calm down. Don't hit hard. Chen Yan to persuade the fight. After all, is the cheap son of Li Yan really beat the bad with his mother cannot explain. Asterisk 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 The young man cursed angrily, saying, Li Yan, you stepped on the horse. You seduced my mom and also brought people to ambush me. You wait. I don't want to kill you, I don't call housewarming. No, it's, Li Yan was confused. Housewarming? Chen Yang froze for a moment and stopped trying to persuade the fight and stood aside. It can't be that coincidental, can it? If he is really housewarming of Waiming New Energy, then this is a big deal. And tomorrow morning it is estimated that the entire circle of Yongchang will know about it. As the saying goes, family scandals should not be publicized. If it's really housewarming, shouldn't this kind of thing be dealt with at home? What's the point of making such a big deal out of it? Trying to make a ing spectacle of himself? He can't be that clueless, can he? Chen Yang was stunned as he thought of Huang Weiming's tawdry maneuver to fire Gu Xinhong. It didn't seem impossible that if he could do that kind of thing, he could do this kind of thing again? In the meantime, outside the Longan International Hotel, police cars arrived, and with a command from Dai Wenbin, a group of law enforcement officers rushed into the hotel. Dai Wenbin didn't go, and next to him stood Zhao Chuanqing, the son of Zhao Jiangshan, the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce. Zhao Chuanqing hesitated. It's not good to do that, right? Didn't you already get the shares in Huang Weiming's hands? Why are you still targeting his mom? You don't understand. Dai Wenbin smiled grimly and opened his mouth, saying, we are helping him. His love-brained mom found him a little father. If we don't help him now, the shares will be someone else's when we turn around. Chapter 46, do you want to punch me in the face right there? Cold. Chilly. Zhao Chuanqing only felt uncomfortable all over. Looking at Dai Wenbin's cold smile, he didn't know what to say. Just to get the stake in the Huang family, isn't this tactic a bit too underhanded? Zhao Chuanqing had already passed the age of innocence, but when faced with this kind of shady thing, for a moment he was still somewhat unable to accept it, but there was no way to intervene. His dad, Zhao Shanhe, was interested in befriending Dai Xiangdong, Dai Wenbin's father. Although Zhao Shanhe was the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, Dai Xiangdong was different from the bosses of other business groups. He played in the energy industry, coal and oil and chemical supplies. This kind of industry in today's environment either has long been nationalized, or is extremely powerful, backed by a very hard, or simply cannot keep. And it's a total seller's market for this kind of industry. People don't even bother to join the Chamber of Commerce. It was Zhao Shanhe who was interested in befriending Dai Xiangdong, which was why he asked Zhao Chuanqing to befriend Dai Wenbin more, preferably becoming a good friend and brother. And now the new energy field is booming. Quite a trend that this is the future, which also makes Dai Xiangdong interested in entering this new industry. He naturally pushed the boat, happy to befriend Zhao Jiangshan. Unlike previous energy sources, new energy sources have huge commercial properties, and it is not feasible to play the seller's market as before, unless your technology crushes other companies. He wanted to say something, but Zhao Chuanqing didn't say anything in the end. It just feels like there's a huge disconnect between the two of them. He's a pure businessman's son and the other doesn't seem to be. Plus the other has been studying abroad for many years, and the way he does things nowadays is out of step with the country. Savage. Sinister. These practices of his are not like the successor of hundreds of billions of dollars of market capitalization of the energy group, but more like the grass for the enemy of the young walled city, like just from the bottom of the rise of the gray industry figures, under the dynastic not to protect under the coercion, intrigue, and unscrupulous, not one iota of decency. What? Lao Zhao, you think I'm too hard? Dai Wenbin seems to have noticed, turned his head and smiled, said, you are also too kind. To become a big thing you have to do whatever it takes. Besides, Huang Weiming really with us a circle? My family, your family, that is not the scale of assets of hundreds of billions of dollars. He, a mere $10 billion or so. What qualification is there to call us brothers and sisters? Brother Bin is right. Zhao Chuanqing smiled strongly at his words. Dai Wenbin didn't care, turned his head, looked at his watch, and laughed. Come on, let's go back and watch the news tomorrow. Inside the Longan Hotel, at this time a banquet hall was very lively. 4 or 5 tables full of people. Chen Yang raised his glass and said, come on, all give me a face. Drink. The whole room was silent. Xiao Gang smiled and got up, raising his cup and taking a sip. Zhao Shun, Longyan's boss, also laughed and drank, saying, if Mr. Chen opens his mouth, who in the whole of Dongjiang would dare not give face? Hey, this is over. Dongjiang dare not give me face more. Chen Yang quickly told him to stop. This greatness could not be blown out of proportion. And on the table, Li Yan raised his glass in confusion, and Lu Hao next to him looked at Chen Yang even more confused. The two of them were completely unaware of what was going on. All Li Yan knew was that after he went downstairs, he saw his own cheap son leading people to beat himself up and threatening Lu Hao and his 2 buddies, scaring the girls in the box into blossoming. Then he saw Xiao Gang let out a loud roar, followed by someone rushing up and fighting with the people brought by his own son. Then there was Long An's boss, Zhao Shun, who joined the fray with a group of waiters. A big melee looked dangerous, but in fact it was solved in minutes with the help of a few strangers. Huang Ruiming and the people he brought with him didn't last a single round at all, and all of them were ed over. In the end, it was realized that these strangers were Chen Yang's bodyguards, and Long An's general manager Zhao had only moved to give Chen Yang face. What's going on? Yoko's the boss now? Not just any boss? Chairman of the Star Ocean Group? Tens of billions of dollars? Are you kidding me? If I work hard to serve Huang Ruiming's mom, I won't be the boss? Unlike Li Yan, Lu Hao felt that everything was like a dream. A good stag night, almost getting beaten up not to mention, and finally watching a big show. He was shocked numb. But when he realized that Chen Yang was the chairman of the Star Ocean Group, which had recently exploded in popularity, he became even more numb. I haven't seen him in half a year. Why is this kid suddenly so powerful? What's going on? Both of them turned their gazes to Xiao Gang, but Nai Xiao Gang didn't explain. Instead, he hooked up the corner of his mouth and said, I, too, am now the boss. The duo went even more numb. This is not the right situation. How come you've been gone for a while and one is more powerful than the other? Next to him, Lu Hao's two buddies are also regretting in their hearts at this time. Looking at Chen Yang who stood up. They are locals. As the children of a merchant's family, of course they know about Star Ocean Group. I just didn't realize that the young man in front of me was the owner of Star Ocean Group. It's a mistake. I should have known that I should have been more enthusiastic. In case I exchanged a phone number WeChat or something, I could blow awesome later. As for Huang Ruiming, at this point he was stupid. Sitting in the chair or the bodyguard and the man who brought him and helped him to sit down. The loins hurt too much. He had thought of various ways to take revenge on these people in a short period of time. But when he realized Chen Yang's identity, there was no doubt that his heart was weak. A while ago, he was cranky, played high, refused Star Ocean's acquisition, and fired Gu Xinhong, and he regretted it at the time, but he couldn't take back what he had done. When he knew that Gu Xinhong joined Star Ocean, he was even more regretful, but he did not dare to provoke Chen Yang. He's cranky, he likes to get high, he's a bit brainless, but he's not stupid. The rumors of the East Garden banquet are still circulating. Chen Yang's debtors are all over Yangchang, the future destined to be a super rich man with hundreds of billions of assets. Is this something he can mess with? So he cut his heart out and stopped paying attention to Gu Xinhong these days, but never expected to meet Ah. What a ing coincidence. The grandson who seduced his own mother was actually his friend. What can we do about this? Can I bargain for a beating for nothing? After calming down, Huang Ruiming became more and more rational, and he secretly regretted that he realized that he had come here in a moment of anger and hot blood. Anyway, how can I tell my own mom when I get back after coming here? Tomorrow won't it be all over town? The more he thought about it, the more he was afraid, and he sat down in his chair, even hoping that this would be resolved peacefully today, internally, and not leaked out. It's okay to take a loss for that. While Huang Ruiming was lost in thought, the bodyguard next to him pushed him. He didn't react, but then he saw a person coming in front of him. It was Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at him with a gloomy face and said, "What? There are many people in Dongjiang who dare not give me face. But do you, Huang Ruiming, want to punch me in the face on the spot?" The banquet hall was silent once again, and everyone looked straight at Huang Ruiming. "Don't hit me. I'll drink." Huang Ruiming hastily muffled a mouthful of it, and although he choked on his drink and was a mess, his attitude showed. "Great." Chen Yang patted his shoulder and said, "Tell me, who told you to come? Are you that brain dead? Want to make your mom the laughing stock of the city?" Chapter 47. I am never going to call you dad. It's Davenport. He gave me a video. Huang Ruiming's face changed slightly, and for a moment, he also sensed that something was wrong. Asterisk 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 asterisk. His face grimaced rapidly. And this? Chen Yang put down his wineglass, lit a cigarette and said, "He likes your mom too? So concerned? Watching her all the time?" Huang Ruiming's face became even more gloomy. "Be smart," Chen Yang said softly. "For the sake of Li Yan's face, I'll also advise you to stay away from the one surnamed Dai. I've heard Gu Xinhong say that he may not necessarily have good intentions when he approaches you." "I know," Huang Ruiming spoke in a muffled voice. Chen Yang nodded slightly and did not continue to say more. This kind of thing was not related to him. The reason why he helped to mediate was also for the sake of Li Yan. Getting up and turning his head, Chen Yang looked around and said, "Everyone, please don't spread the word about this today. This ends here. I'll eat and drink what I should today. I'll treat. Please give me face. Understood, Mr. Chen? Don't worry. I'll tear the mouth off anyone who talks nonsense." The crowd took a stand. Chen Yang looked at Zhao Shun, who called for the manager to give a few words, and soon, the waiters pushed the food carts in. A variety of fine dishes were brought to the table and drinks were served, easing the atmosphere. Chen Yang beckoned for Li Yan to come over. There is always closure between you, whether you reconcile and separate over this, or become a family, you discuss it yourselves. Li Yan sat down, a little nervous, but seeing Chen Yang by his side his heart was much more solid. Leave my mom. Huang Weiming looked at Li Yan with hatred and said, as long as you leave, today's matter will end here, and I won't trouble you again. We truly love each other. Li Yan took a deep breath. Bull sincerely love each other. Huang Weiming was furious and said in a deep voice, I'll give you $5 million. Your mom likes me. $10 million. She really loves me. $20 million. Don't give an inch. Huang Weiming was furious. Li Yan looked at Chen Yang. His heart was in the right place, and he said disdainfully, I just checked with my cell phone. Your family's company has a market value of tens of billions of dollars, and your mom has 30% of the shares. Drafting? This dogfighting thing is strangely beautiful to think about. Huang Weiming laughed back in anger and said, what are you entitled to? What qualifications do you have? That was left to me by my father. I can be your dad too, and the best part is, your mom likes me. Li Yan was quite proud. Huang Weiming couldn't wait to pick up a knife and stab him on the spot. Ah, how can there be such shameless people? Hate. I'll go in with a white knife and come out with a red one. I'll kill you with a knife. The mind vented for a long time. Huang Weiming had to say in a deep voice, she's over 40, you're over 20. A difference of 20 years. You're not suitable. What's inappropriate? Li Yan sniffed and also got serious, saying, you only think about yourself. Have you thought about your mom? How many years has your dad been gone? How long has it been since you went back? Do you know how lonely she is? How lonely? Huang Weiming was speechless. Li Yan added, to tell you the truth. At first maybe for the sake of money, but then I really moved my feelings. Your mom is the type I like. We are really in love. And you don't have to worry that I'm doing it for the sake of your family's money. With that, he pointed at Chen Yang and said, my buddy, the chairman of Star Ocean Group, I can lack money? He pointed to himself again and said, I can just sign an agreement with you that if I abandon your mom, I don't want a dime from your family. Huang Weiming was silent. After a long time, he sighed hopelessly and said hatefully, I am never going to call you dad. It's done. Li Yan showed a happy expression. Awesome. Chen Yang and Xiao Gang, who was secretly paying attention next to him, gave a thumbs up at the same time. The mind was also finally sure. Sure enough, Li Yan, this kid really has feelings for other people's own mothers. What a chow thief. The scene words opened up. The atmosphere was much better. The sound of eating and drinking rang out, gradually lively. But just then, boom, the gate was kicked open and a group of law enforcement officers rushed in. Looking serious, they were about to shout when they saw such a harmonious scene. For a moment they all froze in place. The leading brigadier stood dumbfounded, staring blankly at the drinking and eating crowd, momentarily suspecting that he was in the wrong place. What are you doing? Zhao Shun didn't spoil them and got up angrily, saying, what are you doing? Who are you arresting? Why did you kick down our hotel's door? I'll personally complain about this matter. I hope you guys can afford the consequences. The first captain is numb. The law enforcement officer next to him was also puzzled and looked at the brigadier. The first captain hesitated for a moment and hurriedly went up to apologize before following the angry Zhao Shun away. Watching this scene, Huang Weiming was secretly afraid and hated Dai Wenbin in his heart. Learn to be smart from now on. Chen Yang didn't even raise his head, as if he had foreseen this kind of thing, and lowered his head to gnaw on a chicken claw. Thanks a lot. It was rare for Huang Weiming to open his mouth to say thank you. Because of what? Equity? Chen Yang asked. That's right. Huang Weiming smiled bitterly, said, I should have seen it. At first thought Hanhai Energy wanted to invest in this industry, thinking of cooperation with the old energy companies, pulling a sum of investment to expand the company. I did not expect them to be ruthless enough. The surface of benevolence and morality brotherhood. The result is that they want to directly swallow us. You didn't want to sell the company? Chen Yang froze slightly and said, didn't you steal and sell the stocks? If it wasn't for your behavior like this, I wouldn't have planned to acquire you guys. I need money. Huang Weiming sighed and said, this company left by my father. How can I sell it? I need money to dig people. Dig some domestic and foreign technical bulls. The company's technology has not been able to catch up, and the stock price has been falling. It's a dead cycle. You're still weirdly filial. Chen Yang gave him a strange look. Huang Weiming's face stiffened. Whispered, I know you want to talk about Uncle Goose things. I was not sober that day. I did dirty things last year after getting to know Dai Wenbin, and became more and more irritable and cranky. In fact, at that time, I regretted saying those words. But Uncle Gu is also straight, and we can't even get off the stage. Dirt? Chen Yang realized. Our company's bioenergetic injection can effectively help you quit that stuff. Although it's not so bad that you can quit straight away. It can make you quit that stuff the same as you quit smoking. It's up to you whether you can quit or not. Huang Ruiming was delighted at his words, but he suddenly thought of something and his face clouded over again. What again? Chen Yang asked as he gnawed on a chicken claw. 30% of the 40% stake in my hand has been sold to Yunhai Energy. Huang Ruiming face ugly, said, 30% in the hands of my mother. This 10% has been unable to form a controlling stake in the company in addition to the stock market of 20%. There are still 10% in the hands of some of the directors and shareholders. Once by Dai Wenbin to get, their shares will be on par with ours, and once they are in the stock market at a high price to buy the shares, it is easy to drive me out. Then it's none of my business. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, I've bought Chang Hong. I'm not interested in Weiming anymore. Maybe you can try to kowtow one to the other shareholders? After saying that, Chen Yang got up and wiped his hands. That's it for today. I'll be back. Staring blankly at Chen Yang's departing back, Huang Ruiming had a complicated heart for a while, with envy and jealousy. Now that's big brotherly behavior. Why can't my company have a technological breakthrough? Chapter 48, Who the hell spread the rumor? After exiting Longan, a group of people followed up behind Chen Yang, Gonzo, Burning, Hojo, and two of Hojo's friends, a bunch of ex-girlfriends. The crowd went to a barbecue place, ordered a bunch of barbecue and beer, and partied hard. The women drink juice, the men drink beer, although there are two women also want to drink. But Chen Yang is not stupid. This ing can give? What's going to happen when they get drunk and lay on top of him? It would be fine if it was a stranger, but this was a housemate's ex-girlfriend, so it would be too embarrassing and perverted if something really happened. Chen Yang didn't have that kind of fetish. The crowd drinking and chatting. Lu Hao's two buddies also added Chen Yang's WeChat by the way. The two people in the heart of the excitement is very excited, apologizing and toasting, one after another. Drink, don't want to die like. Chen Yang was very atmospheric and naturally wouldn't care about those trivial matters from earlier. Besides, although these two people are indifferent on the inside, but the enthusiasm on the surface is also done enough to make people hate it, belonging to a very tutelage. Yangzi, how did you get rich? How Z was very difficult. Said, I was all set to get married and let you guys shout boss. Now what? There's no chance why don't you guys shout now? Asterisk 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 Q. Li Yen laughed and cursed. Even if there is no Yangzi, there is still me. What do I sell myself for? Isn't it that you guys can call me your boss? Now it's good. The body is also gone. The boss is also gone. I'm not more disadvantaged? You're losing a chicken. Shao gang envy, nothing to do. Lie out a few $1 billion of family. Who have you will lie You step on the horse The crowd laughed. The atmosphere was such that the four people at the table next to Ding Ich and Yun Wang Xian Jiufeng were also eating small skewers and drinking beer. This scene makes Zheng Chang and Wang Gang envious. They still have to drive. Cannot drink. Time passed like this, and at 2 o'clock in the morning, the crowd dispersed and Chen Yang returned home. Noon the next day, Chen Yang got up to drink water and saw Lu Wangshu who had a strange face. What? Something wrong? Chen Yang casually turned on the TV, and then the chef hired within the East Garden also started serving food with his team. I heard you hooked up with Huang Weiming's mother? You like married women? You like older ones? Do you know that the entire major circles in Yongchang are now saying that you're a chow thief? Put. The tea in Chen Yang's mouth sprayed on the spot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Chen Yang dropped his cup and glared. Who the hell spread the rumor? As he said that, his eyes looked towards Zheng Chang. Several people shook their heads in unison. Zheng Chang even opened his mouth and said, Boss, I asked for you. Huang Xiao's side said that it wasn't one of theirs, and your classmate's side also said that no one was talking nonsense. So it should have been someone on Dai Wenbin's side who messed up things. Why should it be me? Chen Yang cannot understand. This rumor must also choose the right person Choose him unreasonable Why not you? Lu Wangshu covered his mouth and laughed. Said, it is said that a tabloid reporter got the news that Huang Ruiming went to catch the adultery, and then saw you coming out from the hotel. Combined with your previous acquisition of Ruiming New Energy things. This is not very obvious? Your classmates have little fame. How can people suspect not to go on him Can only guess that it is you. How wrong am I? Chen Yang was speechless. Boss, look at the news. This self-media blogger said that the reason why you acquired Weiming was to wrestle beauty for pleasure. Zheng Chang took out his cell phone. As far as I'm concerned? Chen Yang was dumbfounded and said, 20 years older than me, and still a beauty? What am I trying to do? There's more. Wang Gang also joined in the fun, holding a cell phone and said, there was also someone who filmed Huang Xiao's nose and face. saying that he couldn't find trouble with you, and was severely beaten by his stepfather. Simply, Chen Yang was dumbstruck. He felt like he had been subjected to cyber violence. In the meantime, as the news spread throughout Yongchang, directly every circle in the city was abuzz. It was big news and gossip about Chen Yang, the newest super rich man. It's being talked about everywhere. It is said that Speaker Liu did not look good all morning in the meeting. Eaters have gone beyond the circle. They're all fired up out of the circle. Even local news and short video platforms have some news coming out. The Huang family mansion. Huang Ruiming did not go to the company today. He was bored at home all night, did not think of any good way to solve the current predicament. As word got out, Huang Ruiming's own mother came looking for him with a stick. For a time, the Huang family's chickens flew and dogs jumped. Huang Ruiming begged for forgiveness and quickly dodged. His nose, face and face looked extraordinarily pitiful. Catch an adulterer. I'll let you little buggers catch the rap. It's really pissing me off. When did I have an affair with Chen Yang? You're listening to the wind. I'm 20 years older than him, and you're still going after him? I'll beat you to death. You ungrateful son. You little, how dare you hide? Come here. Huang Mom full name LV Su Xin. Perennial maintenance does appear to be very young. Angry up crying pair with rain, also some teenage sense. Not at all like more than 40 years old. No wonder Huang Ruiming's father gave her 30% of his shares before he died. Huang Ruiming looked at the weeping Lu Suxin, and immediately didn't dare to hide, immediately kneeling on the ground. Mom, I was wrong. Mom, I really was. I'll beat you to death. Stop. Just then, Li Yan walked in and saw this scene and hurriedly stopped it, and his appearance caused Lu Suxin's face to change drastically. What brings you here? Lu Suxian hastily made a wink, but Li Yan stepped forward and said, how can you hit your son? It's so big. You have to take care of his self-esteem. Drafting? Take advantage of the old man. Huang Ruiming clenched his fists. The heart is in pain. You guys? Lu Suxian seemed to understand something. Yes, it was me he went to arrest yesterday. We confessed and accepted each other. Xin. Don't pay attention to the gossip. I will clarify. Li Yan spoke in a deep voice. No. Surprised, Lu Suxin said. If it's clarified, then after you. I don't care, Li Yan said with awe. I love you, and with you, nothing can move. Ignite. Xin. That's enough from you guys. So ing disgusting. Next to him, Huang Ruiming almost threw up. What are you looking at? Why don't you still yell for dad? Lu Suxin glared angrily at Huang Ruiming. Stop it. Li Yan stopped it and said in a deep voice. One day he will accept me. I'm not in a hurry. I hate to kill you. Huang Ruiming gritted his teeth. At this time, Lu Suxin had sort of calmed down, and after looking at her indomitable son, she said in a deep voice, there's one more thing. You'd better explain to me clearly why you fired your Uncle Gu. Huang Ruiming didn't know what to say. Lu Suxin suddenly waved her hand and said in disappointment, I don't care about you. You're big enough to have your own ideas, but old Gu has done our family a great favor. No matter what, you go and beg for his forgiveness, or don't come back in the future. It's okay, I'm on my way. Huang Ruiming hesitated, suddenly had a flash of light, nodded, and quickly got up to leave. He thought of it. He didn't have an idea himself, but Uncle Gu was experienced and surely had an idea. He's going to take the blame. He's going to come to the door begging for a scolding, not just for forgiveness, but a way for the company to survive. Face? Self-respect? That's bull ********. Life to tell the tale. Chapter 49. But he fell to his knees on the spot. When Huang Ruiming found Gu Xinhong is in the suburbs of the former Chanheng Technology New Energy Battery Production Plant for inspection. From tens of billions of enterprise boss shifted into nearly 200 million enterprises. Gu Xinhong Mood Complex at the same time is also the Spring Breeze Horsehoof Speed. Has the order ended yet? Gu Xinhong casually inquired. And the person in charge of the plant next to him immediately came forward attentively. Mr. Gu, we got the notification from the head office a week ago, and we haven't received any new orders since then. And we have been resolving the unfinished orders these days, and most of them have been finished now, and there are still a few lithium batteries and lead-acid batteries from several electric vehicle companies that are still producing, and this batch of them can be completely delivered within a week probably. Great! Gu Xinhong nodded his head and said, the boss has instructions to give the employees a vacation after the end of this batch of orders, and to upgrade and replace the infrastructure of the employee dormitories in various factories, whether it's related to the cafeteria or the employee welfare. All of which must meet the group's unified standards. I understand, Mr. Gu. This matter has been explained. Everyone is happy and touched. The head of the plant is smiling. At first they only felt that the sky had fallen when they realized that the company had been sold by the headquarters, but never thought that the new boss is so kind. Just in the internal criticism of the General Assembly, was judged most of the group of executives were fired. In addition to other people are safe and sound, did not carry out major layoffs at all. This is a miracle. And after Gu Xinhong took over the company, several of the head office decisions announced today are policies for the good of the employees, which gives them great expectations for the future. In particular, the new pay scale system, which was regraded directly to the payroll, basically increased everyone's pay scale by one step and gave them an extra $10,000 a year. Where can you find such a good thing? It's good to keep your job in these tough times in the big picture. Many people can be grateful to the head office to their bosses. Usual chats are nothing but good things about the new boss. Mr. Gu, Mr. Huang from Huiming is here to see you. The secretary walked quickly. No. Gu Xinhong's face immediately darkened and he said with a smelly face, I brought you from Huiming. Don't you know the conflict between the two of us? Tell him to get lost. I said. Speechless, the secretary looked around, moved closer to Gu Xinhong, and whispered into his ear, but he knelt on the spot. Ha! Gu Xinhong man was dumbfounded. How is that possible? Has that kid really cleaned up his act? The heart hesitates. How can he have no feelings for Huang Huiming? Since childhood, he has grown up with his own son and nephew, although this time he has broken his heart. But, come on, I'll go meet him. Gu Xinhong sighed. Soon, the two came to the office. Huang Huiming was already waiting inside, saw Gu Xinhong over to pounce on his knees, shouting, Uncle Ah! Gu Xinhong was startled and hastily took a few steps back. What do you do? I'm telling you, you don't want to get into any funny business. I am not going back. I'm fine now. Mr. Chen trusts me. I'm in sole control and I can show what I've learned without fear. Haven't you always been thinking about Huiming's power? You're the emperor of Huiming when I'm gone. What? What is this about now? Huang Huiming didn't expect Gu Xinhong to be so determined, but he wasn't thinking of inviting Gu Xinhong back again. That wasn't realistic. He was about to get the hell out of there himself. Uncle, I sold my shares in the company. Help me. Huang Huiming takes hold of the thigh and won't let go. Gu Xinhong was shocked and immediately kicked him away, hating him and saying, Why did you do that? Your father and I have been through too many difficulties, but we have never thought of selling our equity. You son of a have only been in power for a few days? This is selling? You listen to me. Huang Huiming told the cause and effect of the matter, then waited for Gu Xinhong's reply. Gu Xinhong's face changed. After a long time, he sighed and said, I really don't know what to say about you. Wanting new technology is not so wanting. Technology can't break through just by smashing money doesn't mean it will definitely break through. If you really think so, simple industries have long been monopolized by capital. Uncle, I was wrong. What should I do now? Huang Huiming regretted. No way. Gu Xinhong face ugly, said, Yunhai Group is a veteran energy company. Assets simply cannot be calculated. Last year's sales of nearly 100 billion. Theoretically, if the full listing, Yunhai Group is at least a few hundred billion scale. And let's not talk about the assets. It is said that the Yunhai Dai family has an unfathomable background, so how can they spit out the equity that falls into their hands? Is it really hopeless? Huang Huiming was remorseful. Gu Xinhong shook his head inside, and suddenly, his eyes lit up, thinking of what his boss Chen Yang had said. Chen Yang said the company has new technology, enough to realize rapid development, forming a crush on the current new energy battery industry. Even if that was 80% blowing awesome, the remaining 20% was enough for Star Ocean Energy to grow into an industry giant. This means not only the rapid expansion of Star Ocean's development, but also a huge crisis for many new energy companies. In this kind of crisis, not to mention the current Huiming, even the peak Huiming would not be able to resist. I have a way. It depends on whether you have the determination. Gu Xinhong spoke in a deep voice. What way? Huang Huiming looked at him anxiously. Sell the shares. Gu Xinhong undoubtedly said. The new energy industry is about to usher in a major reshuffle. The shares clutched in the hand is also a loss. You might as well sell directly. All sold after the bag for peace. Huang Huiming had this idea, but Yunhai's people were unscrupulous and somewhat intimidated him. If you sell to the other side, it's more than just holding back. It's probably a blood loss. Gu Xinhong obviously saw his concern and said, Sell it to our boss Chen Yang. Chen Yang? Huang Huiming froze and said. He said that with Chang Hung. He doesn't need Huiming. He doesn't need Rumin, but he needs money. 1 to make money and 2 to borrow. Gu Xinhong pulled Huang Huiming up and said, Follow me. The two of them took a car into the city and soon arrived at the Star Ocean building in the commercial center of Longdan. Mr. Gu. Hello, Mr. Gu. The front desk has greeted them. Gu Xinhong asked, Is the chairman in? Yes, the receptionist replied. The chairman just arrived. He should be in the top floor office now. Okay, make an appointment for me. With that, the two entered the exclusive elevator and quickly reached the top floor. Chen Yang had already gotten the news, and at this moment, he was crossing his legs and drinking a Coke, staring at the massive walls of the chairman's office. Gu Xinhong, who entered the door, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. I used to only think that Huang Ruiming was outrageous, but now I realize that the new boss is even more outrageous. The projection equipment used for the meeting is being shined on the wall by him to watch a beautiful woman live? Boss, sit. Chen Yang glanced at him and then at Huang Ruiming without saying much and pointed at the sofa. The two sat down and Chen Yang laughed. Mr. Gu is here to help Mr. Huang with his sales pitch? Yes. Give me a reason for my heart. Chen Yang spoke in a flat tone. Chapter 50, Someone behind Yunhai Group. Gu Xinhong's heart flinched, knowing that he might have violated a major workplace taboo by coming to speak for his old boss. He hurriedly said, Mr. Chen, as far as I know you have been pursuing borrowing now? Oh, what? You want to lend me money? Chen Yang's eyes lit up, attracted by Gu Xinhong's words. I don't have that kind of money. Gu Xinhong laughed bitterly, then pointed at Huang Ruiming and said, he has it. He can borrow it. How much? Chen Yang looked at Huang Ruiming, and for a moment, he suddenly felt that this brat was not that annoying anymore. 3 billion. Huang Ruiming hurriedly spoke. That much? Chen Yang sat up and began to get serious. More than that, Gu Xinhong interjected, saying, he and his mom still have 40% of the shares in their hands, which are worth 4 billion, making a total of 7 billion. Chen Yang looked marvelously at Huang Ruiming. Is this kid about to replace the Shen family as my biggest personal debtor? Uncle Gu, the shares haven't been sold yet. Huang Ruiming smiled bitterly. Sell it to the boss. Gu Xinhong pointed at Chen Yang and said, then lend the boss the money from the sale. Nice guy. Chen Yang was stunned by Gu Xinhong's flirty maneuver. It could still be played like this? Gu Xinhong turned his head to Chen Yang and explained, boss, the new energy industry has us. Ruiming has no hope. It is better to sell directly and dry. And this kid has no entrepreneurial ability, can only invest. To say what investment is the most profitable and stable now, it must be the boss you're lending. 24% annual interest. This is faster than doing business to earn. You look at my face, but also please give him a chance. That's too much for me to give. Chen Yang looked at Huang Ruiming, who gritted his teeth and said, I'll listen to Uncle Gu. I'll go back now to fetch my mom over and sell it. With that he got up and left. When he left, Chen Yang could not help but look at Gu Xinhong. Gu Xinhong smiled bitterly and said, after all, he's been friends with the Huang family for decades, so you'll forgive me, boss. It's nothing. I can't thank you enough. I'll give you a raise in pay grade if this really works out. Chen Yang waved his hand, not caring. Gu Xinhong saw this and put down his heart, came closer and whispered, there are people behind Yunhai Group, but you have Speaker Lu behind you. Not afraid of him, you can hang on to him. They will inevitably scour the stock market for shares to prepare to take over the power. I personally recommend that you do the same, boss, to pull up Ruiming's share price. When Yunhai Group, as long as they don't want to give up, can only acquire the equity and shares from you, and then can make a big profit. You can make a big profit at that time. What a great profit. Chen Yang instantly also understood the operation, and with a satisfied smile, he said, full authority is given to you. There are still more than $10 billion in the company's account now. You operate it. It won't take that much. People will be scared off. Gu Xinhong also laughed. He immediately got up and called to start contacting people. Half an hour later, a group of quite professional manipulators came to Star Ocean Mansion. Lu Wanshu found them a conference room for temporary use. Gu Xinhong and a group of manipulators got straight to work, and at this time, Huang Ruiming and Lu Suxin also came. To Chen Yang's surprise, he also saw Li Yan, who was holding hands with Lu Suxin. Is awesome. Watching this scene, Chen Yang immediately admired it. Then look at Lu Su Xian's appearance. As expected, the appearance of more than 20 years old, more than 30 years old temperament, proper imperial sister, mature woman. Not to mention show old, not even Li Yan show old. Nice guy, really earned his keep. A few people first greeted Chen Yang, then Lu Suxin went to find Gu Xinhong. The two exchanged words for a long time, and finally Lu Suxin nodded her head in agreement. A contract for the transfer of equity would be simple. Didn't even transfer the money. Directly got a debt book for Lu Suxin. March 24% annual interest paid monthly. Total debt of 7 billion. Huang Ruiming watched with bated breath, several times wanting to open his mouth, but ultimately did not dare. He would like to debt book, but he also knows that he has fewer shares in his pocket, and his mom has more shares in her pocket. Plus everyone present has a better relationship with Li Yan and Lu Suxin, so no one cares about what he thinks. Don't eyeball it. Lu Suxian rolled her eyes and looked helplessly at her own son, saying, I don't lack food and clothes, and I can't spend any money. Your little father and I have also received a license, and in the future, the monthly interest will be $140 million. You will take $100 million, and he will take $40 million. And whether you are starting your own business or squandering money, it's all up to you. Huang Ruiming breathed a sigh of relief. Although he was dissatisfied with Li Yan taking $40 million, he was still happy that he could take $100 million a month. I won't take it. Li Yan suddenly opened his mouth and laughed. It's useless for me to have so much money. Like this. Aren't you short of money, Yangzi? Just lend it all to you. With monthly interest. It's still possible? Huang Ruiming bright eyes. He is not stupid. He 1.2 billion a year interest. If also lent to Qingyang, the next year is the interest of the interest cannot be spent. I'm not taking any more either. I'm lending them all to you. Nice one. Chen Yang laughed and scolded. You guys are playing with me for interest? Fine. Then all of you can stay. The crowd laughed at the words, and even Gu Xinhong was moved to think. Why don't you want to be paid yourself? Wages also lent to the boss? But thinking about his small salary, he didn't have the heart to say it in the end. In the meantime, Hayes Energy headquarters. Dai Wenbin's face was ugly as he listened to the trader's report. He smashed the cup in his hand and said, asterisk 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 him. Who moved? Dare to take food from a tiger's mouth. I'd like to see if you have the skills. With that, he got up and left, going to the chairman's office. Dad, Dai Xiangdong wearing glasses, always like to dress themselves in a civilized manner, but there are some things that cannot be hidden. Although nowadays older hair gray, can still see some stern temperament. What's wrong? Someone is buying up Ruiming stock as big as we are. Dai Wenbin said grimly. Dai Xiangdong frowned at his words and gazed at the son of his, saying in a dissatisfied tone, is this what you want to tell me? What do you mean by saying this without a clue? Letting me help you get even? If I were the result, it's who's acquiring it. It's how you're going to do it. It's whether you've done it or not. But the stock price has pulled up. Dai Wenbin hesitated. Dad, Ruiming doesn't have any special technology. Will we lose money if we continue to acquire it? Should we switch to another company? Why must we stick to Ruiming? I don't understand. It's not in our interest. This is not something you need to be concerned about. Dai Xiangdong said in a deep voice. I know. Dai Wenbin's face changed slightly at his words and he hurriedly turned away. Stay until he's gone. Dai Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then suddenly took out an elderly cell phone from the drawer and dialed the only number in his address book. Hello? Hello? I'm Dai Xiangdong. What is it? The prey is in the trap. Very well. I hope you won't let me down this time. I will. Hanging up the phone, Dai Xiangdong shoved the phone into a drawer, rubbed his brow, and finally sighed. Alas. Chapter 51, A Long-Term Reckoning, A Late Conspiracy. Multiple days in a row, Rimini stock continues to rise, shocking the entire financial community. And many days later, the gut-wrenching Ruiming stock finally stabilized and word got out. Yunhai Energy Group announced that it had earlier acquired 30% of the shares of Ruiming New Energy. And yesterday, after successfully sweeping most of the shares on the stock market, it got 10% of the shares from several major shareholders within Ruiming, completely completing the holding of the company. Subsequently, early in the morning in Ruiming New Energy held a board of directors, dismissed Huang Ruiming chairman of the board, by Dai Wenbin as the new chairman. The news shook the circle of Yongchang, and even more so, it made waves in the entire new energy industry. What's the situation? Earlier Star Ocean Group acquired Changhan Technology, now Yunhai Energy to acquire Ruiming New Energy. Is the new energy industry is really great? Or Yongchang misplace technology to achieve a breakthrough? The news was widespread and chaotic, with a wide range of opinions and no one saying anything about it. But early this morning, Chen Yang received an invitation from the Hayes Club, North Park, Day and Victory. Chen Yang looked at the invitation with interest. The time was written at noon. In Gu Xinhong's words, Yunhai Group was coming to acquire shares. How could this Chen Yang not go? Near noon, Chen Yang took Lu Wangshu and Gu Xinhong and a few bodyguards on foot to the North Garden. Unlike East Park, North Park, while equally luxurious and understated, has been heavily remodeled to be more in line with the mold of a club or private clubhouse. Introduced into it by the waiter, the crowd settled in an attic, and as the bawdy laughter rang out, Dai Xiangdong brought his son Dai Wenbin and two assistants to the attic. Welcome Mr. Chen, truly a young talent. Seeing you, I am truly feeling that the era belonging to us has passed. Dai Xiangdong acted boldly. Chen Yang smiled and shook his hand. The people were seated and Dai Xiangdong had the food served. After 3 rounds of wine, Dai Xiangdong said, Chen Laudi, now that half of Ruiming's shares are in me and half in you, I hope that we can cooperate deeply. Cooperation? Chen Yang was surprised and said, you guys aren't going to buy the shares? We don't have the technology. What do we need shares for? Dai Xiangdong smiled and said, but old brother Chen surely has the technology. So, a cooperative hand? The hearts of the people here were in awe, knowing that something had changed. Gu Xinhong, in particular, already had a bad feeling. How so? Chen Yang looked at Dai Xiangdong with interest, but he was not flustered at all. I'll give $8 billion for half of Star Ocean's shares. Dai Xiangdong indicated 8 with a hand gesture and laughed. Ruiming's shares are directly given to old brother. When the time comes, Ruiming and Changhong will merge into one, and I, Han Hai, will merge with Star Ocean. Won't it be a beautiful thing? You do think beautifully. Chen Yang snorted and said, and how are you sure that Star Ocean has new energy technologies? I've studied, old man. Dai Xiangdong's face sank slightly. Said, wrestling 10 million in the fire. A loan of 80 million to create Star Ocean beverage. Based on bioenergy injections. Borrowing more than 30 billion to engage in new energy. Changhong alone invested 15 billion. If there is no technology, is this possible? As you said, I'm $35 billion in debt. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders and said, aren't you afraid to throw in $80 billion and listen to the sound? That was worth it. Dai Xiangdong smiled and said, a bioenergy injection with an $80 billion buyout. I don't think anyone will refuse. It's true. It's a conspiracy. $80 billion is a calculated price. If Chen Yang accepts it, he has to make money for them if he has the new technology. And if he doesn't have the new technology, he will use 40 billion of it to help Chen Yang pay off his debt. And then he will kick Chen Yang out of the game and buy out the special strain. That's a good calculation. Just, what are they relying on? What would be the consequences if one refused? They bought over half of Ruiming's shares. And for what? Chen Yang was puzzled and looked at Dai Xiangdong. Dai Xiangdong didn't hide anything. Said lightly, we were paying attention when you started. The shopping mall is not as simple as you think. Your identity information and friend information. We all know. When we found out that Li Yan has a relationship with Huang Weiming's mother. When you expressed your intention to enter the field of new energy at the East Garden banquet. We set up a plan. Originally, we wanted to take Weiming's shares first and then work with you. But then we realized that you are a very exclusive person, preferring to go into debt and pay high interest rather than share the shares. It's all the more reason why you've mastered marvelous techniques. To tell the truth, Changhong, you can buy it so smoothly. There is a reason that we greeted with the shareholders of Changhong. East Park 1 billion, Changhong 15 billion, Wei County invested 3 billion, a biomedical research institute invested 1.55 billion, the headquarters building 1.4 billion, a few companies and a few hundred million. The other Lin counted 50 million. How long has it been? You fully spent more than 22 billion. How much of the 35 billion do you have left? 13 billion. But now, you've taken Weiming's shares, another 7 billion, and you only have 6 billion. Dai Xiangdong sipped his water and laughed lightly. Little friend, if the bank realizes that your company has problems and terminates the loan early, how do you respond? If your debtors call in their debts, how do you respond? The hearts of the crowd sank. It had to be said that Dai Xiangdong was considered to have directly hit Chen Yang's artery. If something really went wrong with Star Ocean Beverage, which was the foundation, then the Star Ocean Group, which was now in full bloom, would collapse in an instant. Is this your tactic? Chen Yang was a little disdainful, got up and said, Ruiming's shares I can sell. Even if I can't sell them smashed in the hand, so what? The Huang family did not ask for money. 7 billion I did not pay out a dime. Only gave the note. The bank 20 billion just. The big deal is that I went to borrow some more? Dai Xiangdong's face remained unchanged as he laughed. Borrowed? Since I'm sitting here, it's arranged. Remember your operation on Changhong? Now Ruiming, I'm in charge. What if I choose to delist now? You're a shareholder. You're the one who has to follow along and buy back the shares. It's only going to cost about $1 billion more. So I'll see what happens? Chen Yang picked up a paper napkin and wiped his mouth. Smiling, thanks for the hospitality. With that, he got up and led the men away. On the way back, the faces of the people were somber. Looking at Chen Yang's breezy expression, Lu Wangshu couldn't help but say, aren't you worried? Worried about what? Chen Yang was dumbfounded and said, worried about the bank calling in the debt? It doesn't matter. You guys have to realize, what do I have? I don't have anything. I only have a buttload of debt. The crowd froze, just saw Chen Yang stretching out his arms, full of concern. It's not me who should be anxious. It's the debtors. I'll be jailed at most if I play crash. But they'll have to cry. The crowd was stunned at the words. And at this time, Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu and said, being able to pressure the bank, the source of this must be at the top. It's your father's turn to step in. Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes. but immediately took out his cell phone to inquire about the news. Chen Yang looked at Gu Xinhong again and said, "Since we've rejected Dai Xiangdong, there will be negative news coming in soon, so go to various circles and ask around." "Yes, boss." Gu Xinhong had still had some remorse for letting his boss help Huang Ruiming, and still felt that it was all his fault. But after listening to the conversation between Dai Xiangdong and Chen Yang, he knew that he had gotten ahead of himself. To that kind of bigot, he's just a pawn. I'm afraid that my defection to Chen Yang after falling into trouble was all in his family's calculations. Gu Xinhong was deeply powerless and shook his head hopelessly. Walking into the East Garden, Chen Yang was nonchalant and even wanted to laugh a little. Dai Xiangdong and the people behind him have no idea what a descending blow means. Chen Yang said a long time ago, there was no way he could lose. Any resistance is a joke when technology crushes it. I'm in big male hero mode. Can I still let you bully me? Dai Xiangdong's plan is very good. But so what? Even if the bank to collect, that can be delayed. Pulling the skin are going to pull a long time. Chen Yang had thought that with Lu Wangshu's dad, a lot of resistance would be non-existent. But it was clear that someone had the audacity, and people were going to come in hard. But it doesn't matter. Want to play? Then let's have a good time. Chen Yang would like to see what tactics the other party can play, and would like to see what kind of expression the other party will have when he takes out the new technology. It must be wonderful. Definitely. Laughing. Chapter 52. A little crisis for the debtors. Office of the Speaker. Lu Qiming frowned as he hung up the phone and sat down, his fingers gently tapping the desktop. Next to the secretary, Zhang heart tightened. He and Lu Qiming for a long time. Once Lu Qiming has this kind of action, usually means something happened, and is a big deal. Leader? Secretary Zhang stepped forward and spoke hesitantly. It's no big deal. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, some people are upset and have come running to me. Secretary Zhang's heart tightened, thinking of the situation before the leader parachuted into Dongjiang a year ago, but he felt that it was not right when he thought about it carefully. When the Speaker of the House of Representatives retired, the original chief of Dongjiang had hoped to take a step closer and completely take charge of Dongjiang, but the above seems to have other considerations, and finally let Lu Qiming parachuted into Dongjiang. Doesn't that guy want to die? But it's not right. Today is not the time of change. Lu Qiming only 1 year in office. Have to make how much force can move Lu Qiming away? It doesn't make sense. He was puzzled in his mind, but Lu Qiming was clear. Is it really moving him? No way. Besides, what's the point of moving him? Lu Qiming had been in power for many years, and he could tell at a glance the embarrassing situation of that person. There was a controversy within the organization before he was parachuted into Dongjiang, and at that time, some people took the position that why not let that person be promoted along the way? After all, that person has been deeply rooted in Dongjiang for a long time. His reputation in Dongjiang is unrivaled, and the contributions he has made have been recorded and seen by everyone. At that time, 2 sentences were identified after discussions within the organization. The first sentence is, too deep into the game for him to be promoted in the East River. The second sentence reads, too involved for him to transfer to another province. It's a dead end. It also means that the one stops here. The organization did not deny the cause he did in Dongjiang and the contribution he made for the country and the people, but it also showed dissatisfaction on the other hand. Yes, disgruntled. A lot of things do not need to be checked. For the upper echelon, a glance can tell that the person behind Yunhai Energy Group is that person. But so what? One can only express dissatisfaction and choke off the other's line of promotion. After all, people didn't do anything wrong, and a few flaws can only affect him further, and can only make him choose one of the two. It's impossible to say that you'll just end up on the other side. Can step on this step are the world's smartest people. You simply cannot find any evidence to. And people can also say that for the development of Dongjiang, have no choice. What can you do about it? This was also why Lu Qiming had told Chen Yang in the first place that there would be no change in status between 100 billion and a trillion. Hayes Energy Group is big enough, isn't it? If the listing is definitely a large hundreds of billions of enterprises, and even good operation can be trillions. But so what? It's the one who enabled it in the end. Lu Qiming had a bit of a headache and rubbed his eyebrows. Politics lies in struggle and compromise. All situations are fully struggled after the formation of compromise. Everything seems to be calm. In fact, behind all the struggle, all in the compromise, Lu Qiming's parachute is a fight against the others. And in the end the other side compromises and he wins. And he compromises something for that. But that one was different. And that one's compromise turned out differently. He paid the price of non-promotion and got the result of everything continuing to hold together in the East River. It's a tacit agreement. A kind of transient equilibrium. It's easy to try to break that balance. And the top intends to. But whoever wants to break it is responsible for cleaning up the mess. Lu Qiming's arrival actually had such a layer of meaning. The world is not black and white. There are only trade-offs, not to mention that the other side also has a backer. Just one Hanhai energy. Once the collapse. What does it mean to the whole Dongjiang? Lu Qiming felt that the trouble was here. The entire Dongjiang is that the operation of the solid is gold. That is the Dongjiang people. Even outside the similar to a certain anti-corruption drama in the Han Digang is Zhang Digang Theater. But is that really a play on words? The implication of targeting is clear. Lu Qiming pondered and finally made up his mind. It's only been in office for a year and time is a bit tight, but the odds are there. Originally, according to his plan was the need for in-depth planning to solve the East River chaos in one fell swoop. But Chen Yang's appearance was an accident, and it was obvious that this accidental factor had been detected by the other party and had already begun to take action. If Chen Yang really had some very powerful new energy technology that the other party had obtained, then the other party might take the first step to break the balance and really just take another step up. Even without the new technology, just the bioenergy injection would be enough for the other party to monopolize the domestic and international markets in a short period of time, developing into a behemoth that would be even more troublesome to clean up. He no longer hesitated and muttered, "It's also time to give that kid a long look, lest he spends all day thinking that the sky is the oldest and the earth is the oldest and he's the oldest." East Park. Chen Yang sipped his tea and swiped his cell phone live to watch the girl dance. His dangling look made Lu Wangshu look speechless. That's how it works in times of crisis? Are they really emboldened or just big-hearted? Next to Zhang Chang came very close. Cannot play with the phone during working hours, and he jumped very much. Can only occasionally seize the opportunity to rub the boss's phone. It's huge. He couldn't help but be surprised. Right? Chen Yang grinned and said, "My vision is trustworthy. Boss, you're getting too monotonous if you ask me." Zhang Chang suddenly came up with a bad idea. "You are so rich. How can you still watch the cell phone live like us, Lu?" "Then how?" Chen Yang wondered. "Watch it live." Zhang Chang smiled lewdly and said, "Recruit some people, get a song and dance troupe, and perform at company events, and when it's okay boss, you'll go and watch, and we'll be able to rub it in." "Good idea." Chen Yang gave a thumbs up, then pointed at the gate and said, "Get lost." "Ha?" Zhang Chang was dumbfounded. Chen Yang snorted disdainfully. "You're doing this for my benefit? I'm not even shy about talking about you." "What? I'm recruiting people for you to fall in love with?" Zhang Chang was filled with frustration. "I was wrong boss." Chen Yang then satisfied, said, "No wrong on the line. Song and dance troupe to raise what use? Waste of money, to raise back to buy an entertainment company. Let them help me make money while coming to dance. The company activities can also be free to perform. Visibility is also high. And even help our products to shoot promotional videos? This is the king's way. It's still you, boss." Zhang Chang immediately started kissing his ass. Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes. Breathlessly, he looked at the two living creatures. And at that moment, Gu Xinhong hurriedly arrived and said, "Boss, the latest news is that Weiming has initiated the delisting process. Give him money." "I'm still afraid of him?" Chen Yang was disdainful and crossed his legs, saying, "Still think you're the emperor of the land? And banning other companies from acquiring the stocks in my hands? What era is it? Playing this?" Earlier there was already news that Yunhai Group spread the news to the public that whoever buys Weiming's shares will sit and wait to lose money. The news stopped many would-be buyers in their tracks. There's no way. The big head is in Hanhai's hands. And Dongjiang is Hanhai's territory. People say you can never make money by letting you lose money. But this incident has also affected the feelings of many people towards Hanhai and Dongjiang, only to feel that Hanhai is overbearing and that the local protectionism in this part of Dongjiang is too serious. And then what? "Boss, what do we do next?" Gu Xinhong asked. "Next?" Chen Yang smiled at his words and said, "Next let's give the debtors a bit of a crisis. Chapter 53 has been banned by the administrators." Gu Xinhong was uncertain. "What do you mean? Give the debtors a little crisis? Put out the word that the recent schedule is not receiving any guests. I'm going to start developing new products." Chen Yang said this. Gu Xinhong was dumbfounded. Previously did not say to engage in R&D. The company met things to go to the R&D. "It is not obvious to tell others I want to be a shrinking violet?" he said sharply. "You can't do that boss. It will make the creditors lose faith in us." "You're wrong," Chen Yang said lightly. "If there is no new technology, it is called shrinking turtle. But with the new technology, it is called a stone. Wait and see." "What Yunhai Group? Dirt," a certain daughter slave said a sentence. "Compromise is to retreat to advance." "I recognize it. We are also retreating to advance. The first to lure snakes out of the hole, so that they are exposed in the open, lest they hit the snake not to die to leave behind the aftermath of the trouble." Lu Wangshu felt puzzled, always feeling that Chen Yang meant something, but did not know who he was referring to. "So, I just announce it to the public?" Gu Xinhong hesitated and added, "But in that case, there will be panic within the company. Give them a little crisis. 2. Chen Yang laughed. It was supposed to be a merger of several companies. If someone resigns directly, it will be considered as layoffs. If they don't resign, then after this crisis it can also greatly increase their confidence and sense of belonging to the company. It's a good thing to kill two birds with one stone. Gu Xinhong wanted to say that this was a good thing. Other companies would have to break up a few times, but after thinking about how different Star Ocean Group was, he suddenly also felt that this was indeed an opportunity, and nodded his head and said, then I'll go and do it. Soon, all the major circles in Yongchang knew that Yunhai Group and Star Ocean Group were facing each other. Although the Star Ocean Group had come out of nowhere and had an unlimited future, in the eyes of more people, the old Yunhai Group was the invincible one, the earthly hegemon of Dongjiang, and they didn't think Chen Yang could win. Messages also kept popping up in the Star Ocean Debtors Group. Wang Yaozu, elder brother Chen. How did you go against Yunhai? Zhao Shun, brother Chen. What happened? Star Ocean Debtors Group is Hu Guanyu group chat. All of them are Chen Yang's debtors. Well, Chen Yang also pulled into the group chat after Hu Guanyu gave Chen Yang administrator privileges. Chen Yang looked at the message prompted by his cell phone and replied very seriously. Chen Yang, everyone, there's no need to be in a hurry. The district of Yunhai. Dirt, not worth mentioning. If you have spare money you can lend me some more. Thank you. Lend it to you? A lot of people in the group chat started sweating on their foreheads. It wasn't that they didn't have confidence in Chen Yang, but the Yunhai Group brought too much pressure on them. Shinwei, if Mr. Chen can get through this crisis, our Shin family can invest more. Chen Yang, thanks a lot. #hugs. That's very understanding. As a debtor you have to be conscious. You can't intimidate the debtor. Chen Yang grinned, but soon he couldn't laugh, because some people are very unintelligent. Lu Ming, Mr. Chen. I need money urgently for my business. This loan doesn't need interest. Can you pay me back first? Zhao Huiyun, Mr. Chen. I need money too. Look, Mr. Chen. Chen. A group of unknown debtors suddenly jumped out. Obviously some of the investors from the day of the East Garden banquet, but there were a lot of people, and although they had put together $5.5 billion to come out, Chen Yang was completely unfamiliar with them. You don't know me well enough to give me face? What's the point of jumping in at this point? To demoralize my creditors? Can I give you a hard time about this? Group member Lu Ming has been banned by the administrator. Group member Zhao Huiyun has been banned by the administrator. Group member XX has been banned by the administrator. Group members, Chen Yang was killing mad. It looked directly silly to the people within the group chat. For a long time no one dared to speak. A moment later, Wang Yaozu typed tentatively. Wang Yaozu, people should not add to the chaos at the critical moment. Group member Wang Yaozu has been banned by the administrator. I'm ING friendly. Wang Yaozu man was dumbfounded, trying to explain but unable to send a message. Within the group chat, enthusiasts had already started to help Wang Yaozu explain. Zhao Shun, Mr. Chen. Old Wang is speaking for you. Group member Zhao Shun has been banned by the administrator. Lu Chengwei, Mr. Chen. Group member Lu Chengwei has been banned by the administrator. Shinwei, Chen. Group member Shinwei has been banned by the administrator. The crowd in the group was completely stupid. No one dared to speak for a long time, and the entire chat page was a record of the operation of the permission dog. After a long time, Hu Guanyu was starting to bubble up as the leader of the group. Hu Guanyu, brother, brother, I'm the group leader. Don't ban me. Chen Yang, Hu Guanyu, brother, go and do great things at ease. Leave the group to me. People won't get up in arms anymore. Chen Yang, alright. The crowd was relieved. At this point, Star Ocean Energy Company's temporary residence. Lu Wanshu all looked dumbfounded. Looking blankly at Chen Yang's cell phone interface, he was somewhat at a loss as to what to say. Is this how debtors bully their creditors? Wouldn't these debtors be a little too pathetic? Chen Yang, however, smiled coldly and put down his cell phone, saying, 24% profit. Loan shark like, I can afford them if I can take them to get rich. How dare you stomp on them? Lu Wangshu was speechless, but what Chen Yang said is really the truth. If anyone can give 24% profit steadily, I'm afraid that there are a bunch of people crying and hugging the thigh at the back. Boss, I'm off duty. Lu Wangshu spoke. Okay, be safe on the road. It's far from the city. Let Zheng Chang and the others send you. Chen Yang waved his hand in greeting, while he himself found a place to continue nesting and playing with his cell phone. Lu Wangshu was speechless. This is what you call getting into R&D? Soon, Lu Wangshu returned home, and she realized that her own dad had returned home early. I heard that kid Chen Yang went to do R&D? No one's around? Lu Qiming looked at the newspaper and opened his mouth, picked up his tea and took a sip, then poo-pooed and spat out several mouthfuls of tea foam. Yeah, it's actually just a change of place to play. I don't know what to think. Lu Wangshu returned rather breathlessly. I have to say, This kid person is really smart. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, he's seeing that Hanhai is targeting Star Ocean? No, it's someone using him to target me. He's trying to make me play first. Against you? Lu Wangshu reacted sluggishly, but was still a bit puzzled. Targeting you for what? You really don't have any political savvy at all. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, I know what I'm here to do, and that person knows what I'm here to do. Haven't you ever wondered why you guys were rumored to be Chen Yang's future son-in-law the day after you were arrested last time? What son-in-law? Don't talk nonsense. Lu Wangshu was instantly anxious. Lu Qiming's expression froze. Was that the point? He was speechless and could only continue. Before it looked like an accident. Now it looks like it's 80% that person deliberately helped you guys get together, and then waited for this day to come, pointing the finger directly at me. It's really a deep calculation. Lu Wangshu calmed down and said, why did he do that? It's simple. Lu Qiming sighed. Having given birth to a daughter without any political wisdom, there is nothing he can do about it. Saying, as long as he succeeds, firstly, Hanhai is able to expand and expand rapidly, the balance will be broken, and the next promotion will inevitably be with him. And secondly, even if there is no new technology, but if he is able to eventually make Xinjiang submit, he will be able to pull us into it, and as long as I'm in the same boat as him, then he won't have any problems. This year's won't be in trouble. Just for a couple years of smoothness? Lu Wangshu was puzzled. Having done so much for so little, what do you know? Lu Qiming was rather disgusted and said, for those who sit in our position, a few years is a skyrocketing change. So what are you going to do? Lu Wangshu was curious. No choice. Lu Qiming said in a deep voice. People have set up the stage. If you don't go to sing, you lose. Since he wants to fight, I will make a stand early tomorrow morning. Chapter 54, Point Settlement. Big show. Early that night, Chun Yang put down his cell phone and revealed a smile. Ding! A beep sounded in his head. A line of prompt messages then appeared in front of Chen Yang's eyes. This month's settlement begins. Settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Congratulations to the host. $35,080 million in debt. Gaining points 3508,000 points. Total remaining points, 511,000 points. Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and asked a question in his mind, saying, why was Huang Weiming's 7 billion not calculated? After testing, because the shares have not been sold, there is a possibility of falsification. The shares exchange IOU mode cannot be entered into the point settlement. The host can sell the shares to a fixed amount of money to participate in the next month's point settlement. Chen Yang instantly understood what the system meant. This was the anti-scratching mechanism that prevented Chun Yan from acquiring shares with sky-high IOUs and then holding onto them without selling them, thus brushing up his score. That is to say, transactions similar to shares or physical goods are not counted into the point settlement unless they are sold and actually paid for. Similar to shares, antiques, and even some industries are very price volatile, and in the system's perception, it is the value that needs to have passed the test of the market before it is considered value. Empty IOUs are meaningless. Although he was surprised, Chen Yang didn't care. The $7 billion was supposed to be a windfall, and it will be involved next month even if we don't participate in the settlement this month. There were enough points to redeem for the technology he needed. Chen Yang started searching for the technology he needed on the spot. Civilian-grade thermostatic solid-state battery technology, price, 2,800,000 points. Rating, a kernel-type thermostatic solid-state battery developed by a small, unknown company, as a pirated version of a certain type of battery. It has the ultimate price/performance ratio. Cancer cell inhibiting fluid technology, price, 700,000 points. Evaluation, an unexpected product of a certain biogenetic laboratory, relying on the stimulation of one's own genes to form an inhibitory effect on the mutated cells, causing them to naturally die and fall off. It was worthless in the age of the stars and rivers, but nowadays, it seems to have an extraordinary value. Click on redemption. A huge amount of information poured into the mind. After a long time, Chen Yang revealed a look of awe. Cancer cell inhibiting liquid technology is nothing to say. As the literal meaning, it is a kind of agent that relies on the stimulation of one's own genes to form an inhibitory effect on the mutated cells, so that the mutated cells will naturally die and fall off. Although a lot of theoretical knowledge and technology about the human gene technology contained behind this thing has not been obtained, but just as the evaluation said, it is an accidental product that doesn't need that knowledge. It only needs to master the formula and have some understanding of the human body's gene. It could be manufactured with a certain understanding. One of the most important foundations was the bioenergy provided by the special strains, and with the bioenergy injection in place, the concoction of this thing wasn't really troublesome. It's just a little more costly comparatively. It costs about a couple dozen dollars to create a suppressor. far more than a bioenergy injection. But again, it's so much cheaper if you're comparing it to similar drugs. Not to mention the fact that any random cancer today can move tens of millions of dollars. And even if it's cured, there are after effects that can be metastasizing. There are no side effects at all with this inhibiting fluid. It's hard to grasp if you're selling. This thing was for molding the golden body. And Chen Yang hadn't thought about making much money with it. After all, for the vast majority of families suffering from cancer, is to go to the edge of the cliff, and then go to pit them. A sum of Chen Yang is a little heart. Can be two cheap words also cannot? Domestic does not make money, abroad is to earn. When said to give the Hu family this business, but can directly let the Hu family is responsible for foreign markets, pricing and so on with them. Chen Yang pondered, gradually coming up with a plan in his mind. After temporarily finalizing the arrangement for the cancer cell inhibiting fluid, Chen Yang focused his attention towards the civilian-grade constant temperature solid-state battery technology. Whoever designed this battery is pretty amazing. It's safe to say that at the beginning of the design this wasn't a battery at all, but some kind of device? Chen Yang couldn't read it. Only know, this thing is designed and manufactured after the use of the direction of change, gradually metamorphosis, after generations of upgrading changes, completely from some kind of equipment into a civilian battery. This battery releases power completely in a very short time and has a very short charging time, so if the power supply is sufficient, it can be fully charged in just a few minutes without damaging the battery. It is a solid-state battery. Unlike traditional batteries that store and release by chemical reaction, it stores and releases by physical adsorption, and because of the new material of the battery itself, it achieves extremely high energy density. One of the internal nuclear reaction is even more outrageous. In the case of the battery has power adaptive start, automatic stimulation of the internal particles of the battery, so that it can achieve the cooling, constant temperature, or even adsorption of external high temperature for energy storage and conversion. The role of low temperature environment of the automatic battery maintenance. Simply put, it's a smart battery, or is it a live battery? Chen Yang couldn't describe it, or to put it another way, it was a self-cycling adaptive battery that had been programmed and activated? Not intelligent. Similar to intelligence. Not programmed. Similar to programming. The design and manufacturing concepts are ingenious. Chen Yang was caught up in the knowledge for a long time, eventually revealing a look of admiration. The cost of this battery is high, but the service life is extremely long. According to the data information, the normal car battery fully charged case can make a normal car driving 40 to 70 kilometers. Year-round use of the battery life in the case of 30 to 50 years. That's an exaggeration. Chen Yang's mind was in a state of turmoil. This was really a cross-generation battery. Once created, it could undoubtedly crush all batteries currently on the market. It's a bit more expensive to build, but that price even seems low in the face of such excellent performance and longevity. Without hesitation, Chen Yang couldn't sleep at all. He went directly to the research center and began to make copies of the various information of the new battery. This was a complex project that could not be completed by him alone. He needed to divide the battery up and put different people in charge of it, and then exerted all the efforts of the entire company to be able to reproduce it in just a few days. And while Chen Yang was caught up in scientific research, Day 2, a news that set off the entire East River and the new energy sector broke out. During the day's meeting, Speaker Lu Qiming carried out the inspection and guidance of all the work in Dongjiang, and finally made a speech in the field of new energy. The speech has a lot of content. The core is the transformation. Is the policy support? The new energy field will become the core of the transformation of the traditional energy of Dongjiang. Dongjiang will fully develop the new energy industry, and the whole industry to attract investment, to attract other new energy field of the enterprise to take root in Dongjiang. The news shook a lot of people. Those associated with it know that the battle between the old and the new has begun, with the Grand Master setting the stage and the Grand Chancellor singing, and it's time to take sides. Chapter 55, Qi's family is on top. The bank is after the money. On the first day of August, the news shook the East River. This was a day that belonged to Lu Qiming. No one dared to raise a single query in the meeting, and any problems could only be reported slowly afterwards. Dongjiang shook. Yongchang was even more like the center of the storm. Departments have joined in the discussion of the meeting, and those who are able to do so are already working, taking the opportunity to express themselves, while those who are more deeply involved with something are looking desperate. The battle between the old and the new was more than just a battle between the new energy sources and the old. It was also a battle between those of them in politics who were choosing between the new chief and the old chief, taking sides, and battling with each other. It's hard to say who will lose or win between the two big names, but those who have problems in the process are bound to fall in batches. It's called spilling the beans, or rather, they were meant to be pawns, castaways. For this day, in the afternoon of August 1st, Chen Yang summoned the elite technicians within Star Ocean Energy, and after signing an extremely harsh confidentiality agreement and promising extremely generous rewards, Chen Yang began to hand out tasks, handing over one item of top-secret information to a different group to take charge of. New material, a new way of construction, shocking kernel adaptation, all sorts of whimsical ideas shocked all the technicians. Although they only got a portion of each group, it was that portion that was enough for them to look up to. The boss didn't paint a cake, didn't brag. The company really has new technology, and it's enough to crush the industry. It's cross-generation technology. They went crazy, frenzied. They flooded the labs and began to waste away. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was relaxed, and apart from inspecting and guiding the various laboratories from time to time, he was heading to the Biomedical Research Center to start the dispensing of the cancer-inhibiting fluid. Everything is moving slowly, and everything is making rapid progress. In the meantime, on August 2nd, a heated argument erupted at the internal meeting of Yunhai Group, and it was said that the new head of Yunhai Group, Fan Wenping, was furious and quarreled with the head of the Qi family, the previous head of the family, Qi Ruihua. Ultimately it was capital that intervened and suspended Fan Wenping, with Qi Ruihua temporarily taking over as president. Many people are both shocked and intrigued by the turnaround of the Qi family. What exactly did the Qi family come up with to get capital to recognize them? While everyone was puzzled, a news that shocked the major circles and the internet spread like an explosion. The Qi family sued Chen Yang, the chairman of the Star Ocean Group, saying that the birth of the bioenergy injection originated from the Yunhai Group, and that Chen Yang was an employee of the Yunhai Group before he started his business, and the two sides signed an agreement that all the results developed during his working life belonged to the Yunhai Group. Some media even interviewed Qi Yuming, the head of Yunhai Group's R&D department who was in charge of the matter, and also interviewed Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend, Jean Yalan, in front of the court. I just want to say that this behavior of Chen Yang is an act of theft, leaving his business without authorization to start a business and stealing technological achievements while knowing that the right of ownership of the bioenergy injection belongs to the Yunhai Group. This behavior can never be forgiven, and we, the Yunhai Group, are bound to pursue the matter to the end. Qi Yuming spoke in a grandiose manner, eliciting the reporters he had arranged to nod their heads. The reporter then interviewed Kim Yalan. Jean Yalan dressed up fashionably and pretended to be gentle. She sadly said, "I have been in love with Chen Yang for a long time. I just didn't expect that he would do such a thing. I should have guessed it." That day he said that the company rewarded him with a sum of money. I was curious at that time and asked him why. He didn't say it, but on that day he left the company. "That means you didn't break up?" the reporter asked. "Of course not." Jean Yalan looked worried and said, "Even though he left without saying goodbye, we never broke up. I just wish he would have come forward earlier and turned himself in like a man. I don't care what will happen to him in the future. I'm still willing to be with him. Good man, it's still you." Even Qi Yuming turned his head to look at her in succession, secretly wondering in his heart, is this woman so good at acting? Then has she ever acted me? Have I been fooled by her as well? The more he pondered, the more he felt that something was wrong. Qi Yuming had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, even the kind of person like Chen Yang had been cheated. It wasn't impossible for him to be cheated himself, right? Jean Yalan did not know that he was pushing too hard. Said actually cried. The reporter was moved to tears. In the video repeatedly called for Chen Yang early surrender. The video was then posted on the internet and caused a furor. There's such a thing? I didn't realize there was this kind of story behind bioenergy injections. Theft is shameful too, isn't it? I don't think it should be considered theft since it was developed by Chen Yang, right? How does it not count? There is credit to be given. Rewards and shares will be given. But it's inappropriate to just leave and hijack the research results. Yeah, if they're all like him, then wouldn't all the researchers from various companies be able to run away with their results? Who would invest in R&D then? That makes sense. After all, if this is allowed, then wouldn't it be perfectly fine for many scientists to defect to foreign countries with their scientific achievements? Bioenergy injection is sold too expensive. It's true that small people get rich and don't have the vision. If it's run by Yunhai, it's probably the same price as a normal drink. Then we could drink it every day. Support the Yunhai Group. There's a saying that Chen Yang's ex-girlfriend is a real looker. He doesn't even want his girlfriend for his own selfish desires. What kind of scum is he? The internet erupted in a massive verbal attack on Chen Yang, which could be described as a wall falling down. And is it possible to say that there is no one behind this to steer public opinion? Never. Scheming for results, tarnishing the reputation, and then letting the bank recover the money, playing a game of payoff. So that's how it is, playing a real flower. Chen Yang, who worked at the Biomedical Research Institute, took the time to read the news, smiled disdainfully, and tossed his cell phone aside without a care in the world. Seeing that Chen Yang did not respond on the internet, those spammers and people who thought they were righteous cursed it even more. And Hayes, for his part, clearly felt the time was right. The next day, the morning of August 3rd, the routine economic symposium. This kind of meeting as the Grand Chancellor's speaker Lu Qiming would not go, and the one who presided over the meeting was naturally the Grand Master. In the meeting, the Grand Master emphasized the reorganization of the economic market and the fight against economic chaos, and gave an example of the lawsuit between the Yunhai Group and the Xinghai Group. Finally, the Grand Master said at the meeting, the reason for today's unmanageable situation is that we have to introspect ourselves, especially on the banking and financial side. Have we conducted detailed investigations and understandings in respect of loans? Is there any human contact? Why would a new company be loaned $20 billion? Is the person responsible for the review responsible? Noon that day, someone from the bank. It was an acquaintance that Chen Yang had met. Zhao Chunlei, workplace elites. Suits are straight, always give people a kind of elegance and solemnity. He entered the Biomedical Research Institute, smiled, shook Chen Yang's hand, and said helplessly, Mr. Chen, there are some things that I think I don't need to say. Really want to recover? Chen Yang sat down in the leisure area, lit a cigarette and handed one to the other party. No way. Zhao Chunlei shrugged his shoulders and said, there is this rule that when you start this lawsuit, we can always recover it or not, but obviously, now it's a must. How long can it be delayed? Chen Yang asked. At most. Zhao Chunlei hesitated slightly and said, half a month? After all, there are a lot of processes to go through for mandatory recovery. Enough is enough. Let's say I refuse to pay it back and let them force a recovery. Chen Yang smiled slightly, and his confident demeanor caused Zhao Chunlei to go into a bit of a trance. Chapter 56. You kneel down for him and lend him all the money. On August 4th, a news that shook the official circles and major circles in Dongjiang came, and everyone knew that Speaker Lu had made a move. East River, a prefecture-level city. Some people reported Yunhai Energy Group, a coal chemical subsidiary, is suspected of harboring and conniving black nature of the organization, forced trade and intentional injury, and the existence of unlawful detention, snatching, and sabotage of other people's production and operation. There have even been various incidents of provocation, obstruction of testimony, assistance in destroying evidence, harboring, illegal occupation of agricultural land and illegal mining. From 30 years ago to today, there are a ton of various cases. There are just baskets of evidence. Monday, August 5th. In the Integrity and Anti-Corruption Conference, the incident of the subsidiary of Yunhai Energy Group was taken out by Lu Qiming, and he criticized everyone present on the spot, and he said it very directly. Yunhai incident is by no means a separate incident, is by no means a prefecture-level city of the incident. Yunhai Group is a pillar enterprise in our province. We have to carefully care for its growth, but also to thunderbolt means to eradicate its tumor, so that the enterprise to benefit the people, rather than override the people. Yunhai incident triggered a chain reaction is very serious, because the reported information is suspected of too many comrades in high positions. All by our East River to do is not work, is not compliant, but also cannot plug the mouth of the masses. This matter has been approved by me for reporting, and will be taken over by a special inspection team and comrades from the Anti-Corruption General Bureau. Before the investigation is completed, I hope that you will be able to stabilize the work environment and work attitude, stabilize the public mood and network public opinion, and stabilize the economy of the Dongjiang River and the industry chain related to the incident. Comrades must keep in mind that people's words can be fearful in their work. The comrade whose name I read next stays, and the others may adjourn. It is said that someone at the meeting fainted on the spot. When the follow-up news came out, it caused the whole province to boil, with some people throwing up their hands in the air, while others were as if they had lost their lives. On the side of the North Garden, among the pavilions on the banks of the Daong River, Dai Xiangdong scattered a handful of bait and softly lamented, "The storm is coming, are you sure?" Next to him sat an old man in a tang suit, who held a fishing rod in his left hand and a teacup in his right. 70 to 80% sure. Dai Xiangdong sniffed in contemplation and said, "The boss said that the one on top of Speaker Lu's body can't hold out any longer. So as long as it drags on, it won't take long. 2 months, and the inspection team will have to go back. How can it be so good to drag? People have a clear goal to find out about you guys. How useful is an outcast? How useful is it?" The old man in the tang suit shook his head and sighed, saying, Why did you choose this in the first place? Regret? Regret? Dai Xiangdong laughed lightly, said, "What is there to regret? When I was working as a secretary for the boss, it was in our hometown. It was poor at that time. To be honest, it's also my fault that I didn't hold back, and reached out indiscriminately, and it was only when the boss found out about it that he lifted it up high, and put it down gently, and showed me the way again. Showed you the way? The old man in the tang suit shook his head and said, is the vast sea ultimately yours or his? Are you still not clear? So what if it's someone's? Dai Xiangdong sprinkled another handful of bait and said, the power that is held in my hands, that is naturally mine. Maybe it is his in the final analysis, but when he doesn't use it, it can only be mine. Rather. The old man in the tang suit pondered for a moment and nodded his head. To be able to grace the landscape for so many years, with all the ancestral graves relocated 3 times, it's considered honorable. This life hasn't been in vain. Yes. Dai Xiangdong nodded his head and said, now I have no choice. I have also arranged the back way. Who can know that you, Zhao Jiangshan, President Zhao, used to be my own brother in my hometown? The account was changed more than 30 years ago. No one can tell. They only know that Dai Xiangshan is dead. What can I do for you? Zhao Jiangshan sighed. After so many years, the two hardly contacted each other, and no one knew they were blood brothers. I think it is also coincidental. That time the big boss working in the law enforcement system, Dai Xiangdong, is his secretary. Dai Xiangdong accident was secretly supported by the big boss after Dai Xiangdong. Dai Xiangdong has always been heavy-minded, suspicious, doubt that the boss is not what unseemly things to do to him, but he had no choice. In order to prevent the subsequent implication of family members, he then thought of changing the household registration. Since then, his younger brother Dai Xiangshan became Zhao Jiangshan. Later he developed under the guidance and pull of his boss, secretly helping Zhao Jiangshan in many ways, all the way for decades. Both of them stood at the top of Dongjiang's business. One is the chairman of Yunhai Energy Group, and the other is the chairman of Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce and the chairman of Jiangshan Real Estate Group. This Daong Xingjing is developed by Jiangshan Group. The reason for this is that Dai Wenbin wanted a mansion facing the Daong River, and Zhao Jiangshan, who is his own uncle, did not hesitate to fulfill his nephew's wish. In order to stay out of sight, even 3 extra estates were built for sale to the public. Don't you do anything? Dai Xiangdong stared at the bait in his hand, raised his hand again to sniff the extraordinarily unfamiliar fishy odor, and closed his eyes slightly. Pretend there is no brother in me, and that we are meeting for the last time today, on the grounds that you saw something happen to Hayes and came to me to collect the money owed to North Park. Where's the arrears? This is my coming-of-age gift to Wenbin. Zhao Jiangshan was anxious. There. Dai Xiangdong spread the bait, slightly raised his hand. Let Zhao Jiangshan stop, said faintly, the heart to the line. This time still pay attention to these? This garden 1 billion. I will let the financial hit to you. This 1 billion is considered Wenbin filial piety to you. If there is no accident, this money is nothing. If the accident, this money can give you some more is our Dai family pure income. Zhao Jiangshan fell silent. He knew that for Dai Xiangdong to be able to say this meant that it had reached a very critical moment. It wasn't that no one had ever checked out Yunhai in the past, but Dai Xiangdong had never given it a second thought. But this time was different. He even thought of the back way. Wenbin has already left the country. If something happens to me, he might not have a chance to come back in this lifetime. Our Dai family already depends on your lineage. Brother! Zhao Jiangshan was finally shouting this after many years. Dai Xiangdong moved, but turned his face away and got up to leave. Zhao Jiangshan reached out to call out, but was unable to speak for a long time. Dai Xiangdong's footsteps paused, and he didn't turn around. He just spoke again in a deep voice. Jiangshan Group is what our Dai family deserves. You have to guard this foundation. There is no impermeable wall in the world. If it's detected, look for Chen Yang. Looking for him? Zhao Jiangshan was puzzled. He's critical. There seems to be a huge difference between him and Speaker Lu and between me and Big Boss. But there's no essential difference. If Boss loses, you kneel down to him, lend him all the money, and live off the interest you collect later. Zhao Jiangshan left the North Garden in a muddle. The company arrived at $1 billion. But he didn't show the slightest smile. He stood in front of the East Garden Gate, looking at Chen Yang's residence, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he really loses, not to mention that he sells his company and lends the money to Chen Yang on his own initiative, he actually has to kneel down and beg him to take it. It turns out that class is so distinct and everything is so ridiculous. That's the bloody reality. Chapter 57, How much have I paid for you? On August 8th, in the morning, the East River Business Exchange was held. On this day, business owners and executives from all walks of life in Dongjiang arrived at the Jiangshan International Hotel. At the exchange meeting, representatives of leading enterprises in various industries spoke, winning boiling applause, and finally Zhao Jiangshan made a speech. He had been sitting as the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce for too long and had unrivaled prestige. Zhao Jiangshan said, times are changing. Technology is changing day by day. People's living standards are also increasing. We as businessmen, we must not lie in the book of credits and count the money. We have to be one step ahead of the others. To guide, to improve, to create, to provide people with a better living environment, standard of living, living comfort, urgent people's needs, create people's needs. Scholars, peasants and businessmen have been part of the composition of human society since ancient times, and even occupy a very important part. We all understand the economic situation in the past few years. Good? No. Bad? We are not to blame. It is caused by the international situation, by the sanctions and bullying imposed on us by the Western Bloc led by the United States. Should we as businessmen sit back and wait for death? No. We have to respond to the call of the state, respond to the layout of the province's various industries in response to the Speaker Liu. Comprehensive improvement, comprehensive self-examination and self-examination. In the economic environment is not good time to try to develop themselves, improve themselves, to increase their competitiveness, part of the business sector to respond to the Speaker's recommendations, to carry out a comprehensive transformation of the enterprise's core and the focus of the transformation of the high-end manufacturing industry by the low-end manufacturing industry, the gradual shift to the old energy sources new energy. Zhao Jiangshan's speech was long, but the content was unchanged, supporting Speaker Liu from the beginning to the end. This attitude of his confused the people below a little. Didn't Chairman Zhao take the initiative to befriend Yunhai Group previously? Could it be that something is really going to happen to Yunhai Group? The mind is puzzled, but shaken. Many people fought a lot and couldn't help but start to change their faces. The applause was loud and very enthusiastic. After the exchange is the interview session. Reporters came to Zhao Jiangshan for various interviews. Eventually, the reporter asked, President Zhao, what do you think about the lawsuit between Star Ocean Group and Yunhai Group? To be honest, I don't have much of an opinion. Zhao Jiangshan smiled and stated, saying, since I personally don't know the details of this, I can't give much of an opinion, but I do have an opinion on Chen Yang as a person. The reporters and the people present were agitated and looked at Zhao Jiangshan in unison. Zhao Jiangshan's face was cold, disdainfully said, Chen Yang, this person, sneaky, as far as I know, he does not have a penny of his own money, all borrowed for various reasons. I don't know about the attribution of the products, but this is very crazy. As the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce, I've been waiting for him to pay a visit. After all, our Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce has always been to bring up the younger generation as our own responsibility, but he seems to have a disdain for us. He's very exclusive. He never shares any shares, he only borrows. Unsecured borrowing, giving all the risk to his debtors. I'm not a fan of him as a person, as a people's entrepreneur. If he can't share the wealth, if he's not willing to share the wealth, then he can't do great things. As the words fell, the entire room erupted. Some people are even more confused. People are stupid, dumbfounded. He looked at Zhao Jiangshan on the stage. Is this old boy playing with something very new? At this moment when he needs to take a stand, he stands up to Speaker Luck on one foot and kicks the Luke's son-in-law hard on the back foot. What? Playing repeated horizontal jumps on the edge of death? What the hell kind of operation is that? The crowd dispersed. Zhao Jiangshan also rubbed his face, and in the restroom, he looked at himself in the mirror and couldn't help but sigh. Alas, how could he not know what he was doing? He's just trying to do better. Dai Shangdong's boss won. That's fine. Nothing happened to him. But once Speaker Liu won, and the other party grasped the relationship between himself and Dai Shangdong, then he would have to take the initiative to find Chen Yang. Just on your knees? Is that enough? For no reason at all. People don't need money, and just because they lend it to him, he has to take it? He can take it? It's ridiculous. What if they don't want it? He must be served well. What's the best part? What's the point of a stranger getting on his knees? What's so cool about it? Definitely have to offend him first, and then go to the knees, so that the other party can get enough sense of conquest, satisfaction, superiority, and even the heart of a kind of I must pull you a hand so that you will be every day in the future to kneel down to me to see how powerful I am mentality. It's a little more stable that way. Sighing in his heart, Zhao Jiangshan couldn't help but see Zhao Chuanxing's face in his mind. Son, my old man did all this for you. This old dog, what does it mean? When did I offend him? Asterisk 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 treadmill. How dare you say that about me, and have to take the initiative to visit him? What? His 3 heads and 6 arms can show me a rare sight? What a thing! Being disrespectful for the old and leaning on the old. Not to mention, Zhao Jiangshan really did it. The other people's tirades couldn't get Chen Yang's attention because Chen Yang knew in his heart that it was all the other party's calculations. But this suddenly appeared a person to come, or support Lu Wangshu her father's people, pointing at the nose to their own esprit. Who can stand that? Chen Yang broke his defense on the spot. Taking out his cell phone, Chen Yang opened the debtor chat group. He knew that there were traitors and insiders in here. As long as he said something in this group, it would inevitably be spread out. Chen Yang was using this chat group as an online press conference. Chen Yang, this old dog, leaning on his old age, tell him, we'll see. In-group crowd. Even though he had seen many of Chen Yang's flirty maneuvers, he was still surprised by Chen Yang. They naturally knew who Chen Yang was talking about. It doesn't name names, but the news is breaking right now. And who doesn't know that as long as they pay some attention to the AC? And sure enough, it was only a matter of minutes before word got out. Rebel debtors in the group hated Chen Yang for a long time. If not for the fear of not coming to the money has long been publicly scolded Chen Yang. In the group they are coy, do not dare to speak, for fear of being banned. But on the internet is a heavy blow. Immediately, a bunch of trumpets posted screenshots online. The netizens are boiling, the circles are boiling, and even Zhao Jiangshan, who was prepared for this, is angry enough. This man, why is this man so angry? Think of the possibility of going back and kneeling to him. I'm not living, Zhao Chuanxing, you little how much did Laozi pay for you? Several more days passed, and on this day, Chen Yang received two pieces of news, both of which were good news. The first news is that samples of thermostatic kernel batteries made by the new technology have been manufactured. The second piece of news is that the inspection team secretly searched all over the world. Seems to have really got a very crucial evidence. It is said that this evidence is enough to make the outbreak of several subsidiaries under the Yunhai Group to implicate the Yunhai Group's head office. For a time, the wind rose and the entire Yong city shook once again, and countless people looked forward to it. No one expected Speaker Lu to be so ruthless and move so quickly. Evidence dug up on the fly? No way. Everything is a game, a struggle, a compromise, an undercurrent under the calm. Is this a showdown? Chapter 58. How many 30 years are there in life? Chen Yang didn't bother about the Yunhai Group. This matter is Lu Wangshu her father hit first. Lu Qining's means Chen Yang is also considered to have seen. Likely in just less than half a month's time almost Yunhai Group completely disintegrated. This is not the superficial dismantling of a province's mainstay, it's in the shadows where the battles are most violent, where the world doesn't see them. Throughout the entire East River, every now and then, rumors spread about whoever was taken away for investigation, and then one after another, as if they were drumming. The big chief has been running the East River for many years. Almost all his life's energy has been invested in the East River, and the iron barrel like Zhang de Gang it has created is not a vegetarian, and its internal defense is tightly guarded, as if it were a solid gold soup, but it is in such an iron barrel of a place. Lu Qining can be in all parts of the province to break through, with a point to bring the face, easily turn the situation, will have a great advantage of the Zhang de Gang hit the fragmentation. His political maneuvering and thunderous tactics were a shock to all. With Lu Qiming playing the main attack, Chen Yang didn't even have to care about anything and could win by lying down, because the next step was already set in stone. According to Lu Wangshu's disclosure, the inspection team's evidence will arrive to conduct a comprehensive investigation of the Yunhai Group's headquarters, and it will probably only take 3 or 5 days to investigate everything clearly, and the Grand Master has already ridden the tiger. He only had two choices. One is to clear the air with the Hayes Group, and the other is to get support from above to keep things down. The first choice is what Lu Qiming would like to see. As long as the big chief executive and Yunhai Group set aside the relationship, then his prestige is completely empty. The next 3 years sitting in this position is also pension, and is even likely to be transferred to an unimportant department in a very short period of time to wait for retirement. The second choice is Lu Qiming do not want to see. Zhang de Gang can come to this point today. The big chief can stand in the East River stable as Mount Taishan. Above is naturally someone, but the struggle is the need to weigh the pros and cons, is the need to maintain within certain limits. Once the struggle widens, that's not a good thing for anyone. For the sake of stability, the upper echelon is bound to consider whether it is necessary to make a big fuss at a time when the international political situation is so chaotic nowadays. If that happened, the Grand Master would indeed be able to maintain the situation for the time being, but it would only shift the struggle from the shadows to a darker place, and then it would be truly unscrupulous, because he has come to a dead end. Waiting to go on will surely die. He has no choice but to take the risk, even if they are liquidated afterward. Lu Qiming couldn't accept the result, because once it got to that point, it meant that not only him, but also his baby girl, would be in danger. But it's not up to him to decide such things. Once the Grand Master had gained support from above, he could only compromise. That was why Lu Qiming moved so quickly. He just had to be quick, to finish off the other side completely before anyone could prepare or make up their mind. According to Lu Wangshu, after the full seizure of Yunhai Energy, the entire Yunhai Energy would be nationalized, and then many unnecessary industries would be auctioned. This auction is not going to be expensive. In order to attract investment, attract foreign capital to enter the province, A thorough and comprehensive clearance of the Yunhai Group left behind, while stimulating the economic potential of Dongjiang, so that Dongjiang and the new energy and old energy and basic materials and other aspects of the realization of the foreign province to catch up or even beyond. But it still takes time. 3 or 5 days to solve Yunhai, a week's time to deal with Yunhai, but the entry of foreign funds, Dongjiang energy and Yunhai related industries reshuffle, which all need time, at least 2 or 3 months. Maybe it was fast enough for their level of overtures, but Chen Yang couldn't wait. Are you kidding me? If I let you sit here for a few more months, will I be able to do business? Will I still borrow money? Do I still want my points? Chen Yang went to the research center of Star Ocean Energy Technology Company without saying anything. The first finished piece was born, followed closely by the first test pieces. He was going to run the test and then take out the data and slam it on Lu Qiming's desk and tell him, "Sensei, what stabilized? Can not stabilize a little? I take out this technology. The global new energy have to earthquake. All ing have to die. It's that bossy." But Chen Yang didn't know that while he was immersed into the testing of the product, outside, the wind is rising. The incriminating evidence was about to be served, and the entire Jiangde gang was on edge. As long as they were not arrested, all of them made calls to the Grand Master. The Grand Master rubbed his brow with a tired look on his face. Defeat is assured and hearts are scattered. The secretary stood off to the side, worried. Scared of what? I haven't gone down there yet. The Grand Master grunted coldly, then sent his secretary out the door while he picked up the phone and dialed a number. Soon, the opposite side connects. The old leader. Needless to say, you couldn't hold it together for 2 months. Is that how you run your business? The Grand Master was silent. Is he too weak? No, it's that the other party is too fierce. So fierce that it's outrageous. No wonder the top chose to parachute the surname Lu over. Old leader. I said, no need to say anymore. Deal with Yunhai. Don't leave a tail. Old Chen of the Religious Affairs Bureau is retiring. You go take his place. Tu de Lu. The phone was hung up. The Grand Master was silent again. After a long time, he grimaced a bit. A slap on the phone. He's a full-time job, but instead he's going to the highest deputy level, which is not a hair trigger. But what is he going to do? Eating and chanting with a bunch of bald guys all day? How many people are watching this drama in Dongjiang? If he goes, what will he become? It's obvious that he's going to retire. Leader. The secretary hurried in. The Grand Master raised his hand in a gesture and closed his eyes, meditating for a long time. Have Dai Shangdong come see me. Coming straight over? The secretary sniffed. Just come. Yes, soon. Dai Shangdong hurried into the stately building, following his secretary as he arrived at the office door, with too many people looking at him in shock along the way. It all seems to say, how did you get here? How dare you come here? Yeah, how dare you? A bad feeling welled up in Dai Shangdong's heart. Come in. The dull voice rang out, still as majestic as ever. Dai Shangdong couldn't help but bend his back and opened the door to enter, closing it in the process. Sit. How could he dare to sit? He could only sit on the edge of the stool with a trembling corner of his butt. We've known each other for over 30 years, right? Yes, Dai Shangdong hurriedly replied, saying, more than 30 years ago, you recruited a secretary, and it just so happened that I was working in the unit, and was spotted by you at a glance. Time goes by so fast. The Grand Master got up, looked out the window with his back, and lamented, how many 30 years are there in life? When I thought about it, I had just assumed the position of the Law Enforcement Bureau, and you were also an ordinary law enforcement officer. In a blink of an eye, 30 years have passed, and now I'm sitting in this position, and you're also riding on the winds, sitting in the position of the chairman of the Yunhai Group. Life is really marvelous. One can never imagine what the future will be like. Chapter 59. No one can stay out of it. Leader, it's all because of your promotion. Otherwise how could I have the opportunity to reach this point now? You know, I'm just an ordinary person. I don't have this ability. Dai Shangdong put himself very low, and his words were all compliments, but the Grand Master was faintly saying, you are capable. If not, how could your brother sit on the position of the president of the Dongjiang Chamber of Commerce? Poof! Dai Shangdong's legs went weak and he fell to his knees. Leader, you, this, his mind went blank, and for a moment he was unable to speak. Don't worry. The Grand Master waved his hand and said in a low voice, I'm not that underhanded. It's your skill that you can hide it well, but you should also understand what I mean. How can your Dai family sit on the Yunhai Group and Jiangshan Group? Did your family's ancestors smoke in their graves? No, it's me. I'm the one who gave you all this. Now, what can you come up with to repay me? Dai Shangdong only felt weak. After a long time, he closed his eyes and said in a trembling voice, everything I have is from you, leader, so I'll give everything I have. Great. No one knew what the two men had said, And no one knew what kind of mood Dai Xiangdong had left the office with. All we know is that the next day, before the inspection team arrived with evidence, Dai Xiangdong took the initiative to surrender himself first. Public opinion detonated the internet that day when the chairman of a pillar company in the province turned himself in. This incident stunned many people, but there was also a small group of people who let out a deep breath, sweeping away the gloom and smiling. But their smiles didn't last long. An hour after Dai Xiangdong turned himself in, there was a big explosion at the Repaying New Energy Company's plant on the outskirts of Yongchang, with some saying it was an explosion of raw materials and others saying it was an explosion of new energy batteries piled up in the warehouse. Anyway, the roar resounded all around and the fire simply could not be extinguished. When the incident broke out, the entire East River quaked. In Lu Qining's office, he directly smashed the water cup in his hand, furious to the extreme. What do you mean? What is he going to do? Does he know what it means when he does that? Is he crazy? He's an old man. Does he really have no boundaries for power? Next to him, Secretary Zhang was emboldened. He naturally understood what Lu Qining said. The explosion and fire were enough to trigger a national public opinion explosion. The East River will be in the spotlight. From top to bottom, all eyes will be on this place. This is more than just casualties and property damage. The explosion was a new energy plant, which means a major blow to the new energy industry. After all, who would dare to buy new energy if the battery blew up before it even left the factory? And for Lu Qining, who has just recently publicly supported and demanded the transformation of Dongjiang to develop new energy sources, it is also a double major blow in terms of policy and prestige. Especially Lu Qining. There's so much more involved. You know, Dai Xiangdong has already gone in, and the other half of Repaying New Energy shares are in Chen Yang's hands. In the eyes of outsiders, Chen Yang was Lu Qining's son-in-law. This series of blows was enough to ruin half of Lu Qining's future political prospects. Tough. It's too hard. As expected. But after 10 minutes, one call after another came one after another, and Lu Qining's face became more and more ugly. Finally, he had to say, "Yes, I'll take care of it properly." Then, Lu Qining took a deep breath and gave the order. Arrest. All suspected personnel all arrested, including shareholder Qin Yang, former shareholder Huang Ruiming and others. Until the investigation is clear, they can't leave the sight of law enforcement officers. Yes, Secretary Chan left in a hurry. Lu Qining clenched his fists in anger for a long time. The credit goes to the basket. He really didn't think that the other party could be so ruthless and could go this far. What's the difference between that and dying? There's no way the top is going to let him off the hook. Was still able to retire. Now, in the meantime, the inspection team that was about to arrive in Yongchang received a call and temporarily changed direction, heading straight to the airport with the evidence. In the office of the Grand Master, the Grand Master heard the call again. The opposite cleave was a scolding. Are you crazy? What are you trying to do? You're pulling all of us into a very passive situation. Do you want to die? Why don't you hang yourself if you want to die? Drink pills? Slash your wrists? Jump off a building? Why did you do that? I have to save myself. The Grand Master spoke faintly, saying, no one can stay out of this now. Help me out of this predicament or I'll help you retire early. The other party was silent for a long time, and eventually hung up of his own accord. Things seemed to be going in a direction no one expected. Noon that day, Chen Yang was arrested. Lu Wangshu and several other executives naturally did not escape. Huang Ruiming was arrested. LV Su Xian was arrested. And as the new husband, Li Yan was also arrested. Instead of simply grabbing them into a holding cell, they were invited to a secluded place and then began to investigate them. The public is seething. Public opinion is exploding. Staring from above, concerned from below, and no one is going to try to hide anything at this point in time. Soon after, the preliminary findings were released to the public. Firstly, it announced the development process of Repaying New Energy, explained the relationship between the executives and the former chairman of the board of directors, the causes and consequences of the change of shares, and also explained the connection between the people. The news was released and caused a buzz all over the internet. Star Ocean Group again? It's not over, is it? The last lawsuit with the Yunhai Group isn't over yet, right? Off the charts. Li Yan, Chen Yang's classmate, husband of a multi-billionaire woman, winner of life, first place in eating soft rice. What kind of relationship does Chen Yang have? Is he that tough? He's been in trouble for a long time, and he's still fine. It feels like there's a big problem with Star Ocean. One accident after another. Half of Ruiming's shares are owned by Yunhai Group. Yunhai Group is already in trouble. Chairman Dai Xiangdong has surrendered himself. So will Chen Yang have problems as a partner? How is it possible that just a bioenergy injection could cause a person to suddenly rise to such a level? What exactly is hidden behind this? What kind of connections does Chen Yang have? What kind of favors are behind this? Relying only on the rewards given by the Yunhai Group shouldn't be enough to create a company. And it's too outrageous for the Star Ocean Group to grow into a behemoth in a very short period of time. Where did his initial funding come from? Chen Yang must be severely investigated. The storm of public opinion was once again directed towards Chen Yang by unknown people. Obviously, in the eyes of those behind the incident, Chen Yang was the key. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before Chen Yang's first bucket of gold and Chen Yang's identity as the speaker's son-in-law would all be revealed. At that time, under the public opinion, Lu Qiming could only hold his nose and admit to it. And Chen Yang had to be forced to take the technology out in exchange for his freedom. That's what the people behind it are counting on. The reason why the other party didn't directly explode was that they were waiting for Lu Qiming to voluntarily stop and admit defeat. Struggle is compromise, is not to be pushed to the death. This kind of thing, even if the real exposure to Lu Qiming will not affect too much, but will give the people behind the establishment of a powerful enemy that is always staring at their own. So the guy behind it wouldn't have chosen to just pop the question. He wanted a total win. Win. It's a grand slam. Have it all, get it all. If you lose, you have nothing and you lose everything. It was a pity that the people behind the public opinion had underestimated the technology that Chen Yang had mastered. That's the way to play it, isn't it? Well, today I'll show you what a descending blow means. Chapter 60, an eye-opener. What? That kid said he wants to see me? What time is it? What's he adding to the chaos? Lu Qiming had just walked out of the press conference site, and when he heard Secretary Zhang's words, he was a bit angry. Son-in-law? What son-in-law? He's a ing debtor, isn't he? I owe him? Tramp. Whoever wants the son-in-law, I don't want to mess with it at all. What a creation. Lu Qiming covered his forehead and sat in the car, doubling his headache, but thinking that his own daughter was still with Chen Yang and the others. After a slight hesitation, he said, "Go there. I want to see what he wants to say." Yes. The driver responded and the car quickly arrived at the place of confinement. Entering the mansion amidst the salute of the law enforcement officers, Lu Qiming saw at a glance Chen Yang, who was lying on a recliner shaking and still eating the grapes handed to him by his own daughter. Angry. It's real anger. Lu Qiming dared to swear that he had never enjoyed his daughter's filial piety this much, even though he had raised her so well. What are you, Chen Yang, capable of? You get up. Going forward and yanking the person up. Lu Qiming angrily said. What time is it? Still enjoying yourself? Find me and do what? He swore that he had played politics for a lifetime, always calm, and did not change his face in front of the Taishan collapse, but only in front of this little is really taught. Lu Wangshu is a typical good girl. Seeing her own father came and hurriedly stood up, Chen Yang slowly got up and smiled. I'll show you a good thing. What's good? Lu Qiming frowned and said, could it be that you have some key evidence? No. Chen Yang pulled out a few pages of paper from his pocket, handed it to Lu Qiming and laughed. What evidence do you need? Take this out. I'll just explicitly say that I set that fire and I blew up that factory. So what? The corner of Lu Qiming's mouth twitched. He realized that this kid was really arrogant. He had thought to take advantage of this opportunity to open this kid's eyes, but he didn't expect to get into this situation, and he was quite embarrassed. After this kid was arrested, he thought of it as giving this kid a long lesson, but it turned out to be good. People are still so arrogant. This little what's with all the hang-ups? What does my daughter like about him? Is he the legendary yellow hair? Will it suddenly come back to me one day with an old den? With a complicated mood, Lu Qiming looked at the paper in his hand. The more he looked at it, the more wrong it became. He frowned, shocked, then incredulous. It's true? His voice even trembled a little. He understood all too well what it meant. Quick release power with minimal charging time. True solid-state batteries rely on a completely different physical adsorption method of storing electricity. Never before envisioned kernel adaptation that keeps the battery at a constant temperature, adsorbs heat for storage and conversion in high-temperature environments, and automates battery care in low-temperature environments. The point is that the storage capacity is 10 times that of existing batteries, and the battery life is 30 to 50 years with year-round use. Creation across the ages. Cross-generational technology. How is that possible? Although it was hard to believe, Lu Qiming didn't think Chen Yang would lie to him, especially at this critical moment. That is to say, this is certainly true. This is a once taken out enough to shock the world. Enough to shock the new energy field. Enough to make a lot of things immediately upgraded and replaced by a brand new cross-generation technology. It's true. Chen Yang smiled confidently and said, now if I say that I set Weiming's fire, how about it? Then all I can say is, well placed. Lu Qiming's voice got a little excited and said with a smile, what use is there for the old when the old technology is replaced by the new? Weiming blew up on it. The results of the investigation are out. Anyway, did not hurt anyone, as it is for the new era in the field of new energy to set off a beam of bright fireworks. But I didn't set that fire, Chen Yang said indifferently. Lu Qiming's smile also converged back and said in a deep voice, "Of course I know. Don't worry. Someone will pay for this. And this price will be very heavy. When will the technology be announced?" Chen Yang asked again. "Not the time. Wait a little longer." Lu Qiming shook his head and said, "The technology is too far ahead of its time. First of all, it can be used in the military industry. And the trio of rapid energy release and rapid energy storage and adaptive thermostat are very important for the electromagnetic and laser weapons that we are developing. Not only these cutting-edge technologies, including some old products, can be quickly replaced, to achieve the performance and range of the soaring, it can be said that the direct replacement of traditional fuel, so that some of our transportation vehicles, combat vehicles, all replaced by new energy vehicles. Secondly, it could be used in the space industry. The fact that the cryogenic autocare batteries allow the life of the batteries to increase dramatically could totally make it possible for a lot of space stuff to be replaced with this energy source altogether. After all, space is the ultimate low temperature. That means I won't be able to earn any money from this technique? Chen Yang was dumbfounded. That's not true. Lu Qiming considered for a moment and asked, "How long is the normal lifespan in?" Without the help of the kernel and without cryogenic conservation, the lifespan should be between 10 to 20 years. With cryogenic conservation you can increase the lifespan. For example, in the North and South Pole environment, the lifespan is 30 years, and in the space environment, you can definitely reach the limit of 50 years, but not so much in daily use. There is no maintenance in the summertime, only in the winter can be a little bit of maintenance, and in combination, the life expectancy is around 15 to 25 years. Chen Yang replied thoughtfully. Lu Qiming smiled at his words and said, "First, make the battery smaller. Second, don't brag about the launch, try to talk about it as poorly as possible. Third, don't announce the kernel function to the public for the time being. And fourth, prioritize the supply of the country's needs. Then you boys can have a launch party to sell it." That's pretty rare. Chen Yang helplessly smiled. After all, across some of the times, not only can not blow, but also to say less. The real situation can only let the user to experience themselves. After all, you have to give other businesses a way out. You can't just say that you have a monopoly and just kill all the businesses. That's not realistic. Let's just say you take the lion's share, but you have to give the other businesses a leg up. Line. I understand. The battery is smaller to reduce the range to the charging pile, a way to live. Fast charging and release energy to the poor. The battery life is more directly when there is no kernel to talk about. Chen Yang nodded his head, then asked, "Then what's next? Do you still need my help with these things in Dongzheng?" "No need." Lu Qiming took a deep breath. His heart couldn't tell whether it was joyful or difficult. It was quite complicated anyway. Alas, I was thinking of opening the eyes of this kid, but it turned out to be pulled over by this kid to open his eyes. It's still true. That's all. All difficulties are solved, and the next moment is the hunt. You guys will just aggravate for 2 more days. Just leave the rest to me. After 2 days, I'll treat you to dinner in the capital. Capital? That's right. I underestimated you. Don't worry. After this line, you are very different from now on. After the domestic shopping malls are at your disposal. It's a deal. Chapter 61, I wish to die in battle. Why does your majesty rebel? Lu Qiming left with the test report. There was no need to doubt the authenticity of the test report at all. And at this point in time Chen Yang would never be able to falsify it. Lu Qiming came in a hurry, but when he left, it was light and breezy. Even the movement of walking was much slower, and even got into the car and told the driver that there was no need to hurry. Pay attention to safety. Chen Yang was not interested in the outside world, and there was not much that needed to be done by him subsequently. It was all Lu Qiming's job. Taking advantage of the fact that the executives were all present today, Chen Yang simply pulled a group of executives into a room to hold an internal company meeting. Gu Xinhong and the others were shocked, and Zhang Lihai all looked a bit speechless. "Big brother, boss, what time is it? We've all been caught. You're still in the mood for a meeting?" But when Chen Yang took out the other test report and spread it out in front of the crowd couldn't help but hold their breath, their hands trembling as they stared at the test report with dead eyes. They started out passing each other around and flipping through the pages, but in the end they were monkeying around, all gathered together, staring at the data on the test report, sighing with emotion. "No way? That's never going to happen. It's outrageous. Is this true? High-speed energy release, fast recharge, 15 to 25 years of regular life, 10 times the storage capacity of current technology levels, and even this unheard of core adaptation. My god. Fake, right, boss?" The crowd all looked towards Chen Yang with excited and eager eyes, very much expecting Chen Yang to give them a definite answer. It's true. Chen Yang nodded his head and smiled. The finished products are all in the lab. And now that the first batch of trials are all tested and finished, as long as I give the order, I can directly transform the production line and stock up on raw materials for mass production. Crazy. That was the first thought of the crowd. It's not that the owners are crazy. They feel like they're going crazy. The owner keeps saying there's technology. And this is? You call this new technology? It's ing black. Steady on. Gu Xinhong was the most excited, because he was the person in charge of the Star Ocean energy technology. He couldn't help but think of the hints his boss had given him that day. He got it. This black technology just verified that his own guesses were not wrong. The boss is asking himself to beat all his peers to death and make them kneel down and talk. What stabilized? Jiang Lihai's few people were curious, not knowing what Gu Xinhong was talking about. Gu Xinhong also felt that there was no need to hide it when he heard this. He laughed out loud, straightened his chest, and said with great vigor, "Gentlemen, Star Ocean was founded not long ago. Who else can be the first fierce general? Boss, don't worry, leave everything to me. Tomorrow, no, when we go out, then within a day, I will let all the bosses of the new energy industry in the country kneel down and talk to you. All of them will die, and none of them will live." Hiss. Trenching. The crowd looked at Gu Xinhong in shock. Lu Wangshu was even more strange face. Just now her father in Chen Yang's conversation she heard, did not say good to other enterprises to leave a way out? How come all of them are going to be killed? Chen Yang was also stunned at his words. Suddenly a little confused. Is this manager you have found really reliable? To get everyone on their knees for me? He wants me dead, doesn't he? Is this old boy a mole? Why don't you guys talk? Is it that you don't like to talk? Why don't you guys laugh? Is it a natural dislike of smiling? Gu Xinhong was very pleased with himself, and his first thought was that these people were jealous of him, but the boss didn't say anything either, and everyone stared at him blankly. He calmed down at once. Minds heated by technological stimulation cool down. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Ha ha ha, he laughed dryly twice, his voice getting smaller and smaller, and finally bowed and apologized, saying, "I'm sorry boss, it's my impulsiveness. This technique is too strong. It directly washed over me." Only then did Chen Yang nod his head in satisfaction and said in recognition, "I don't blame you. After all, you've been messing with batteries for decades and you don't have much to show for it." Fan Jin Zhengjiu. I understand the sudden epilepsy, and I understand it. It's good to be able to calm down. You understand. What did you understand? Make everyone get on their knees and talk to you. Isn't that what you asked for? Gu Xinhong heart doubly speechless, only to feel that life is so lonely. A passionate heart was even backstabbed by his boss. I want to fight to the death. Why did your majesty rebel? He thought darkly, and suddenly it dawned on him again. Yes, the boss is to do it quietly by himself, without publicity, inside the saint and outside the king, not only to be effective, but also not to affect the image. Both want and need, when they also have to make a house of cards. Turtle. No wonder he can be a boss at a young age. His own age is still a manager. Thinking like this, Gu Xinhong immediately straightened his demeanor a lot, only that there was also a lot more vigilance in the depths of his eyes. This boss has a belly full of bad ideas, so you have to be a little more vigilant so you don't get sold out by him. Chen Yang, however, did not notice how much more Gu Xinhong, the old boy, had brainstormed. He waved his hand for the crowd to sit down, knocked on the table, and said in a deep voice, "The technology is out, and the product is out, but there are quite a few problems that we need to solve now. Speak up, boss." The crowd sat upright and listened attentively. Battery performance is too good, too good. Complete products certainly cannot be put on the market, can only be manufactured after the sale to the relevant units. By then, this aspect will have a person in charge. Do not need you to care more, but the products put on the market need you to come up with ideas. I make the request, you guys work it out. First, to ensure the survival of related ancillary industries like charging piles, we can't let them go out of business directly because of our batteries. Secondly, to ensure the vitality of the new energy field, not because the emergence of our products to make all other peers lose their jobs. This is also the requirement of the above. Technological progress needs to be taken step by step. Our technology belongs to the cross-generation. A direct launch to kill the whole industry with one stick and completely let the industry die, which is obviously not feasible. Okay, I'm done with my demands, so you guys tell me how we're going to work this out. Chen Yang crossed his legs and sipped his tea as he looked at the crowd. The crowd lapsed into silence. Lu Wanshu's big eyes blinked and said, "The same as the bioenergy injection. In a super small cup? Feasible, but not feasible." Gu Xinhong is very experienced in these. Frowned, in order to limit the range and reduce the battery to reduce the amount of energy storage is certain. But this will not solve the fundamental problem. After all, there will certainly be people to the car with 2 batteries, 3 batteries, and besides, this battery is not just for the car. Similar to the cell phone and other electronic products will certainly also need, when the time comes to direct exposure. How can that be resolved? Chen Yang frowned. Reduce the energy density, limit the function of fast charging and release of energy. After these 2 aspects of the limit will be a good solution. We can set a high price to friends to leave a time-limited way to live. Gu Xinhong said thoughtfully. I looked at. The battery uses a new material. We can use the new material as the basis for the new material, claiming that the new material is expensive, so as to produce a medium cup, a large cup, an extra large cup, an extra large cup, different specifications imposing different price points, directly surpassing today's most expensive products in terms of price positioning, and that's the only way to carry out the restriction. Speaking of this, Gu Xinhong laughed, there's another advantage to this, and that's that we can make a huge profit. Chapter 62. You really are a genius. But there's another problem. Lu Wangshu raised his hand. The battery life is too long. Do we limit it as well? Cutting corners? Batteries are not other things. Will cutting corners cause the danger to increase? Another one is that if the battery life is short, it seems hard to sell it even if we set a high price. That's true. Chen Yang stroked his chin and asked, then do you have any good ideas? Lu Wangshu immediately straightened his back, said, I think we can compromise. The large cup of this electronic product batteries and e-bike batteries to cut corners and cancel the kernel function. Reduce energy density and service life. After all, this small things even if spontaneous combustion damage caused by the danger is also not big. On the extra large cups and extra large cups of this kind of industrial batteries and new energy automobile batteries only rent, not sell. The longer the life instead of the more money. What do you think? Everyone was staring at Lu Wangshu with jaws agape. Stunning old iron. It's still you. Dark enough. Tough enough. Chen Yang led the applause and exclaimed, worthy of you, Lu Wangshu, you really are a genius. The crowd applauded along, and although their faces were odd, they had to admit that the idea was really good, and although black-hearted it was unexpectedly reliable. They thought about it for half a day without finding any obvious fault. Gu Xinhong exclaimed, I have long heard Mr. Jiang Lihai Jiang say that Ms. Lu is the phoenix chick of Shanghai. I didn't believe in it at first, but today I took a look at it, and it's really true to its name. Jiang Lihai followed with a smile. That's true? You know the ultra-small bottle of bioenergy injection? Why is it so small? It was Ms. Lu's idea. Ms. Lu is a real genius. A genius in business. Her ideas are always very new. When we were still worried about how to sell a bottle of water for $200. But Ms. Lu's words directly let us sell a bottle of water for $600. Adulterers. The crowd exclaimed in their hearts. But they didn't dare to say it. Their mouths were full of appreciation. Lu Wangshu was quite shy on her face, but as she looked at Chen Yang's thumbs up and the compliments from the crowd, she couldn't help but feel secretly happy in her heart. When the time comes, you have to look to me? Chen Yang then arranged the work. The meeting was officially dispersed, and the crowd continued to go to jail after saying hello to the law enforcement officers outside. Meanwhile, the outside world is in the dark. Lu Qiming made 2 internal calls in his office. A hit went to the capital, causing a localized shock. Lu Qiming got the exact answer. Revealing a satisfied smile, a call went to the Hu residence, and Master Hu answered the phone. I don't know what the 2 said on the phone, but they hung up a few moments later, and then Elder Hu also revealed an easy and pleasant smile. Grandpa, what's wrong? Hu Guanyu was very filial and came to accompany the old man to drink kanji when he had nothing else to do, poking around for some news while drinking kanji. Good thing, old man me, I'm finally taking it easy. Elder Hu didn't say much, but only meant to arrange, if there is no accident. Tomorrow your good big brother will come out. You have to go to pick up people. In the future our Hu family will watch people eat. Hu Guanyu was pleasantly surprised at his words and said, Speaker Lu is going to win? The old man laughed twice without saying anything more. Hu Guanyu, on the other hand, sucked in a breath of cool air, joyful and somewhat shocked at the same time. Mr. Luck is so fierce? To know. Ruiming a big explosion will be a direct reversal of the situation. The inspection team turned back to the capital. The evidence is also taken away. Lu Speaker is in the limelight. Jiang Degang almost won a big victory. Nowadays, in the group of debtors, a large number of people are chasing debts. That is, he used a small number to impersonate Chen Yang banning fast, otherwise it would have already fallen out. As far as Hu Guanyu knew, even the Shen family and Wang Yaozu and their circle didn't hold much hope for Chen Yang to win. But now Speaker Land has actually flipped? How did it flip? He couldn't help but look at the old man. The old man naturally knew what he wanted to ask. He just smiled and said, Tomorrow the old man I'm going to perform a big show. You just go and pick up the people. Just be respectful. Chen Yang is not an ordinary person. This time it's all thanks to him that we can turn the tide. Chen is so powerful? Hu Guanyu was stunned. This level of pandemonium. This level of gaming. Chen can also intervene in it to decide the winners and losers? That's a little out of line, isn't it? Early the next morning, Lu Qiming led a conference on investment promotion in new and old economy exchange held in Yunhai International Hotel. The Yunhai International Hotel is a top-notch hotel that is known far and wide for both its decor and the spaciousness of its internal auditorium, which is far beyond Longan International. Now that the Yunhai Group has been nationalized, the management of the Yunhai Group has changed from top to bottom. As people from all walks of life entered the venue, Lu Qiming and the Grand Master showed up when the time arrived, and the two entered the venue and sat down at the centerpiece amidst intense applause. The first is Lu Qiming's speech, cliché, or those things, mainly to attract investment and introduce the Dongjiang business environment and the advantages of opening factories and support policies. The Grand Master then made a speech, and he didn't say much. For their level, things were not to be laid out in plain sight. But the next one was different. The third speaker was Cui Yiping, Deputy Governor of Dongjiang Province. He has primary responsibility for justice, stability and security and direct leadership of the Office of Law Enforcement. Cui Yiping is an old man in Dongjiang. He has worked with the Grand Master for many years, and is secretly a member of the Jiangda Gang and a core member. It's safe to say that the Grand Master has put in a lot of effort to get to this point. Standing on the podium, Cui Yiping first said a lot about Dongjiang's business environment and economic development security base, and finally when he was about to end his speech, he said a surprising words. Dongjiang's business environment is unquestionable. In terms of security, simply do not have to worry too much. The most important thing is to run a business in Dongjiang, simply do not have to worry about no profit. As far as I know, the Star Ocean Group's Chen Yang Chen has always been in the high interest rate of borrowing and investing in Dongjiang, and dared to so borrowing surely indicates that very lucrative, is not it? Just Mr. Chen alone has provided a lot of jobs and incidental industrial chain for Dongjiang. These are the direction of investment and development. I've heard that many companies and individuals have lent to Mr. Chen Yang Chen, including but not limited to Shen's Group, Yunhai Group, Wang's Real Estate, Long and Hotel, Yonghua Construction, and Hu Guanyu, who has privately borrowed. I think we've all heard of it, and that's a testament to the environment for doing business in Dongjiang, isn't it? It seemed like a laugh line, but no one in the room was laughing. Naming names. All the previous ones were liner notes just to set up the final Hu Guanyu. Who is Hu Guanyu? The personal grandson of Elder Hu, the deputy governor in charge of the economy. What's that supposed to mean? This was knocking Lu Qiming. The other party saw that Lu Qiming had been a little impatient yesterday when he didn't make a statement, and today's meeting deliberately pointed out that Chen Yang had interests with the Hu family. The threatening implications of this are all too clear. It's almost as if it's obvious that if you, Lu Qiming, don't admit defeat, we're going to break the news and reveal more in no time. The scene was silent. Lu Qiming looked at the Grand Master. The Grand Master didn't say anything, but also quietly looked at Lu Qiming, speechless but more like saying everything. Since we're talking about my grandson, let me say a few words. Suddenly, Elder Hu stood up. His voice was calm and steady, but it was like thunder in the ears of the Grand Master and Cui Yiping. Crap! Things have taken a turn for the worse. How dare he? Chapter 63. A whale falls and everything comes to life. The auditorium was quiet. Everyone stared ahead. Everyone did not dare to breathe. The scene in front of them, for those who do not understand it, is just a change of people up to speak. But for those of them who are often in contact with this kind of news, this smoke and mirrors is too strong. Elder Hu walked up to the podium step by step and stood in front of the podium's microphone under Cui Yiping's complicated expression. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, welcome to East River. The old man's tone is very flat, but there is sighing in this flatness. He seems to want to recall the old days. Said, Dongjiang is a good place. I'm not afraid to laugh. I was fleeing to the East River. I remember the time is not yet open. My hometown Handong outbreak of natural disasters. First a drought and floods. The country wants to save but also too late. The home is gone. The father drowned. Mom starved to death on the road. She lied to our brothers that she had already eaten. And we were so hungry that we didn't think twice about it and ate all the buns. That year, there were a lot of fleeing people. And our brothers were taken care of by many people along the way. I rode in a donkey cart, helped carry luggage, and got some food. The most impressive thing is to come to Dongjiang. Dongjiang people are very kind. We brothers starved for 3 days, met the nobleman, each got a bowl of porridge. Nobleman was just an ordinary man, the director of the supply and marketing office, who died about 10 years ago, when we brothers made a point of going over to pay our respects. Kowtow to the benefactor. The gruel is really thin. The old man couldn't help but laugh himself as he said, I counted, and there were just 107 grains of rice in the bowl. The crowd at the scene listened in silence, and no one dared to open their mouths to interrupt. The old man sighed and said, but the benefactor gave kanji for half a month, ran out of rice and food, and was dismissed from his post. It was 2 bowls of gruel that kept me and my brother alive. Almost 50 years have passed in a flash. I've had a lot of help from many people in the East River, and it's really a great place to live, with generous, honest, and kind people. That year, my brother and I boarded in the village of Laoliang village mayor's home. The mayor is a generous man. Know that the 2 of us fled the disaster, to give us food and shelter. The 2 of us to help him to do the work, to help him in the village to run around, and slowly the whole village are familiar with. Then the old village chief died, and no one was convinced by anyone in the election of the village chief. And finally the respected old people in the village pushed me into the position of village chief in order to maintain the neighborly love. Since then I have been in politics, from village chief to nowadays deputy governor, in charge of the economy of a province. I have met too many honorable people in between. I miss the people of Dongjiang gave my brothers a way to live. I step by step on the way up constantly vowed to never harm the people of Dongjiang. My brother also started his own business, and it's been a couple decades. To say that I haven't helped him, that's impossible. Who doesn't know what's going on here? But I still dare to pat my chest and say that I, Hu Jinmin, have never done anything wrong in my life. Elder whose voice was so loud and deafening that the crowd dared not breathe even more. This kind of awe-inspiring righteousness, raising his hands and clenching his fists in a volatile manner, caused the foreheads of the Zhangde gang's crowd to start sweating. From the spiritual impact, its hallowed atmosphere, it's asking questions, it's sounding 100 miles, it's hitting the heart. The old man faintly said, my brother also started his own business, but because we were both timid and afraid, after decades, our assets only amounted to $3 to $4 billion. Some people looked up in shock, people from out of state, uninformed, but surprised. Such a high position, helping a brother, and a brother is only $3 or $4 billion? Sure it's helping? While more locals were well aware of the situation, they understood the doorway. The old man's presence was a C-pin that would not allow his brother to encounter unknown risks, and could steadily increase his wealth, but it was clear that he did not directly help his brother either. 40 or 50 years. Businesses and enterprises that have existed for decades, that have people behind them, that have been able to grow steadily, in today's world of rapidly expanding assets, are not in the tens of billions or hundreds of billions of dollars. That's one of the first businesses that went into business and has grown. Even if inflation goes down every year, how many times have assets doubled? Not to mention the fact that someone is always there to run it for them. The Hoosiers' money, clean, that was the first thought of the crowd. After all, there is Yunhai Group in the front. Just only 20 years of development of Yunhai Group is worth almost trillions of dollars, which is too big a gap in comparison. And right after that, Master who talked about the economy of Dongjiang. When the organization found me to talk, it said that the economy of Dongjiang is active. It is worth investing in and worth operating with care. When I was promoted to take charge of the economy of Dongjiang, I have too many ideas and ambitions to implement, to return this Dongjiang that saved our Hu family. But it's been 5 years. What did I do? I'm a corpse. I drink porridge every day, and I'm depressed. There's nothing I can do about it. Speaking here, at the Grand Master's moving gaze, Master who slapped the podium and roared, is Dongjiang's economy active? No. Underneath the superficially active small people's economy is the solid as gold. Rock solid, water splashing, needle sticking, thundering East River Chamber of Commerce of the Yunhai Group, the vested interest group centered on the Zhangde gang, the apparent calm and quiet, the secret bureaucracy. It is an economic aggregation created by the great governor who was once more ambitious than the sky, and who has been able to help the building to fall down several times. It is the Yunhai Group that once led the rise of Dongjiang, became the pillar of Dongjiang, and developed before all the provinces in the country, creating the pride of Dongjiang. It's an honor that once we were proud of. It is the Hayes Group that is now unwilling to give up its past achievements, lying on the book of credits and counting the money, reminiscing about its former glory and glorification but burying its head in a monopoly. The whole room was in an uproar. Everyone in the entire auditorium couldn't help but stand up and look at Elder Hu on the podium in shock. What is this? What's he gonna do? Is that kind of talk allowed at this point in time? The Grand Master's hands trembled and the corners of his eyes twitched as he struggled to restrain himself, to contemplate, to calm and compose himself. Times have changed. Master Hu again patted the podium, said in a deep voice, Dongjiang no longer need a giant pillar enterprise. The need is a whale fall and everything is born. The need is folk affluence. The need is really 100 schools of thought. Attracting investment? What kind of business? What kind of capital? It is a new type of business that attracts active capital. Now Yunhai is gone. Dong Jiang is bound to usher in the booming development. Here, I, the old man in charge of the economy, sincerely hope that all of you stay and add fuel to the construction of Dongjiang. You need not worry about the future. Speaking of this, Elder Hu looked at the Grand Master who could barely hold back. He laughed and laughed heartily. 5 years in a corpse, drinking porridge daily. I'm very unhappy. Today I, Hu Zhenmin, asked the Grand Master to retire. The scene was silent again. An outcry ensued, and heated murmurs resounded throughout the auditorium. Today's auditorium meeting really shook up too many people. None of the people present felt creeped out, and then their faces turned red, their hearts were overwhelmed, and they trembled with excitement. This kind of scene, destined to be impossible to spread out. But they are witnesses. They will witness Master Hu's righteous act of jade and stone, sacrificing his life for the sake of benevolence. Witnessing Master Hu pulling the great chief executive's great achievement of the body in the name 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 of the body. This scene today will surely circulate in their hearts and mouths. Lifetime. Chapter 64. I order you a sentence. You pull me to blow myself up? The conference on investment promotion and old and new economy exchange is over. It was abrupt and gave the impression of a tiger's head. But all those who participated in the conference felt that it was a worthwhile trip. And that such a big event was almost unheard of. The first of its kind in the country. This is a tough collision between provincial bigwigs, whether it is Chui Yipping's speech or Master Hu's straight to the heart of the roar. As if there are echoes constantly echoed in the ears of the participants. Why? Why would old man Hu do that? What's he doing this for? It's horrible that the following people would directly pull the Grand Master down by blowing themselves up in a public place like this, without going through their superiors. What kind of political elite is this? This is a political terrorist. Who can stand it when they blow themselves up? He did this, his end was already predetermined. Regardless of whether or not there is anything wrong with the Grand Master, old man Hu is bound to step down. And there is not even the possibility of adjusting his position to retirement. The best result is retirement. That's why they all say he blew himself up or jade and gave up his life. Participants in the meeting both alarmed at today's scene, but also admired the old man who sacrificed his life for the courage of benevolence. It's too hard. Yunhai Group accident. The big chief would have become a thorn in the side of the upper echelon. Thorn in the flesh. Jiang Digang also exposed in the open became a hindrance to the development of the entire East River. Everyone thought that the Grand Master would be ruthless enough to set fire to Huiming New Energy's warehouse, so that it was only yesterday that he was lucky enough to win a move. But everyone completely did not expect today Lu Qiming Lu speaker is even more ruthless, pulling Hu old man directly play an ultimate blasting. Who the hell can stand that? Even if the Grand Master was a clean and honest official with a good reputation, today's incident could ruin his future career. Not to mention the fact that today the Grand Master is deep in the swamp and is trying to survive. When Master Hu played such a hand, it was like carrying a gavel and giving another blow to the head of the Grand Master. This is going to sink? The Grand Master did not say anything. He did not even go on stage again to speak to explain, because there is no point. Old man who's so messed up, he is 8 mouths cannot say. Done. The Grand Master had a moment of all-consuming disillusionment. Emotions tumbled through him, so much in his mind that he wanted to say, so much that he was caught off guard. Why? I just asked someone to point out that your Hu family is targeting Lu Qiming. And your old man who just pulls me to blow himself up? How can you be so tough at your age? You're a ing landmine, aren't you? You've been wanting to explode for a while now? Just waiting for someone to step on it? The Grand Master was puzzled as well as Lu Qiming. What's he up to? A risky move? He doesn't care at all about his daughter and Chen Yang being exposed? Totally unconcerned about the pressure of public opinion? Is he that clean? He'd rather waste his political life than get himself killed? The Grand Master left the auditorium in a trance. There was no one following around except the discreet secretary and driver. A street rat? Not really, but it's at the end of its rope, and the tide is turning. Speaker Lu Qiming Lu's victory is assured. Naturally no one would come near him again at this time. Never to be swarmed forward, to talk and laugh and point. The contrast to what it looks like today is even more ridiculous. Sitting in the car and closing his eyes, the Grand Master did not speak for a long time, just as the driver and secretary couldn't help but inquire. He sighed and said, "Contact Lu Qiming. I want to have an interview with him." The secretary sniffed and hurriedly contacted Lu Qiming's secretary, and the two exchanged a few moments before making an appointment for the place, which was the North Garden of Daong Xingjing, the pavilion where Dai Shangdong and Zhao Jiangshan had fished 2 days before. The car starts. The Grand Master quietly looked out the car window. A skyscraper, a busy street, rats burrowing into the sewers, a majestic stadium, a smooth highway running through Yongchang, greenery planted on the side of the road. pedestrians on the street, takeout workers on electric bicycles, women arguing, and old men smoking cigarettes. He just watched in silence. How long has it been since you've looked down at your livelihood? He couldn't help but ask himself. But there's no answer. Seeing the old man smoking and playing chess, he thought that if he had retired, he might have had this kind of life. Except that the people playing chess around him would have been cadres of about the same level, because he won't be on the street, only in a nursing home, with a lifetime of no worries about food, drink, housing and old age medical care. That's what the state gives him in return. Seeing the women on the street arguing over the price of a few cents of food, he thought of his wife, a woman who was still graceful in her old age, never gentle, highly cultured, and even less likely to go to the trouble of arguing with others. That was his happiness. When he saw the highway greenery, he thought of the crummy roads in his early years of work, where a half-hour ride in a car could turn his butt into 4, and he often sat in the car for hours just to work, and that's what he started with. Looking at the delivery man on his bike, he couldn't help but ask the other man again, can he take care of his family? Can he earn the money a family needs? Life, tired? That should be his responsibility, but he couldn't be bothered to ask. I hadn't thought to ask before, and I won't have the chance to do so again. The towering buildings symbolize his past. The rats in the gutters symbolize his present, and the bustling streets symbolize the future of Dongjiang. The car stopped. Getting out of the car and walking, the Grand Master came and sat down in the gazebo. Stone table with tea, only the tea is poor, only tea foam. Perhaps the surname Liu really do not look down on their own, compared to their own. He is so busy with work that he will be the special supply of tea or drinking all the tea. The Grand Master was suddenly a little ashamed. You're right, I'm not that important to East River. No. It used to matter. Lu Qiming never denies other people's achievements and merits. He said heartily, Dongjiang for nearly 20 years. How much you have paid for everyone to see. Your merits no one can outlaw. But today? The Grand Master laughed to himself. Nowadays? Lu Qiming shook his head and said, you should understand. No matter how important you once were. But today's Dongjiang is important without you. Yeah. No, I'm important. The Grand Master lamented and looked at Lu Qiming, saying, are you so confident that I won't expose everything after pushing me to the brink? You probably won't. Lu Qiming shook his head. In his mind, even without the technology provided by Chen Yang, he was not willing to admit defeat. It was inevitable that he would come to this point. I'm 70% sure you won't, but the presence of this thing makes all our fights seem pointless. Lu Qiming placed the battery test report on the table. The Grand Master picked it up and looked at it for a moment, then suddenly laughed to himself, smiled bitterly, and said, so that's how it is. You've won. You found a good son-in-law. Ah, you should have thanked me. Lu Qiming certainly knew why the other party would say that. Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu have never been together. It's all a rumor. Even he didn't react until later. And the person who started the rumor is the person in front of me. Lu Qiming said seriously, indeed, I should thank you, but not for setting the two of them up, but for your efforts and struggles for Dongjiang for so many years. The Grand Master froze. Lu Qiming got up and said, merits are merits and faults are faults. The organization doesn't have the saying that merits and faults are equal, but the organization asked me to say to you, thank you Comrade Chen Jiang. You have completed your historical mission. You can rest now. Grand Master Chen Jiang instantly reddened his eyes. The organization still recognizes him. Chapter 65. Are you so honorable now, boss? A corner of Yongchang, a place of temporary confinement. As the law enforcement officers were given their orders, they were finally relieved and smiled as they opened the gate. Chen Yang and the others walked out from it. There are vehicles parked outside. It was a few bodyguards who drove the car over, accompanied by Hu Guanyu and Wang Yaozu and others. Boss, Chen, elder brother Chen. The crowd swarmed around Chen Yang and the others. The law enforcement officers got up and left while they spoke freely. Something big is happening. It's outrageous. Elder who is truly awesome. The crowd spoke one sentence to another, and quickly told the matter of the auditorium meeting. And Chen Yang's few people were both delighted and shocked. The Grand Master stepped down? Dongjiang is going to usher in the era of Speaker Liu. Boss, we're going to heaven. There's one way to put it. Master who is really good. The crowd was talking, and Chen Yang even gave Hu Guanyu a thumbs up, saying, you Hu family, all of you are good men. Awesome. Hu Guanyu with honor. He also just got the news. Shocked and joyful pride at the same time but also secretly wondered, is that why the old man drinks porridge? Really? Isn't it because the little nanny is so good at making porridge? The old man is so fierce? Haven't really seen it. A little old man who was usually quite silent and couldn't hit a fart with 3 sticks could stand on the podium and stiffen up the Grand Master, directly pulling the other side to explode himself? This old man, underestimating him, The crowd spoke freely and chatted idly as they got into their cars and headed straight for East Park. Because Hu Guanyu had gotten the news in advance, the chef team at East Garden had been preparing a sumptuous meal for a long time. The exquisite dishes were already on the table when Chen Yang and the others arrived. Chen Yang and the others first went to wash up and then started enjoying the feast after being refreshed. What will be the end of the Grand Master? During the meal, there were curious inquiries. Chen Yang turned his gaze to Hu Guanyu. This is the only powerful son present, and he is the only one who understands. Lu Wangshu cannot. This political idiot cannot be counted on. Hu Guanyu sniffed and put down his chopsticks, said in a low voice, really don't say, I asked a mouth. If the big chief did not interfere with the inspection team work, did not make a big deal, Yunhai Group certainly will not have anything to do with him. The crime will not be blamed on him. He had most adjusted his position. The most serious is to change a place to retire. But now it's different. There was an explosion at Weiming New Energy. He made a big deal out of it. And now, not to mention old age, retirement is out of the question. It's inevitable that he's going to go in. Going in is good. Huang Weiming said angrily, not to mention blowing up my Weiming, even if it didn't. How could Yunhai Group have nothing to do with him? If it has nothing to do with him, then that grandson Dai Wenbin would dare to screw me like this? That's not your Rumin anymore. Hu Guanyu rolled his eyes, and then said, you do not say. According to the information I got, the inspection team and the various investigation teams really turned the bottom of the sky. We are the big chief is bent on some, is greedy for power some, but he is really not interested in money. Yunhai Group since its inception to date, he has utilized Yunhai Group many times to Yunhai as a tool. The former incumbent counties and cities, the whole of today's Dongjiang, Yongchang, all aspects of the development of speed. It can be said that if there is no big general manager many times to take the Yunhai as a tool, Yunhai is unlikely to be able to develop to the extent that it is today. But if there is no Yunhai, Dongjiang is also by no means possible to rise so fast. The Grand Master created Yunhai, and then used Yunhai as a nail, constantly inserting it into all parts of the East River, and finally breaking the surface with a point, revitalizing the entire East River. Of course, this was more than a decade ago. Now in Dongjiang, the situation is completely different. Yunhai monopoly, collusion everywhere, the economy is like a puddle of stagnant water. That's probably the aftermath of capital overutilization. Hu Guangyu even lamented, and said, tail is not big followed by the people who used to support him, each eating full of fat, but also in Yunhai the same and are absolutely obedient. The big chief may have known all this, just he is not willing to look to solve it. It's all in the palm of your hand. Without the determination to cut, the end result is a collective fall. This time Yunhai has fallen, the Grand Master has stepped down, and the Jiangda gang is going to be uprooted. The whole Dongjiang is going to be brand new, and we are going to have the best time in Dongjiang. The crowd was also overwhelmed with emotion, but just then, an uninvited guest came to the door. Chen Yang and the others were surprised as they walked towards the gate, and when they reached the gate, the person in front of the gate suddenly knelt on the ground. The crowd was shocked. Chen Yang even retreated 2 steps back, somewhat puzzled. He looked at the old man Zhao Jiangshan. Old thing, are you going to blackmail me? Zhao Jiangshan did not explain, did not say anything more, directly and simply said, Mr. Chen, I have sold all my shares of Jiangshan Group. I hold 63% of the shares, probably about 55 billion. I heard that Mr. Chen is short of money for development. I would like to lend money to Mr. Chen. I just beg Mr. Chen to accept it. Lend money to Chen Yang? And on your knees? The crowd was stunned, and all of them looked at Chen Yang in unison. Boss, are you so honorable now? Gu Xinhong shocked. You have to kneel to lend you money? He also thought about lending his salary to his boss to get interest, but now it seems pure and simple dream. Awesome. Huang Ruiming and Li Yan glanced at each other. As they were Chen Yang's debtors, they suddenly felt that Chen Yang was so facetious that he didn't actually make them kneel down. No. Nope. What's with the kneeling? This is outrageous, isn't it? Nuts. What kind of person gets down on their knees and begs for money? The crowd around them felt like they were going crazy. Lu Wangshu also looked at Chen Yang strangely. Even she felt that Chen Yang was really overdoing it. Although he usually bullied his debtors, he couldn't bully them like this, right? Isn't that a terrible thing to do? Thinking so, she looked at Zhao Jiangshan kneeling on the ground and couldn't help but feel a little contempt again. What kind of money grubbing do you have to be at your age? Just for the interest? The interest rate is a bit high, but that's outrageous, isn't it? Chen Yang, however, looked at Zhao Jiangshan with a twinkle in his eyes. He sensed something was wrong. To say that nowadays through the crisis someone begged to lend him money he believes, but on his knees begging? Oh, cheap little cutie, and was about to inquire. At that moment, 2 men came alongside. It was Lu Qiming and the Grand Master. The Grand Master looked forlornly at the kneeling Zhao Shanhe, smiled to himself, and whispered a few words to Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming was first surprised, then smiled. He spoke. Take it. Chen Yang's crowd turned their heads at the sound of his words and were shocked. Why were Speaker Lu and the Grand Master here? He wanted to go up to greet him, but he saw Lu Qiming waving his hand, just letting Chen Yang go over and whispering a few words in Chen Yang's ear. Chen Yang dawned, nodded with a smile, and said, Old Hu, pull Mr. Zhao up. I'll take the money. Zhao Jiangshan sighed in relief as sweat broke out on his forehead, only to feel that heaven and earth were spacious. Hell knows how nervous he was when he just saw Lu Qiming and the Grand Master. Chen Yang, accompany me for a few words? The Grand Master suddenly spoke. Chen Yang looked at Lu Qiming when he heard this, and when he saw Lu Qiming nodding slightly, he laughed. The Grand Master has ordered. How can I not listen? Chapter 66. If the nation lends me money, I'm not the Grand Master anymore. The Grand Master smiled bitterly and said, I am now a person who has made a mistake. It is up to you whether you wish to talk to me or not, and I am just a bit emotional. Only then did Chen Yang sniff this and get serious, signaling the crowd within the East Garden to go eat first, while he himself followed the two men and continued to walk forward. At this time, Lu Wangshu was uneasy and chased after him, hugging Lu Dad's arm in his angry gaze, leaving Lu Dad with nothing to do but shake his head and smile. Other people's development of the company is like walking, struggling. With my help, Yunhai Group is only a little faster footsteps, but you are different. The Grand Master looked at Chen Yang and shook his head. It's like you're running as fast as you can, as if there's some kind of danger behind you. Although I don't understand why you're in such a hurry, why you'd rather borrow at a high interest rate than develop quickly, but as an old man of Dongjiang, I still want to say a few words to you. You said. Chen Yang nodded his head as he sniffed. First, build a good foundation, and second, put people first. The eyes of the big general manager is a little trance. Said, doing business is not an official, but everything in the world is not the same. Under the ever-changing external environment is always the same internal core. That is, human nature. Read more history books. The struggle between people in fact in the final analysis. So some means, the old ancestors left the history books as the strategy. What's the foundation? I don't think I need to say more. The more the foundation is sufficient, the fewer the cracks. In today's international situation, the West is constantly blocking and restricting us, and although the economy is in difficulty, why have we not collapsed like other countries? It is because the foundation is well laid. You do businesses also, raw materials, all kinds of subsidiary factories. These are the foundation. You can give others to do, share the wealth, but must take the initiative, even control. Yunhai Energy still has a lot of good industry, for you are useful, whether it is mineral or oil field chemical resources, sooner or later will be used. So I personally is recommended that you take advantage of now. With Speaker Lu's help, it's easy for you to take it down. There won't be as many good opportunities in the future, there's a lot of untradeable industry involved, and there won't be any more after this village. Many thanks for the guidance. Chen Yang nodded his head at the words and expressed his gratitude from the bottom of his heart. The Grand Master laughed and said, I was the one who let the Yunhai Group count on you to annex you in the beginning, but I didn't expect that in the end it would be me who would instruct you on how to annex Yunhai. What's the difference? Chen Yang smiled at his words and said, whether it swallows me or I swallow vast ocean, it will stay in Dongjiang and the meat will rot in the pot, whereas if I swallow vast ocean, perhaps the outcome will be better? The Grand Master was silent at his words. Eventually, he said bitterly, rather that's the point, isn't it? Didn't Elder Hu say that a giant corporation shouldn't exist in Dongjiang? Why would you advise me to take down Yunhai? Chen Yang suddenly asked again. The Grand Master shook his head and said, what does he, an old thing, know about anything? If there is no Yunhai, how can Dongjiang develop so fast? What he sees is only the stagnant development of Yunhai. You are different. Star Ocean is a new enterprise. You master new technology. Your technology can make Dongjiang take off again for 20 years. As to whether you are as Dai Shandong in 20 years or that you have jumped out of this rule, that is up to you. And what about being people-oriented? Chen Yang asked. The Grand Master's face turned grave as he said, I think you've noticed that nowadays, with the rapid development of intelligent AI, many companies have started to use AI to replace the work of regular people, which can indeed save a lot of costs, but it's not the right way to go. It is true that technology needs to be developed, and it is true that the people need a better life, but that should come after the people have become affluent, and the affluence of the people is by no means the affluence of a certain class, but affluence from the bottom up. The saying that the river is the people is true not only for the country but also for your business. You can pretend I didn't say that if you're just in it for the money, but if you have lofty goals, then make sure you remember that. I have a feeling that the world will never be peaceful in the future. Your company is frequently high-tech, and it's highly likely that you'll subsequently embark on the AI intelligence route as well. And I'm only saying this in the hope that you'll think twice about it in the future. That's actually a good problem to have, Chen Yang said jokingly. Just find a way to make the whole country rich for once, such as drying up the rice country. Everyone sends out money, then the whole country lends me their money. By then I will give the interest every month, and the interest will be enough for them. They don't have to go to work at all. What do you think of this approach? The Grand Master was dumbfounded, froze, looked deeply at Chen Yang, shook his head, and breathlessly started to walk away. This little. No wonder Lu didn't want him as his son-in-law. I'm talking to him nicely and he's joking with me? Looking at the Grand Master's forlorn back, Lu Qiming was also speechless, pointing at Chen Yang, saying, you. This old thing has a big ups and downs in his life today. It's not easy for his heart to have the feeling of cherishing the talent to point out to you, and also thinking of letting you be kind to the people of Dongjiang. And as a result, you gave him such a show? Where is he in jail? Chen Yang asked. It was supposed to go to the capital. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, but unfortunately, he offended the people above him, and they named him and wouldn't let him go back, so he could only be in Dongjiang. That's pretty good. One day I'll walk up to him with a loan from the whole country and show him I'm not kidding him, Chen Yang said indifferently. Lu Qiming was even more speechless when he heard this and said, whimsical, unless the god of wealth has descended to earth. God can't make everyone lend him money even if he comes. Alright, you guys go back and eat. We'll leave first. With that, Lu Qiming handed Lu Wangshu a few words and got up to walk forward. At the intersection, several black cars were waiting. The Grand Master is afraid that he will never come back after this trip. Looking at the fleet of cars leaving, Chen Yang took out his cell phone and walked back with Lu Wangshu. On the way, Lu Wangshu curiously looked into Chen Yang's hands and was stunned. What the hell? You're bullying debtors again? Just see the debtor chat group. The chat logs are boiling at this point. Chen Yang, Chen Yang, call the money. Hu Guangyu, what are you doing? Chen, come back for dinner. Wang Yaozu, Chen Laodi, what's the money shot? Xinwei, congratulations to Mr. Chen for weathering the storm. The Shin family intends to continue investing and will invite Mr. Chen to a banquet in the next couple of days. Xinwei, but I'd also like to ask what Mr. Chen's call for money means. Within the group chat, many people were also staring curiously at the screen as they typed out question marks. At that moment, Chen Yang's next sentence appeared. Chen Yang, who doesn't know I'm going to be rich? Where are the people who've been making a lot of noise these past few days? All come out, line up and let me see. Chen Yang, I don't want your money. Hurry up, come out. Come out of your own accord and I'll refund your money on the spot. Within the group chat, there was silence, and those who had made a fuss a few days before did not dare to say anything, though they were holding back. But 24% APR really smells good. There's no store in this village. If you return this, you'll really lose the interest. Besides, anyone can see that Chen Yang is going to be developed, and in the future, the big brother of Dongjiang will be Star Ocean. So is it not an offense to jump out now? But while they were muffled, Chen Yang was not accustomed to them. Chen Yang, all silent, right? Very well. I want to acquire Yunhai within 3 days, each person, and then take double the previous loan to me. Don't say I bully you. Interest as usual, but can't get out of the initiative to come to me for a refund. No strength to pretend what big money. Also worthy of being my Chen Yang debtor? The crowd peering at the screen was numb, stunned and frozen. Holy, there's such a thing? Those who have money are naturally ecstatic. But those who were in a hurry to refund for fear of taking risks are not too rich, and at this time, they were anxious when they saw Chen Yang speak. What should I do? Do we go get a loan to lend it to him? It's a little outrageous, isn't it? If you can't borrow it. Chapter 67. Sell the company if you believe me. Want to not borrow? Is that possible? It's up to you not to borrow. Tucking the resting screen of his cell phone into his pocket, Chen Yang was smiling. Even his steps back were much lighter. Next to him, Lu Wangshu looked at Chen Yang in wonder and couldn't help but ask, is it really good for you to treat your debtor like this? What's wrong with that? Chen Yang was surprised. You also said that they are debtors. If they are godlike customers who haven't lent me money yet, then of course I have to be polite. But they are devilish debtors. I can't even sleep well thinking about all those debts I owe. This I can give them a good face? You should praise me for being sincere and not hypocritical. Lu Wangshu was confused. Chen Yang also stopped teasing her and laughed. I'm putting some pressure on them. Why should I have to work hard to pay them back? Shouldn't they struggle to make more money and then lend it to me? What makes you think so? Lu Wangshu felt that his 3 views had been violently impacted, and his intelligence had been insulted too, by virtue of the high interest rate I pay. Chen Yang said rightfully, with such a high interest rate, depositing 100 million for a year is 24 million. They don't have to worry about their lives if they save more. So why don't they try to save more? Do they want their children and grandchildren to work hard? I'm angry at them for not fighting. How can you explain it like that? I'll take your word for it. Lu Wanshu rolled her eyes and ignored him. The two returned to the East Garden. The people are still waiting. Zhao Jiangshan cowering on the side, compensating for the smile. That year 58 stood like a minion. Zhao Jiangshan's ploy succeeded. Watching this old thing look like this, Chen Yang was indeed very happy. Speaking cannot help but also polite some. No cynicism, but said flatly, money as soon as possible to call. I give you the interest as usual. The inspection team has been investigated clearly. Although you have some funds with your brother, Private also received a lot of care, but the violation of the principle of the thing is not. It's safe to say that your brother protected you well, and he never wanted you involved in that circle of theirs from the start. So you're safe. Lend me the money and you're on your way. Zhao Jiangshan let out a long breath. His eyes instantly red. God knows how much pressure he was carrying. The moment was finally relieved. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, thank you. He sat bolt upright in his chair for a long time. He also understands Chen Yang's underlying meaning. He can't go ashore without paying the money. And it's all thanks to Chen Yang that he can go ashore. Chen Yang, however, did not care about him anymore. The music continued to be played and the dancing continued. And the group went on like a carnival, eating and drinking and making a lot of noise. The others were not like Chen Yang, knowing the results and having a bottom line in their hearts. Although they felt that it was impossible for something to happen these days, but their hearts were also under a lot of pressure. Amidst the revelry, Hu Guangyu and Wang Yaozu's few people gathered around. Brother Chen, does our family have to come up with double the money as well? Hu Guangyu couldn't help but inquire in a low voice, saying, if you really need it, I'll find a way to go and loan some back. How much can I borrow? Chen Yang asked. The old man still has some connections even if he steps down. Hu Guangyu hemmed and hawed and whispered, mortgage the family's pharmaceutical agency. Doubling it is still possible. What about interest? Chen Yang asked. About 4% annual interest? Hu Guangyu wasn't too sure and said, big difference. The agency is not part of the quality industry. The interest rate is not good to operate. Believe me and go to the loan. Chen Yang laughed. Our company's new technology will be introduced soon. Making money is steady. So don't worry about hesitation. Give me the money directly. And then take the interest every year. Pay back the bank's interest and 20% fall into your pockets. It's not good? Okay, I get it. Hu Guangyu smiled. Plus 1.5 billion can be 3 billion. A year of interest on 720 million. Which put their own that broken luxury car market to do how many years to earn out. Good for the old man to step down. Chen got the favor and will definitely take care of me in the future. Grrrrrr. Next to him, Wang Yaozu was a bit worried and said, older brother, what about a few of us? We already owe a lot of loans. There's really no way to continue lending. $500 million is really can't be taken out. Believe me and sell the company. Chen Yang didn't say anything, but Wang Yaozu's few people were dumbfounded on the spot. Ha! It's outrageous to sell a company, isn't it? Although brothers know that you can certainly make money, but who can guarantee a lifetime of money in case you lose one day? Lao! Chen Yang looked at the hesitant Wang Yaozu and said in a deep voice, at this time, my brother needs your support. Don't! Wang Yaozu was in a hurry. You're not my brother. I'm only a brother to you. No, you're the grandpa. I'm the grandson. Please. Wang Yaozu was bitter and didn't know how to speak. Gambling this kind of thing. If you are sure to win then it is not called gambling. But since it is gambling, who dares to guarantee a sure win? Not putting eggs in one basket. Earning less but secure and low risk. This is the usual style of their circle. Just. Chen Yang shook his head, feeling that they wouldn't be able to earn this wave of money, and said with hatred, you guys will regret it. Wang Yaozu immediately panicked. What? You want to get back at us? But you can't. Aren't we friends? Although we called the police to report you, we took the lead in supporting you last time. A few people were panicking. Star Ocean is not Yunhai Group. Yunhai Chi family is already a grasshopper in the autumn, just waiting for Chen Yang to free his hand to press death with his hand. Star Ocean's future was at least at the Hanhai level, so it would be like playing if you wanted to get them then? Liang Chaochuan was the most indolent and said, I'll put in another 500 million. Where did you get the money? Wang Yaozu asked out of breath. Liang Chaochuan's eyes flickered as he whispered, I'm going to take out some more loans, then bite the bullet and go to my daughter-in-law's house to borrow some more. If it's not enough, I'm going to default on the wages of the migrant workers and give them the interest when I get it. Excessive. Wang Yaozu pointed at his nose and cursed. What the hell did you do this for? You're really not afraid of death. The crowd next to him also started pointing and criticizing Liang Chaochuan for being immoral. Liang Chaochuan, however, surreptitiously turned his gaze towards Chen Yang. Nice guy. This non-martial guy put the pressure on me. Chen Yang was shocked. The people next to him also reacted at this time, and immediately looked at Liang Chaochuan in astonishment. To retreat, moral abduction. Take the migrant workers to press Chen. Liang Chaochuan, you this limbless guy, a little something. You still have that kind of brain? It's just, are you out of your ing mind? This was supposed to be good. And you would up like this? Aren't you afraid Mr. Chen will give you a refund and tell you to get lost? The crowd thought so, but Liang Chaochuan was in a hurry and hurriedly explained. What I mean is that I will convince the workers under me to let me keep their wages, and I will also give them 24% interest every year, so they will definitely be willing. The words immediately sent the crowd into deep thought. Wang Yaozu thought of the sales of his men selling houses, Zhao Shun thought of the waiters in his men's hotels, Sun Hai of Hanyuan Securities thought of the wealth management funds in his possession, and Vice President Lu thought of embezzlement of public funds. This is illegal fundraising, right? Suddenly Lu Wangshu weakly spoke, interrupting their fantasies. At once, they were filled with disheveled faces. They had all made up their minds, but Lu Wangshu's words made them recognize reality. Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu speechlessly. How is it illegal to raise money if your father doesn't pursue it? Chapter 68, if you can't play well, you'll take everyone to the rooftop with you. But unfortunately, that can't be said in plain sight. Otherwise it's easy to get caught by your opponent later. Chen Yang can only speechless, how much can be out of how much? Do not organize those moths, but in the group are smart. Understand? Got it. The crowd breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Yaozu was even more cheerful. I'll put together 300 million to you. The group, I'll say the mortgage company to borrow you $1 billion. I'll send it now. Then I'll offer 300 million as well. I'm 200 million. I'm 100 million. I'm 200 million. I'm 100 million. The crowd spoke up and the scene lightened up a lot. Yongchang Main Bank is offering $1.8 billion. Vice Governor Lu also smiled and opened his mouth. Let's have you say the real numbers, not the ones you're told to blow up in the group. Liang Chaochuan reminded. It is the real. Vice President Lu laughed. This is our bank shareholders just sent me a message. Absolutely real. We Yongchang Bank again, how as a private bank is also some money. But in the group misrepresentation cannot be counted on me. After all, I am on behalf of the Yongchang Bank. Well, good lord. Forgot about this guy. The crowd was speechless. And Liang Chaochuan even felt like a clown at this moment. Chen Yang was happy and waved his hand to Zheng Chang. Move a good stool for Governor Lu. Hey! Zheng Chang moved a chaise longue numbly and placed it behind Governor Lu. Governor Lu immediately sat down, and his heart was quite comfortable. Gee, it's nice to be rich. It's all about superiority. Chen Yang calculated that Wang Yaozu and his party had contributed another 3 billion. Together with Hu Guanyu's 1.5 billion and Zhao Jiangshan's 55 billion. This was 595 billion. There is still about 11.5 billion in hand right now. That works out to $71 billion. It seems huge, but it's still too far from acquiring Hayes. Hanhai total assets in more than 800 billion or so, collected for state-owned liquidation. Not counting the funds on the books, and some Chen Yang do not need all kinds of industries. Chen Yang need to buy the main industry of Hanhai is all kinds of minerals and oil and gas chemical industry. Chen Yang estimated that at least need 300 or 400 billion to be enough. It's not even always enough. Thinking so, Chen Yang suddenly felt as if he was quite damn poor. Can't even afford a used business. Damn. These debtors are too much to handle, aren't they? The more he thought about it, the more angry he became in his heart. Chen Yang picked up his cell phone and clicked on the group chat. At this point there was still no one talking in the group chat. Only Wang Yaozu said a mortgage of $1 billion to earn interest and get rich. Chen Yang thought about it and typed a line and sent it out. Chen Yang, some people behave themselves. Don't force me to kick people. Still no one in the group spoke. Chen Yang was a bit puzzled when the sound of dingling bells kept ringing. The crowd turned their heads to see that it was Vice President Lu. Vice President Lu sat in his recliner with his cell phone, flipping through the messages, his face changing and changing. What's wrong? Wang Yaozu asked. I don't know why. A large group of people suddenly looked for me for a loan. Evil. Vice President Lu was surprised and said, the end of the world is coming? This kind of high-quality customers are usually hard to find one, and now they are lining up to come? The crowd sniffed. Vice President Lu pointed to his cell phone and said to Wang Yaozu, look at this. Nanjing Real Estate, Jiachen Electronics, Excellence in Labor, Guangzhong Investment, Suwei Pharmaceuticals, Hai Nissan Chemical, Zhongqing Chemical, TSK. It looks familiar. Don't they look familiar? Wang Yaozu laughed. Aren't these all people from our group? The crowd froze at these words. Then in unison, they looked at Chen Yang. It can't be what we think it is, can it? Ahem. Chen Yang coughed dryly. His heart is not weak at all. And he justified himself by saying, I'm also doing it for their own good. Where can I find such a high interest rate? They loan interest and not high. Lending me can also earn a middle fee. A steady profit. Goddamn steady money. Black lines sprouted from the crowd's foreheads. Chen Yang is not a loss. Otherwise he would not have borrowed so much money. Banks don't lose money either. It's all mortgaged. Big deal taking over a mortgaged property for a solid profit. But do others really not lose out? It's not a loss. If you, Chen Yang, go bankrupt, then everyone dies, no one lives. Iron ah. The crowd looked at Chen Yang with strange eyes. This is really to the debtor fierce pressure. Added a butt of debt ah. Although Chen Yang here can earn high interest, but this money earned is really panic ah. Just afraid of that day Chen Yang play collapse. But on the other hand, this man Chen Yang was too treacherous. You're a sly one. You can still play like that? Who won't be able to cozy up to him from now on? No. Got to offer it up. This is the god of wealth. Playing well can bring everyone together to make a fortune. It's also Hades. If you can't play well, you'll take everyone up to the roof with you. Convinced, Wang Yaozu shook his head inside. Speechless. The crowd was also long in the tooth. Chen Yang raised his head and whistled with an air of unconcern. Soon, the crowd ate and drank and left. Chen Yang also followed Gu Xinhong and the others to the head office. The whole company's T1 level executives and the chairman of the board are in jail en masse. And this is so explosive. There's no telling what the company has become internally. Upon arrival at the office, surprisingly there was no chaos to be seen. It was time to go to work and work to be done, which was a rarity for the crowd. Aren't they in a hurry? Gu Xinhong couldn't help but ask the few T2 level executives who had hurriedly arrived. It was Wei Dong of the Human Resources Department and Lu Yun of the Finance Department, as well as Zhao Ming of the Audit Office and Wang Defa of the Legal Department. A few people looked at each other at the words and laughed awkwardly. Finally in Gu Xinhong's question or Wang Defa said in a low voice, "We are not the same as you. We are the owner of the package to the year. We get the money, what is the hurry? The big deal is that the company collapsed. We go back to continue to do the old job. Not only no loss but also a big profit. As for why those new hires aren't in a hurry, maybe it's because it looks like the older employees aren't in a hurry. So they aren't in a hurry either." Woj. Gu Xinhong and the others were dumbstruck, looking at Chen Yang in unison. "Boss, did you count on having today? That's why you recruited so much?" Gu Xinhong couldn't help but ask. "How can that be? Ridiculous." Chen Yang, old face a black. "Get up to convene a meeting of the people. This is to appease the staff. Now it's good. The staff heart is very big. Almost divided baggage. You go back to your Manhwa, I go to my Gao Laozhuang. Simply do not bring the rush. It's also true that benefits are given enough. Paychecks are pulled full. Doesn't matter if there's a boss or not. This is bad." As soon as Gu Xinhong heard that it had nothing to do with Chen Yang, he immediately said no. Unable to accept this kind of thing. The company has to have rules. It has to have systems. It has to have our corporate culture. This attitude just won't do. The executives get arrested and you guys laugh? The boss is arrested and you guys are ready to split things? Unorganized and undisciplined. Is there any compassion left? Gu Xinhong broke the big defense. Several T2 level executives were also a little nervous at the words. After all, although this matter was said to be funny, but if you think about it, it was horrible. The company's employees didn't have any sense of belonging to the company, and didn't care at all about their bosses being arrested. This was very serious, which meant that there was no centripetal force within the company, and couldn't be held together, and could be dispersed when it was said to be dispersed. They looked at Chen Yang in unison, waiting for the boss's judgment. Chapter 69 Reply in Net 50. Chen Yang rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, feeling that this was indeed not right either. There's no corporate atmosphere at all. It's like everyone's just touching the fish. This way, Chen Yang came up with the bad idea, said, "Come to a simple and direct. First, the company held a few events within the company. Let the staff competition, the winner directly promoted, fully mobilize their ability to act and enthusiasm. Second, the head office and each subsidiary company will each build a large group, and from now on, when I speak in the group, the people below me must reply, and I'll brainwash them. The first method is great, and the company does have a lot of open positions right now." Lu Wangshu looked at the worklog for a moment, then added, "The second method doesn't seem to work too well? There's no doubt that this boring way does subconsciously brainwash and tame the personal will of the employees, but nowadays everyone in the workplace seems to be very tired of this kind of forced reply from their bosses. Will it be counterproductive? No way." Chen Yang was very confident and said, "I'll pay for it. Reply with $30 or a bioenergy injection at a time. I don't believe that anyone can refuse a cup of iced fruit tea on a hot summer day." The crowd had thought he had some brilliant idea. Words filled his face. You're so direct. This law is really overbearing. not to mention the employees, even they can't refuse. $30 is nothing, but the bioenergy injection market can always be overpriced. It's almost stabilized at $50. Reply with a net profit of 50. Where can I find such a business, boss? At this time, Yunhai raised his hand and said, now that the expansion of the plant has been completed, the injections can be produced in large quantities, and your classmate's side of the ice bag factory has been taken care of. So I mean, is it not possible to start selling in large quantities? It's not good for us if the market price stays at $50. How? Chen Yang asked. Let's say the simplest one. Yunhai thought for a moment and said, if we keep running out of stock it will lead to people hoarding. And although selling at high prices can enhance the popularity and preciousness of our products, but it will also attract curses. The most important thing is that in this case the money is made by hoarders. Our factory price is unchanged. It doesn't make much sense. We don't always have to be a scalper ourselves. So a large number of listed products can earn a lot of liquidity at the same time can also save the reputation and fight scalpers. After occupying the mainstream market can also come out with preferential subsidized products to occupy the sinking market. Then get on it. You're in full charge of what needs to be done. And you don't have to ask me for everything if you're not going broke or anything like that. Chen Yang nodded his head and didn't care. In his heart, bioenergy injection was a money printing machine, but the significance wasn't that great anymore. Going forward it's all a long time coming, so it's better to leave it to Yunhai. He looked at Gu Xinhong and said, the battery thing on your side as soon as possible. These 2 days I'll go to the capital first. When I come back the internal competition should be over. Then we will have to prepare for the press conference. It's about my borrowing plan. You must do it well. Don't worry, boss. Gu Xinhong was confident. As for you, Chen Yang looked at Wang Defa and the others and said, we are about to acquire Yunhai Group and have already reached a preliminary intention with the above. Wei Dong, you are responsible for investigating whether there are any available people within Yunhai Group. If not, then recruit good people for various positions and wait for them. Zhao and Mingyu and the official contact. Participate in the audit of the Yunhai Group. Make sure to investigate the various assets we need, whether there is any trouble or loans. If there is, to urge the official to solve as soon as possible. Wang Defa, you also go over there and participate in the acquisition. Many contractual agreements need to be done by you. Yes, boss. Hearing that the boss was going to acquire Yunhai Group, several people were shocked, but shocked is shocked. When they realized that the boss was not joking, their hearts directly began to rejoice wildly. What does Hayes Group mean? Hundreds of billions of dollars in assets. If they do acquire it, wouldn't they be T2 level executives of a several $100 billion corporation? It's the pinnacle of life. They were both surprised and incredulous. Acquiring Hayes. Where did the owner get the money? A few people nodded their heads before looking at Chen Yang blearily, wanting to wait for Chen Yang to give an explanation. Chen Yang, however, didn't bother to say much and said, it's all borrowed. Just give some interest to get rid of it. You guys don't need to worry about anything else. Just work. Boss, what about me? Lu Yun, a strong woman, was anxious when she saw that there was no job for her. She wants to get ahead, too. Don't worry. You have a mission too. Chen Yang laughed. We mortgaged the shares of Star Ocean Beverage to borrow $20 billion. Didn't we? You go and ask them for the money. Ha? Want money? Lu Yun was confused. Nana said, they did not also sue us? To forcibly repossess the loan. It should not be us to pay back the money? How is it to ask for money? Boss, are you mistaken? You're the one who got it wrong. Chen Yang sat as steady as a mountain, confidently and domineeringly said, unsurprisingly they have withdrawn the lawsuit. 20 billion will not be recovered. Go and tell them that we'll get our hands on 60 billion right away. Let them take 60 billion out as well. And if they can't get it out, then get out. And we'll change the object of the loan. Not only are you not going to return the money, but you're going to ask the bank for another $60 billion? Lu Yun was dumbfounded. For a moment it was hard to know how to reply. Is this kind of thing really reliable? Boss, you're not kidding, are you? Besides, this is the kind of thing you're asking me to do? You might as well let me kill the longevity monk for the simplicity of it. Chen Yang also saw Lu Yun's lack of confidence and felt that this would not work. It was rude for his subordinates to have no confidence in him. It was necessary for him to give his men a little shock from the body and mind. Look at you. You look like you've never seen the world. How can you serve as our Star Ocean's finance minister with this appearance? How about this? Let my bodyguard Zheng Chan go with you. He has experience. A casual arrangement. Chen Yang's time is almost up. Then summarized, in a word, all put their own work well. I arranged things to do well. The competition. You ask Lu always have what departments are missing. Discuss the division of a few categories. Our company's next press conference is very important. The publicity department has been no one. You'd better give me to choose a person who can speak well out. Get it? Got it. Very well. Adjourned. The meeting ended and everyone went about their business. Chen Yang, on the other hand, was sitting in his office pondering where he could get some more money from. Star Ocean Beverages to ask for another 60 billion is completely feasible. The production immediately exploded. Previously Hanhai can give 80 billion, they can also give. Now Dongjiang Lu Qiming is in charge. The bank is bound to give this face. The group of debtors could come up with another 5 or 6 billion. But even that would add up to less than 140 billion. It's still a long way from acquiring Haze. New Energy can find a way to loan a wave. But in the official market before the product out of the best not to do so. Empty words cannot lend much. The real information and cannot give people to see. Chen Yang was a bit fretful. But suddenly, he thought of Star Ocean Beverage. Hiss! A light went on before his eyes. Can I buy Haze separately? Buy a portion. Take out a loan. Buy another portion. Take out another loan. And just hedge your bets? Not only did Haze take it, but he's still in debt again. Perfect. This not only can take Hanhai by the way debt, but also can save a large amount of money to invest in the new energy industry. Chen Yang hadn't forgotten that he wasn't going to sell his extra large and extra large cup batteries. He was going to rent them. You have to have the money to manufacture the finished product in order to rent it out and slowly pay it back. Chapter 70, Uncle's Heart is for the whole world. As Chen Yang sat in his office pondering over the company's next development, underground parking garage. Finance Minister Lu Yun took an assistant in Zheng Chang's car, Mercedes-Benz Big G, worth $5 million. Lu Yun sitting in this car cannot help but feel that the boss is really generous. Oh, more debt. But spend money is not soft. This big heart. Who can compare? Bodyguards are equipped with $5 million of cars. Then win the company to the executives with a car when they will not also be able to mix a luxury car to drive? Although she also has hundreds of millions of dollars. She can't afford to drop a few million on a car. The assistant sitting next to her was even more curious looking around. For her, a young girl who just got out of school without working for a few years, this kind of luxury car is even more distant. Zheng Chang looked in the rearview mirror. He couldn't help but laugh. Sister, I'll take you for a ride later? What the is wrong with you? Lu Yun rolled her eyes at that and touched her assistant with her arm, signaling her assistant to ignore him. The assistant was very honest, nodding slightly and not saying anything. Zheng Chang immediately felt that the air in the car was so depressing and not happy at all anymore. He drove sullenly to the ICBC's Dongjiang head office and dialed the number sent by his boss, who was none other than Zhao Chunlei. Hello? Okay, fine, we're on our way. After the call, Zheng Chang got out of the car and led the two women inside the ICBC. An individual soon came out to greet them. The three followed the receptionist all the way up the stairs to the investment department. Mr. Zhang, Minister Lu, please. Zhao Chunlei was wearing a smile, and he was dressed as usual, the elite of the workplace, with a straight suit, always giving off a sense of elegance and solemnity. Although Chen Yang didn't come personally, he was still very enthusiastic. No way. Chen Yang was no longer something he could see. To have ascended to a level that he looked up to in a short period of time made him feel incredible and shocked when he thought about it daily. He couldn't help but think of Chen Yang's breezy attitude and the confidence of being in control when he met him twice. When really, it's a human being. Sentiments in his heart. He did not move slowly, letting people serve tea. I wonder what the three of you are visiting. Zhao Chunlei opened his mouth to inquire. Although he knew it in his heart, he still needed to ask for confirmation. Lu Yun was about to speak politely. However, he didn't want to, but Zheng Chang sat on his chair with his butt, crossed his legs and said, "There's no other meaning. I just came to convey the boss's original message." Mr. Chen? Zhao Chunlei instantly became serious at his words and said, "Mr. Zhang, please speak." $60 billion. Zheng Chang gestured and said, "The boss said that the valuation you gave to Star Ocean Beverage is too low. Add another $60 billion. If not, we'll repay the loan early, end this loan, and get a different bank or capital for the loan." Look what Mr. Chen said. Zhao Chunlei laughed. "This loan is going well. How can we just replace it? It's too much trouble for Mr. Chen. How can we not know anything about the real situation in Star Ocean? If it is still the same as earlier, then 20 billion is really the limit. After all, one is the market is not open, and the other is similar technology has the risk of being overcome. But now it is different. Now Mr. Chen soared to the sky. The funds in his hands have long exceeded 100 billion. There are uncles on the top pointing out the direction, and many generals of Star Ocean rubbing their fists and grinding their palms. It is easy to open the market. And even if the technology is overcome, the value of the Star Ocean drink, which has already occupied the market, will not be reduced too much. Increase the amount of the loan, that's for sure. It's a must. Even if Mr. Chen doesn't say so, I'm ready to pay a visit. Speaking of this, Zhao Chunlei was a bit embarrassed again and said, "It's just that, would 60 billion be too much?" Adding the previous 20 billion would be 80 billion. I don't understand. I want $60 billion anyway. Zheng Chang sniffed and hurriedly shook his head in a reckless manner, leaving Zhao Chunlei helpless. Zhao Chunlei turned his gaze to Lu Yun. Lu Yun hurriedly shook her head and said, Director Zhao, I can't be the master in this matter. I just followed to collect the money. Why don't you call the boss directly and ask? Zhao Chunlei was speechless. That's true, wouldn't he have made the call if he could have? Who doesn't know that Mr. Chen is the absolute winner now? Isn't calling at this time a slap in the face to spoil the fun? What? You're a little bank director tripping me up when everything's going well for you? You don't want to do it? Silent for a moment, Zhao Chunlei nodded, said, okay, so, I try to maneuver, but this time the big head has to be our ICBC accounted for, but also ask the two of you to publicize to the outside world is to supplement the loan 80 billion, is I cut to 60 billion? This. Lu Yun was dumbfounded. There's such a thing? Zheng Chang grinned and said, $100 billion. Zhao Chunlei smiled at the words and took out 2 boxes of tea from the drawer and stuffed them into Zheng Chang's hands. Mr. Zhang. Thanks a lot. Lu Yun stared at this scene in stupefaction. Then dumbfounded, he followed Zheng Chang out of the bank. Sitting in the car she hadn't looked back. That's a bank. There's more of this kind of play? My goodness. She couldn't help but look at Zheng Chang again, her eyes glowing. This man, surprisingly, was not as rude and reckless as he appeared to be. He had taken the initiative from the moment he entered the room, including dangling and crossing his legs. I would have thought that this image of him would not give his boss a bad name. Never thought the other guy would end up thanking him? Zheng Chang whistled as he drove, looking at his assistant's little sister's adoring gaze in the rearview mirror, and couldn't help but feel smug. The boss said, you can't be polite to a debtor. The more polite you are, the more he takes himself seriously. The longer you're polite, the more they'll dare to ride your neck and on you. Evening. The 2 cars arrived at the old Lu family mansion. Looking at Lu Qiming, who was standing in the courtyard sweeping the floor, Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu were both surprised. Dad, why are you sweeping the floor? Lu Wangshu was curious. That I know. Chen Yang laughed. As the saying goes, how can you sweep the world if you don't sweep a house? Uncle is thinking of the whole world. What's all this talk about? Lu Qiming put the broom on the wall and said breathlessly, I don't know whose chickens ran in, pulling up all over the place. Don't you sweep without diaphragm? This. Chen Yang was a bit embarrassed when he failed to kiss his ass. Uncle is sitting in this seat. Why don't you get a better place to live? What? Lu Qiming glanced at Chen Yang and said, do I have to go sit in the Forbidden City if I take 2 more steps? With that, he pushed open the door to the room to let the 2 men in, where the lights were on and the news was still playing on the TV. He said, this is the standard provincial government residential building. Dongjiang wants the old comrades live here. I cannot make exceptions? Chen Yang was speechless. He always felt that Lu Qiming, this old dang, was not right today, but it's hard to say what's wrong. Dad, what's wrong with you today? Didn't you take your medication for high blood pressure? Lu Wangshu looked a little displeased. The words out to Lu Qiming angry enough, but looking at their own good daughter, and can not scold, can only hate to look at Chen Yang. What the hell do I care? What's this dang looking at me for? Chen Yang felt inexplicable, and then did not serve, immediately sat down, picked up the fruit plate and ate, not polite, crossing his legs like a grandfather. Lu Qiming became even more angry at this. This is my ing house, not yours. What kind of yellow hair behavior are you? I want to swear and feel like I don't have enough vocabulary. I want to criticize and educate him, but I feel that I'm talking to this kid. After all, this is the asshole who wants to build guns and cannons to fight the world. Eventually had to sigh. It's a sin. Early morning flight tomorrow. My teacher isn't feeling too well, so we'll have to get there early. Chapter 71. Did you say seize the young? Say it again. Teacher? Chen Yang was slightly stunned, and then reacted. This teacher was afraid that he was the person behind Lu Qiming. What happened to Grandpa Ning? Lu Wangshu sniffed and hurriedly inquired. Lu's father shook his head at his words and didn't say much. Just said, it's nothing serious, so just leave it alone and have a good time on your shift. Oh. Lu Wangshu sniffed and sat down. Grandpa Ning? Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu and inquired in a low voice, trying to pry for information. Lu Wangshu quietly glanced at his own dad and pouted his lips in a slight gesture. Chen Yang looked in the direction she indicated and saw a television set, which was broadcasting the news. The news was that a certain bigwig who did not show up too much but definitely stood at the top was receiving a meeting with the head of a small African country. Chen Yang was dumbfounded and looked at Lu Wangshu in disbelief. Lu Wangshu nodded slightly. Chen Yang looked at Lu Qiming again. Lu Qiming was drinking tea and didn't know what he was thinking. Is that really true? This old dang has such a strong background? Chen Yang was a bit confused. He had always thought that Lu Qiming's background as a member of the Council of State was tops, but he didn't expect it to be one of the very few permanent members? Oh, my god. This old dang is a bit fierce. Just as he was thinking about it, at this time Lu Qiming suddenly opened his mouth and asked, I haven't asked you yet. What are you doing with your brat coming over all of a sudden? That's right. Chen Yang was not polite when he heard this and directly said that he wanted to purchase the Yunhai Group in batches. Lu Qiming sniffed and gave Chen Yang a contemptuous look. That's all it takes to come here and ask me? Do you think you can afford haze at full price? Don't you think too highly of yourself? Chen Yang froze. Lu Qiming said speechlessly. It has been divided up long ago. If it is really sold as a whole, how many people in China can afford to pay so much money? Why would the Grand Master even suggest to you to buy Yunhai? How much money do you have? Ha! Chen Yang sniffed and laughed dryly twice before realizing that he was overthinking, and said in a low voice, I really can't get that much money right now. At most, I can only scrape together 140 billion. Raider? Lu Qiming's hand shook, spilling some of his tea and nearly dropping his cup. Dumbfounded, he said, How much did you say? Say it again. No less than $140 billion. At least $140 billion. Chen Yang pondered for a while thinking that it was probably this number. The remaining 11.5 billion on hand. Hu Guanyu's 1.5 billion. Wang Yaozu and his party's 3 billion. Zhao Jiangshan's 55 billion. The Shen family is not unexpected at least 3 billion. The debtor group of the gang of assholes can also be put together another 5.5 billion. As well as the Yunhai Group will have to put out 2 billion more. Lastly, there is the $60 billion in supplementary loans from Starfish Drinks and the hundreds of millions that Starfish Drinks has made recently. It adds up to a big difference of about $142 billion. How much money do you owe, kid? Who had the nerve to lend you so much money unsecured? Lu Qiming was shocked and stood up, saying, More than a month ago you were a pauper. And now you're over 100 billion? Even robbery isn't as fast as you are, right? Not to mention. Chen Yang really did do some silent calculations in his heart when he heard this. How much debt do you owe when all the money comes in? Probably. Bank 80 billion. Zhao Jiangshan 55 billion. Huang Weiming's family 7 billion. The Shen family 6 billion. Yunhai Group 4 billion. Hu Guanyu 3 billion. Yongcheng Bank Vice President Lu 2.3 billion. Wang Yaozu 1 billion. Zhao Shan 800 million. Hong Yuan Securities 700 million. Yanghua Liang Chaochuan 700 million. Huihai Home 400 million. Guanghua Infrastructure 300 million. The group of unknown debtors 11 billion. Hiss. By the way, there's still the 80 million from Governor Zhao Jianghuo Zhao's place that hasn't been paid back yet. How much is this? 172.28 billion now. Chen Yang's brain was confused. Unknowingly was he going to owe so much money? How much did that earn? Buying houses, cars, buildings plus companies of all kinds almost adds up to $23.5 billion invested. Add to that what's left and what's already here and what's coming in. And that's 177 billion. Aha! And made close to $5 billion? Where did you earn it? Chen Yang carefully thought about it. Holy is not good. Let's calculate it. A waning new energy of 7 billion is a short debt. Is the shares? The remaining money still have to reduce 70. And then now Weiming Tetsuo Mother ***** was bombed. May 20th not be sold out. Blood loss. That's grandma's. So totaled up. No loss. No gain? So I've been working for almost 2 months. For what? Thinking that he would soon have to pay the first month's interest. Chen Yang was instantly anxious. Leader, you have to make a decision for me about Weiming. Weiming has been bombed. How can I calculate the loss? It can't be on my head, right? Chen Yang inquired in an urgent voice. You kid, are you still thinking about it? Why do you think you can acquire Yunhai? Did I call you? Is that possible? Dongjiang has already produced a Yunhai. How can there be a Star Ocean right away? Is the big chief finally give you greetings? The two of us combined efforts to give you fixed. Is considered to compensate for your losses. Take Yunhai when Weiming's shares are also considered an addition. By then it will be all yours. Lu Qiming glared and said. Also, you kid hasn't said it yet. How much money do you owe? About more than 170 billion. Chen Yang was also somewhat unable to determine the exact figure. Hiss. Lu Qiming sucked in a breath of cool air at his words. He hadn't really been paying attention. How long has it been? Less than 2 months. How come this owes over $170 billion? If another 300 billion or so are smashed to take down Yunhai's core oil, gas, minerals and chemical resources, wouldn't it be 500 billion in debt? Lu Qiming felt a sudden headache. It's not a small amount. If this falls apart, the whole of Dongjiang will be in an earthquake. No, the nation's economic markets would have to be shaken 3 times. Are you a reliable kid? Are you sure? Chen Yang's ability to borrow money everywhere scared Lu Qiming. And even Lu Qiming was made a little less confident. Steady as she goes. Chun Yang opened his mouth confidently. The big deal was that the debt was a debt. He pondered for a while and realized that Ruiming's side wasn't a loss either. Although Ruiming was blasted. But if the shares all to himself, sold out almost also 6 or 7 billion, is really not a loss? When the time can be used as the second production plant of the Star Ocean Energy, it is just after the new battery out to save to find the foundry to leak the technology. You boys better not be lying to me. Lu Qiming didn't say anything more. Chen Yang said stable, then it was stable. It was a matter of core interests. He believed that it was impossible for Chen Yang to lie about this kind of thing. Have a table brought in. The three of them ate some together. Chen Yang rubbed Lu Qiming's special mao tai, and was all smiles, quietly raising an eyebrow to Lu Wangshu on his way out. Lu Wangshu nodded slightly and extended his hand to gesture an okay. This kid, it's a good thing he's gone. Lu Qiming shook the bottle. A drop was gone. He just drank half a cup. He could not help but curse, like a stepping stone bandit. Drink lousy 8 tails. Ouch. Lu Wangshu went forward and snatched the bottle of wine and put it on the table. Exasperatedly said, I've said don't drink without business. You have to pay attention to your health. I'll move the wine to my house now. It's still my daughter who loves me. When Lu Qiming saw his daughter say this, he was a bit touched and couldn't care less about drinking, and he was even more touched when he watched his daughter really go to carry the wine. Come on. I'll do it. You're a girl. You can't move it. I'll do it. Chapter 72, Dressing Up as the Most Delicious Food. Early the next morning, Chen Yang groggily got up and drank a bioenergy injection before he could be considered refreshed. First, he set the job down via video call. Then he changed clothes and got in the car, all the way to the airport by Wang Gang, together with Zheng Chang, because it was going to the capital. The bodyguards didn't all bring them, giving a not-so-good view, so Chen Yang only brought Wang Gang Zheng Chang. The car was parked in the airport parking lot and the three of them followed the signs all the way to the airport lobby. Lu Qiming was already waiting. Chen Yang's trio approached. Just yourself? What's the point of bringing so many people? Lu Qiming said strangely. I mainly went over this time to take a private look at my teacher. Bringing you over was just incidental. Okay, let's go then. Where to? Your special airplane. Where did I get a jet? Lu Qiming was speechless, took out his ticket and handed it to Chen Yang. Only foreign visits and emergencies have special planes. Let's just have a civilian airliner. Chen Yang froze. He really didn't know anything about this. He could only take the 3 air tickets handed over by Lu Qiming speechlessly and looked at them, even more speechless. And economy class. Oh. Lu Qiming smiled at his words and said, I've said that private matters are the main thing, and I'm just taking you along, but I paid for this ticket myself. How expensive is the business class? How expensive is business class? It only takes more than an hour to get to the capital. What's the point of spending that kind of money? Okay. After all, it was Lu Qiming who paid for the ticket. Chen Yang could not refuse the goodwill, and after receiving the ticket, several people went to the security check. While doing the security check, Chen Yang said, Turn around and I'll buy a private jet. You can use mine if you need it. These words caused a sudden silence around them, and the people and staff at the security check were all looking at Chen Yang in a strange and speechless manner, obviously treating Chen Yang as blowing awesome. Lu Qiming didn't care and laughed. Okay, but it's fine for me to sit. It's not appropriate for you. That's when the security check was done too. A few people continued on their way with simple luggage. Why is it inappropriate? Chen Yang asked. It's not safe. Lu Qiming shook his head and said, Sitting on a passenger plane may seem troublesome, but it's actually safe. No one would dare to engage in small actions if they are not heartless. The impact is very bad, and it falls within the scope of unforgivable. Chen Yang's heart fluttered at the words. He understood the meaning of Lu Qiming's words. For others, airstrikes are out of the question, which is outrageous, but not for him, a loner, with no air, mastering black technology, or black technology capable of prying trillions of dollars out of a fortune. If it was him, he'd be moved. And in the event of a plane crash, there is a 99.9999% chance of certain death. Chen Yang cursed. The plan to buy a private jet is considered bankrupt, and even the subsequent car has to be replaced with a bulletproof one, and there is no need to think about a cruise ship or anything else. What? This is too much to bear? Lu Qiming was dumbfounded and said, What is this now? If you continue to develop new things, you will become more and more dangerous in the future. Those who climb to the top will stand in front of people. By then there will be countless people staring at you. Your every word and action will be spread and recorded. The stains and black spots will be magnified 1,000 times. And the people who want you to die are even more countless. If you can't hold out, retire to the background as soon as possible. It shouldn't be too late. This is sincere exhortation. There are so many hidden billionaires in the country. and so many super rich families, that every province has so many thousands and trillions of private companies. It's just that the news never reports it, or rarely does. The so-called rich list standing in the limelight has been a joke from the beginning to the end. National subtlety? No. This is the way to survive. Who can be sure that those foreign consortium families standing in the open are the real ones in charge? The predators are always hiding in the shadows. Hunters never reveal themselves. The jackals will only follow silently in the dense forest. By the time you know them, you're already food on the table. That's the way the world has always been. Either you sit down at the table to eat or you lie down at the table to be eaten. The so-called rich list is actually the recipe, and the so-called famous rich people are actually the bait. Lu Qiming's words were full of meaning, but Chen Yang knew that that path was not for him. How does he, unlike others, pull up the dead if he doesn't stand in the open? Just by reaching out to other rich people in secret? That's too slow. The best hunters often come in the form of prey. Chen Yang was all about dressing up as the most delicious food and waiting for the diners to arrive. Then, borrow their money. Grinning, Chen Yang did not reply, but it was also just the right illustration of Chen Yang's determination. Lu Qiming didn't continue to say more and just shook his head. A few people registered in soon. An hour or so later arrived in the capital. A special car was already waiting as we walked out of the airport. A few people got into the car, and the car arrived all the way to the Yuyuantan State Guesthouse. Speaker Lu. Mr. Chen. The receptionist sitting in the co-pilot smiled. The leader will meet with foreign guests here in recent days. The schedule is very intensive and busy, so he arranged for you to stay here nearby. Thank you, comrade. Lu Qiming responded with a smile, pushed open the car door, and said to Chen Yang, let's go. Stay first. The three of them got up and followed Lu Qiming. Lu Qiming was familiar with the place. Even Chen Yang saw someone greet him. Enter the arranged room and drop your things off. Lu Qiming then came, said in a low voice, since I'm here surely I have to report to work first. There are still a few friends to see in the afternoon. Can't accompany you? I heard that quite a lot of people on the side of the Academy of Sciences know that you come over are ready to pay a visit to the door. You receive well, so that at night I will be with the teacher to come over together. You prepare in advance. Got it. What visit? Isn't it just a verification of authenticity? Chen Yang know in his heart is not a wimp. If you ask other he is not good to say, but as long as he exchanged the technology have become knowledge into his brain. He said not professional words that there is no professional. Someone from the Academy of Sciences? Well, let's open the eyes of them grandparents this time. Show them what zenith technology means. Grinning, sending Lu Qiming down the stairs, Chen Yang was not polite and took Zheng Changwang straight to the eating place. He hadn't eaten early in the morning, so he had to try the legendary state banquet dishes. Comrade, what to eat? The internal cafeteria, which is not open to the public, is not luxurious, but it is bright, because it's not mealtime. There are not many people eating. A few master craftsmen who have finished their busy work are standing to the side chatting. Seeing Chen Yang and Zheng Changwang, one of them greeted and inquired. Chen Yang looked at the menu. This one, this one, this one, this one, and this one, this one, this one, all of them. Comrade, it can't go to waste. Seeing Chen Yang's youth, Master hurriedly persuaded him in a low voice. It's not an official reception you're doing this? Aren't you afraid of being criticized? It's all right. There's enough to eat. I brought 2 pigs. Chen Yang looked at Zheng Changwang. The two heard about eating state banquet dishes, had long been green-eyed. A large portion of the dishes were ordered on their way. At this time, they heard the words and nodded their heads. The middle-aged man in military uniform who was eating at the side immediately raised his head to look at the pigs when he heard the words, and his face changed immediately after he saw the 2 pigs. Zheng Chang? Wang Gang? Didn't you 2 little piglets go home on suspension? Why are you here? Chapter 73, then don't blame me for starting to play hard to get. What a coincidence. You can meet someone you know here? Chen Yang looked towards Wang Gang and Zheng Chang. The 2 men turned around at the word. Their spirits lifted. And Zheng Chang said joyfully, Brigadier, why are you here? And talk about me? Why are you 2 here? The uniformed middle-aged man got up incredulously and looked at the 2 of them. Wang Gang stepped forward to introduce to Chen Yang's. Boss, this is our Special Warfare Brigade's Brigade Commander Wang Jiqiang. Brigade Commander, this is our current boss, Chen Yang. We followed our boss to Beijing to do business. Hello, Mr. Chen. I've heard of your great name. Thanks to Mr. Chen for taking care of the 2 of them. I'm really afraid that these 2 piglets won't be honest after they're suspended. It'll be great to have you watching over them. Wang Jiqiang opened his mouth with bravado, then looked at the 2 of them and pretended. You 2 don't shout nonsense. Now, the Vice Minister of the Special Security Department under the Military Federation Staff Department, at the rank of Major General. Staying here is to be responsible for the security of foreign guests. Why? Wang Gang was not happy. So we go abroad to suffer together. And after the military exercise we are suspended and you are promoted? Yet mother asterisk still have the nerve to say that? Wang Jiqiang sniffed his face black. Said, if not for your kid reckless, you can be suspended? That is a multinational joint military exercise. You mother asterisk went up and kicked down a piece of carrying an axe to chop. Do you know how much pressure we have endured? If it wasn't for the pressure from above you guys would have been court-martialed. This kid is so fierce? Chen Yang looked at Wang Gang rather unexpectedly. Usually in front of Zheng Chang and the few of them, they are coy and obedient. A look of a tempered person. But I did not expect to be so reckless outside. Here come the dishes. At this time, the service staff pushed the food cart. A few master chefs are idle. Each person a dish. Do it quickly. General Wang. Join us? Chen Yang opened his mouth to invite. Wang Jiqiang's eyes went straight when he saw this table of dishes, and his jaw dropped as he said, so much? You guys are really not polite. What are you polite for? Zheng Chang first pulled a chair for Chen Yang to sit down, then sat down himself and laughed. We are now following our boss to make a living. We don't need to pay attention to the impact. Wang Jiqiang envied, and was not polite, and immediately sat down to eat together. Soon, about 20 minutes or so later, a young man with glasses came hurrying up. Mr. Chen, there are a few academicians visiting from the Academy of Sciences side, and they are already upstairs in the conference room. Okay. Chen Yang got up at his words, wiped his mouth and looked at Wang Jiqiang. General Wang, eat slowly. Let the two of them catch up with you. I'll go over first. Then I won't be polite. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chen. Wang Jiqiang opened his mouth with a rather embarrassed smile and got up to also see Chen Yang off. Chen Yang quickly declined, then followed the young man away. In his heart, he was thinking, this old boy, he's still squirming? What are you doing here? Not just from Zheng Chang Wang Gang's mouth. How in the world could there be such a coincidence? Having heard of his name and coming to eat at this exact moment, let's just say it's an honest man, acting all pompous, following the young man into a conference room. At this time, a group of old men with gray hair in the conference room were discussing something with some people who were either young or middle-aged. Listening carefully, it was all about research. Chen Yang did not know much, so he remained silent and walked into the house. I didn't realize that there were acquaintances. Professor Su Duyuan Su. Yes. This Professor Su is a researcher at the Institute of Biological Studies, but also a member of the Academy of Sciences. Mr. Chen, long time no see. Professor Su saw the visitor, immediately showed joy, went forward to shake hands, both happy and a little ashamed, said, I heard that you went to Beijing. My heart is both happy and ashamed. The last time the cooperation formally signed the agreement you did not come. A lot of people want to meet you. I'm also looking forward to when you're going to come and teach the bastards at the Institute of Biological Studies a lesson. But since we got the authorization, it's been more than a month, but we haven't researched anything. Our hearts are really guilty, and we're also embarrassed to contact you. What's in it? Chen Yang smiled lightly at the words and pacified. Research, take your time. In fact, I personally recommend that you guys research into medicine, and Professor Chen Jianchen of Yonge University, together, research into more drug alternatives, thus benefiting the people of the country. This, Su Duyuan hesitated. If it was a month and a half ago, he would definitely be reluctant. After all, the special strain had just appeared and had tremendous research value. But today, after more than a month of research, he really did vaguely feel that Chen Yang was right. And indeed it is. Chen Yang in the beginning was to take a name in national laboratory cooperation. Pressure did not tell this old man special strains are mature products. There is no meaning to continue the research. Continuing the research would be the genetic evolution fluid, and that would require very tedious work such as genetic programming, which is simply not achievable at this stage. Instead, there is great promise in the use of medical collaterals. Before the emergence of the gene evolution fluid, bioenergy was a great aid in the treatment of many diseases, and it could completely push modern medicine a big step forward. Okay, I'll contact old Chen when I get back. Su Duyuan gritted his teeth, and then looked at Chen Yang rather solemnly, saying, before there are any results, all the costs will be borne by our institute itself. Mr. Chen, don't worry, we are not the kind of institute that is a pitfall. We will never waste a single penny of your money. Not so much, not so much. Chen Yang waved his hand repeatedly. How much could this cost? Hello, Mr. Chen. At this point, others came up to shake hands. Chen Yang hurriedly stepped forward. These were the top people in the scientific community and could not be slowed down. The crowd chatted for a few moments, quickly getting acquainted. Chen Yang also had many more numbers in his cell phone. Then the crowd began to exchange ideas on bioenergy injections and thermostatic batteries. At first the crowd didn't feel anything, but as they got deeper and deeper into it, eventually they even ran out of words. Ha? And that? Ugh. Getting old. Hiss. That line of thinking. Not to mention, you really don't. Genius. The waves of the Yangtze River push forward the waves of the future. Shame on you. Shame on you. Mr. Chen. You are a true scientific genius. No. A wizard. A ghost. A demon. It's really a waste of talent for you to go into business. You should join the Academy of Sciences. Our Academy of Sciences is very much in need of a genius like you. Yeah, if you'd like to come, I'll let you have my spot. Do you deserve to be a deputy? Mr. Chen, let's talk about this in detail. The conference room was in an uproar. The guards outside who were responsible for the security of the crowd of bigwigs were all staring daggers inside the conference room. The students brought by those bigwigs in the conference room were even more astonished, with an expression of having seen a god come down to earth. It can be said that for those who don't know, they can only say that Mr. Chen is awesome and engages in black technology. But for those who get it, it's a real godsend. Off the charts. You do not engage in scientific research. See him as a frog in a well to see the moon in the sky. If you engage in scientific research, see him as a grain of ants to see the sky. It's too scary. Alpine. Chen Yang, however, secretly laughed. I know nothing about the rest of what you guys are asking, and I'll laugh without answering the whole time. But don't blame me for starting to play hard to get if you guys ask about both of these techniques. Chapter 74. The end of capital is lending. The end of hegemony is borrowing. Some small conference room. Several imposing and solemn figures sat in the conference room, watching the surveillance images, silent and smoking cigarettes. Speak up. The chief bigot spoke up to break the silence. What else is there to say? The facts have already verified that this kid is indeed a genius. Not a hole dug for us by the West. The slim old man's voice was a bit hoarse. Unbelievable. Someone lamented. The scientific research ability that crosses boundaries. The ability to make new technological breakthroughs across generations in different fields. This kind of character is surprisingly born in our East. Or such a young one. Tigers and leopards hide in the deep mountains, and heroes emerge from the chaotic world. Someone said with a smile. It coincides with a great change that has not been seen in 100 years. It is good to have such a character. A good thing indeed. Another person nodded, but then shook his head and laughed bitterly. It's just that this kid is a bit slippery. The crowd was speechless at the words. Perhaps he has his own ideas? The slim old man said lightly. If the end of capital lends, the end of hegemony is borrowing. That's true, but we're on a different path. Someone countered. So what if it's different? The slim old man smiled at his words. Everyone, you're all forgetting one point. He only represents him personally. The crowd sniffed and fell into thought. How will it be resolved if the tailspin goes off in the future? Someone raised a question and said, this kid is not simple. He is slippery. 100% shareholding. The money is all borrowed. What does this mean? It means he's left himself enough of a fallback that once he wants to leave, there's no way to stop him. And there are plenty of people in the West who are willing to help him pay back the loan. Look on the bright side. 2. Someone put forward a different argument and said, to be in debt is to give someone a handle, as long as he owes enough and has a big enough industry. There is no way to get out of it easily. And in the end the meat still rots in the pot. He's already a disaster just by taking the core technology. The man retorted. The crowd was once again speechless at the words. It's still true. Every step counted. People play when they can, and they run when they can't. Perfect for playing checks and balances. Is this kid that sneaky? There. The big man sitting in the chief opened his mouth to set the tone, saying, criminals still have to be suspected of crimes. We can't suspect our own people. We can't engage in unwarranted conspiracy theories. Judging from the interest rate he gives, he has little interest in money, but he is persistent and determined in borrowing. It's obvious that this young man has his own ideas. The odds are that he wants to engage in the hegemony thing, but his way of going about it and the West is in conflict. The likelihood of him having ties to the West is thus almost nil. The West won't get any favors from him, only a load of debt. After all, why use the technology on our side if it's really theirs? And he has brought us new technology, so we have to support him. I mean to let him develop and see what happens. Sensible and reasonable loans can be given to him, but unreasonable loans must not increase the risk for the sake of interest. The crowd sniffed and looked at each other, then nodded. It's the best way to handle it. Such a slippery person, forced to no way, and cannot really not care about it, can only be so. Then the technical aspect? Someone hesitated. Anyone else actually didn't need to hesitate, but Chen Yang's playstyle was just too slick. The reality is that in any country, In any civilization, the country is bigger than the family, and priority must come first. It should also be the case that if the technology is useful to the country, it should be the first to be used at the national level, which is to safeguard the interests and dignity of all. When it comes to this level, what patents, what trade secrets, what personal interests, what rules, all have to stand aside, unless it is similar to the West. But that's not good, that's a deeper level of bad. It is said that personal property is sacrosanct, but in fact cattle and horses were originally one of the assets of the capitalist bigwigs. And only the capitalist bigwigs themselves are sacrosanct. Even the country is in the hands of capital, so who are you saying that the rules set by capital actually protect? I'll go talk to him. The slim old man spoke, and the meeting ended there. That night, after the Academy of Sciences crowd left with intent, Lu Qiming came back, holding a slim old man by his side. Elder Ning, Chen Yang went forward and received the two into the room. Similar to a presidential suite, there was a living room, so everyone sat down in the living room. Still really young and promising, Elder Ning coughed and sat down, looking at Chen Yang's appearance with some appreciation. You're welcome. Chen Yang was also quite excited. When had he seen this level with his own eyes in his previous life? I hear you bowled over the guys who came in this afternoon. How's that? Any thoughts on working at the Academy of Sciences? Elder Ning inquired. No. Chen Yang did not have any hesitation and simply refused. What was he doing going to that kind of place? Not to mention that this broken system is completely useless if he goes there. If he really goes there, he will have to reveal himself after a long time. You're an opinionated and thoughtful one. Elder Ning nodded slightly and smiled. I heard Xiaolu say that your assets aren't as much as your debts. What do you think? I have a dream. Chen Yang sniffed and immediately began to perform, saying rather deeply, I had a dream when I was studying. I wanted to change my life, my country, and the world with science and technology. So I went to a polytechnic university and taught myself many disciplines just to realize my dream. Then what exactly is your dream? Elder Ning and Lu Qiming glanced at each other, both confused by what they heard. Change the world, Chen Yang said in depth. What I mean is to change the world that I can change in my own way. I was born an orphan and suffered a lot of human suffering. I firmly believe that science and technology is for human beings. Everything should be people-oriented. I don't want science and technology to go in a crooked way. For example, today's AI technology, if it were me, it wouldn't be so rough. AI can replace a lot of things. But it shouldn't replace people's jobs. Granted, what you eat makes up for it, and learning to eat makes you rich, but I still wish the world was a little better. Ning Lao hesitated, then smiled bitterly and said, I understand what you have to say. In fact, the development of AI is not at the front of the sequence at the beginning. We are always people-oriented, but you have to know that the situation is complicated nowadays. We are one step slower, and they are one step faster. Not to mention that nowadays, the new energy industry is one of the cores of our efforts to break the hegemony, and the new energy wants to be developed. The development of AI is necessary. From the agricultural civilization to the present, every time a big change comes, there will be injuries. This is unavoidable. Lu Qiming also interjected at this time. Chen Yang, AI represents the future, represents more advanced productivity. This is a fact. It is the change of industry. We can't stop it. This is the inevitable development of the history and era. The future result is inevitably good. It's just that now all countries are scrambling to cross the river, are touching the stone, so the temporary hurt is unavoidable. We can only accept it. That can only go to guide and regulate, but never stop. Chen Yang certainly understood what they meant, also heard out. In fact, in the upper echelon of the AI also have their own views. Lu Qiming, this vein of the AI's views and the big chief side is different. Lu Qiming's lineage is radical, while the other lineage seeks stability. As for Chen Yang himself, he was neither radical nor seeking stability. He's got hang-ups. Chen Yang smiled at his words. I can solve this problem. Chapter 75, Out of the Water in the Age of AI. What? Lu Qiming and Elder Ning didn't react. Chen Yang said tentatively, it's actually a very good solution. Let them lend me their money. Interest rolls up. None of them will be short of money at that time. I'll take them to develop rapidly, directly become an extraterrestrial civilization. Let's open the interstellar era. Supporting the whole humanity is just a matter of resources for the whole galaxy or even the river system. It's completely trivial. Black lines sprouted from Lu Qiming and Elder Ning's foreheads. Be serious. Lu Qiming said breathlessly, even though it's a private chat. Can you talk like this? You want to borrow money, right? Are you trying to borrow money? Chen Yang was helpless. There was really no possibility. He knew that no one else could possibly believe such a ridiculous statement. But it does seem like a way, and a good one, to take the nation to become an extraterrestrial civilization, not to mention the globe. if the nation lends him money. Ning Lao laughed instead and said, "Your idea is very good. Let's go on according to your idea. Even if there is no limit to your research and development ability, do you really think that supporting all of humanity is a good thing?" Chen Yang was silent. There is no way to think deeply about such things. What is human nature? Human nature has no boundaries. Good, evil, extremely good, extremely evil. All are possible. Why should we follow restricted freedom? Why do you need to learn benevolence and morality to discipline yourself? It is because desire is infinite. Human desires will never be satisfied. And unlimited freedom and unlimited support will only destroy human civilization. People will always think in a good direction. If machinery and intelligence replace humans, if the state sends money, humans don't have to labor. Healthcare, education, and pension are all free. Many people think that people will be able to live the life they want to live in this way, but in reality, it might be good at first, but after a while, the ambitious will work their asses off to get to the top. So why can't I be the one at the top? Those without ambition are reduced to beasts dominated by their desires, chasing after the most primitive stimuli, or even doing anything crazy as their desires expand and primitive stimuli are no longer enough. As technology continues to evolve, humans may live long, live forever, no longer have the stress of medical pensions, and eventually even feel like they're being fed anyway. So what's the point of education? Eventually, it sank completely. Self-destruction in sinking. It's a foregone conclusion. It seems you do know. Ning Lao sighed and said, fundamentally, the emergence of AI is the demand of the market. It is unstoppable. The problem we are facing is both difficult and simple. The labor market is that big. When AI replaces a part of it, a part of the old labor force will be replaced, and they will be out of work. In essence, the world is still developing, or even faster. It's just that the old labor force has been eliminated, stagnated. This is the core reason why many people are resisting AI. The core interests at stake, the whole family's rice bowl. If they can get a new job with no less pay than their previous job, they naturally won't object. While the service industry is the best option, it doesn't require that many people. People who have rolled up in the service industry are living less dignified lives than pigs and dogs. The service industry will not be the first choice unless it is a last resort. So what we desperately need now is an outlet that will transform the old obsolete labor force into a new irreplaceable one. Actually, it's not just us. It's the same in every country around the globe. Everyone is looking for this outlet. This new outlet that has tons of jobs and can't be replaced. Virtual worlds. Chen Yang's aura flashed and he blurted out. Ning Lao was slightly stunned, pondered for a moment, and said, "This is indeed a way out. It's just that humanity is temporarily unable to break through this technology. The brain-computer interface technology is in fact one of the precursor technologies of the virtual world, but we can't even fully overcome the brain-computer interface. If it's really possible to create a virtual world," Lu Qiming said with both eyes glowing, "if it's really possible, it will solve a lot of problems. In fact, the current AI technology has made great progress. The reason why there is no large-scale promotion is because the old labor force can't be placed. But once the virtual world is born, the AI technology will usher in the explosive development. And a lot of the bottom work can be handed over to the machinery and intelligence to operate. The bottom line is that we can totally use the virtual world to redistribute wealth, provide a sizable income to the poor with the virtual bricklaying gold model, and use the virtual world to shuffle round. Oh, it's called seasons in the game, right? It's entirely possible to use a season to constantly figure out how to provide emotional value to the wealthy and harvest their wealth to give to the poor." But when he said this, Lu Qiming's eyes darkened. If it were available, it could even easily harvest the wealth of other nations. But alas, the technology is too far away, distant. Chen Yang glanced at the system mall. The virtual world required more than one technology. First of all, it needed, so many? It starts with chip lithography to make biochips. It also requires the human intelligence brain big model technology to program the biochip, realizing that the human body absorbs the biochip to start the second consciousness. That is, the subconscious mind awakens and becomes the biointelligence brain. Then the biointelligence brain converts the human consciousness into data, and then uses the brain-computer data transmission technology to transmit the data. And after the Internet of Everything technology carries out a huge amount of data uploaded to the virtual world hosted by the light brain level server, which is intersected and then fed back by the virtual world. The feedback then passes through the Internet of Everything, brain-computer data transmission, biointelligent brain, and finally transforms into human consciousness. WOJ, optical brain-level computer server technology, virtual world construction technology, Internet of Everything technology, brain-computer data transmission technology, human intelligence brain big model technology, biochip lithography technology. That's 6 technologies not counting those base material technologies on the side. None of them are cheap yet. Trying to actually create a virtual world would take at least a few 100 million points. That's trillions in debt. Hiss. Chen Yang said. It's indeed quite far away. When I borrow a few $1 trillion, I'll turn around and build one to try. That's the second world. A few trillion and you want to build it? Lu Qiming rolled his eyes and said, you kid, be serious. Don't have a decent look. Today the teacher wants to talk to you about something serious. Your old man said. Chen Yang looked towards Elder Ning. Ning Lao said cheerfully, Qiming, don't be so serious. It's not a serious occasion. What's the point of being so tense in a private chat? With that, Elder Ning looked at Chen Yang and asked, do you intend to go abroad? Nope. Chen Yang did not hesitate. This simple conversation would affect the future of Star Ocean Group, and he really did not have any idea of going abroad to develop. Quite bluntly, I have one drawback as a person. I'm not racist, but I don't like anyone who speaks bird. Alright, that's a bully reason. You're tougher than racism. That's enough. It's an extreme patriot. Elder Ning and Lu Qiming glanced at each other and both put their hearts down. Chapter 76, I can cure cancer. I mean, Star Ocean is still under your control. You can just follow your ideas to develop. But technology, I hope you can open up special patents. The country will pay a special royalty to use the technology in special areas. Elder Ning spoke in a deep voice, explaining, however, you can rest assured that we know your general idea, and will not use the technology for civilian and commercial purposes, but only for military and special fields. Totally fine. Chen Yang nodded in agreement. This turned out so much better than he expected. Although patents don't make much money, technology sharing is inevitable. He owes debt in order to redeem the black technology. What if the money is finished by him? One can only borrow more by increasing productivity and developing more areas to enrich the nation and even all of humanity. Some technologies are going to be obsolete in his hands sooner or later, and they even have to be voluntarily thrown out to increase market size and global wealth. He wants to create a positive cycle, which has to be planned for a rainy day. And to be able to get the support of the country can also indirectly enhance the strength and heritage of the country, so that he can develop more smoothly. Which is a good thing to ask for. Both enable deeper cooperation and build trust in each other. At least the amount of the loan will go up later. To put it bluntly, he's not comfortable with having him sitting in the top seat. There's a precedent for having a business down there that borrows money all over the place, a buttload of debt. In particular, this enterprise also holds the core technology. The scariest thing about this business is that it is not forced to do nothing. It is running to borrow money, and the snowball has gotten bigger and bigger. When it really crashes in the future, it won't be called an avalanche. It'll be called a landslide. It's too scary. Opening up special patents is a different story. As long as the top sees the value of the technology and verifies that it's real, then he won't be deliberately prevented from borrowing, because the black technology itself represents wealth. Cough cough. Suddenly, Elder Ning smiled and was about to speak when he coughed violently. Teacher, doctor, come on, doctor. Lu Qiming was nervous, and the doctor outside the door quickly rushed in when he heard the sound. What the hell? Cluelessly watching Ning Lao being taken away by the team of doctors, Chen Yang foolishly looked towards Lu Qiming, his heart half cold. Don't be afraid. It's old. Lu Qiming frowned inside, placating Chen Yang before sitting down. He wasn't a doctor. He couldn't help with the follow-up, and the condition wasn't serious. It just needed a team of doctors to help alleviate it. What the hell? What the hell? Chen Yang inquired in a low voice. Lu Qiming hesitated for a moment and sighed. Last year when teacher traveled to Africa for a visit, he suddenly caught a cold and fever and coughed, and although he was eventually cured after he returned home, it wasn't long afterward that he was tested for cancer in his lungs. How can that be? Chen Yang was incredulous, saying people like you have to undergo regular medical checkups, right? His old man. So, Lu Qiming's eyes stared up, indignantly murmuring, after the expert's consultation, it was basically determined that it was the influence of some external factors that suddenly produced the cellular genetic cancerous changes, and the think tank's meaning is that there is a high probability that the West has already gone deeper into the development of biogenetic weapons. Appalling. Chen Yang didn't know what to say for a moment. Biogenetic weapons? How dare you develop that thing in depth? Is it going to pull all of humanity down with it? For a moment there was an inexplicable sense of urgency. If the other party did have such a weapon, there was a high probability that they would use it on themselves after their rise to power. Chen Yang could not remain calm. I can cure cancer. What? Lu Qiming didn't react. I said, I can cure cancer. Chen Yang spoke in a deep voice. The site of the Biomedical Research Institute had been closed, and he had previously utilized the redeemed cancer cell inhibiting liquid technology to create a batch of cancer cell inhibiting liquid. Except he didn't say anything to anyone. The impact of this thing is too great. Once announced, the impact will be the global trillion-dollar tumor market, rippling through the global healthcare industry. Every hospital related to there will be at least hundreds of people out of work, not to mention the related anti-cancer drugs and devices companies. It has to take a really good time for this stuff to come out. Being able to stabilize the market backlash can smooth the transition or disembarkation of relevant industry workers. Otherwise, not to mention shaping the golden body, I am afraid that people in related industries combined can directly stigmatize and demonize themselves in the court of public opinion. You're not joking? Lu Qiming looked at Chun Yang incredulously. First a bioenergetic colony, then thermostatic battery technology, and now a cure for cancer pops up? Are you kidding me? The span is too big, isn't it? One beverage, one battery, one medical, 3 industries now. But then, Lu Qiming thought of the bioenergy injection, and he got up violently, saying sharply, could it be related to the bioenergy flora? Relevant. Chen Yang nodded his head. He had actually looked at the biogenetic-related technologies in the Redemption Mall. Many of the technologies were done on the basis of the bioenergetic special flora, which meant that the bioenergetic flora was in fact the basis of many of the biogenetic technologies. If various technologies are described as skyscrapers, then bioenergetic colonies are the equivalent of reinforced concrete, one of the basic structures that build the building. I conducted an in-depth study of the bioenergy colony and thought that this bioenergy thing was definitely a brand new foundation for biogenetics, and with the intention of finding the secret of human evolution. I even privately conducted gene-related research, but I accidentally obtained a cancer cell inhibiting fluid before any other technology could be researched. Chun Yang opened his mouth and explained. The principle of this thing is to rely on the stimulation of one's own genes to form an inhibitory effect on the mutated cells, so that the mutated cells will naturally die and fall off. In this process one needs to stimulate one's own genes, and this requires a supply of bioenergy that is far beyond that of an ordinary person. So one needs to use the bioenergy injections all day long when using this thing to continually replenish one's own bioenergy, and it probably needs to last about a week or so. Is it reliable? Lu Qiming was both surprised and worried. If it was a regular person who had the opportunity to definitely try, but for Ning Lao, he was too busy to take risks now. He still had too many things to do. And once there was an accident, many of the plan layouts would have to be reworked. Pack reliable. Chen Yang nodded his head and said, it's like the human immune system will go to kill the human body's viral infection in the form of fever. The meaning of this thing is to trigger the genetic activity of the whole body, which is continuously at its peak, making its own genetic data to normally recognize the normal cells and the mutated cancer cells, so that the normal cells will have a higher priority than the cancer cells, which will then stimulate the generation of the body's self-circulation and self-repairing function, which will cause the cancer cells to be unable to obtain bioenergy, thus slowly withering and dying to become cellular debris, which will eventually be expelled from the body through the action of metabolic enzymes, realizing the cure of cancer without even having to undergo surgery. Lu Qiming was completely convinced. This kind of big event, he believed that Chun Yang would not lie. Wait for me. I'll tell the teacher. Chapter 77 We Are the Real Civilization. That evening, a special airplane arrived in Yongchang. Zhang Lihai took out a thermostat safe from the core laboratory of the Biomedical Research Institute after Chen Yang's authorization and handed it over to the special team. The squad left on a special plane. Half an hour later arrived at the Yuantan State Guesthouse in the capital. Experts removed one of the cancer cell inhibitors and analyzed it, but ultimately came up empty-handed. The new technology simply cannot be verified. Eventually, with the authorization of Ning Lao and the approval and consent of the State Council, the drug injection was directly administered and hooked up to a bioenergy injection in the form of a drip. Ning Lao's spirit visibly changed for the better. Everyone is excited. However, Chen Yang shook his head and said, this is the effect of the bioenergy injection. The effect of the cancer cell inhibiting fluid starts slowly, so it can't be seen in a short period of time. Waiting for tomorrow will show something. It's all good. Elder Ning smiled as he lay on the hospital bed, very kindly, and said, other than that, this bioenergy injection you came up with is really good. The only reason I'm still able to work during this recent period of time is because I've been drinking a few of them every day. When these words came out, the surrounding crowd fell silent. The body is like this, but it's still pushing through the pain to keep itself at its most alert and go to work. It is important to realize that cancer patients who use bioenergetic injections without cancer cell inhibiting fluids will remain refreshed, but they will also energize the cancer cells, allowing them to grow and multiply faster, and eventually become unmanageable. That's trading what's left of your life for time on the job. Don't worry, you're old man. This time, it's all cured. Chen Yang opened his mouth, very confident, and his confidence affected the people around him as well. and all of them were much more relaxed in their hearts. I believe you. Ning Lao smiled and waved his hand as he said, but it's also delayed you guys for so long. All of you go back and rest. I'm fine. I'll be lying here for the week. Just come and see me when you're not doing anything. The crowd dispersed at the word. Back in the suite, Lu Qiming was excited. How in the world did your kid's brain grow? And you're too lucky to accidentally research something that could directly change the entire medical industry. Lu Qiming held the empty bottle of inhibition liquid and had the urge to take a sip and taste it. Genius. Chen Yang lay on the sofa and pointed to himself for a critique. Not polite at all. This time Lu Qiming didn't refute and nodded, saying, you are indeed a genius. If the West really researched biogenetic weapons, then the appearance of this thing of yours is directly destroying their years of research. I'm very much looking forward to how wonderful their expressions will be after this thing hits the market. Can it be listed for sale? Chen Yang asked. Must go public. Lu Qiming sat down with a sniff, his resolute face an expression of unquestioning doubt as he said, we are different from the West. No matter how much of the market this thing's appearance will destroy, it must go on the market. Speaking here, Lu Qiming turned his head and said in a serious tone, you are at a different level now. Don't think of things in the way an ordinary person would think, but stand at a high enough level. No matter how confused public opinion may be firm in yourself. There may be internal fly-by-night, but that's human nature and unavoidable in any era. Our beginnings have remained the same, and those who have changed their hearts can't get on. We are people-centered and will inevitably be back on top. The commonwealth of the world is a dream that can never be reached, and we are the dreamers. There is no perfection in this world, but we will strive for it. Utopia doesn't exist, but we will keep trying to build our own. Should we give up when those who came before us set a goal for those who will come after us that can never be realized? No. Instead, it is fundamental to our progress. Never being able to achieve means never being able to stop. Even if the world was left to us, we wouldn't lie down and enjoy it. Never-ending internal reforms and unreachable goals will keep us growing. We are the real civilization. The next day, Chen Yang went with Lu Qiming to visit Elder Ning. Everyone inside the medical center of the Yu Yuan Tan State Guesthouse was excited because the test report came out. And according to the report, the cancer cells were indeed shriveling up and had the precursor of withering away. This time everyone was quite relieved, and the news spread out and shook the top brass. Lu Qiming was in a good mood and purposely took Chen Yang to climb the Great Wall. Then he took a moving train back to Dongjian when he went back that day. In his words, affairs were so busy that it was a long time to spare 2 days. Chen Yang was speechless, but Zheng Chang and Wang Gang did come back. With these two around, it's not like there's no place to play. Chen Yang spent 5 days strolling around the capital. Then at noon on the 7th day, he met Elder Ning. Ning Lao's essence was completely restored, and although it would take some time to slowly recuperate by replenishing the vitality that had been depleted during the cancer, with the bioenergy injection in place, this time would be greatly shortened. Ning Lao had just signed some international cooperation matters in the morning, and was in a good mood, purposely dragging Chen Yan along for a couple of drinks. We thought we had taken you seriously enough. We really didn't think that you still had the technology to cure cancer. And now there's a lot of fuss up there over how we can get the product on the market smoothly while reducing the repercussions. Elder Ning smiled and spoke. Chen Yang and the old man really couldn't eat together. Looking at the few vegetarian dishes on the table, he really didn't have an appetite. You can't hold down a drink like that. Just as he was thinking about it, he saw someone push in a small food cart and serve 3 meat dishes. Instantly beaming with joy, Chen Yang said, actually, this thing has been out for a while, and I've been thinking about how to do it better. Any ideas? Elder Ning asked. Some. Chen Yang pondered and said, personally, I think so. For the relevant enterprises and medical industries, the relevant departments will step in to regulate and invest a certain amount of money to develop a special fund for subsidizing high-tech resulting in unemployment. This fund subsidizes all those who live in unemployment due to high technology for a certain period of time until the other party is re-employed after the completion of the regulation. Of course, it certainly can't be opened up to all industries at this stage. And my suggestion is to open it up only to the healthcare industry for the time being. Where did the money come from? Ning Lao asked. Every amount of money has a purpose and is planned for even before it is collected. And suddenly intercepting a portion of the funds is feasible but not a permanent thing. Medicare pays out a portion, and tax-related pays out a portion. Chen Yang said thoughtfully, this method is feasible. Ning Lao nodded, saying, the cancer can be solved if the health insurance funds can save too much money. It's only natural for it to pay a portion of it. But what is the reason for the tax side to pay for it? Could it be that you still have some ideas in this regard? Elder Ning looked at Chen Yang curiously, with a vague guess in his heart. Chapter 78. Is there going to be another miracle? At the table, a sip of wine and a slice of authentic tetrazzini, Chen Yang said with a smile, I'm not only selling this thing to the domestic, turn around and authorize the Hu family to sell it abroad. Surely the pricing is very high, but I can't have a high price abroad and a cheap price at home. Then the public opinion is too ugly, easy to be targeted. I mean the pricing of a shot 1.4 million. Health insurance reimbursement 98%. Of course I will not make the country cheaper. We can privately specialize in a cancer cell inhibiting drug tax. I pay 95% of the turnover as a tax. I only take 5%, of which 3% of the health insurance. The patient's 2%. You see how? Hiss. Ning Lao sucked in a mouthful of cool air and looked at Chen Yang in amazement. How much did this thing cost to build? Look at this kid, 5%, he's all blood money. Apparently it doesn't cost much. This kid is black-hearted enough. 1.4 million is 200,000 knives. He's ready to make a bloody fortune on Miriam. But it's a good thing. Elder Ning smiled. At 1.4 million, the patient only needs to pay 28,000, the rest of the medical reimbursement. And then Chen Yang pays 95% of the tax, and the money comes back, which is equivalent to only 42,000 reimbursement. And the availability of this drug is bound to be a huge incentive for people to buy health insurance. After all, at $1.4 million, how many people can afford to use it without health insurance? Cancer can be cured, but it's expensive. But Medicare covers it. Who wouldn't buy this? Yeah. Ning Lao smiled happily and said, in this way, the matter of the medical-related industry is solved. The special funds are available. The product can be listed, and it can stimulate the medical insurance. And it can also enhance the people's recognition of the country, and you can also sell it at a high price in foreign countries. So it's all in one go. Saying that, Ning Lao immediately shook his head again and said breathlessly, old man who was really lucky. If I had known that self-detonation would have this business, let me go. You, don't say it. Old man who blew himself up all to the Grand Master in a trance. If you go there, he'll roll his eyes and fall over on the spot. Our company can sign a permanent first purchase authorization with the medical sector. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, of course, I think that with the export of special medicines, you can make another profit on the tariffs, and I think that foreign countries will have nothing to say. That's the truth. Elder Ning nodded his head and said, currently speaking, the combined tax rate for the drug category is around 17%. This drug of yours, 30%. I have one more suggestion. Chen Yang suddenly became serious. Elder Ning felt that Chen Yang's brain was a good one, and hurriedly asked, what suggestion? The special fund for high-tech resulting in unemployment subsidies is paid out once a month, so why don't you lend it to me? I'll give an annual interest rate of 24%, so maybe the interest alone will be enough to pay out the subsidy, Chen Yang said seriously. Elder Ning was instantly speechless. This kid, he really can't stop talking about borrowing money, but when you think about it, it seems like it could really be manipulated. There is no way the medical pension fund will be touched. That thing cannot tolerate any risk. It will never be lent out. Even if it is invested, there will be a lot of professionals to make the smoothest investment possible. But you don't say that about this special fund. It seems like it could really be messed up that way. For one thing, the total amount was not much. And for another, it was originally made by Chen Yang, so it was reasonable and justifiable to do so. Most importantly, the interest rate Chen Yang gave was really high. Lending money to this kid is pure usury. The two of them started eating and drinking after talking about their business, and since Ning Lao was in a good mood, he drank a few more cups. When he drank more, he rose to lick his lips, thinking that Chen Yang was brought by Lu Qiming. The future 80% is Lu Qiming's son-in-law, is his grandchildren generation, and has saved his life. The two sides are also very chatty. He then couldn't help but remind, although you have now become the little king of Dongjiang, but don't be proud. This road, the more you go the harder it gets. The mountain is also the more tiring to climb. Must remember to be cautious and careful. Your current playstyle is still reckless because of the technology that supports it. But if something does go wrong, it's going to be hard to turn it around again. I understand. Chen Yang responded with a smile and said, but it's not that much easier for me to collapse this play. Just like the play of the Mi Kingdom, how many people around the world hate it to die? But what about those countries that are dependent on it? But what about the countries that are dependent on it? Aren't they all willing to sacrifice their own interests to maintain it? Communities of interest assembled by way of hegemony and borrowing are indeed on solid ground. Elder Ning nodded slightly, but his tone turned and added, but have you thought about it? What if your scientific research gets bottlenecked? It's like the stagnant economy of rice. This would expose too many cracks, and what was once an advantage would be transformed into a disadvantage, and the sky would fall apart in an instant. Chen Yang nodded. Ning Lao's words were like Lu Qiming advising him. It's also a point where a lot of people don't understand him. After all, the model may seem flawless, but at its core it is the hardest part. which is that you must make money faster than the interest grows. Once you can't maintain it, it will collapse. It's okay to have black technology now, but what about later? But Chen Yang also had no way to say that he had a system that was fearless of these and would have a constant stream of black technology. One can only say thoughtfully, I understand. For ordinary people money is life. Life, the fundamentals of maintaining oneself and one's family. For rich people like me, money is power and status. And for the national level, money is the tool, the energy, the materialization of consensus, credibility and economy. But you also said that nowadays, it is a great change that has not been seen in 100 years. And if you want to participate in it, you have to have enough strength. My dream of changing the world required me to get involved, and I couldn't gain the power to do so at my age. So this playthrough is actually important to me. In this play, money is not money. Money is the manifestation of my will to influence all aspects of humanity with wealth with debt, to collide with Western capital with my will from the capital side, to rapidly converge unconscious capital by borrowing and lending, to empower capital with my will. This is what I am doing. There's no way to stop it, and there's no way to stop it. Elder Ning was silent for a long time. The heart was extremely shaken, even shocked. What kind of grandeur is this? Perhaps his research and development capabilities are great, even surpassing many famous scientists, but it's his verve and thinking that is truly rare in the world. Doesn't he know the consequences of doing such a thing? Definitely no. When no new stuff can be developed, the best he can do is to liquidate all the debts he owes and end it all with nothing. If you are unwillingly bent on doing so, you will end up even more dead. This meant that everything he had developed had turned out to be empty. Is it worth it? I could have become a world-famous scientist and tycoon with the money I have developed, but he chose such a path. Soldiering on, betting everything, just for the dream in your heart. Change the world? What kind of ambition and spirit is that? My great ancient country, long Chinese, is there going to be another miracle? Chapter 79, all maintaining that delicate balance. The next morning, at Yongchang International Airport, Chen Yang and Zheng Chang Wang Gang both walked off the airplane. This time, he brought a lot of specialties, and Wang Gang Zheng Chang and the two of them were carrying big bags and small bags. Chen Yang wore sunglasses and walked in front, with the two of them following closely behind. This trip to the capital was considered a complete success. Beneath the apparent calm were unimaginable collisions and struggles, and the survival or otherwise of Star Ocean could not be determined until Chen Yang stepped onto the airplane. From the beginning to the end, Chen Yang also only saw Ning Lao. All are smart people, and the rivalry has begun. If the academy was proving itself, then Chen Yang had done a great job, and he had demonstrated irreplaceability. Before leaving, Ning Lao gave him 2 words. Slick. Obviously, he's playing in and out of the game to make people bummed out. The virtual world was proposed as a plus. The debt hegemony was proposed as a statement. And the cancer suppression fluid was a heavy blow. Special patents are compromise concessions and 95% of taxes are win-win partnerships. It was ultimately accomplished alone, preserving the Star Ocean. The end result was good. Chen Yang got what he wanted. This includes equipping the group's subsidiary, Star Ocean Safety and Security, with various firearms and ammunition. This kind of thing can't be said to win or lose. Each has its own compromises and concessions, and ultimately for the sake of a common goal to take different paths, keep everything within control. In the case of mutual non-interference in the end of the convergence, neither side wants things to go badly and both are maintaining the delicate balance. Enter the underground parking lot to pick up your car. Wang Gang went to drive while Chen Yang and Zheng Chang waited. But as it happened, 2 people that Chen Yang found surprising appeared in his eyes. Asterisk. Get off your ass. Why? Why did you leave the country for no reason at all? You still have the ing face to ask me? See if I don't whip you to death. Snap. Crisp sounds rang out, followed by the woman's screams, growls, and tears. Qi Yuming, Jin Yalan. What's the situation? Chen Yang was stunned, and next to him, Zheng Chang dropped the lollipop he was holding in his mouth. It's brilliant. However, he saw Qi Yuming with a gloomy face, carrying a large bag in his hand and tossing it aside, reaching out his palm to smack Jin Yalan, who was grabbing his arm. Jin Yalan's pale face was red and swollen from the beating, and she screamed but wouldn't let go. Take me with you. Asterisk off. Qi Yuming lands a leg kick. I'm doing it all for you. It's you. It's all you. You're the one who dug in. Why else would I have left him? And now you're afraid he's going to leave me? Then what's all I've given? Jin Yalan growled deeply. Qi Yuming almost choked at her words. He was truly convinced. Isn't it unusual to pick up girls like this? For a cockney like him, how could he marry Kim Aran? Just looking pretty and hooking up. But who would have thought of stepping on a horse and meeting a teppanyaki craft? First, it was Chen Yang who rose up and snapped his face. although the other party didn't make any moves and directly ignored him. But who around him wasn't looking at him strangely? Who wasn't secretly mocking? She Dishao, doesn't even have a friend now. The people around him have run out. I can't stay at home for a day, and if I stay for a day, I'll be beaten for a day, and if I don't leave, I'll die at home. But what was never expected was this stinking really run to marry into the rich family, more than the cowhide candy, cannot shake off, today or quietly run away still by her to know. Desperate, how come we didn't have an accident on the ING road? Dead clean, it's the same thing, aha. Shi Yuming was furious to the extreme, his eyes glaring roundly as he took a deep breath and was about to growl when he saw Chen Yang standing next to him watching the fun. You, brother Chen, why are you here? The voice then suddenly became gentle. It was called a tenderness. Even the facial expression changed too quickly, nearly cramped. He smiled sarcastically and shook off Jin Yalan, quickly stepped forward, bowed and bent over, smiled apologetically and took out a cigarette, handing it to Qing Yang. Brother, I heard that you went to the capital? Was it fun? Do I know you well? Chen Yang spoke indifferently. At this time, Wang Gang also drove over. Zheng Chang opened the door of the car. Chen Yang got on the car, and never looked at the two of them squarely from beginning to end. The car departed, leaving behind a silent Shi Yuming and Jin Yalan. Don't follow me. Shi Yuming's anger to the extreme instead calmed down and said in a deep voice, if you have to come with me, then fine, go buy a ticket. I'll kill you when I get there. I'll stab you to death one by one. Jin Yalan was terrified and shook his head in a hurry. I'm not going, but you have to pay me. How much? Shi Yuming sighed in relief. $10 million. Raider Shao? Shi Yuming jumped up and lost his voice in shock. $10 million? Why don't you go rob? $10 million is enough to buy your family's lives. I recorded it. Jin Yalan raised her cell phone and grunted coldly. I don't care. Pay up, or you go buy my life. Shi Yuming ruthlessly slammed his fist into the load-bearing pillar next to him 3 times in a row, and the back of his hand began to bleed. Damn it, I'm so blind. 10 million is impossible. I'm sneaking out. My cell phone bank is here. Look, I only have 2 million myself. I'll give you 1 million at most. You're so poor? Jin Yalan frowned, and ultimately had no choice but to accept the reality, letting Qi Yuming transfer the money, and she shook her head after seeing the arrival information. You're really no good. You're still the young master of the Qi family. You're a disgrace. I thought you were going to enjoy your life, but you dare to leave the country with such a small amount of money? You're not afraid of being fended off by a when you get there. You stepped on a horse. Qi Yuming was furious. Taking my money and talking about me like that? Is there someone like you? What's wrong with me? Jin Yalan disdain and contempt, carrying the bag turned around and left. Angry, if I had known that you were so poor old lady is too lazy to chase over. Damn White received a few big mouths. Qi Yuming was so mad that he wanted to stab her to death. Bitch, I wish I could call you a cheap coin, but you don't have that depth and warmth. You're not even human. The Lu family. The car stopped and Chen Yang got off, letting Zheng Chang and Wang Gang find a place to eat by themselves. Instead, he pushed the door straight in, and Lu Qiming was already waiting. Back? Lu Qiming smiled and opened his mouth, then said rather helplessly, don't blame me for running away early. Teacher ordered it. I know. Chen Yang sat down and laughed. Where's your good wine? Bring it out. Lu Qiming shook his head breathlessly and got up to let someone prepare the meal, then went to the house and fished out a bottle of Mauzi under the bed. It's the only bottle left, or I stole it from the stash when I was moving the wine. You kid, you're really not being polite. You haven't? Then it looks like I have. Chen Yang smiled even more happily, unwrapped the bottle and poured 2 glasses, drinking dry. Ha! Lu Qiming froze and said, it looks like you've gained a lot this time. It was okay, the result was satisfactory. Chen Yang told Lu Qiming all about the events and conversations that happened before and after. Lu Qiming contemplated and lamented, showing value, leveraging power, retreating to advance, sticking to the bottom line, seeking common ground while reserving differences, painting a cake and raising the stakes, letting profits be power. At a loss, I wanted to give you a lesson last time. I didn't expect you to be more and more sophisticated in your tactics, and this set of consecutive strokes go down. Even if it's me, I would have to be dazed and confused by you. Speaking here, Lu Qiming suddenly laughed bitterly and said, my teacher is kind of endorsing you. He'll have to take half of the blame for any big mess you make in the future. It's just a favor for saving my life. Chen Yang couldn't care less. Besides, what big mess can I make? You have to believe me. Although the road is different, the result is the same. It's all for the commonwealth of the world. Cosmos my ass. Lu Qiming gave Chen Yang a strange look. The whole world is your debtor. Everyone is rich. But who has to pay you? You call this cosmos? What are your next thoughts? Lu Qiming asked again. Nope. Chen Yang shook his head. From now on, Star Ocean is the real Star Ocean. I guess I will never go to the capital again. So I will focus on borrowing money for technology in the future. Lu Qiming's eyes got even weirder. We need to grow while we're stabilized? If you don't go, does that mean the next time it's the other guy coming over to you? Good boy. You're playing offense and defense, aren't you? You don't want to be outrageous. Chapter 80. Who knows the boss is good and puts on an event? After drinking the wine, Chen Yang left. Lu Qiming purposely went home also to find out the news. And after putting down his heart, he also went to work on his own things. Thanks to the bioenergy injection, he can now drink anytime without delaying his work. But it's a pity that his daughter won't let him drink after coming back for some days. Chen Yang arrived at Star Ocean Group's headquarters by car. Looking at the more and more prosperous business center and people coming and going to the company headquarters, Chen Yang cannot help but have a heroic heart. 10,000 feet high buildings rising. Star Ocean is finally considered to have a foothold in the foundation. Hello, Mr. Chen. Hello, Chairman. Greeting him head-on, Chen Yang nodded slightly. This was an exclusive elevator for executives. The people inside were either executives or secretarial assistants. All of them knew him. Boss? You're back? Lu Yun, who stood in the elevator and was flipping through the documents in her hands, looked up at the words and hurriedly put away the documents to greet her. Chen Yang nodded again and smiled. Are Mr. Gu and Mr. Jiang and their people at the headquarters? Yes. Lu Yun nodded her head and smiled. The biggest thing for the company recently is the acquisition of Yunhai Group and the internal competition. Everything else has to be taken one step at a time. Mr. Gu and Mr. Jiang are upstairs in the big conference room right now. And now it's the finals. Oh, Chen Yang immediately became interested at his words and said, Go and take a look. Yes, boss. Lu Yun pressed the floor where the large conference room was located and added, Boss, the acquisition of Yunhai Group has basically been completed. We have docked with the government. And now the final price has come out. Do you want to take a look? Chen Yang sniffed and took the information in Lu Yun's hands. According to the information, the acquisition of Haze will be carried out in 3 steps. The first step is to acquire the mineral resources of the main body of Yunhai, which is $112 billion. The second part is the oil and gas resources of Yunhai, which is $89 billion. And the third part is the various enterprises in the chemical industry, which is $79 billion. The total is $280 billion. That's not a high price. Chen Yang was a little surprised. He had thought that the acquisition of Yunhai Group would have to be $300 or $400 billion at any rate. After all, that is the total assets of $700 or $800 billion of enterprises. The operation of good words can be boasted to trillions of dollars. I did not expect the main assets actually only $280 billion. The main thing is that a lot of the assets are of little use to us. Lu Yun explained. According to the requirements set by you, we have combed through these parts of the assets many times, and have set aside many of the industries that are not useful to us. And although Yunhai Group is huge, the vast majority of it is the investment in various companies as well as the monopolization of some of the industries in various cities in Dongjiang. Chen Yang suddenly realized that there was no wonder why old man who said that Dongjiang did not need Yunhai. The biggest value of Yunhai for Dongjiang lies in all kinds of energy assets, but this part only occupies 1/3 of Yunhai. So it can be imagined how many things have been done after Yunhai arrived at the peak before bringing together so many assets. Hayes has been a capital monster in his later years, taking a bite out of everything he looks at, getting bigger and bigger, and ultimately ending up like this. Shaking his head, Chen Yang said, the money is on the books. Let them come and sign this afternoon. In addition, notify Zhao Chunlei, tell him that we need a mortgage to borrow money. Make it quick and take Yunhai down today. Yes, boss. Hearing Chen Yang talk about Zhao Chunlei, Lu Yun couldn't help but look at Zheng Chang. Zheng Chang, however, had no interest in the old girl and was staring around at the little sister of the clerical assistant and looking hard. Lu Yun snorted coldly in her heart and turned her head disdainfully. Sandy men with no substance. Boss? A few people had just arrived at the large conference room when Gu Xinhong saw Chen Yang with his good eyes and hurriedly got up. Hello, chairman. Hello, boss. The surrounding crowd rose in unison. Chen Yang waved his hand to let the crowd sit down, and he himself sat down in the first row of seats. Gu Xinhong, one of the judges, sat next to Chen Yang and asked, did it go well for the boss this time? It's complete. Chen Yang smiled and nodded his head, causing the few executives around him to put their hearts down. And that's when Gu Xinhong began to introduce himself. After a few days of internal competitions, in which the major subsidiaries applied internally to determine the 10 places, and then uniformly converged on the head office for the 2 out of 3 matches, the competitions have now been completed for all events. A few of us who were short-handed also made our picks. Now on to the last and most crucial item, the new product speaker that you, the boss, have scheduled. There's only one spot selected for this item, and the competition is a bit stiff, so why don't you make the decision, boss? First look. Chen Yang nodded slightly, and at this moment, a fierce match was also going on the stage. For the product spokesman, the main thing is to be able to speak well. High emotional intelligence. There is a rush of wisdom, to deal with the media and customer inquiries, to be able to speak calmly, express the advantages of clear products. There may not be many people with this ability that you normally meet, but for a large organization, that's still a lot. All they lack is a chance to get ahead. At this time, there was a group of people standing on the stage, taking turns to give speeches, and the products introduced were very simple. That is, the two new products of bioenergy injection and thermostatic battery. The length of each presentation is 10 minutes. The race went on until late in the evening. The crowd on stage didn't do too badly. Gu Xinhong and the others on the stage couldn't help but fall into agony, because it really wasn't a good choice. They were all pretty much the same, but there was one person who was very different. He didn't go overboard with the product the whole time, talking about dreams and aspirations. The most talked about thing is Star Ocean Blackout. What makes it really impressive is a really great line every now and then. If it wasn't a little too vulgar, I'm afraid he'd have won the title. Chen Yang looked at the fat man under the light and secretly wondered in his heart, how did this kid join Star Ocean? Boss, do you see this? Gu Xinhong agonized. Just him. Chen Yang reached out and pointed at the fat man, saying, I'll retire early, so you announce the results, then bring him to my office. I have something to arrange. Yes, boss. The crowd nodded their heads. It was best to have Chen Yang designated, or else they would not be able to choose for a while. Half an hour later, the game was over and the crowd dispersed. Gu Xinhong quickly arrived at Chen Yang's office with his men. Lu Wangshu was making tea at this time. Chen Yang came back. This executive president is finally free. Chen Yang sat in his office chair and looked at the work log that Lu Wangshu had compiled. These were all things that had happened in the company in the last few days. Boss, the man is here. Gu Xinhong brought the person into the office. Chen Yang looked up at Fatty, who hemmed and hawed and said, Big brother, I want to be your horseman. Be a ing pony. Chen Yang knew that this kid was reminding himself that he had been in jail together. Yes, this kid is the one who sells ice candy prison goods. I didn't expect to be inducted into the Star Ocean, and to be able to make a name for himself in the speech contest. No wonder he can do that kind of business. Rather a jumping talent. Introduce yourself, and show off any abilities you have, Chen Yang said. Then boss, should I do a section? Fatty quickly got serious. He couldn't drop his chain at the critical moment. The finale had to be moved up. Have a go? Come what? Chen Yang was stunned at his words. The watching Gu Xinhong and Lu Wangshu also froze for a moment. Fatty was prepared for this, took a deep breath and started bouncing in place, tapping the beat. Boss, my name is Lu Shangdong. Graduated from Yangda Origin Hanzhong. 3 years of running errands to practice open mouth. 5 years of sales. Face is also thick. I'm 35 years old, and it's hard to say, dreaming of being a rap and always losing when I enter competitions. I can't help the harsh reality that selling ice candy is also a way to honor my family. Who knows? I was caught, but I was 6 and crying. Cry and suffer. Torturous moments to get help from the boss. LOL. It's really uncomfortable not to return the favor. Join Star Ocean. Be a salesman. Good atmosphere. Enough salary. It's enough to live without looking like a dog or being a clown. Who knew the owner was good enough to put on an event? Stop. What are you doing? Chen Yang was stunned. Alright. Lu Wangshu pouring a water have spilled a table. Gu Xinhong is even more dumbfounded. The three of them just stared stupidly at the fat man. Lu Shangdong. Chapter 81. I'm not going to let him move my car for me. It still doesn't work? Lu Shangdong lowered his head a bit dejectedly and muttered. I knew it. Rap has misplaced my life. You. Chen Yang's face shifted and hesitantly said. You go out first. I'll talk to Mr. Gu. Okay, boss. Lu Shangdong got up and left. Chen Yang turned his gaze strangely toward Gu Xinhong, as if to say, this is the good seed selected in your competition? Gu Xinhong also looked at Chen Yang with strange eyes, as if to say, boss, isn't this your designated champion? Just this? Cough. Chen Yang cleared his throat and said, what do you guys think of him? Lu Wangshu held his tongue for half a day and said, thick skin indeed. Hell, she knew how awkward it had just been, and she was on the verge of gouging out 3 rooms as a bystander. Gu Xinhong hesitated for a long time, finally organized the language in his head and said against his will, boss has a discerning eye. This person is eloquent, thick-skinned, he can say anything, and he is not timid, and the most important thing is that he seems to know the boss, and is very grateful to the boss, so that's alright, at least the loyalty is guaranteed. Are you starting to speak with a clear conscience too? Chen Yang gave Gu Xinhong an odd look, but when you think about the fact that he was the one who appointed the champion, It's true. It's too much of a blow to his prestige to just pull out. Then he's it. Chen Yang held his forehead and asked Gu Xinhong to call the people in. Boss. Fatty Lu Shengdong looked at Chen Yang expectantly. Cheer up. From now on, you are the spokesperson of the new product launch. Play up your previous characteristics. Don't be a wimp. Our products are tough enough. Come on. Say a few words. Remember, don't rap. Play up your own characteristics. Chen Yang both encouraged and threatened. Yes, boss. Fatty Lu Shengdong nodded his head excitedly, and his tone instantly became confident, and he said with a high level of determination, Star Ocean Black Technology. Very impressive. That's right. Chen Yang nodded his head in satisfaction. This fatty, awesome blowing up is more confident than he. Chen Yang. That's enough. After letting the fat man leave, soon after, a very wild-looking cute girl knocked on the office door and walked in, which was one of Lu Wangshu's newly recruited team of assistants and secretaries. Chairman, Mr. Lu, Mr. Gu. Minister Lu of the Finance Department sent a message saying that the people from the bank in Hanhai have already come and are being received in the conference room by the legal department and the finance department. Go! The three Chen Yangs got up. Upon arriving at the conference room, a number of people were already seated in the small conference room and tea was served. Mr. Chen, Boss Chen, Mr. Chen. The crowd rose to greet them, especially Zhao Chunlei, who was very enthusiastic. He was no longer the director of the bank's investment department, but was now a deputy minister. Welcome, everyone. Chen Yang smiled and opened his mouth to shake hands with the crowd before taking his place and sitting down. Congratulations to Mr. Chen for taking his career to the next level. The one from Hanhai came as an official. He was very polite and enthusiastic towards Chen Yang, wearing a smile throughout. More enthusiastic than him, though, was Zhao Chunlei. Zhao Chunlei hand-waved, no longer before the solemn and capable appearance, directly grinning. The reason for coming here today we all know. Do not engage in false. There is no need to be polite. Chen is always a quick person. Our bank is also quick. To Chen that is 100% trust. Hanhai despite the price. Do not care about how much money. We bank out. Good guy. It's different when you've been promoted. I feel like you were pretending to be so capable and dignified before, right? The people on the Hanhai side were also speechless. Good man. You've got all the nice things to say. What do we say? All that could be done was to stifle the offer and start quoting. Then let's sign the main mineral resource agreement first. The people from Hanhai's side opened their mouths, and a large pile of contracts that had long been prepared were carried up. Wang Defa sat down and directly began to stamp. Chen Yang even lazy to sign, directly authorized to let Lu Wangshu sign on behalf. The money has arrived. The people from Hanhai quickly got the news that the money was paid by Chen Yang. Then a second contract was held up. Zhao Chunlei directly picked up the phone and dialed, saying, call the money. Then a third contract was held up. Zhao Chunlei didn't even hang up the phone and continued, keep calling for money. Soon all the contracts were signed. Chen Yang also only had more than $30 billion left in his pocket. Congratulations again, Mr. Chen. The bank in the haze side of the crowd rose to congratulate him. Chen Yang shook hands with the crowd once again and smiled. Don't be in such a hurry to go back. Even though I still have things to do tonight, Mr. Gu and the others will definitely accompany you to have a good drink. Thank you for your hospitality, Mr. Chen. The crowd didn't refuse. They were still a bit surprised, thinking that Chen Yang would show up, but after hearing the words behind them, they also knew that they were overthinking it. But even this is also very give face. After all, Star Ocean is now a total assets of more than 300 billion enterprises, properly the second Yunhai Group, not to mention Gu Xinhong, even Wang Defa and a few of their T2 level executives are hot characters in today's Dongzheng. Done with business. Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu returned to the office on the top floor. What are you doing? Lu Wangshu looked at Chen Yang who suddenly stopped and turned back, somewhat puzzled. What about that? Chen Yang raised his eyebrows and said, you know. Lu Wangshu instantly sighed helplessly, hooked his finger with a black face and led the way in front. The two came to the underground parking lot. Boss, Ding Yi and Zhou Feng, the two officers in charge of the infiltration were nestled in the car, and when they saw the people, they hurriedly got out of the car to greet them. Well, hard work. Chen Yang responded with a smile. These were life preservers and could not be treated poorly. It's not hard work. I feel like my bones are rusty after a few days of rest. The two of them waved their hands in a hurry. At this time, Lu Wangshu pointed to his parking space, where a small new energy car similar to a Beetle was parked, looking very cute. The trunk slowly opened under Lu Wangshu's remote control, revealing the contents. A box of thatch, 2 unseen cigarettes, and half a box of tea. Chen Yang picked up the tea and looked at it, and couldn't help but say, what did you bring the tea froth for? Lu Wangshu coldly grunted. This is still something he only gave me when I said I wanted to drink it myself. He's not? Nope. How embarrassing then. Chen Yang was really a bit embarrassed this time. Nothing. Lu Wangshu rolled his eyes and said, drinking teeth are yellow. Long ago I didn't want him to drink it. How good is it to refresh himself with bioenergy injection? I moved several boxes in the refrigerator for him. That's fine. Chen Yang nodded and said, you are truly filial. But how can I drink this tea froth? Turn around and cook tea eggs. Lu Wangshu didn't even look back, took out the 2 cigarettes from the trunk and handed them to Chen Yang, saying, by the way, quit smoking for him, this is for you too. You're such a little piece of your dad's heart. Chen Yang took the cigarettes beautifully, then looked at the wine and said, why just 1 box? Can't move it. He was the one who moved it last time. I'm not going to let him move the car for me. Lu Wangshu spoke faintly. That's definitely not true. I'll move it later. Chen Yang hurriedly opened his mouth. This matter couldn't be known to that old dang. Otherwise he would have to fight with him. Boss. At this time, Zheng Chang's few people also hurriedly arrived. Aha! Chen Yang nodded and commanded, put the wine in my car. Then let's go out and visit someone. Yes, boss. Chapter 82. How did a good girl become like this? You want a gift? Lu Wangshu was not happy. She was not happy that the things she had worked so hard to steal were being used by Chen Yang in this way. For old man who? Chen Yang explained. Old man who has helped us a lot this time. If it wasn't for him we wouldn't have been able to get through so easily. Taking your father's wine to him is also considered a token of appreciation from both of our families. Lu Wangshu sniffed and cocked his head, nodded and said, that's true. Anyway, my dad still has next season, and grandpa who is probably gone. That's a hurtful thing for you to say. The corners of Chen Yang's mouth twitched as he looked at Lu Wangshu speechlessly and said, has anyone ever told you that you're a person who talks hard? I know what you mean. Lu Wangshu glanced at Chen Yang and faintly said, I'm not stupid. How can I say this in front of outsiders? Alright. It's also really otherworldly and straightforward. Chen Yang shrugged his shoulders and asked, are you going? No, I'm not going. I'm going to cook you some tea eggs and then I'm going to go home. I've been so busy lately with you being gone. I'm exhausted. I'm finally going to be able to get a good night's sleep. Lu Wangshu shook his head and stretched out his arms. Chen Yang couldn't help but feel a stirring in his heart as he stood at the side. This woman looks like an overgrown child, but I didn't think she was quite material. Go away. Lu Wangshu closed the trunk and was about to leave. Should I get you a new car? Suddenly, Chen Yang touched his chin and said, it seems that the company hasn't purchased any large items since its establishment, and the various executives haven't been assigned cars. What kind of car do you like? No. Lu Wangshu shook his head and said, save you some money. My car is fine, and it's not appropriate for me to drive a luxury car for my dad's job. What's inappropriate? Chen Yang laughed. It's the company's unified car allocation. It's not like it was bought specifically for you. That doesn't fit either. Lu Wangshu continued to shake his head and said, our company now has battery technology. The follow-up must cooperate with some car companies. When you want some not on the line, but also do not have to spend money. Good man. It's worthy of you. Lu Wangshu. Chen Yang was numb with shock. Is she going further and further down the road of black-hearted adulterers? Am I not allowed to compliment her in good conscience from now on? Looking at Lu Wangshu's departing back, Chen Yang fell into deep thought. Still remember the first time I saw the sly and agile. The girl next door is growing up. Youthful and beautiful, stunning and not vulgar. What happened to a nice girl? 7:30 p.m. Whose old house? Elder who led another old man and a group of family members to stand at the door to greet Chen Yang. Chen Yang was simply flattered. You're too kind. Let the people carry down the cigarettes and wine. An old man who took a look at it and was instantly happy. Well, I like this. And I like it even more once I see its speaker lose. Go, 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 go. Hu Guanyu also came up. The people went back to the house together. A group of people together chatting quite happily. This kind of family talk is very artful. What they say is over the brain several times. Will never make people unhappy to hear. Coupled with a wide range of knowledge and topics of conversation, the crowd could be said to be chatting very freely. We had dinner together again in the evening. Then old man Hu and Hu Guanyu pulled Chen Yang into the study. Did this trip to the capital go well? Old man Hu asked. It went well. Chen Yang smiled faintly and said, cancer-inhibiting liquid has been negotiated. There is no way for you to intervene domestically. You can only do export business. Hi. Old man Hu laughed indifferently. You just really give us do not dare to do ah. This business does not have the national strength to hold up. Who do who die. Now this is a good thing. When Chen Yang saw that old man who didn't care about domestic business, he was instantly enlightened. This old man was afraid that he had already known this result, or could probably guess. Ginger is still hot. The domestic price is $1.4 million. The basic selling price for export is $200,000 US dollars. The comprehensive tariff is 30%, plus tax is $300,000 US dollars. How much are you guys going to sell? Forget it, no matter how much you guys sell it for. The selling price for one of mine is $200,000 knives. Chen Yang opened his mouth to inquire and then shook his head to directly open the price. He did not politely with the Hu family. It is impossible to be both at home and abroad at the same time not to make a huge profit. Chen Yang thought about it, earn more abroad and less at home, costing dozens of hundreds of dollars of pharmaceuticals to earn only $70,000, of which there are 42,000 is medical reimbursement. One is for cooperation and the other is for the creation of a golden body. But for that you have to have an ID and a bill from a tertiary care hospital, then apply for medical reimbursement before you can get your hands on it. It is simply not available on the market. The only way to sell it is in the hands of the Hu family. It can be said that the Hu family directly holds the pricing power. Old man Hu and Hu Guanyu glanced at each other, and both the grandfather and grandson were lost in thought. The factory price is $200,000 and the tax is 30%. The more expensive you sell, the higher the tax, but subtract the $200,000 from the factory price and the tax on top of that, and the rest can be a profit. 400,000 knives, 800,000 knives. The two spoke in unison, but the offers were very different. Both men looked at each other at the same time. What do you think? The two asked in unison. Nice guy. One of them is a modern-day good guy and the other is a modern-day bad guy? One is very kind, and one is particularly dark. It was old man who offered 400,000 knives, and his words made sense. Make less, sell more. We're in business for the long haul. We need a good reputation. We can't be so shady. The one who proposed 800,000 knives was Hu Guanyu, and his words made sense. Make more money, sell less, and we'll do a one-shot business for one person. What kind of good reputation do we need? Just think of it as scalping. Do not open a company, foreigners dead or not have anything to do with us? Holy, this old Hu might as well have been a cynic when he went to school. Chen Yang sighed in awe. But for all intents and purposes this business is a one-shot business. And who the hell can get cancer twice? How did my old Hu family give birth to such a black-hearted thing like you? Old man who looked at Hu Guanyu incredulously. Hu Guanyu, however, was very righteous, said, your old man is now no longer a public official. What reputation do you want? Making money is the hard way. Think of it this way, let's make $100 million. Lend it to Chun for a year is more than 20 million interest. Old man, not that I'm talking about you, you're backward in your thinking. Make money before it's too late. Are you stupid? Old man who took off his shoes to do it, said angrily, the state pricing 1.4 million. Export price increases are normal, but up to you so outrageous. You are a little pressure do not want to bear, just want to make money. The pressure is all thrown to the country. Do you think this unique business I less people? Hu Guanyu sobered up at his words and was momentarily dumbfounded. Damn, it's really lucrative and greedy. I was wrong. Humph. Elder Hu snorted coldly, then looked at Chen Yang and laughed. Elder brother Chen, I've made you laugh. No, brother, take your time. There's still business to be done. Chen Yang waved his hand indifferently and said, this way, let's make a deal. I'm here at an ex-factory price of 200,000 knives. As for how much you sell, it's your business. I won't get involved. 1 week. We need 1 week to build the plant for batch manufacturing. After 1 week it can be shipped out. But we have to prioritize the domestic. You guys are selling at a high price, surely the business is not good in the beginning, so I'm going to give you 10% of the goods. Let's take our time. Okay. Old man who smiled and said, I'll give you a ride. The three just walked out of the study and chatted all the way to the door. 3 days from now we, Star Ocean, will hold a product conference for the new energy battery and a product conference for the bioenergy injection. And at that time there will also be a slight disclosure of the cancer-inhibiting fluid. So if you're interested, go and take a look at it at that time. Chen Yang raised his hand to signal that it was fine to be sent here and then got into the car. Definitely cuddle. Old man Hu and Hu Guanyu waved their hands to send them off, both laughing themselves silly. It wasn't until Chen Yang walked away that the two of them blushed. Good fellow. He really called me old brother when I called him old brother? Old man Hu muttered. Then what should I do? Hu Guanyu looked at old man Hu dumbfounded. You're too much of a grandson, aren't you? Chapter 83. Look at my kingdom. After returning to the East Garden, Chen Yang swiped a short video and began to sleep. Not only Lu Wangshu was tired lately, Chen Yang was no exception. Although it seemed that he hadn't done much, The amount of mental energy that had been expended in the past few days was far beyond physical labor. Sleeping until he woke up naturally, because he slept early. Chen Yang surprisingly got up early as well, thinking about a bunch of things in the company. Chen Yang had to hurriedly eat something before going to work. Wang Gang drove the car. Chen Yun looked at the book, and Chen Yang sat in the back with his eyes closed. Upon arriving at the entrance of the company, Chen Yang unexpectedly saw a familiar car, Jiang Lihai's Maybach. Now the company executives have not been assigned cars, and he is the only one who drives a luxury car to work. Gazing at the Maybach with the windows open, Jiang Lihai leisurely driving the car. The whole person's face is rosy, refreshing, the mood seems to be very good, but that's not the point. There was also a middle-aged man sitting on the back seat, dressed formally, with a stoic face and eyes looking out the window, not knowing what he was thinking. Coming to a big client? Chen Yang murmured and opened his mouth, somewhat surprised. Could it be that there was some kind of business that had to come to the door to sign the agreement? Jiang Lihai, this old boy has some level. Just as he was thinking, he saw Chen Yun, who had always been unsmiling, suddenly unable to hold back a laugh. What? Chen Yang was puzzled. Boss. Chen Yun closed the book and whispered, that's Mr. Zhang's driver. Driver? Chen Yang couldn't believe it. Are you kidding me? What kind of driver is so powerful that the boss is allowed to drive and he sits? Really? Chen Yun explained in a low voice, recently the boss is not in. The company affairs are very busy. Mr. Jiang Weixian Yongcheng running both ways, their own car and delayed work, so they recruited a driver. But he likes to drive. On the busy when the driver to drive, not busy when they drive. Get thee away from it. Chen Yang was astonished and couldn't help but say, there's this kind of operation? Does he like driving that much? Then I don't know. Chen Yun shook his head and said, but this is something that the whole company knows about, and people outside have heard about it as well. And many people say that Mr. Zhang's dream is to be a race car driver, but it's a pity that he's a professional manager, or else he would definitely be able to open up his life of speeding. Good lord, the disgrace is out there? Chen Yang shook his head as he sniffed. He was too lazy to care about this kind of thing. It belonged to his personal fetish. After parking the car and taking the elevator upstairs, Chen Yang arrived at the office. Hello, Chairman. At this time, the budding presidential assistant knocked on the door and came in, taking out the schedule form and placing it on Chen Yang's desk, saying in a low voice, Chairman, this is the schedule that Mr. Liu asked me to give to you. Mr. Liu will be coming over soon, so take a look at it first. Chen Yang nodded his head and picked up the schedule to look at it. 9 to 10:30 a.m., blank, 10:30 to 11:30 a.m., internal meeting, 11:30 to 12:30, lunch, 12:30 to 14:30, personal recreation time, 14:30 to 16:30, inspection of Star Ocean Energy and Energy Company, 16:30 to 1700 hours, mobilization meeting of Star Ocean Energy and Energy Company, then it's off duty. Oh, wow, that easy? Is being a boss that good? Chen Yang looked at such a formal work schedule and couldn't help but ask. I remember that other company bosses have endless things to do every day. Why do I have so few things to do? The budding president's assistant is a freshly graduated 00 college student, with clear eyes and straightforward speech, saying, there were a lot of them, and it was going to be 3 or 4 pages, but Mr. Liu said that you wouldn't be able to do it even if you wrote it, so he deleted it. Is this what I look like? Chen Yang's face was dark. He couldn't resist pointing back to the 9 to 10:30 a.m. time slot and asking, so what's up with this one? Why is it blank? The cute presidential assistant blinked her stupid and clear eyes, and straightened up. Mr. Liu said that the probability is that you didn't get up, and that if you empty down and don't come, you don't fill it out, and if you come, you fill it out yourself. Speaking here, the presidential assistant looked at Chen Yang curiously. Is our own chairman really that unreliable? But isn't Star Ocean Group the hottest company in Dongjiang today? It's all an illusion, isn't it? If the owner was really so unreliable, how could he have built such a big business? She saw the internal news. The company acquired part of the main body of Hanhai, and now the total assets have reached more than 300 billion. How can the owner earn so much money if he is not capable of doing so? You know, within the company the boss is a legend. Started with empty hands and rose to the top in a short period of time. A godlike existence. With this thought he saw Chen Yang pick up a pen and write a line in the blank. 9 to 10:30 a.m. brush up on short videos. Assistant to the president. What's your name? Chen Yang took out his cell phone without lifting his head and started playing with it. Shang Yujing. The president's assistant responded in a hurry. Oh, little you pour me a glass of water. Chen Yang spoke. Drink water. Do you want tea eggs then? Assistant Chang blinked her eyes inquiringly and added. Mr. Liu cooked them yesterday. They smell good. Half an hour later, Lu Wangshu arrived. And Chen Yang looked at the time. It was only 8:30. It's really surprising. Lu Wangshu dropped her keys and bag and picked up Chen Yang's work schedule, but after taking a look at it her face instantly darkened, and she said breathlessly, brushing short videos and stuff is too outrageous, right? Is there anything else that needs to be done by me? Chen Yang posed. If all the work needs to be done by me, what kind of classes am I paying them for? Okay, you have a point. Lu Wangshu was speechless and thought for a moment. Do you want to inspect the company? You can ignore the work, but you can't ignore the personnel aspect. Let's go and see my kingdom. Chen Yang got up at his words and felt that Lu Wangshu had a point. Being at the top doesn't require you to do a specific job, but you must be able to manage people, and you must understand what the people below you are thinking. The two of them got up and went downstairs, because of the few appearances, except for the secretarial and assistant groups as well as the executives and the elderly who were familiar with Chen Yang's face. The vast majority of the other people did not know what Chen Yang looked like. Maybe search for photos, but there are very few that can be remembered at once. The two of them walked in the office building, looking at the people coming and going, employees hurrying into their workstations, or going to the department for a meeting. This busy appearance made Chen Yang really a little embarrassed. Suddenly, Chen Yang saw a group of scattered people, who were completely different from the other departments, leisurely reclining on chairs, either making coffee or pouring water, and there was even one hanging a hangnail for an infusion? What the hell? What do they do? Chen Yang asked. Your brocade guards. Lu Wangshu snickered and said, didn't you say that you built several large groups to send messages to see who didn't return? They are specifically looking to see who didn't reply. 2 people from each large group, to conduct statistics on who replied and who didn't. How many times they replied, how much they were rewarded and how much they were fined. Chen Yang suddenly realized that the big group was built, but he hadn't sent a message once yet. He was really busy recently. If you don't send out the news, they might be sacked and unemployed soon. Lu Wangshu laughed. At that time, the announcement was sent out with full support, and now everyone in the major subsidiaries, including the head office, is waiting for you to send out the news. Some people are starting to complain, saying you're snubbing them and can't spare the $30. It's still my fault? Chen Yang was speechless, was about to open his mouth when he saw the men suddenly nestled together, whispering something. Then one of them looked around and took something mysterious out of his pocket. A few of them divided it and then transferred money to him one after another. Chapter 84, Where did you roll your mom? You're running a small business? Chen Yang wondered and moved closer to take a look. It was bioenergy injection. Instead, a woman poured the coffee concentrate into the ice water, then picked up the bioenergy injection and unscrewed it and poured it into the ice water as well, mixing it up and taking a sip, which was instantly refreshing. Good fellow Sister Lu, you can really be the universe invincible, the world's first innate cow and horse holy body. So refreshing as to? One of them inquired in shock. As for, Sister Lu nodded her head at the words and said lightly, the boss has returned. I have a hunch that he will speak in the big group today. Let's all get ready. The first time we work, if we don't do a good job, we will really be unemployed. Seriously? I was ready to be sacked. Some people don't believe it. Odds are it will be issued. Sister Lu laughed. Since the announcement was made and we were specifically recruited, the job will last for a while even if it's for a face-saving project, so rest assured. Listen to your Sister Lu. At this time, the lying man said, the first time to work, to give the boss a good impression. Bioenergy, don't save, all use, just reply a sentence can be exchanged for a bottle. In the future, we don't need to find a scalper to buy goods in private. Why don't you use it? Someone was a little reluctant to part with the big couple $dozen a shot. The one lying down sniffed and pointed to the hanging bottle and laughed. Here, what else do you think I'm hanging? Nice guy, and people really use it as an injection? Chen Yang was stunned and looked at Lu Wangshu strangely. These people are all talents. Where did they recruit them? Lu Wangshu shrugged her shoulders. She didn't know. She was only responsible for approval. The two didn't speak, coming and going quietly, making the rounds of the entire head office, and being recognized a few times, even though it was mostly uneventful. Then word spread in the small groups of various companies that the chairman and Mr. Lu were making unannounced internal inspections. This immediately caused a company-wide outcry, and everyone began to bury their heads in their work, not seeking to perform much better, but certainly not to perform poorly. Star Ocean's pay scale is fragrant, and that's a big loss if you get fired. And at this time has returned to the office of Chen Yang, looking at a few group chat. Big group also do not know what to say. Good. After some thought, he asked, what do you think would be good for me to post? Lu Wangshu thought for a moment and said, didn't you say you wanted to brainwash them to increase their sense of belonging to the company? Wouldn't it be fine to send such similar words? Then what words to send? Chen Yang asked again. Lu Wangshu was dumbfounded. How could she know? She had no experience. The two of them looked at each other and then called for their assistant. Chang Yujing. Little Yu, do you have a sense of belonging to the company? Chen Yang asked. Yes. Xiao Yu nodded repeatedly, said with a fluttering brow. I joined the company is to hear how the company how powerful, how quickly rise. These things here more naturally aspire to. After joining the atmosphere is good. The treatment is also high. Of course, there is a sense of belonging. Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu exchanged glances, and Chen Yang asked again, then how do you think you can increase employees' recognition and sense of belonging to the company? That's not simple? Xiao Yu laughed. Look at Guo Wei, Rice. Those companies either for the chairman of the board of directors, or for the company. When the company or the chairman of the board of directors fame, everyone will naturally have a sense of belonging. That makes sense. Chen Yang couldn't help but light up. You little girl's brain is quite good. Bring your cell phone. Ha? Xiao Yu hesitated, then immediately handed her cell phone to Chen Yang. Chen Yang rummaged around and found a few large groups, clicked on them and modified the nicknames, saying, in the future, your number will be the chairman's trumpet, and the matter of speaking in the group will be left to you, as long as it's not harmful to the company, and you want to send whatever you want, and according to your ideas, how can you enhance the staff's recognition of the company and me? It's, Yul hesitated. Don't worry, Lu Wangshu said helplessly, the boss has money. Feel free to send it. How much do you only pay to send 100 messages a day? It's not enough to pay back the interest that the boss has to pay back for brushing 1 minute of short videos. She was aware of the cost of bioenergy injections, and thought for sure no one in the company would want $30 for them. That's even cheaper. It's like a no-brainer. Alright then, I'll be good. Yul nodded her head in a hurry. Chen Yang looked at the time and told her to go back, then walked towards the conference room with Lu Wangshu. In the conference room, Gu Xinhong and Jiang Lihai and the others were already in place, all waiting for the internal meeting to be held. Chen Yang didn't talk nonsense after he sat down and said directly, send invitations to the media and related industries, and hold a product conference early in the morning the day after tomorrow. It's time for our company to go in front of the public. Okay, boss. The crowd took pens and notes and then all asked a number of questions. Chen Yang answered and made decisions one by one, and in the end, it was already near noon when the meeting ended. Holy, what the hell? The meeting ended, and the crowd had just relaxed, when they saw Jiang Lihai suddenly open his mouth, holding his cell phone and rushing to look at Chen Yang. Boss, someone in the group impersonated you and sent 5 messages in a row, and now all the big groups are replying like crazy. The crowd froze at the words, and then they too were dumbfounded. Rush out your cell phone to check, but it's an imposter? The boss is sitting here, not even playing with his cell phone. Who sent the message? This is a major accident. The crowd was in a hurry. Chen Yang, however, waved his hand and said, how do I have so much time to post this? I arranged for someone to do it. Keep it quiet. Yes, boss. The crowd sniffs at this and then drops their hearts. Chen Yang picked up his cell phone and took a look at it, and he also couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. History of Chen Yang's fortune, visiting Lake Yuanming in Weixian County. Does the water quality really nourish people? Business miracle. A giant corporation has risen again in Dongjiang, and it's rumored that the company's owner has the means to do it. Star Ocean Group salary list, compared with other companies in the same industry. Far ahead. Star Ocean's salary destroying the market? Informants revealed that Chen Yang is rumored to have worked very hard before his rise, tried the hardships of a laborer, and aspired to change the workplace. The first 4 are straight-up retweeted tidbits. The 5th one is outrageous. Poll, what would you like for lunch today? Nice guy. Dense replies like a brush screen. Is not a normal reply received. All the ass-kissing out of 999 plus. Chen Yang was convinced. Was it really possible to brainwash people like this? But just as he walked out of the conference room, he heard the off-duty employees whispering. Asterisk 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 just realized the boss is so good. The means are strong. The R&D capability is even stronger. We're making a big difference in the Star Ocean. Damn. Looks like I'm going to have to work hard. I'll have to take the chance to put up a fight. I was wondering why our company's treatment is higher than others, but I didn't realize that the boss is also a person who has suffered and knows that he cares for us. That's not true. Our company's treatment is not comparable. This comparison is really good. Plus the boss is a powerful person, and takes subordinates. This job must be kept. Everyone, help me bring a meal. I have to go back to work. Where do you roll your mom? That is to say, the results of the vote came out a long time ago, and I heard that the cafeteria specially added a lot of food temporarily, and now it's all delicious. So you're not going to go? It's just a dry meal. Chapter 85, the product launch begins. It seems to be working really well. Quite a surprise. Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu looked at each other. Both feel that they have found the right person. Xiao Yu that child. Do other very clear and stupid. But in the propaganda really have so much talent. Back to the office. The assistant had already packed the meal. Chen Yang's office was huge. And next door was Lu Wangshu's office. And the two offices could still be connected in tandem. So the two of them sat down at the dining room table in the large office and began to eat, with the television turned on and the news of the day playing. Chairman, Mr. Lu, look, they are all your favorite dishes. Yul happily opened each lunchbox dinner plate and the rich aroma filled the air. How do you know I like to eat these? Chen Yang was curious. The information collected by Mr. Lu Xiao Yu said rightfully. I just let the cafeteria do it directly based on the information left by Mr. Lu. She remembers what I eat and what I cook. Chen Yang looked at Lu Wangshu in surprise, and when he saw her bowing her head to eat without saying anything, he asked Xiao Yu, wasn't it voted out? Hey! Yul smiled awkwardly and whispered, the voting applet is our own in the assistant's office, so it's not like we can change it any way we want. Nima! Chen Yang sniffed and stopped talking, smothering his head to eat. This society is so dark. Even fresh graduates are starting to play this game. Do the employees really recognize the results of this vote? Will recognize. Definitely recognize it. After all, it's not a big deal. It's just a way to show that the company values its employees. And no one is going to ask people one by one what they voted for. Unless they ask half of them, they won't be able to ask for an answer. There's no way this could have been discovered. Not only did Chen Yang and Lu Wangshu get their favorite meals every day, but the staff would also be grateful to them. Is too dark. Chen Yang ate with tears at the corners of his mouth. Time quickly passed by, and Chen Yang was busy for 2 consecutive days. During these 2 days, Chen Yang first injected $10 billion to allow Jiang Lihai to expand the Biomedical Research Center to prepare for the subsequent production of the cancer-inhibiting fluid, and allowed Jiang Lihai to purchase a large number of raw materials. Because of the mixture of various raw materials, and even the acquisition of many completely unused things to continue the production of biomedical research centers already have a contemporary factory of drugs, so also did not attract the attention of outsiders. During these 2 days, Chen Yang inspected the Star Ocean Energy Company, the Biomedical Company, and the Star Ocean Beverage Company in Wei County. It's safe to say that all aspects of the program are ready to go. Everything is ready for the East Wind, just waiting for the opening of the product conference. Once the conference is held, Star Ocean's business will explode, and then enter the official high-volume profitability of the moment. By then Chen Yang would be able to borrow a large sum of money again. Star Ocean Energy Company. The original Changhong's plant has undergone a number of renovations, has been in mass production of different specifications of the battery. These are the market demand for conventional models of batteries. For those who need special customization of the battery is required to cooperate before custom production. Waning New Energy's plant has also been renovated and repaired, but no production line has been built yet. In order to wait for orders for customized models, the Biomedical Research Institute is in the process of starting construction. The Star Ocean Beverage Company is a different story, with large quantities of bioenergy injections constantly being transported out by refrigerated trucks and sent across the country. Offline sales have been emphasized, and Jiang Lihai has sent people to rent a large number of refrigerated warehouses for storage in every province in the country. The ice bag factory established by Xiaogang's family also stored a large number of ice bags, which were likewise sent to various provinces, and had even begun to prepare for the construction of branch factories next to warehouses in various provinces, just waiting for the opening of the sale to make a profit so you can continue to borrow from the bank. The shopping website of Star Ocean Beverage has also been built, and all kinds of tests have also yielded results, costing several tens of millions of dollars, and there will never be any problem in carrying visits and transactions. These are all things that Jiang Lihai has made a promise. 10 o'clock the next morning, Chen Yang hurriedly arrived at the company. Today was the day of the product launch, and everyone was exuberant. Ready? Chen Yang walked into the backstage of the venue and asked. Lu Shengdong is memorizing the manuscript. The busiest and most nervous in these days definitely have him, both to understand the product and to write the manuscript, and finally have to let Lu Wangshu review, and ultimately in the hands of the recitation. After memorizing and getting on stage, I guess you have to improvise. You can't memorize from a script. All set. Gu Xinhong had some regrets and said, it's just a pity that our online platform is only the website of Star Ocean Drinks, and we don't have an official website that can represent us, or else we could have had a real-time live broadcast. Doesn't matter. Chen Yang waved his hand and said, turning back to the T2 level to add a network department is it? This time our launch will also have short videos and major media to report on it. A lesser live broadcast is nothing. Then we'll start here? Gu Xinhong inquired, reaching out and pointing at the venue, saying, I've just seen Mr. Yu from Guowei, Mr. Lin from Dami, And cell phone manufacturers such as OP and VO as well as Plus One have all come over. There are also presidents of quite a few companies in new energy batteries and automobiles who are here, such as the presidents of BY, Ji Xiang, Daopeng, Sangteco, Future and other car companies, as well as the presidents of some of their battery counterparts. You have such good eyes? Chen Yang was stunned. It's you who came too late, Gu Xinhong said breathlessly. People who came to say hello were received by me when you weren't there. That's just right. Chen Yang didn't feel ashamed and laughed. They are also all the heads of the relevant departments of various enterprises, not the bosses who hold shares behind them, so you can just receive them. What's the point of me receiving them? Alright, let's start. Gu Xinhong also felt that Chen Yang had a point. After all, Star Ocean was no longer the Star Ocean that it once was. Today's Star Ocean had a large volume, more than $300 billion in total assets. There was no reason why they could not be overpowered in terms of momentum. With this in mind, Gu Xinhong beckoned for the product launch to officially begin. The lights dimmed. Then Lu Xingdong's figure appeared on the podium. He first bowed and greeted the guests, expressing his gratitude to them, and then said with a smile, "Welcome to Star Ocean Group's product launch. This launch is hosted by me. Introduce yourself. I'm Lu Xingdong, an ordinary employee of Star Ocean Group. Not to mention, the kids got style." There were 200 or 300 people sitting down there. There are the presidents of various enterprises. There are invited guests. And there is even a group of media. So it is already a big heart to be able to not have stage fright in this situation. After all, it was his first product launch as a speaker. This kid can do it. Chen Yang nodded his head in appreciation. Gu Xinhong but laughed bitterly, said, "I have arranged for him several times. I am afraid that he is on top of AI called LV Xingdong, graduated from Yangda origin Hanzhong. He is really so to come to a moment. You do not say. He may really become a fire out of the circle of the rap. Ha ha ha." Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh. He really didn't hold it in. He couldn't help but say, "Just say whether you're deeply impressed with him or not and you're done." Gu Xinhong was speechless and held his forehead. Could it not be profound? He felt like he could remember that embarrassing scene for the rest of his life. At this point, after the preliminary speeches, Lu Xingdong seemed to be thoroughly adapted to the feeling of standing on the podium, and he began to speak with great energy. "Everyone, what you will see next will be our Star Ocean's first product, and the product that established our Star Ocean's black technology name. For this product I can only say 2 words. Awesome." Lu Xingdong was proud. Aha! Below, no matter serious or rambling at this moment, everyone looked up at the fat man on the podium in shock. Awesome? So grounded? It's pretty interesting. It's the first time I've seen this kind of launch. However, he saw Lu Xingdong holding his head high, domineering and pretentious, as if he was full of disdain for other products after having his own baby. "I can't say whether the stuff is good or not, and you guys may not believe it, but," with a wave of his hand, he pointed to the screen behind him, "please watch the VCR. Chapter 86, Rent Only. Not for sale? 10 years from now? Star Ocean Group looks like it has some power. But no. Star Ocean Group in just 2 months to converge the value of more than 300 billion assets. Not some strength can be said. Although they have borrowed more than $300 billion with the help of official power and borrowed everywhere. Who would lend them that much money if they didn't have the strength? Who would help him? Young man, amazing. This Chen Yang person is incredible. More than incredible. I felt like I wasn't awake when I heard about him." The meeting room, with the presidents in their chairs murmuring, faded to silence again. Suddenly, someone else spoke up. It was Mr. Yu from Guowei. He looked curiously at Mr. Ning, who was beside him with a heavy face, and asked, "Mr. Ning, your Ning Wang is the #1 giant in the new energy industry both at home and abroad, and the world's largest battery maker, and the above has always been supportive of it. So how exactly is the battery that Star Ocean is going to release? Any insider information?" Mr. Ning's face sank again at his words, shaking his head and saying directly, "No." The surrounding crowd was cocking their ears to eavesdrop, and when they heard this they all started shaking their heads. They didn't believe it. Most of them were laborers. Mr. Ning was different. He was the boss. He even came in person, obviously valuing Star Ocean's products. You call that not having inside information? Again, Mr. Ning knew they didn't believe it, but it was a matter of confidentiality, and he couldn't talk about it. When he thought of the news of those sous that he had gotten, he felt doubly desperate. In the past, they used to crush others with their technology, but he didn't expect to be crushed this time. Star Ocean Group. Where did such a company, which started only 2 months ago, get this kind of technology? It's really evil. LOL. Mr. Ning sighed, looking at the various partners around him. He couldn't help but whisper, "There will be no more King Ning. There will only be Ning finish. We're finished." Ah, this. The surrounding crowd looked at Mr. Ning with jaws agape, their faces tinged with skepticism and disbelief. Even if it's an extra competitor, it's not like that, is it? Mr. Yu, as from his own chairman of the board, also got some gossip. Listening to Mr. Ning said so in his heart, also determined a lot. He could not help but comfort. Mr. Ning, do not have to worry. Our major companies and you signed a long-term strategic agreement with Ning Wang. Even if a stronger battery, we will certainly give priority to choose your battery. Hearing Mr. Yu say that, Mr. Ning felt a lot more comfortable in his heart. It is also true that the agreement signed earlier is a long-term supply, and the major companies are in-depth cooperative relationship. Even if the battery technology of the Starfish Sea is no longer superior, he cannot be a second? What's the point of selling something if it's good? Mr. Ning thought so, could not help but reveal a smile. Perhaps you can acquire the technology of the Star Ocean, or really cannot replace the shares will also be fine. Business ultimately have business play. Well, that's a deal. Prioritize our batteries. The surrounding crowd nodded their heads. Compared to the sudden appearance of Star Ocean, it was clearly King Ning who was more trustworthy. But just then, the big screen had lit up and various data parameters appeared on it. The left screen is for names and data. Star Ocean Energy Technologies. Star Ocean High Energy Thermostatic Battery, Dirt Dog Edition. Lu Shengdong smiled and opened his mouth, pointing at the screen and said, everyone guessed correctly. The first product to be announced today is the newly developed high energy thermostatic battery under our Star Ocean Energy technology. Because our chairman, Mr. Chen Yang, was dissatisfied with the performance of this battery, it was named the Dugong version after a comprehensive evaluation. Yes, against the cutting-edge technology batteries of major companies Kirin, Divine Dragon, Great Peacock. In our Chin Don's eyes, the technology of this battery is merely a hyena version. The data is once again evident. Lu Shengdong pointed to various data and said to the dumbfounded crowd in the seats below, although it is the hyena version, there is no doubt that it is powerful, very powerful, and especially powerful, and there is no need for me to say more. So take a look at the parameters. Aren't they impressive? For example, oversized car batteries. The battery itself has the characteristics of fast charging and long range. With fast charging can be real 10 minutes full of fast charging. In the case of the car, air conditioning and other electrical appliances fully open, driving 800 kilometers of super range. Of course, that's just the regular version. There's also the giant-sized version, which charges for half an hour and travels 500 kilometers. Just ask you guys, is it awesome? And then look at longevity and safety. The right screen plays a variety of test videos. Lu Shengdong condescendingly pointed to the screen and said, after our tests, the battery itself has a constant temperature characteristics. Under any conditions will not appear to heat explosion fire phenomenon. Can 100% ensure the safety of the battery? In the event of damage to the battery will be an instant contraction of all the energy to protect the power failure. Battery life you do not need to know. This thing we only rent, not sell. Non-human damage and end of life can be replaced for free with a brand new battery. The ordinary version of the annual rent of 10,000. The huge version of the annual rent of 30,000. All the companies that rent our batteries just sign an agreement with us and just pay a fixed rent. As for how much you charge the car buyer for the rent, that's up to you. We only charge a fixed rent. But there's also one thing we need to tell you in advance. Rent starts at 10 years at a time. Ha, ha, ha. The crowd below all looked at Lu Shengdong in surprise. They've been shocked more times than they know what to do with. Constant temperature? Fast charging? Ultra-long battery life? Rental only? Agreements with fixed rent? 10-year lease? And the outrageous, the hyena version? Star Ocean playing so fancy? No, they actually have this technology? Shocked at the same time, many car company presidents were breathing heavily. Their eyes were glowing and trembling with excitement. No one understood what this meant better than they did. This means that fuel vehicles will be completely replaced by new energy vehicles. Ultra-long range with absolute safety, which was impossible, but is now being solved. It's a bit outrageous to only rent, but so what if it's outrageous? Even 30K a year for an oversized battery isn't a lot of rent. This has to be mounted on top of a luxury car. And a car driven for 10 years rents for only 300K? It's so worth it. They lease it to produce into a complete car perfectly fine for $50, $000 to $80, $000 a year. It can still be played like that? Rent only? 10 years? Black tech. This is really black tech. The final, most crucial step in the complete crushing of fuel vehicles by new energy vehicles. What was Star Ocean thinking? A battery lasts about 10 years at most. So what's the point of doing this? Recycling waste batteries after 10 years to prevent pollution? Don't get it. Don't get it at all. Can only say it's too socially responsible? Mr. Chan is an environmentalist, but that doesn't stop us from buying batteries. The crowd opened their mouths in excitement and murmured, Mr. Ning was a bit unable to sit still and couldn't help but say, "Everyone, it's been agreed that priority will be given to purchasing our batteries, and we've signed a long-term strategic agreement." The crowd was silent at the words, neither refuting nor agreeing. Seeing this, Mr. Ning was even more unable to sit still, and was about to continue to speak, when Mr. Yu, who was next to him, pulled him back and laughed. "Mr. Ning, don't be in a hurry. There are still cell phone batteries that have not been displayed. Let's take a look at it again." "Look again?" Mr. Ning was even more anxious. "In look again and you run away too." Chapter 87, Ignore Me? Die together. At this time, Lu Shengdong on the stage was still speaking passionately. He pointed at the data on the big screen with pride, his tone full of confidence, saying, "This data is by no means our limit. This is your limit." The crowd below froze at his words, somewhat confused. Lu Shengdong sneered, said, "Believe me, after this battery goes on sale, it will definitely be a downward strike for all of you peer friends. Longer range, faster charging, 100% safety. What is this for the market? Want to build luxury cars? This is the only one. Unique." These words sent a shiver down the hearts of the crowd, as they thought of the former king of Ning, whose valuation that could be considered the crown of the world was even more than the other 9 families in the top 10 of the list combined. Why? It's the stronger technology that creates a monopoly-like effect. As long as the famous big companies, similar to the State 4, Rice, or various car companies, who do not use Ning Wang's battery can sell the car. For a moment, the crowd instantly understood what the words in Lu Xingdong's mouth meant. It's not our limit. It's yours. Meaning this battery is just a weakened version. Why weaken? Because of its birth for the entire market is a downward strike. Will directly destroy all peers, but now the new energy and very new track is the trend. If the direct destruction of all peers means the destruction of the industry, means the monopoly, means that from now on there is no one else can sell out, because an excellent product to destroy an industry, which is not allowed by the above. And in this new energy trend of the moment, want to directly monopolize the entire track is certainly also not allowed by the above. Dirt Dog Edition? No wonder it's called that. It's not even basic. Or is it weakened? Are you looking down on us? Someone murmured out, muttering to himself. The people beside him once again looked at Mr. Ning in unison. And Mr. Ning's face also changed drastically. He stood up instantly and raised his hands. Hello product explainer? I'd like to ask if what you're saying means that your company has more advanced technology and is still able to reduce costs even more? Lu Xingdong's face darkened. Don't I have a name? Come on. I'm Star Ocean's product spokesperson, the one who's destined to be known nationwide. And that's how you're going to address me? This old gentleman. My name is LV Shangdong. You're right. Lu Shangdong laughed lightly, disdainfully, said, sell this price, out of this product, is to give friends a way out. The future we will come out with a better product. And the price of a good product is almost unchanged, according to our chairman. Now out of these 2 beggarly versions of the battery in the future are going to reduce the price. Wow! The people sitting below all talked, and the whole venue was in an uproar. Mr. Ning even sat down on his butt with his face ashen. Backstage, Gu Xinhong, anxious sweating, said, this kid how to say everything to the outside? There are media out there. How can we sell our products after this? Back to people are waiting for price cuts, waiting for a better product. We still sell. What's the hurry? Chen Yang clasped his hands and smiled, not at all in a hurry, and said lightly, I deliberately handed him this, both to give a warning to the friends, but also to give the market a cushion, so that the etc. party and the price performance party can wait a little longer. What? Gu Xinhong was surprised and said, why would you do that? I don't understand. Production is limited. Give it to the rich first. Do the wait and see party and the value for money party have money? Don't turn around and get yelled at. Chen Yang casually said a reason. In fact, what he wants is the product out on the line. It doesn't matter how much to sell. Anyway, after the future monopoly are self-selling, now is to smash the friends in a hurry, so that the outside world knows what they have in their hands, so that they can turn back to find people to borrow money. Besides, this beggar's version of the battery Chen Yang really does not want to sell to the bottom. This is to take into account the market and the whole industry was born only the oddball reduction of the beggar version. The price and high quality is not so good. Sold to the people will be poked in the spine. In Chen Yang's vision, the first batch of batteries should be sold to rich people. After all, buy first, enjoy first, buy later discount. The market has always been so. No one can say anything. Let the bullets fly a little longer. At the front podium, Lu Xingdong signaled the crowd to be quiet. He smiled and said, our product. 2 words, awesome. And whoever can reject our product. 4 words, count on you. The crowd was dumbfounded. This, can't really turn it down. Whoever does that's not awesome, that's this Mr. Docent. Suddenly, another person raised his hand and asked, why does your company sell its products on a rental basis? Normally a good battery has a lifespan of about 10 years. So what is the difference between renting it for 10 years and selling it directly? Why don't you just sell 100,000 extra large and 300,000 extra large directly? Could it be that your company is really doing this for the sake of the environment? Oh, hello, my name is LV Shengdong. LV Shengdong smiled and reminded again. Then said, environmental protection is one aspect. The other is broken can be directly replaced by a new one. After all, renting than buying peace of mind. There is also a direct sale can be more than this price. The price is at least doubled. The reason why rent is that you do not want to double the price, in which case 10 years to pay rent once. Inflation, prices rise, 10 years after the $100,000 and now $100,000 purchasing power is completely different, indirectly equivalent to the battery price reduction. Our boss has also considered the use of time to help customers save money. Of course, I think you have heard, the most important reason is that our battery life and now mainstream batteries are different. A little long-lasting, normal use of 10 years certainly will not be bad. So in order to not let the customer come up with too much money at this stage, in order to the battery price will not be too high, it will be rented in lieu of sale, to achieve a win-win situation for both sides. Rent I have already said. Deposit our boss said. Do not deposit. Purely depends on the reputation. Poor reputation directly pull black prosecution. Okay. It dawned on the crowd. It's a bit of a tongue-in-cheek statement, but it's actually quite simple to take the pretty words apart. Meaning the battery lasts a long time and I lose money selling it outright. The crowd was speechless and at the same time curious in their hearts, even a little shocked. Just how long does it have to be to make Star Ocean rent to own? What 10-year lease? Isn't that just selling it once and then recycling it back and selling it again? Grandma, you can't argue with people selling a product twice because their own batteries don't even last 10 years. Mr. Ning only felt his eyes darken, and he was already somewhat unsteady on his feet. And surprisingly, the person next to him had no regard for his mood and was already thinking about how he would use it after renting it. Good thing the tram and fuel cars are different. The core components of the tram in addition to the battery is the motor and electronic control. The other are not worth money. Once we take this battery, our car companies compete only motor and electronic control technology. I don't think there's much to compare those two, and the customers don't understand them anyway. So it's better to compare them to the exterior design. Damn you guys, selling trams can be really lucrative. A battery in an iron case can be sold for hundreds of thousands of dollars. You cell phone sellers aren't much better. What do you mean? Put an iron shell over it? There's still some technology, right? Not to mention motors and electronic controls. Isn't the design technical? Don't the artists get paid? That's it. Asterisk 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 asterisk, this is a public product launch, right? Someone reacted. The others looked at him quizzically. He covered his face and said, it's over. Except for luxury cars. In the future, the middle and low-end cars can't be sold at a high price. Back to all the people know the factory price of the battery. The cutting-edge battery is only 100,000 yuan. The other batteries shall not be even cheaper? We can only blow the design and body materials. How much money can we make by selling iron shells? This. The crowd froze in unison, and then they all turned ashen. On the contrary, General Manager Ning was much more comfortable in his heart when he saw this scene. The corners of his mouth curled into a grim smile. You're ignoring me? We'll die together. Some students did not read the previous text carefully enough to indicate this. 1. Not a high price compared to realistic high-end batteries. 2. Taking into account the market and the industry. Cannot be killed in one shot, that is to kill the eggs and looking for death behavior. 3. The most sophisticated batteries are definitely used in luxury cars, with discounts for ordinary family cars and the like. 4. The rent is paid once every 10 years, similar to the sale of batteries, except that when the vehicle is scrapped or replaced, the battery needs to be removed and returned or renewed. Chapter 88, Beauty, Skin Beauty, Acne Removal, Immune Enhancement. Mr. Ning, you're going broke, and you're still laughing? Awesome. While the crowd was discussing, Mr. Yu saw Mr. Ning smile and was a bit puzzled, but he had already been brought askew by Lu Shengdong and gave a thumbs-up compliment, adding, worthy of being Mr. Ning, a big heart, it's awesome, bigger your mom's head. Mr. Ning's smile stiffened on the spot and he sat down with his head hanging down, sighing, even though Star Ocean didn't take things to the extreme. Alas, the crowd showed sympathetic expressions at the words, but there was still someone who couldn't hold back and almost laughed out loud, none other than Zhang Shaoxing, the chairman of Chang Hong Holdings. Zhang Shaoxing was never expected. Chen Yang's technology is so exaggerated. in the heart of the incomparable blad that their new energy company sold to Chen Yang. It's a bit of a low squeeze, but it's better than a blood loss. He couldn't suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth at all, because not only had the old industries been dealt with, even the new ones were related to Chen Yang, and the highest value under their Changhong holdings now was Changhong Automobile, which had begun to transform into the production of new energy vehicles, and their new car has not yet completely factory, just in the design drawings and semi-finished state, can be said to directly install the Star Ocean battery directly as a high-end luxury car to start selling. Changhang's share price is bound to soar. Get rich! The smile that was as hard to suppress as an AK looked so harsh to the crowd around them. He intentionally tightened up. Ha ha turned into a cackle, like a crowing old rooster, and his face was even more distorted. The crowd gritted their teeth, but in the end, they could only be envious and jealous. And at that moment, with a wave of LV Shingdong's hand on the stage, the data on the big screen completely changed, and the picture turned into an unusual specification cell phone battery. Gentlemen, Lu Shengdong smiled broadly and said, please look at the big screen. This is the cell phone battery produced by our company. Don't look at such a small piece. With 10 minutes full of super fast charging function at the same time, it's still 30,000 mAh. It can make the mainstream cell phone on the market without intermittent use of 3 days and 3 nights, even if it is to install a headlamp as a flashlight with a very durable. What? Several cell phone manufacturers rose up in shock. 30,000? Are you kidding me? In the mainstream 4-5,000 mAh, your family came out with a 30K? I thought the trolley battery was outrageous enough, but I didn't realize this one was even more outrageous, with the same size being 7 times higher capacity than commercially available batteries. What kind of concept is that? Straight away, no more battery life worries, just charge it once every 2 or 3 days, or even once a week for those who use their phones less. Hello docent, I have a question. Mr. Lin of Rice raised his hand. LV Shingdong's voice paused slightly at his words, and he said somewhat helplessly, hello this gentleman, my name is LV Shengdong. Mr. Lin doesn't care who you are, and asked directly, is there any difference between this battery and the tram battery? Can it achieve the same 100% safety and temperature constancy? Safety can be guaranteed. Lu Shengdong laughed. 100% safety is the feature of our Star Ocean battery, but constant temperature is not possible. This is just an ordinary cell phone battery. The battery is too small to be paired with too many things like a tram battery. Okay, I get it. Mr. Lin sniffed and sat down, and the people around him looked at each other, breathing heavily and at the same time realizing that the battery and thermostat are two technologies, not just one. Compared to a trolley battery, this cell phone battery is even more sketchy, but even if it's more rudimentary, that's still way better than a commercially available battery. Mr. Ning's eyes are even more flickering. The battery and thermostat two technologies they turn back is definitely to try to crack and then find a way to see if they can make a better battery, even if one of them wasn't easy to solve. If the other one was solved, it could bring their Ning King back from the dead. Just about to hear what else Shengdong Lu will say about battery-related information. Just see LV Shengdong spread his hands, said, cell phone battery nothing to say, want to place an order directly contact us on the line. After the market department research and combined with the cost of the battery, our company's pricing for cell phone batteries is 350 yuan a piece. Of course, customization is also supported at a different price, but it's not a big difference. Next up, I'm going to talk about an old product of ours, bioenergy injection. Ignoring the disappointed looks of the many old bosses, Lu Shengdong waved his hand to change the contents of the large screen, which displayed information about the bioenergy injection. There are news, photos of plants, self-published media comments, and various test reports issued by the Institute of Biology of the Academy of Sciences and the hospital affiliated with Yangda Medical College. Lu Shengdong said, I'm sure everyone should already know or be familiar with this product, which is our original Star Ocean product. Some people couldn't help but nod their heads at the crowd's words. The good stuff had been speculated by the scalpers to raise the price, but for them they were still willing to buy it. One of these will energize you for most of the day, and this stuff is much better than coffee. Lu Shengdong laughed, then you certainly do not know. We have many uses for this product. In the network, although there are rumors and boasts everywhere, but our company has never really publicized. Are the results of the buyers privately verified? Here, I'll go into detail. With a wave of Lu Shengdong's hand, Chen Yang's figure appeared on the big screen, a scene that made the following people freeze. Our chairman, Mr. Chen Yang, has conducted in-depth research in a number of scientific fields with many achievements. In terms of biology, after years of research, our boss finally expended 99% of his sweat and met that 1% miracle to get a special mutant strain. This strain has a strange activity. They can consume special trace elements, thus producing a special energy that is perfectly suited to the organism. This energy is known as essence in Taoism, Yuan Qi in medicine, and bioenergy in science. According to our visit to some gurus, we learned that everyone radiates essence every moment of every day. Dreaming hurts, heavy thoughts hurt, work hurts, and relationships hurt even more. While eating to obtain essence, essence transforms gas, gas nourishes the spirit, and if the essence is sufficient, the whole day is very spiritual, and the brain and body are always in peak condition. Bioenergy is something that directly compensates for essence and feeds the mind. And in addition to bioenergy, special flora are of particularly good use to the human body. The flora cannot survive in the human body for more than 4 hours due to the temperature, but during those 4 hours it cones the body's self-circulation, making the body cleaner, purer, more vibrant, and with more energy. See the crowd below some confusion. Lu Shengdong simply and directly said, simply put, the vast majority of the human body is water. Water is clean. The human body is healthier. Not purposely refreshing the case, do not need to drink more than once every 3 to 5 days to drink. It is enough to clean the human body water. It can realize beauty, skin beauty, acne, enhance immunity, enhance qi and blood, slowly enhance the upper limit of the body's essence, lift the effect of alcohol on the body, comb the blood vessels' blood, and even prolong life. What? Asterisk. Extended life? Are you kidding me? There was an uproar, and everyone in the room stood up. Everyone had an incredulous look on their faces. Bioenergetic injections were first announced by the producer of the effect, and this outrageous effect shocked everyone. Chapter 89, Buzzing. Really? Mr. Ning shouted, completely forgetting that he was about to have his stock price slashed. Zune de fake doo-doo? The media team at the back also had teenage girls who couldn't help but exclaim, life extension? Longevity? How is it possible? How can something like this be possible? Crazy. Asterisk. This thing is worth more than a battery. I would have drunk it every day if I had known it had this effect. The crowd below was so excited that the entire venue fell into a discussion. There was no way. The effect of this thing was too amazing. Although usually everyone knew about bioenergy injection, but no one had really gone deeper into it. In everyone's perception, this stuff is first and foremost a refreshing drink, with effects far beyond those of coffee and strong tea, but because the price is so high, it hasn't had much of an impact on things like coffee, tea, and regular beverages. So some people are concerned and some people are not. They had never thought that this thing actually had so many effects, and each of them was amazing. Beauty and acne? No woman can say no to that. Enhancement of qi and blood? This is a man cannot refuse. What does it mean to have enough qi and blood? It means that the body is healthy and powerful, but also has a small part of the aphrodisiac effect. I'm afraid that slowly enhancing the upper limit of the body's essence is what is known as life extension. Combing the blood vessels, this could well go down as a preventive medicine against brain and heart attacks. As for the hangover? Oh, what kind of is that? What's that got to do with it? The scalpers on the market sell them for tens of dollars a piece? Lean. They sent it. At the end of this product launch today, the price will still go up to thousands of dollars a piece? The crowd was so excited that they raised their hands. Narrator. The narrator. Narrator. Voices rose and fell. Even Lu Shengdong was stunned. He didn't expect this thing to cause such a big stir. After all, it had been sold for quite a while. Signaling the crowd to quiet down, Lu Shengdong said in a deep voice, gentlemen, listen up. For many years to come, you will all remember this name. Me, Lu Shengdong. My name is Lu Shengdong. Mr. Yu hesitated and said. Then, commentator Lu, can we start asking questions? You stepped on a horse. Lu Shengdong gritted his teeth and finally nodded. Ask. With a clamor, a large group of people stood up and raised their hands, their voices once again resounding through the venue. Is it true, narrator Louis, that life extension is real? Hello narrator? I'd like to ask, can you guarantee that all those effects you mentioned are real? Commentator Lu, now that this product is basically monopolized by scalpers, may I ask if your company's production capacity can meet the market demand? The narrator, LV Shengdong, had no choice but to silence the crowd once again. I'll make it short. Life extension is true, but not immortality. You should understand that the cleaner and healthier the body, the slower the speed of cell division. Naturally, it also becomes the so-called life extension. This life extension we should not expect too high. According to the test shows that long-term use of a lifetime, and ultimately, life extension of a few years, there is not much significance. No point? It doesn't make sense to you as a commentator. It's too much for us. Many old bosses are close to cursing. A few years of life extension is still too little? Lu Shengdong added. By the same token, all the other functions are the conclusions reached by the Biological Research Institute of the Academy of Sciences and the affiliated hospital of Yongda after testing in clinical use. and they are absolutely effective. So you can use them with confidence. This stuff has no side effects on the human body. Long-term use of the body is good, and occasional use of the effect is also good. And please keep in mind that our packaged express price is $32 and the suggested retail price is also $32. Don't get ripped off by buying scalped goods. Our company has plenty of production capacity now. Our company doesn't give too much profit to retail. You can even say it's very, very little. Because our company's definition of the product in the beginning is to sell more at a thin profit, so that more people can buy it. This stuff is related to the health of all people. After our boss's application is a special tax-exempt product. Of course, it's still the same saying, buy early and enjoy early, buy later and enjoy the discount. We will gradually adjust the price when our company's production is expanded again. The crowd below rejoiced at the words. The rich old bosses are happy those effects are real. Those who don't have the money on the media side are happy the price is something they can afford to use. And in the background, Gu Xinhong was also a bit shocked and said in an urgent voice, I really didn't expect this to have so many effects. Boss, do we really need to adjust the price in a few years? Won't we lose money? See, in a hurry again? Don't worry, I have a plan. Loss my ass. Selling high prices is just for high profits. And high profits are for good borrowing. In a few years, maybe the genetic evolution liquid is out. This thing by then directly Rotten Street, really become a healthy water quality, because these effects for the completion of the genetic evolution of people can be said to be almost no effect. By then Star Ocean Beverage will be a real beverage company, and this stuff can be sold purely as mineral water. But these things are unknown to others. All they knew was that it was selling for $32 for such great results, which is an outrageous price. Previously there are people think expensive outrageous, but now think about it. Nima Star Ocean's boss Chen Yan really barren thin big good man This kind of thing put in the hands of other people shall not sell tens of thousands? Boiling in. Lu Shengdong was also driven by the atmosphere and shouted with a smile. Awesome or not? Awesome. Isn't it very impressive? Very impressive. When he came to a sentence, the crowd below followed and shouted a sentence, and the sound directly spread throughout the entire company headquarters. And at this time, Lu Shengdong smiled and said, then I'll tell you an even more impressive one. After our boss revealed that he has made another progress in bioenergy, and has already researched a drug that can cure some special diseases, and this drug has already been tested and applied for, and is directly involved in the reimbursement of medical insurance. Everyone can speculate all they want about what particular disease it is. All I can say is, awesome, very awesome, extra awesome, awesome bomb. The crowd froze at the words and looked at Lu Shengdong. They had 1,000 guesses in their hearts, but they couldn't get them verified, and their hearts were like cats scratching and itching. Narrator, reveal it, will you? Someone shouted. LV Shengdong's face darkened at his words and said, my name is LV Shengdong. Well, the product conference ends here. Thank you for coming. The next is the free time. You can choose to leave the venue. If there is an intention of business cooperation, please contact our General Manager Gu and General Manager Jiang. After saying that, Lu Shengdong got up and left. The little guy has no dignity, and none of these people want to take my name seriously. Muttering about entering the afterlife, Lu Shengdong hurriedly ran to Chen Yang's body, whispering, how's it going, boss? Not bad. Chen Yang nodded his head and smiled. You left a deep impression on them. Ha? Lu Shengdong was puzzled. Chen Yang led the duo to one side of the venue, which was covered by a huge curtain, behind which was the aisle. At this point the exiting media people were gradually passing by and the chatter could be heard clearly. This product launch is awesome. Yes, high-energy thermostatic batteries, cell phone batteries with 7 times the battery life, bioenergy injections that can be called a miracle drug. My goodness, quiet. I'm trying to figure out how to write a manuscript. Isn't that a bad thing to write? It's all explosive. Of course I know it's all explosive, but I can't calm down right now. This commentator is toxic. What's wrong? The 2 words that are going through my head right now are awesome. Good lord. I thought it was just me. My brain is buzzing with awesome. This awesome commentator is the real deal. Chapter 90. What a crazy person. Quick, pull him away, pull him away. Lu Shengdong is kind of a hit. Not a great reputation though. Chen Yang and Gu Xinhong laughed and left, leaving Lu Shengdong alone in the wind. Walking out of the conference hall and up the stairs, he was greeted by presidents from various car companies and cell phone brands, who flocked to greet him. Mr. Chen, Boss Chen, Chen Dong. Chen Yang smiled and nodded, inviting the crowd to sit down. Smiling, welcome to Star Ocean, and thank you all for giving face. You're welcome, Mr. Yu smiled and said, in the future, we can rely on Mr. Chen. About the customization of cell phone batteries we will send people to hand over with your company's engineers. Make sure to ask Mr. Chen to give priority to our supply. What are you thinking? Mr. Lin couldn't help himself and said with dissatisfaction, with so many of our companies, why should we give you priority? That's it. So do we VO2, plus 1 2. The crowd spoke up. Mr. Yu was instantly surrounded. He quickly said, Big brothers, please, give my old brother a way out. We're really short of some explosions. I'll treat you to dinner? Eat for a month. How about it? The crowd sniffed even less. Like anyone who can't afford to eat. Don't we ever run out of pop? You're one of the biggest cell phone manufacturers in the world. You're not even alive? Big brother, will you give us a way out? The crowd was once again verbalized. All right. At this time, Chen Yang laughed. Our company's output is possible. In this way, the low-end and middle-end cell phones will wait for the time being, and the flagships of each of your families will be adapted first. So that won't be enough? The crowd nodded in agreement after hearing the words and thinking about them. It was the best thing to do. And they did have a long-term strategic order with King Ning. It was not really good to push at all. It would be too offensive and their reputation would stink. What about us? Mr. Chen. Changheng's Zhang Xiaoxing hurriedly opened his mouth and smiled. We are also old acquaintances. Our Changheng happens to be short of batteries. The batteries arrive and start assembling directly. When the time comes to push directly to the market, it can definitely make the reputation of the Starfish battery famous. And your math is pretty loud. The next few car companies were not happy and looked at Changheng angrily. You guys are early. It takes time to work on a new car anyways, right? What's wrong with giving it to me first? Zhang Xiaoxing said cheekily. That won't work either. The crowd shook their heads and rejected it outright. Are you kidding? The market is so big. You listed to sell the car. Turn around, we still sell to whom to go? We can't give it to you even if we're hoarding. Tell you what. Fair play. I'll come up with an idea. Chen Yang said. As you know, our car batteries are sold on a rental basis. Not cell phone batteries that are directly produced and sold. Our car batteries are very expensive. And if you want to manufacture a large batch of batteries, you have to have enough money. I'm definitely losing money on a 10-year lease. So I need money. Lots of money. How about if one of you borrows me the most money? I'll split it up among you in proportion to the money borrowed? Chen Yang praised his own bad idea and laughed. You don't have to worry about losing money. You can see the prospect of batteries and bioenergy. I definitely won't lose money. So the money you borrowed from me will definitely not be risky either. 24% annual interest. I'm sure you've heard of my rules. How about just lending me money at 24% annual interest? Payable once a month? The crowd was dumbfounded. They looked at each other. I only heard that Chen always has a hobby of borrowing money everywhere. I didn't expect the road to be so wild. And now they are starting to distribute the supply according to the amount of borrowing. Hiss. They felt a sudden numbness in their heads. Unlike other industries, they are in a high-tech industry, or a big trend industry, where every dollar has a purpose. And although the 24% annual interest rate is high, it's not too high for extremely high-quality businesses like theirs. Every one of them still owes the bank a debt. And they didn't realize that someone actually wanted to ask them for a loan. This Nima. $3 billion. At that moment, someone spoke up. The president representing the G Gas Group. The rest of the group looked at each other. And seeing that someone had closed, the others pondered how much it would be appropriate to come up with. Lucky Motors. $4 billion. Ping and Auto. $4 billion. Dream Cars. $4 billion. BY Motors. $8 billion. Rock Motors. $2 billion. Third Prince. $2 billion. The Future. $3 billion. The crowd made offers, and the price came directly to $30 billion. A group of cell phone sellers watched the scene in disbelief, and the only one on the scene who didn't offer was Changheng's Zhang Xiaoxing. Zhang Xiaoxing silently did some calculations, then got up and laughed. A group of car companies only managed to come up with $30 billion, but it's really no good. The crowd's faces darkened at his words, and they all looked at him in an unkind manner, to see exactly how much he could offer. They knew about Changheng's assets. The market value was just over $200 billion after the stock price skyrocketed by a cut. And they couldn't talk about being in the bottom of the list in the crowd. But they definitely couldn't be in the front either. It can only be mid-range. Mr. Chen. Zhang Xiaoxing spoke earnestly, saying, if you give me exclusive purchasing power, I can lend you $50 billion. Are you crazy? Where did you get all that money? What's so great about blowing? Quick, pull away, pull away. The faces of the surrounding crowd changed slightly, and a few car company bosses stepped forward and went to pull people in. Zhang Xiaoxing struggled and shouted, $80 billion, $80 billion, exclusive purchase rights, I'll give $80 billion. Quick, cover his mouth. What a nutcase. Quick, pull him away, pull him away. There's no way he has $80 billion. Hold him down. Holy, carry it, quick, A group of car company bosses anxious crazy. Although I do not know where the money of this goods, but the exclusive purchase rights of this thing can let him take? Is this old thing trying to rule the entire new energy vehicle industry? Are we still alive then? 100 billion. Zhang Xiaoxing, who had already been carried to the door, roared and yelled. Wait. Chen Yang signaled the crowd to stop and asked curiously, Mr. Zhang, where did you get $100 billion? The crowd also stopped. $100 billion they do not believe. Half a long eternal. This old thing just about 20% of the shares. He can take out? However, he saw Zhang Xiaoxing straighten his clothes and tie after standing up and said in a deep voice, I will persuade the shareholders to sell half of Chang Heng's shares, just for exclusive rights? Someone was incredulous. Just for the exclusive rights, Zhang Xiaoxing said in a deep voice. $100 billion. Not less than a dime. What does Mr. Chen think? Chen Yang shook his head without hesitation when he heard this. Giving him exclusivity is the same as beating other new energy vehicles to death, which makes no sense. $100 billion is a lot, but it is not too much. The exclusive right to give a blood loss. It is better to turn around and take the shares of Star Ocean Energy Technology Company to mortgage loans. Zhang Xiaoxing also sighed when he saw this. Helplessly, he said, that's fine, but we Chang Hong really need Star Ocean battery. So, give me 2 days. I'll convince the shareholders to put up some shares, and by then I'll get together 20 billion. I'll put together 20 billion to lend you. Plus there's this 50 billion. I'll take 40% of the batteries. Seeing that the crowd finally stopped blocking, Chen Yang also nodded with a smile. Another 50 billion to hand. Turnaround can also mortgage a large amount. Chen Yang has thought, well, this month will be fierce to put together money. Next month to the virtual world of the front technology to exchange some out. Officially open the era of black technology. Bioenergy and high-energy batteries and whatnot are worthless nowadays compared to those black technologies. Chapter 91. I'm a person who's most particular about what I do. You're a tough one. Old Chang. Some people lamented that in order to take the most batteries in the early stage, Zhang Xiaoxing even had to unite the shareholders to give up their shares in exchange for funds to lend to Chen Yang. This kind of thing has never happened in previous business exchanges and can only be described as outrageous. But outrageous and yet reasonable at the same time. Changhong Automobile used to sell fuel car. Now the fuel car market is not working. Changhong Automobile began to transform. Even for this special acquisition of a new energy enterprise, investment is very much. That is, later Changhong Technology. Naiha Technology this thing. There is not. Research for several years have no breakthrough. Finally Changhong Technology was resold to Shenyang. Changhong Automobile has no hope for new energy technology, and is directly ready to buy Ning Wang's battery to build cars. It can be a desperate move. Whether Changhong Automobile can completely transform and succeed depends on this time. Obviously, Zhang Xiaoxing's luck has not yet signed an agreement with the King of Ning. The two sides are still in the negotiation stage, but suddenly jumped out of a Star Ocean Group, directly out of the black technology batteries that crushed the market. Deserves his fortune. It's really catching up with the old boy. The people are envious and jealous, but there is nothing they can do. They all have strategic cooperation with Ning Wang or other new energy enterprises. It is impossible to say that they all want Chen Yang's battery. That would certainly be an ungrateful and ruinous act that would not only ruin his reputation but also cost him a large sum of money. Forget about fame and all that. Losing money is a real no-no. Congratulations, Chang. Mr. Zhang. Chang Hong is sort of up and about. Mr. Zhang. I wish Chang Hong well in advance for becoming one of the giants of new energy vehicle companies. The crowd spoke up. The ending had been decided. It would be inappropriate to say anything else. The only thing to do was to congratulate and maintain the harmony on the surface. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you. Zhang Xiaoxing smiled at the words and shook hands with the crowd. Making this decision was also a lot of psychological pressure for him, but this was the only chance. You can't think about things without thinking about the good and not the bad. Fuel cars are already a sunset industry, especially after the birth of Star Ocean's batteries. The only way of Changhong Automobile is new energy. If this time can't catch the opportunity, the future more can't compete with other enterprises, can't go back to the peak era of fuel car, can't catch the new energy takeoff moment, then Changhong is really finished. Mr. Chen, I'll go back and prepare now. I must get the money together for you within 2 days. Zhang Xiaoxing opened his mouth with a packet. Chen Yang, however, waved his hand and smiled. There is no need to be so troublesome. This way, I'll let my assistants prepare the conference room for you. You video conference as soon as possible to communicate with the company. To borrow my money or hurry to call over. Our company has hoarded a batch of goods. You can directly pull away if you look at it. The others are okay. There was already a mental expectation and understanding of the company's assets. The offers are all money that can really be taken out. And they also have enough say in the company to move billions of dollars with no problem at all. Not to mention the high interest rate Chen Yang himself gave. But Zhang Xiaoxing had some difficulty. He couldn't help but say, "Mr. Chen, I have to sell my shares first." Selling to who is not selling? Chen Yang glared and said. They immediately called $30 billion. The shares are sold to me. I will transfer you $20 billion. And you will then transfer back to lend me not just? Ha? Zhang Xiaoxing's head was confused. It always felt like something was wrong. The people beside him were also stunned, all looking at Chen Yang in unison. What the hell kind of DI operation is this? Didn't you borrow money? How is it that you borrow money to buy someone's shares and then ask them to lend you the money? Holy, you don't just want Chang Heng's loan but also Chang Heng's shares? Chen Yang smiled and said, I take the money as also an investment. Who has the most promising future in new energy vehicle enterprises now? It must be Chang Heng, mastering the most new batteries. Immediately can be introduced to the market to start selling. The stock price will rise. I bought also can make a profit again. Crowd, you're really hitting the nail on the head. The crowd was speechless, and even a little hard to bear, because they were thinking the same thing, and they were all ready to liaise privately with Zhang Xiaoxing later to buy some of the stock. I didn't expect to be cut off by Qin Yang, or take the money borrowed from them to buy it. This Nima, the crowd only felt their scalps tingling. Having lived half a lifetime, today was a long time ago. Zhang Xiaoxing, in particular, sucked in a mouthful of cool air and said, borrowing my money to buy my shares? Mr. Chen, you're playing this. Why don't I just give you the shares directly, and you give me the IOU directly? That won't do. Chen Yang refused. I'm a person who is most particular about what I do, and I'll follow whatever process there should be. Shares are a thing that fluctuate, and the system recognizes what has to be a market-proven value, so the money has to go through the motions. Otherwise, like Ruiming, he'll become a shareholder by speculating in stocks again. The people present were puzzled by the words, but Gu Xinhong, who was sitting on the side drinking tea, had a much calmer face, because that's how Nima's rooming is gone. The law is still his idea. I just didn't realize that my own boss's lackadaisical thing had already begun to learn now. The crowd was speechless, then led by their assistants to go to the company and their own bosses to ask for money. And Mr. Yu and Mr. Lin and the others got up to take their leave. They would have liked to stay and ask Qin Yang if he needs to finance his shares. They are extremely optimistic about the future of Star Ocean. If they can get into the shares, they will definitely earn money. Although the market has been circulating the legend that Mr. Chen is very authoritarian and holds 100% of the shares, they still want to try it, but after seeing Chen Yang's operation, they didn't dare. Just run. Don't get in on the wrong end of the stick. It's not a big deal to be a shareholder, but if you lend him money and let him be a shareholder, you'll be laughed out of the room. Slipped and slipped. A group of cell phone manufacturers did not stop on their feet and ran to the elevator in a puff of smoke, taking the elevator to the underground parking lot. It was only a relief when they entered the parking lot. He was about to lament a few things when a familiar figure jumped out from behind an SUV. Mr. Ning? Asterisk. Aren't you gone? Scared me. What are you doing? Mr. Ning? What's going on here? The crowd was shocked and hastily backed up a few steps. When they saw that it was Mr. Ning, then they were relieved to go forward to greet him. Mr. Ning looked at the several people solemnly and said, So, you're working with Star Ocean? The crowd was speechless and looked at each other. You looked at me. I looked at you. None of them spoke. We're strategic partners. Mr. Ning opened his mouth somewhat unwillingly. That has to be a partner. In the end, it was Mr. Yu who stood out and laughed. Mr. Ning, just don't worry. You know, this kind of product has appeared. It's definitely not possible for us not to buy it, or else the market will be snatched by others later on, and we'll be finished. You can rest assured, though, that we're buying less of each, and at least for a long time the main bulk of the batteries will still need to be bought from your house. Only then did General Ning breathe a sigh of relief and said, Old Yu, you're a good man, giving our King Ning a chance to live. He's good? Next to Mr. Lin said in a conspiratorial manner, in the future, the flagship machine with Star Ocean batteries. Low-end and mid-range machines with your batteries. We are not much. Low-end and mid-range machines sold in the largest number. But Mr. Yu is not the same. As far as I know, people in turn flagship sold more. Mr. Ning, it seems that you thanked the wrong person. Mr. Yu's smile gradually became awkward. Chapter 92. There were a lot of people outside. After receiving the business-related people, Chen Yang then went to the leisure room next door. A group of acquaintances had taken their seats and were discussing something. As Chen Yang arrived, the crowd rose and greeted him with smiles. Brother Chen, Black Technology, Star Ocean is going to take off completely this wave. Hu Guanyu smiled and opened his mouth. celebrating Chen Yang. Chen Yang smiled at his words and said, "What's taking off or not? It's just a bigger plate of debt. Mr. Chen, congratulations, elder brother Chen. Star Ocean is flying high today. I've brushed up on the news. These media outlets are moving fast. King Ning has a market capitalization of $800 billion. Star Ocean will be able to take its place. More than that? Not to mention the trillion-dollar market for bioenergy. The market capitalization of a single Star Ocean energy technology company will pull up to a trillion-dollar scale sooner or later. Mr. Chen, please take care of me in the future. I'm in a battery-related industry. Mr. Chen, there's me. I want to represent bioenergy. I don't know what are the requirements." The crowd spoke up, and those who came were all acquaintances, or at the very least, people from the debtors group. There is also a beautiful and exquisite woman. It is the Shin family's eldest Miss Shinwei. Shinwei picks up the tea and hands it to Chen Yang. Smilingly said, "Mr. Chen, you have developed, don't forget about us. My Shin family has a lot of idle funds. Tonight I will be the host for Mr. Chen. How about organizing a banquet for the launch of your Star Ocean products?" Oh, Chen Yang first dealt with the crowd, then curiously looked at Shinwei and said, "Miss Shin is going to help me organize a banquet? Where's the need for Miss Shin?" At this time, Zhao Shun stood out and smiled. "Next door is our 5-star hotel in Longdon. So, I'll be the host and organize a celebration banquet for Star Ocean tonight. What do you think, Mr. Chen? Strange. Why are these old boys so enthusiastic all of a sudden?" Chen Yang wondered in his heart, then suddenly thought of something. Then it's time to pay it back. No, it should be time to pay back the interest on the first installment of the loan. No wonder. Chen Yang secretly laughed, then also agreed to go along with the situation. Laughed, then tonight Longdon Hotel, a small organized a banquet. Miss Shin also do not need to be disappointed. If there are idle funds despite lending me, more good. Never excuses. Shinwei sniffed in relief. The value Chen Yang had demonstrated had far exceeded the debt he was carrying today, and there was no risk at all in borrowing money for pure profit now. At this time as not before. Then want to borrow money do not need Chen Yang force them. Instead they have to look at Chen Yang's face to do. Who wouldn't want such a high interest rate? Now the Star Ocean will soon be known throughout the country, and even the world will have visibility. There should not be too many people who want to lend Chen Yang money. How could it be their turn? Even when it's their turn, that's when the debt is very much gone and the stakes are greatly elevated. So there's actually a first come, first served element to things like the risk of borrowing money. The earlier you borrow, the less risky it is, and in the event of a crash, priority is given to repaying the ones that are maturing and about to mature. Not only did some of this factor exist in the law, but it was also in the agreement they signed with Chen Yang, even one that was specifically stated. This is to give a slight advantage to those who borrow money in advance and are willing to lend it voluntarily, reducing the risk a little. The contracts of these debtors of theirs are numbered, and Chen Yang, if he really plays it down, pays back the money all according to the number. This is what Chen Yang agreed with them, the debtors, and wrote into the debt contract. In Chen Yang's opinion it was actually a psychological comfort, but in their view it is very important. Chen Yang in case of play collapse, numbering backward may not really want to return the debt. The people sat down to drink tea and chat, and the time passed quickly. Close to noon, Zhao Shun has arranged the hotel, because it is lunch, did not engage in buffet that set, directly in accordance with the form of the wedding dinner selected opulent auditorium. There were a lot of people going, not only Chen Yang and the others, but even various executives of Star Ocean, middle management, employees of the relevant departments, as well as the debtors who came and the spouses and children they brought with them. There were even people who had gotten the news and rushed here specifically to get close. 80 tables were set up in the auditorium. People came and went, densely packed, and the sound of jokes and laughter continued to ring out. And it was the first time that Chen Yang, as the chairman of the board, stood in front of the door to welcome guests and subordinates. Gu Xinhong and Lu Wanshu stood beside Chen Yang, while Chen Yang welcomed the guests with a smile. "Welcome, Mr. Lu. It's here, elder brother Wang. You're really slow. Yo, Mr. Yu, Mr. Ning, didn't you guys go back? What? Ha? Just to rub it in? Welcome, welcome, welcome. From Star Ocean Drinks? It's hard work. You've traveled so far. Go in and eat well. From the energy technology company? Do a good job. I think highly of you. Nice lad. Looks like a professional. Get in there. All young men. Drink more." As more and more guests and employees walked by and said hello, soon the entire auditorium was full and Zhao Shun had to add a few more tables. And at that moment, a figure that surprised Chen Yang appeared. Yunhai's Fan Wenping and Zhang Wanning, and Qi Ruihua. The Qi family still has the face to come to Star Ocean's banquet? I haven't had a chance to clean them up yet and they come to me on their own? Chen Yang secretly muttered, and did not pay attention to the crowd of the Chi family, but smiled and shook hands with Fan Wenping, saying, "Farewell Mr. Fan, last time the East Garden banquet was the first time Mr. Fan took the lead in supporting me. This time Mr. Fan came over specially to really give face to it. Ha ha, who dares not give face to Mr. Chen in Dongjiang now?" Fan Wenping laughed boldly, but his words had a meaning. Chen Yang just laughed coldly and let the crowd enter the house. Qi Ruihua moved his mouth, but in the end, he didn't open his mouth. Soon, the banquet began. Chen Yang as the core naturally have to go on stage to say so many words, but he is not a verbose person. Casually said a few words and let people serve food. For a while, there was a lot of pushing and shoving. The auditorium was bustling with the sound of drinking and music. Since the advent of bioenergetic injections, there are significantly more people willing to drink at the table. Chen Yang also clinked glasses with a group of debtors and new partners, and after walking around for a good 2 laps, he finally found a chance to go to the restroom. The gates were being opened to release the water when suddenly a figure walked in. It's Kirihua. He looked behind him, then carefully closed the restroom door. Chen Yang glanced at it and didn't say anything, thinking that he wanted to pee. Who knew that he fell to his knees with a plop? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Gave Chen Yang a fright, turned around in a hurry, but nearly pissed on his face, hurriedly held back. What are you doing? Chen Yang opened his mouth without a good breath, genuinely startled. Mr. Chen. Qi Ruihua took a deep breath and said with a forced smile, there were many people outside just now. What happened before was the Qi family's fault. I'm kneeling and kowtowing to you on behalf of the Qi family. Boss, what happened? Suddenly, the toilet door was violently pushed open, and Zhang Chang, who was standing outside, stretched his head to see a scene that shocked him. A man, kneeling at, Boss crotch? Ah this. Get out. Hey. He rolled fast. Chapter 93, what kind of toilet war god is he? In the toilet, Chen Yang lifted up his pants, and when he was scared by this old dang, he couldn't pee the second half of it. Glaring at Qi Ruihua without any good humor, Chen Yang said, say it, how? Qi Ruihua's heart settled down a lot when he saw this. Ghosts know how much pressure he endured during this period of time. It is all because of the ghosts were blinded at first. How can they think of offending Chen Yang in depth? Now the Star Ocean has become a big power. To pin down their Qi family words easily, effortless. It was really hard for their Qi family these days. The partners ran clean. The Yunhai Group has no more say. Even the capital above has abandoned them. There's nothing left but a little family money. If even this family foundation is gone, then the Qi family will really die. He had thought about the scene of kneeling down countless times in his mind. He had heard about Zhao Jiangshan's deeds and he wanted to follow suit, but he felt every time that he might not be able to withstand that kind of humiliation. But when he did get on his knees, he instantly felt different. Humiliating? No. Where is this humiliation? It was full of security. Like going back to being a child, to when the old man was still around. It's really, when you kowtow to a thought, you feel that heaven and earth are wide open. Our Qi family doesn't want anything. Qi Ruihua opened his mouth in a deep voice and said, in order to show our sincerity, our Qi family will sell all of our shares and assets, roughly around $3 billion, and aside from leaving behind the basic necessities of life, all of the money will be lent to you for 10 years without interest. 10 years without interest? Seriously? Chen Yang was really a bit surprised. In the modern world, there is a limit to how much you can try to get back at someone. You can't talk about euthanizing them. That's not realistic. The most you can do is to make it impossible for people to do business, or to make them go bankrupt in a long-term underhanded way. The most Chen Yang could do if he pinned down the Qi family would be to make them withdraw from Yunhai and lose their ancestral business from then on, and to strike the Qi family in various industries, causing them to gradually decline. It is impossible to completely bring down the Qi family directly. People have money in their pockets. Moving away, what can you do? As for some unseemly tactics, no one will use them until it's absolutely necessary. This kind of tactic, even if others can't find out the evidence, they know it's you who did it. You'll lose your reputation. Who'll dare to work with you? Who's not afraid of a madman like you? Get up. Chen Yang finally nodded his head. 10 years without interest. 3 billion. For the Qi family is definitely not a small price to pay. Even if the normal inflation, 3 billion after 10 years have to lose how much purchasing power. Not to mention how much benefit $3 billion can create over 10 years. Take the Wu family that lent Chen Yang 3 billion. Not to engage in the set of rolling interest. Each year is 720 million. 10 years is 7.2 billion in interest. The Qi family may not have earned that $7.2 billion to qualify, but Chen Yang had an additional $3 billion of interest-free borrowing in his hands, and that meant paying $7.2 billion less in interest over the course of 10 years. The Qi family's sincerity could not be considered insufficient, and most importantly, With Chun Yang taking out black technology from time to time like this, what the hell is going to happen in 10 years, Ghost knows. Maybe by then $3 billion will be worth less than the purchasing power of today's $300 million. It's a real bloodbath. Chun Yang couldn't help but reveal a satisfied smile and said, I agree, but there is one small request. What? You said. Chi Ruehua hurriedly opened his mouth. As far as I know, that woman Jean Yalan is very fond of your youngest son, Chi Yuming. Chen Yang spoke indifferently. Chi Ruehua heart jumping. He is most afraid of this. Feelings of this kind of thing, who can say accurate? In the eyes of outsiders, Ghost no Chen Yang put down no. If he did not put down words, not to mention 3 billion, 10 billion are not good. Nervous and anxious, Chi Ruehua hastily said, Mr. Chen, Chi Yuming that little has left the country. The pocket on 2 million. Listening to him say that he has also been pitched a large part of our Chi family is never to manage him again, has been let loose to let him in the foreign country to fend for himself. We really don't know anything about Miss Kim Yalan, and we haven't inquired about it, but we can be sure that it didn't go with that little man, and they must have been long gone. That's not what I mean. Chen Yang laughed. What I mean is, since Jean Yalan likes Chi Yuming, let's just tell them to get married, and lock them together completely. What do you think? Chi Ruehua was a bit puzzled. What does this mean? Are the rumors not true? Chen Yang doesn't like that woman? Nope. Chi Ruehua suddenly had an epiphany. That's it. Chen Yang, this ancestor, was now having an adulterous affair with Speaker Lu's daughter. So Jean Yalan, this woman, was definitely not fit to appear anymore. Besides, this woman was Chen Yang's black history. How could she be allowed to jump up and down? The best way to do that is to euthanize her so that she is never seen again. But that's not realistic. It's too ridiculous to kill someone or anything. The second best thing would be to send her out of the country, preferably arranging for someone to lock her up and get married so that there's no way for her to come back. Nice guy. Good math. So it is. Chi Ruehua suddenly came to a realization, feeling that he had figured out Chun Yang's meaning, and hurriedly assured, don't worry, I'll go back and find Jean Yalan, and ask her to go abroad to marry Chi Yuming, and they both promised to never come back for the rest of their lives. Okay, let's go then. Satisfied, Chen Yang got up and headed out. Chi Ruehua followed closely behind, smiling and talking to Chen Yang. Chen Yang occasionally returned a sentence, and this scene was watched by the two men. One was Zhang Chang, who buckled his buttocks in some confusion. The other was Zhang Evening, who had walked out of the women's restroom, and Zhang Evening, pondering, quickly walked back to the table where he was sitting and told Fan Wenping the news. What? Fan Wenping was surprised. You said you saw Chi Ruehua and Mr. Chen walking out of the restroom talking and laughing? That's right. It looks like the Chi family's dilemma has been solved. Zhang Evening spoke in a low voice. Fan Wenping was puzzled and amazed. Can't it? Grandma, it can't be. Can it? What can't? Zhang Evening whispered. You don't know. When Chi Ruehua was in charge of Yunhai before you came, he messed everything up. At that time, several capitals were about to join hands to drive the Chi family out of Yunhai. It was a dinner party when he didn't know what he said to the capital representative in the toilet, and only in the end did he leave a part of his shares behind. What? Fan Wenping was shocked and said, it was also settled in the toilet? Really? What kind of toilet god is he? He can solve a crisis by going to the restroom? It's too metaphysical, right? I don't get it either. But big shocker. Zhang Evening shook his head in disbelief. And at that moment, the other side, Xinwei looked at Chen Yang with a smirk. She looked again at Chi Ruehua, who had already walked away with a smile on his face and a completely different essence. He couldn't help but laugh. It looks like the feud between the Chi family and Mr. Chen has been eliminated. Eliminated. Chen Yang nodded his head and laughed. This old thing is also ruthless. A ruthless man. That's pretty amazing. Xinwei laughed. I've heard gossip before that the Chi family is the best at toilet socializing. I didn't expect to see it today. It's really an eye-opener. There's more of that? Did that old man Chi Ruehua ever kneel down? Chen Yang was puzzled, but felt that it was impossible. That old boy's heart was still quite high, so he guessed that it was really a normal socialization. But it was different in the years of Zhang Chang, who was next to him. Is that old pervert a repeat offender? He was just thinking about it, when Xinwei smiled and said, forget it, let's not talk about this. Mr. Chen, our Shin family is very optimistic about you, and we are prepared to take out 4 billion to support you this time. Nice guy, the Shin family is really fat. 30 plus 30 plus 40, that's lending yourself $10 billion. This woman really trusts herself. Chapter 94, I dare to take it even if it's $1 trillion. Then I'm really thankful for Mr. Shin's trust. Chen Yang smiled and clinked glasses with Xinwei. For him, the person who could lend him money was in existence more god than a customer. What was a customer? Star Ocean's things are not worried about selling. Debtors are the rare thing. After all, The Shin family is different from the poor S and the debtors group. Those are all bled dry and out of money. No money. Of course, do not have to take care of their moods. The fight should be scolded. The other party absolutely hit not to return the curse. But the Shin family is different. The Shin family still has money, so we have to take care of Ms. Shin's mood. After talking with Shin Wei for a while, the amused Miss Shin couldn't stop laughing, so much so that her eyebrows were on the verge of spring. At this time, Lu Yun walked over and whispered, "Boss, it's ready and has been calculated." Chen Yang nodded slightly and smiled. "Miss Shin, excuse me for a moment. Mr. Chen is busy is all." Shin Wei nodded with a smile. Chen Yang followed Lu Yun all the way to the podium of the auditorium, which was supposed to be the place where the wedding banquet was held, and where Chen Yang had spoken earlier. At this time, the banquet was already almost underway. The crowd below saw Chen Yang on stage and instantly understood that there was still something going on. They quieted down and turned their heads to look over. Chen Yang raised his cup in a gesture and took a sip of it before picking up the microphone. "Once again, welcome and thank you all for coming to our Star Ocean product launch. Whether it's our staff, management, or guests, you don't have to take me into account. You should eat and drink. I'm taking advantage of this party, and I also think it's good to get people together. So let's get it over with." Doing business? To do what? The crowd below was a bit bewildered, but just at this time, Lu Yun took a few people from the finance department to the stage, and there were employees next to them who came forward to help lift the tables and chairs. Soon, in the center of the podium, Chen Yang sat on a chair. Next to it, Lu Yun was sitting at a table with two employees, with computers on the table. Further next to it was another table with two bank staff. Some people already have a guess in their mind, and Chen Yang is no longer selling. He wants this effect. He wants to send money in front of everyone today. Send interest. Let the people underneath see. Chen Yang does not play false. I really give interest. 24% annual interest to see if your heart is in the right place. Chen Yang took out a piece of A4 paper with a list of names and amounts on it. Holding the microphone, Chen Yang laughed. "Since I started doing business, I have been helped by a lot of friends in particular. Everyone has money to contribute and strength to contribute. And this is how we came up with today's Star Ocean. I, Chen Yang, am not an ungrateful person. I will now return the interest according to the list, which will be announced by me and verified by our finance department. And then I will make the payment on the spot with my friends from the bank." The crowd below was stunned. Pay back? Interest? At this hour? Sensei's guests and the company's employees were all a bit confused, but the debtors were excited, each rubbing their hands together in impatience. After investing for a month, it's finally time to get paid. Although I'd love to roll in interest, it's a pity that now Mr. Chen doesn't want it, and people think we're short of money. Alas, Mr. Chen is too kind. The last time to force us to force the strength of too low. If he forced me to rush, maybe I have sold the company, sold the house, car all lent to him. Ha! Why don't you sell your wife? I would like to, but Mr. Chen can't see it. That yellow face, bullying my family's little 4 and little 5 every day. On the stage, Chen Yang took the list and read. Hu Guangyu deserves $30 million in interest, right? Right. Hu Guangyu excitedly got up. 1 month, netting $30 million. Call the money. Chen Yang looked at Lu Yun, who nodded and communicated with the bank side. And soon, the payment was completed. It's in the account. Hu Guangyu looked at the text message on his cell phone and gave an OK gesture. For real? Many of the guests and employees froze at the scene. $30 million? A month's interest? WOJ. You call this interest? What's as profitable as that? But then he saw Chen Yang start again. Mr. Shinwei Shin, the interest due is 60 million, right? Off stage, Shinwei smiled faintly and raised his cup. Chen Yang waved his hand, and soon, the payment was completed. Yunhai Group, $40 million. Wang Yaozu, $10 million. Zhao Shun, $10 million. Lu Chengwei, Yongcheng Bank, $10 million. As each name and amount of money was blown out, the chatter below grew louder and louder. Everyone was shocked. So many people? So much money? The least of them had a few $1,000,000. Is this the power of getting rich by following Mr. Chen? Someone murmured. Next to the receipt of money, Wang Yaozu was looking at the collection of text messages, sniffing disdain, said, "What is this? This is the first batch last month. Behind the second batch has not been counted. Let me put it to you this way. Next month's interest rate, for those who are here today and got their money, will go up at least 50% next month. Like Mr. Shin, that has to be doubled. Next month it'll be 120 million. Like the Yongcheng head office that Lu Chengwei represents. That's 46 million next month. A direct quadrupling." Those listening sideways next to him were taken aback at the news. There was a flurry of inquiries. Why? Mr. Wang, what does it say? Mr. Wang, why is there so much interest? Wang Yaozu sniffed very proud, said, we chin old brother happy to share the wealth. He made money can forget us these debtors. 24% annual interest. A hair are not less. Now we received the first month lent to him. This month we made up a lot of borrowing. Of course, is to borrow more the more interest. You have to understand that borrowing $100 million at $24 million a year in interest doubles it in less than 5 years. The crowd was heartened by what they heard. And although they had heard about it for a long time, it was nowhere near as shocking as smashing money on the spot. Including Mr. Yu, who came running to rub their noses in it. They couldn't help but want to lend money to Chen Yang. We can't touch the company's money, but we can always borrow our own, right? I really can't. We also have some shareholding in our respective companies. How about selling the shares? The more I think about it, the more I'm impressed. Mr. Ning's heart was even thumping. Star Ocean has come up with a new battery. Ning Wang's share price will immediately have to be cut down, and then continue to do is to clear the inventory. To say that to overcome the technology beyond the Star Ocean that is really difficult as hard as heaven. Really can not put the company to sell it? Ning Wang market capitalization of 800 billion. Even if the waste cut again, a few $100 billion is still there. If you lend money to Chen Yang, based on $400 billion, the interest for 1 year is 96 billion. What kind of business is this? Mr. Ning was breathing heavily. His face flushed red, and he couldn't wait to laugh maniacally on the spot. Ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha. What would it mean if it did? It means that Chen Yang this is working for himself. What business can rise 24% in market capitalization in a year? Lose his mother ********* ing ass. But soon, he shook his head inside, revealing a helpless look. It seems, no way. Not to mention whether the company's shareholders are happy or not, and whether the top is willing or not. Just for the $400 billion lent to Chen Yang. Who the hell is relieved? What if this takes a look at the situation and just rolls up the money and runs away? Even if you don't run, what if he plays with you and breaks you? LOL. Just as he was thinking, he saw Chen Yang, who had finished scattering coins on the stage, stand up and said with a smile, ladies and gentlemen, anyone is welcome to lend me money. The interest rate of 24% will remain unchanged. The amount of money borrowed will not be capped, and the more the better. Not to mention billions of dollars. Even if it is $1 trillion I dare to take it. And the interest rate will never be less than a penny for each and every one of you. The moment these words came out, there was an even louder murmur from below. And General Manager Ning, who had been somewhat helpless, had another idea in his mind. Chapter 95, News Breaks, Sparks the Nation. Soon the party was over. A product launch has given many people a glimpse of Star Ocean's broad future. And a banquet also let everyone see Chen Yang's bravado. Chen Yang was directly on top of the storm. Media, news, short videos, financial forums, newspapers, everywhere is related to the news. This time Star Ocean is considered completely on fire. Chen Yang is also considered completely on fire. Today's Finance and Economics, Star Ocean Group's product launch was held in Yongchang, which, according to on-site sources, is an unprecedented major breakthrough in the biology and high-energy battery industry. Headline news, heavyweight. Bioenergy injection actually has life-extending effect. Star Ocean Group held a product conference. Igniting public opinion. Penguin pop-up, cutting-edge technological breakthroughs make Star Ocean Group the center of attention. Financial Times, market valuation of Star Ocean Group soars after major tech breakthrough. Latest valuation has reached trillions. Pioneer Report, explosive news. Chen Yang, chairman of Star Ocean Group, repaid the interest on the scene of the celebration banquet, triggering the whole audience. All kinds of news and pop-ups keep appearing on all major news platforms and mobile apps in the country, even continuously, directly triggering national attention. Unlike serious news platforms of all kinds, this is when the real madness is happening on short-form video self-publishing platforms. Bioenergy injections actually have life-extending properties? Under the title is the photo and the copy, which comes from the product launch site, and the copy is written by a self-published lady who was there. She said, I had the honor to follow the leader to the launch site. Shocking. Very shocking, too outrageous, but very realistic, because it all happened under my nose. I decided to send out to show all the sisters what is called a real God product, which is too friendly to us women. In her excited words below is a line of detailed explanation, are based on the efficacy of LV Shengdong set arranged, and there is the Academy of Sciences Institute of Biological Research in Yongda Hospital issued by the test report. Her short video was very hot, and in just a few hours, the little red heart exceeded 1 million. And the bottom was densely packed with all kinds of comments. 1 rupee, oh my gosh, beauty can also get rid of acne and slow down the aging process? Is this for real? Tell me it's not a dream. Re2, seriously? That's so dreamy, isn't it? I saw the news yesterday that cosmetics are an IQ tax, and I didn't realize something this outrageous was coming out today. Re3, dream love pints. Re4, I want. Does anyone have a bioenergy injection? I need to use it 3 times a day. No. 5 times a day. No. I'm pulling full. Re5, geez. It was already hard to grab. Now it's even harder. Reply 6, I have long felt that this thing is not right. Star Ocean is also. The product launched before, although everywhere to say a variety of efficacy. But people question them, also do not refute. Make me think that really is blowing. I did not expect to be true. And now it is good. Cannot be bought at all. Re7, Zune do fake do? Chimeras tell me this is not a dream. A product that can truly prolong life. The greatest invention of the century. Bioenergetic injection. This blogger is also someone who was involved in the live product launch. He just doesn't know exactly who he is, and he doesn't reveal his information. But his detailed explanation of the effects of bioenergetic injections also directly triggered the ghostly cries of countless men. 1 rupee, really? It can be an aphrodisiac? Reply 2, upstairs brother, you are really oil and salt. Have said that life extension, beauty acne enhancement of blood and so on. You only see the effect of the weakest aphrodisiacs? Re3, what? Is it really an aphrodisiac? Re4, can it be true or false? Enhanced chi and blood? Can that make me develop twice? I'd like to grow longer. Re5, combing blood vessels, blood, God's medicine. This thing can prevent cerebral infarction and heart attack, greatly reducing the probability of sudden death. Re6, I don't think this life extension counts as life extension. It doesn't theoretically raise the upper limit of a person's lifespan. It just seems to allow them to live a little longer because it cleans up their body. Re7, do you want to see what you're talking about? Re8, I've been taking this for alcohol detoxification and I didn't realize that the detox was the least impressive. It's unbelievable. Re9, no wonder I've been feeling a lot better about my essence lately. And I'm not tired after tossing and turning for half an hour. Re10, the gospel of men, the treasure of women, the root of health, the holy medicine of cattle and horses. This thing is divine. Number 11, feels like Stargazer is going to post up. Reply 12, more than not to mention the other. Now certainly the world's major biological research institutes are researching this thing. If you can't research the results, if you give the Star Ocean enough time, this is completely trillions of meters knife level of the huge industry. Does everyone only care about bioenergy injections? Wouldn't thermostatic batteries be a better product? A blogger sent out a query and he was soon answered. A whole bunch of replies appeared in his comments section. 1 rupee, big brother, please, what time is it? You can extend your life. You're obsessed with a new energy source? Reply 2, I have to admit, the Star Ocean's thermostatic battery has the effect of crushing the products of other companies. But to say how powerful it is just like that, by Ning Wang's battery is also enough. In fact, in the life of the tram, spontaneous combustion is only a very small probability. But now the new energy is the focus, is to break the hegemony of one of the core, so everyone's attention is very high. Foreign public opinion against the very strong. Excluding these external factors, the new energy battery out of the probability of the problem is too small. The safety of the standard, in fact, a long time ago, the range of words in addition to the operation of the home is actually enough. Re3, same point as upstairs. The new Star Ocean battery just provides a better option. Not exactly a stone's throw away, but the bioenergy injection is different. This thing is the elixir those emperors pursued in ancient times. Re4, thermostatic battery cow? Can it make my cow again? What's a cow if my cow is not a cow? I can still drive a fuel car without a new energy source. And definitely not without a bioenergy injection. Because it can make my cow very cow. Re5, bull. Doesn't anyone pay attention to the product speakers at Star Ocean Group's product launches? The blogger said a lot, blew a lot, and finally left a comment saying, this spokesman is very uncomplicated. It is said that the name is LV Shengdong, and in the future, it is surely an existence that can be compared with Mr. Yu. Unfortunately, he made a good point, but the comments section was very unkind to him. 1 rupee, you're the narrator himself, right? Re2, woohoo, seeing the awesome himself. Re3, awesome, awesome, really awesome. Re4, you can hold the awesome. So awesome my brain hurts. Re5, what did he say his name was? Re6, he's called Awesome. The unprecedented storm swept across the country, with people from all walks of life talking about it, major news reports, and short video platforms all bursting into flames. 8 of the top 10 on the hot search list are Star Ocean Group, and of the other 2, one is a celebrity's public romance, and the other is the dangers to the body of blowing air conditioning often in summer. It can be said that Star Ocean Group completely triggered everyone's attention, directly becoming the center of the storm and the focus of all attention. And with Chun Yang himself becoming famous, the entire Star Ocean Group was thrown into a frenzy. Burst, burst, we're on fire. Ha ha, we're on fire. At the company's headquarters, every now and then, someone shouts wildly, causing a debate. Both the bottom staff and the middle and top management were all smiles. Star Ocean Group, which had been in existence for less than 2 months, had finally created unprecedented cohesion and centripetal force at this moment. Chapter 96. Not me. A friend. Boss, it's on fire. Our bioenergy injection is on fire. Zhang Lihai broke into the door. The whole person is very excited. Although he used to be a professional manager, but the highest assets of the enterprise in his hands is only about 300 million. And now his life has ushered in a new peak, referred to as the man who is crazy. Bioenergy injection burst into flames, more than the thermostatic battery heat. This is many people did not expect, but is in Chen Yang's expectations. Looking beyond the surface, breakthroughs in battery technology will only attract the attention of related industries and financial capital, as well as the upper echelons of society. For the general public, it may surprise and amaze, but never to the point of shaking and boiling over. Why is that? Because the emergence of bioenergy injections is closely related to them and concerns the vital interests of all. Everyone will more or less used to try. But the new energy is different. That is about strategy, about scientific and technological breakthroughs, about capital and finance, about various categories in the industry. In the level of the great powers at war for a short period of time, the significance is far beyond the bioenergy injections. But the only thing is that there is still so much distance from the ordinary people. Simply put, the population cares more about bioenergy. Capital finance and the elite are more concerned with thermostatic batteries. Boss, aren't you happy? Zhang Lihai looked at the expressionless Chun Yang after his excitement and couldn't help but wonder. I can't die laughing on the spot, can I? Chen Yang rolled his eyes. There were a lot of things that others didn't know, but he had anticipated the general situation when he came up with the technology, so naturally he wasn't going to be happy over and over again. That's a cute little smile. What? Besides, the cancer-inhibiting fluid technology hasn't been brought out yet, and the sensation caused when that thing is pushed onto the market will be really big. Where are we now? Because of the comparisons in mind, it's natural to not feel particularly excited about thermostatic batteries and bioenergy hitting the hot seat. Chen Yang spoke in a flat tone and said, one size does not fit all. As the saying goes, the higher you climb, the heavier you fall. The more cautious you have to be at moments like this. Maybe how many people are waiting for you to make a fool of yourself? Zhang Lihai's heart flinched, and he instantly realized that he was a bit too excited. He calmed down and pondered over the various arrangements for Star Ocean drinks, making sure it was okay before he breathed a sigh of relief. As the boss said, there may be many people waiting for him to make a fool of himself. Today's Star Ocean was different from before, although he was a patriarch, but after all, he was just an ordinary professional manager. There were many people who were better than him. Once Chen Yang released the news, there were definitely many senior managers lining up to apply for his position. There wasn't even a need for Chen Yang to open his mouth, so maybe there would be someone counting on him in the dark. Hiss. Sucking in a mouthful of cool air, Zhang Lihai only felt a chill on his back. Turtle. With Star Ocean's assets rising, I was so preoccupied with boring myself that I didn't even notice any of this. Gone with the wind. It's still the boss. He can calm down at a moment like this. No wonder he's successful. Darkly sinking his heart, Zhang Lihai hurriedly exited the chairman's office in a well-behaved manner and sat on the sofa in the leisure area outside to start thinking. The company is big, powerful. There is more wealth at their disposal. Although I can make sure that I don't get greedy and take more than I should, and I look up to my boss, it's still not enough. You're limited in what you can do on your own. Pretty words won't speak. Professionalism is not as good as Gu Xinhong, and she is not a woman. How can she be relied on by her boss all the time? A sense of crisis surfaced in his heart. Even Zhang Lihai couldn't help but feel anxious. Thinking left and right, he finally took out a cigarette and bitterly got up and headed for the smoking area. Before he could get there, he heard two men muttering, Is it the boss's bodyguard? Zhang Lihai stopped in his tracks with a glint in his eyes. The bodyguard is the boss's sidekick. To please his boss, he had to eavesdrop. But as he listened to the smoking area, Zheng Chang took a drag on his cigarette, puffed smoke rings, and suddenly inquired in a low voice, Chen Yun, is there a cure for non-tum? Ha! The ever-quiet Chen Yun took a few steps backward at his words and hesitantly said, Brother Chang, you, Bent? Not me. A friend. Really? Really? I don't believe it. Asterisk 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 you. Zheng Chang was helpless and whispered, don't spread the word. It's the boss. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Chen Yun's tone was decisive. Said, I'm very concerned about the boss's health. From time to time, pay attention to every aspect of the boss. The boss absolutely will not like men. His cell phone are beautiful pictures, short videos on the 28 favorites, sorted out 28 types of beauty of all colors and types of beauty. You say that he bends? Then you might as well say you're brain dead. Ha! Zheng Chang froze for a moment, then muttered to himself, could it really be that I'm overthinking it? It's also true that the boss has been watching beautiful women dance. How could he? On the side of the smoking area, Zhang Lihai couldn't help but narrow his eyes when he heard this. A calculation in his heart. Non-tone? Unlikely. But what the heck? Heal the sick and enjoy the sick. The time to perform is now. Night. Temporary work was plentiful, and Chen Yang, who had finally finished working overtime, walked down the elevator and was about to get on the car when he saw Zhang Lihai waving obscenely. The mind wondered. Walking up to him, he asked, "What are you doing nestled in here if you're not going back this late?" "Boss, I have to rush back to Wei County early tomorrow morning." Zhang Lihai smiled. "I've been under your care, so I thought I'd get together with you privately before I leave." "Gather for what? Dinner?" Chen Yang froze for a moment. This old boy had learned his lesson and wanted to show his loyalty? "Boss, you don't have to worry about it. You've been busy all day today. Tired? Sore feet, right? I'll take you to relax and unwind." Zhang Lihai pulled Chen Yang into the car without a second thought. Chen Yang sat in the car in a daze. Seeing that Zhang Lihai was so enthusiastic, it was not easy to refuse. Anyway, at most it would be a meal and a shower. A subordinate can't be denied such a thing as a declaration of loyalty. And it's nice to relax after a long day. Seeing Wang Gang's few people looking over, Chen Yang waved his hand and opened the car window and waved. "You guys drive and follow." "Yes, boss." Several people sniffed and got into the car. The car drove out of the underground parking lot and entered the street in a puff of smoke. About 20 minutes later, Zhang Lihai parked the car in front of a bath center. "Don't you want to have dinner first? It's free up there." Zhang Lihai monkeyed around and unbuckled his seatbelt. "You're buying me dinner for free? You don't have much loyalty." Although he was speechless, Chen Yang still chose to follow, and the two of them just walked in. Although it is summer, but took a bath and rubbed the back is quite comfortable. Chen Yang washed up and followed Zhang Lihai upstairs. He thought that he was going to eat, but Chen Yang felt that something was wrong when he entered the private room. "Why are there two recliner sofas?" Was about to open his mouth and ask. At that moment, there was a knock on the door and two girls came in with a basin. "Hello, technician number 78 is at your service." The girl standing in front opened her mouth, and in one smooth motion, she pushed Chen Yang onto the recliner. "No, this." Chen Yang was confused. "I've been starving for half a day, and even if you take a bath, how can you get a pedicure after that? Let's eat first, okay?" Chapter 97. What's this black talk you guys are talking about? It's so speechless opening the door to speechless mom. Speechless is home. Chen Yang has never been so speechless. Pedicure or something is normal. He is not a moral gentleman. He respects all kinds of professions and does not resist, but he is really hungry at this moment. 7818. Number 18? You have another acquaintance? Just then, I saw another girl walk in with a smile and said, "Brother Jiang came really early, but he didn't keep me waiting. Look at what you said. For you, I have charged all my belongings to the card. Today our boss is here. You have to show your strength. Our boss is especially hard." Zhang Lihai opened his mouth in a serious manner before lying back and waiting. "All your money on the card?" Chen Yang thought that this old boy really went crazy for the sake of a woman, but then he heard the girl sigh and say, "Brother Jiang, it's not easy to be a security guard. You earn $200 a day only to end up coming once in a few days, and the money is all spent on me. I don't feel comfortable in my heart. Alas, I'm all alone. So who can I spend it on?" Zhang Lihai sighed. The girl acted even more intolerant and started rubbing his feet, saying as she did so, "Next time don't recharge your card. Turn around and I'll sneak you some coupons. It'll be a lot cheaper." "Really? Really? But don't tell anyone, and don't let anyone at the store know I gave it to you. You're so nice. Where's the good?" "Me? I'm not as good as you think. Gambling dad, sick mom, schooling brother, broken home. Life is what it is and there's no other way. Too bad I met you too late. Oh, then in the next life, meet early. Let's be classmates. I haven't studied for a few years yet." The girl opened her mouth with a smile, and for a moment, Zhang Lihai was a little confused between reality and fantasy. "Nice guy." Chen Yang shuffled his feet and eavesdropped on the conversation between the two. It was hard to ask to go to dinner for a while. At this moment, he didn't know whether these two people were really playing a game or playing for real. This vulgarity and elegance is already difficult to distinguish. If this time to open the mouth seems to him, Chen Yang is a little uncomprehending. But after 10 minutes or so, suddenly, a call came in. Chen Yang got through to Lu Wangshu and couldn't help but wonder. Something temporary? My dad said to invite you to dinner. Chen Yang was silent for a moment and asked, he found out? Found something? Lu Qiming's voice came out from his cell phone, and he said suspiciously, what kind of black talk are you guys talking about? Oh, nothing, I'm on my way. Chen Yang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. It looked like Lao Deng didn't know that his family had been emptied. Getting up and wiping his feet, Chen Yang first smiled apologetically at the girl, then said to Jiang Lihai, you play, I'm going back. Something's come up temporarily. Jiang Lihai was instantly anxious, but there was nothing to be done about it. So I said, you take care on the road then, boss. Got it. Chen Yang got up and left. Girl number 78 hesitated and left with the basin in her hand. Only Jiang Lihai and girl number 18 remained in the box. Neither of them said a word, and for a time the atmosphere was a little oppressive. But soon the girl said, you must be very eager to please this young boss, mustn't you? Yeah. This time Jiang Lihai is really sighing. Said, he is our property boss. Our neighborhood are under his control. The owners have to look at his eyes. Now employment is so difficult. I'm afraid of being replaced. Turn back to all the money to come to you. The girl's face stiffened at the words, and she forced a smile. Being a security guard is so voluminous. It's really a bumpy road in the human world. Chen Yang got into the car and the car began to start. Zheng Chang also sat in the Cullinan this time, and he looked at Chen Yang suspiciously. Boss, where's Mr. Jiang? Why don't you play a little longer? Playing my ass. Mr. Jiang is still washing his feet inside. Let's go to Mr. Lu's house. Chen Yang thought of the situation in the box, felt speechless. Jiang Lihai, this old boy divorced after playing, is really flower ah, but thanks to him still know to hide the identity, or else spread the word is another laughing stock. The company has just burst into flames, pulling the boss to pinch the feet at this time. It's not decent to spread the news. Wang Gang got the order and drove off. Zheng Chang, however, said, boss, it's good to wash your feet. I swiped short videos in my spare time when I was in the army and watched a lot of related videos. That's not just washing your feet. What's that? That washing is the mud of walking the world. The pinching is. Shut up you. Chen Yang gave Zheng Chang a strange look and said, you're a special forces soldier and you still know this? Have you experienced it you? Zheng Chang shook his head and said, I have not experienced, mainly because I do not have time to go, but our captain has been when there is an old Taoist master to the army to teach us to raise the law of living blood. Our captain accompanied the old Taoist master to go out and shop quite a number of times. The captain said that the old Taoist master pulled him to go to a time, and he long not forget it, blowing a few days. The Taoist priest also pinches feet? Pinch, the Taoist master said. Footwork is also Tao. Manipulation is also law. Taoism is natural. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The car arrived at Lu's house. Chen Yang got out of the car, thought about carrying 2 bottles of wine from the trunk, which Lu Wangshu again Shun came to the company to give him. Can't have old and realizing the wine is gone. Get in the door. The table was already set with dishes, and Lu Qiming was carrying the last plate. When he saw the wine in Chen Yang's hand, he was happy and said, I didn't expect you kid to have a heart. I was about to go get some wine. That was close. Chen Yang smiled as he put the wine down and took the plate. Lu Qiming took off his apron, picked up the wine and looked at it, wondering, where did you kid get this wine? Where did you get it from, old man who on the shelf? Chen Yang sat down on his butt. Nice one. Lu Qiming smiled and said, he's just a bit of inventory you want? You can really not polite but also right. You bring who family rich. Hujin mean that old thing to give you wine is normal. Lu Wangshu also walked in at this time, glancing at Chen Yang in a breathless and disgusted manner, and without speaking, sat down on his butt. Eat. Lu Qiming signaled the two of them to move their chopsticks. Chen Yang had been hungry for half a day and was not polite. Wine and rice. Lu Qiming beautifully drank the last cup, smashed his mouth and said, more? It's all about drinking 2 pounds. Lu Wangshu was not happy. Lu Qiming didn't dare to say anything anymore, so he had to pull Chen Yang into the study. The two sat down and started smoking. Lu Qiming said in a deep voice, you kid be careful lately. Chen Yang's heart was flabbergasted, knowing that this meal was indeed not simple. How? Word has come from above. According to the news from some of our special intelligence officers, foreign capitals have set their eyes on you, and they've been making moves and plotting for some time now, so you'd better think about where there's been negligence and carelessness. Lu Qiming smoked a mouthful of cigarettes and added, the above is not assured of your safety. The things you applied for have been specially approved, and will be shipped over tonight, so you'll go and take a look tomorrow. Okay. Chapter 98, from now on, if you see someone you don't like, give me the coordinates of his house. On the way out of the Lu family, Chen Yang pondered for a moment, but ultimately came up empty-handed. According to Lu Qiming, the other party had struck But in what direction and in what area did they strike? There is no doubt that until word gets out about the cancer cell inhibiting fluid, bioenergy, while good, is far less enticing to foreign capital than thermostatic batteries, which are surely what they are aiming for. Did they plant someone in the Star Ocean Energy Technology Company run by Gu Xinhong? Chen Yang couldn't be sure. People are the most complex creatures, and perhaps someone who is very loyal and shows great patriotism on a regular basis can turn around and defect to the enemy. That kind of scum would dare to betray their nation, let alone betray their company boss. There are too many things like that. It's very hard to check. Chen Yang couldn't help but think of the technology in the system mall. Artificial intelligence technology, inertial intelligence technology. These are two types of technology. Artificial intelligence technology is very, very expensive. So expensive that Chen Yang at this stage does not even dare to think about it. That is more outrageous than the entire technology of the virtual world combined. But inertial intelligence technology is much cheaper. Maybe it's time to prepare this technique in advance. Chen Yang pondered. Checking on people was difficult because there was no way to keep an eye on them all the time. Small-scale investigations were ineffective, and large-scale was prone to panic. But smart technology is different. It's silent. Inertial intelligence technology is similar to artificial intelligence, but need to exercise. Applied in different fields should be carried out in different areas of data learning and exercise. It will form inertial thinking like, continue to work differently, and can be done flawlessly. If you get the inertial intelligence technology, you can work out in the direction of surveillance and eventually get a smart AI that monitors all the networks of the entire company. And you can easily find out who is having problems. With dark thoughts in his mind, the car soon arrived at the East Garden. Looking at the East Garden, Chen Yang could not help but think of the Grand Master and Dai Xiangdong. If these two people are the first big obstacle on their way forward, then there is no doubt that the foreign capital interest group that Lu Qining mentioned is the second big obstacle. They have to be addressed. Dre Capital? Chen Yang frowned slightly. This name he had heard of. Externally it had always been a multinational investment group company with a market value of roughly 100 billion meter knives or so. Named Delay Group, a listed investment management group in the country of me. But in Lu Qining's mouth, it was all superficial. Behind the Deloitte group of companies is Deloitte Capital, a multinational capital that is secretly able to manipulate and control an intimidating amount of money. That's a mega capital giant comparable to one of the 4 largest banks in the country. They are good at hiding themselves, explicitly making risky investments in the form of investment groups, and it doesn't matter if the investment fails. It's not a bad deal. While those who succeed in investing secretly contact the person in charge of the enterprise, and both sides get in touch with each other to get the other party's allegiance in various ways. Then the shares held by the Brightside Investment Group about the other company will go through the market sale and purchase, seemingly changing the owner, but in fact only changing the name, and ultimately still in the hands of Delay Capital. It's just that the investment group on the Brightside no longer has those shares. This eliminates the need to give shareholders a cut and avoids attracting the attention of the general public. It's left hand for right hand and is played so stealthily that it's easy to miss it. It is like a big hand that manipulates everything in the dark, masters everything, fools everything, realizes the remote control of capital over the enterprises of various countries, steals the fruits of development, the interests of the country, monopolizes the market and harvests the civilians. In Lu Qining's words, this is commercial behavior, and as long as it remains within the inherent rules, the state is extremely limited in what it can interfere with. Because the other side masters public opinion, masters the media, masters capital, masters the market, and indirectly masters a part of rice. That classic phrase describes them. Open the door. Free trade. Only the gameplay has changed and become more insidious. Chen Yang had thought that high-tech breakthroughs would definitely attract this kind of capital attention, but he hadn't expected it to be so fast. The product launch was just held today, but in reality, the other party had already secretly arranged quite a few things. Don't have to think about it. A traitor leaked it. It's so infuriating. Chen Yang took a deep breath and did not say anything more. What the? You want to be a traitor? Okay, wait. Back to the old me. To your rice father are dead. See how you as a traitor. You can still give aliens as a bandwagon party? I don't think so. Returning to the East Garden, Chen Yang fell asleep. He had nothing else going for him but his lack of anxiety. And angry as he was, he really didn't give a damn about Dre Capital with the system in place. Can capital make money faster than he can borrow it? Early the next morning, Chen Yang woke up early in the morning and directly took a car to the Star Ocean Safety and Security Company in the suburbs. Sekirei was already waiting. The car stopped. Chen Yang got off and followed Guan Lei into the underground warehouse. The warehouse has a triple lock. One for the elevator, one for the passageway, and one for the final warehouse. The elevator is ID sensing. The aisle is a digital key. And the warehouse is a pupil scan. After Guan Lei finished unlocking them, each one of them set the highest permissions for Chen Yang, and then the group came to the warehouse. What met his eyes was the rows and rows of weapon racks, filled with all kinds of weapons, including daggers, pistols, rifles, and even sniper rifles and anti-material heavy snipers. Moving in, there was even a bazooka. Chen Yang couldn't help but marvel at the greatness of the above. Good lord, isn't it a gun license? Is a bazooka a gun? Well, a single shot with a sight is a sniper, right? Who? Zheng Chang opened his mouth with some surprise, pointing to a few large boxes in the corner and said, "There are still drones?" Guan Lei nodded his head and laughed. The boss is taken very seriously by the higher-ups. Not to mention the drones, there are also missile locators. Bull. Zheng Chang looked at Chen Yang incredulously, gave a thumbs up, and said, "Boss, in the future, if you look at anyone who is not happy, give me the coordinates of his home, and I'll help you summon missiles. I can you." Chen Yang kicked him and looked at the wide array of various weapons and said, "So many weapons, can we use them?" "Use it, boss." Guan Lei laughed. There have been quite a few new security guards recruited recently, and it's just right to divide these hundreds of weapons evenly. "Oh, show me." Chen Yang came to be interested. When the people came out of the warehouse, Zheng Chang and the others already had their own weapon cases on their backs, and they were also carrying various items such as bulletproof vests. Sekirei took the lead and walked out, whistling. Soon, the sound of footsteps came. Densely packed hundreds of people stood in camouflage uniforms. The neat and tidy queue looked at Chen Yang stunned. And look at these security guards. The face is firm, the eyes are firm, and the orders are forbidden. Mostly similar in height, weight, and thinness. Each stood up straight, with the slats still on their heads. "You're telling me this is a new security guard?" Chen Yang looked at Guan Lei dumbfounded. Guan Lei scratched his head and whispered, "Boss, it's not easy to recruit security guards. I'll trust my connections to give you a hand, and directly retire a battalion. Give it a go, right? You have to give me a raise. You're not even going to act, are you?" Chapter 99, she said I was handsome. Fine, fine, raise your wages, all of them. Chen Yang waved his hand and laughed. Look at the spirit. They are all elites. Add 10 to all the pay grades and 30 to you. Thanks a lot, boss. Guan Lei was all smiles, and the reason why he proposed to increase his salary was not for himself, but to take advantage of the opportunity to make benefits for these people under him. Special assignments, all retired from the army, definitely want to take advantage of the opportunity to make some money. Just started at a security guard salary, which is a bit low for these guys. Besides, this mission is not absolutely safe. It is normal to have a human life if you really fight, and even if there are casualties, there is no way to give glory to the outside world. After all, they have already been discharged from the army, and they can only fight to give them more subsidies in terms of money. The top gave wages and subsidies, and his own boss gave wages and benefits. 2 and 2 together, everyone's wages were no less than a normal bodyguard. If something goes wrong and you break an arm or a leg, at least the brothers will still have some money in their hands. Do you know what's going on? Why don't you thank the boss? Guan Lei turned his head to look angrily at the hundreds of people standing in front of him. Hundreds of people looked up in unison at the words and roared, "Thank you, boss. Nice guy. It's really a soundtrack for 100 miles. This voice, this neatness. Wouldn't it just be a little too conspicuous?" Chen Yang secretly pondered. For the current situation, although surprised, but also reasonable, he also had a premonition in his heart. After all, before the establishment of the security company and let Guan Lei as the president of the time, he roughly see the future direction of the development of this security company. The first main thing must be to protect him and Star Ocean. But the next best thing is to protect the technology against technology drain. Veterans don't fade away. Why do security companies recruit veterans in the first place? To get that effect. It's not that easy to work a security company in this country. A license to carry a gun alone is hard to solve. And even if you do get it, all you get is an outdated handgun and very little ammo. Trying to raise the force is very difficult. The uncertainty of the thing is too great for anyone to vouch for him. The recruitment of veterans can undoubtedly enhance the trust of the above. Veterans are ultimately experienced military baptism. Then the community, to reassure a lot of people, at least will not take the gun to make any trouble. This was the reason why Chen Yang had decided to take in veterans as security personnel in the first place. Aside from saving time, earlier in the capital, Chen Yang mentioned the gun license and Star Ocean security issues, and the above was obviously on board, which led to the retirement of a battalion over. That's better. A battalion of elites to protect the various subsidiaries of Star Ocean and protect Chen Yang was more than they could ask for. Chen Yang wasn't even worried if these people would turn against him. Not at all. From the personal side, the debt plate is getting bigger and bigger. He is in debt first and then pay it back. No one dares to encroach on the Star Ocean. Just kidding. Whoever takes over pays the debt. Who the hell wants this ass of debt? What? You won't pay? I'm sure these creditors will tear you apart. Or scheming for his technology? The technology is all in his head. Unless he's imprisoned. But what are Lu Qiming and Ning doing for a living? From the collective side, his checks and balances have been played to the extreme. Into the technology for debt mastery of science and technology and financial hegemony. Back to empty the debt and leave. Above, the large collective said that he is slippery. Other small private collectives cannot think of any magical method against him? Just kidding. Does he think that his system is a job? Back when the foundation was firmly established, direct technology crushing, space-based weapons shocked the Earth, then it was even more invincible. Therefore, Chen Yang did not worry at all if these hundreds of people were there to target him. There was absolutely no such possibility. These hundreds of people are really here to help him. For their own people, Chen Yang has always been generous. This elite out of that are elite-level mercenaries. Shelved themselves, although a lot of security, but also cannot be treated poorly. According to the security company's new employee entry standards, the initial grade is 10 levels. That is, an annual salary of 100,000. After the official work will be based on the performance and mastery of the ability to gradually upgrade the grade. Chen Yang this time directly add 10 levels is equivalent to per capita annual salary of 200,000 yuan. Subsequent increases in pay scales would naturally be no less important. It was just that Chen Yang was looking at this group of elites, and it was really hard to arrange it. It's not bad, it's too good. This doesn't look like security. This is the regular army. The Star Ocean Group could not be involved with the officials, at least on the surface, because it would affect Chen Yang's ability to borrow money from foreigners. After thinking about it, Chen Yang said, "Take a step forward if you can smoke." Someone in the group of several hundred hesitated, but Guan Lei, who was standing in front, said furiously, "What are you waiting for? Who cares if you smoke or not after you've been discharged from the army? Oh, yeah, retired from the army is still afraid of a do. Turn back to be fierce pumping." Standing in front of the battalion commander pumping, many people showed expressions of eagerness to try, and took a step forward, and goodness, half of the people stood out directly. Guan Lei's face went black. Chen Yang, however, looked at Guan Lei with some curiosity and said, "Apart from the new recruits, I remember that smoking is allowed." Guan Lei was a little embarrassed and said, "They're different. Scouts, they can't be smoked. Field combat will attract the enemy's attention. There's more of that?" Chen Yang drifted off and looked at the hundreds of people that stood out. Let Zheng Chang went to buy a few cigarettes over and sent one to each person, and after lighting it, it was really not so serious. Chen Yang walked around, looked around and finally shook his head and said, "Still not very good. Just retired from the army. Too obvious." This standout others do not look like an ordinary security guard at first glance. Then what to do? Guan Lei was a bit anxious. People have retired. If the boss does not want, that is not the end of the calf. Call Jiang Lihai and ask him if he's gone back yet. Chen Yang suddenly thought of this workplace veteran, the big lout of the foot spa. Having this guy teach these guys how to disguise sure works. Zheng Chang picked up the phone and dialed. And soon, the phone hung up. 20 minutes later, Jiang Lihai hurriedly arrived. Chen Yang looked at his messy and disheveled hairstyle, eye boogers at the corners of his eyes, and wrinkled clothes, and couldn't help but frown, saying, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you had to go back to Wei County early in the morning? It's not even if the person didn't go back. Why are you still in this state?" Boss. Jiang Lihai squirmed a bit embarrassed, and whispered to Chen Yang's ear, "It's lucky that you left early yesterday. Damn, someone reported it." Chen Yang froze for a moment. "A foot pinch? What's there to report? Did you do something else?" Jiang Lihai's old face blushed and said, "Dry fire, caught in the act. You went in again?" Chen Yang looked at him incredulously and asked, "How did you get out? You reported our company's name?" "Nope," Jiang Lihai hurriedly explained. Said, "It's the 18th. She said that she saw that I was handsome and spent money to float me. I refused. She forced herself on me. I was powerless to resist. She went in, and I was released. Do you think it's me or the law enforcement officers who are stupid?" Chen Yang Metro old man face. "Oh." Jiang Lihai awkwardly smiled. "Had to tell the truth. I only gave the money to wash the feet. The crime was not established. We said it was a two-way street. Law enforcement officers looked at the chat records and did not find evidence, but only a fine to release the person. Nice guy. Whoring? No shame in you." Chapter 100 Unrestricted Fire in Critical Situations. After chatting about personal matters, Chen Yang gave Jiang Lihai the situation at the scene. "Is this a battalion?" Jiang Lihai feels very incredible, but think carefully about the company's products also released. Are black technology, plus the boss owes a debt. Really have to guard a little. After pondering for a moment, he said, in that case, boss, how about we recruit a group of social loafers as security guards first, and spread them out and plant them? It's a bit interesting. You continue. Chen Yang's eyes lit up at the words. It's just a matter of spending more money, Zhang Lihai said. More people will not be conspicuous. It is normal to have a few more veterans in the security team. After all, our company's salary is high. It is normal to attract veterans to be security guards. Plus the company has mastered the black science and technology, so more security guards will not be noticeable. Let's recruit 1 or 2,000 security guards. Then throw these people in for a wash. Lay off the ones who can't do the job in a month. And by that time they'll have washed the military temperament from their bodies. And by the way, we'll also be able to choose the good ones within these 1 or 2,000 security guards to sign up to the security company for training. Good idea. Chen Yang patted Zhang Lihai's shoulder. Previously only heard of money laundering. The first time to see the washing of people. Zhang Lihai is worthy of an old oil. Though the process will certainly waste $1,000, but it's definitely worth it. For one thing, it washed away the military temperament of these men and gave them a name to enter the Star Ocean. The second was to be able to select a group of good seedlings to grow Star Ocean security, so that they could also train a group of their own team within the security company. Thirdly, such a big battle can also scare some people with evil intentions. It just so happens that Chen Yang still can't figure out how many traitors there are in the interior. 1 or 2,000 security guards debuted. Maybe they can scare out a few. It's so worth it to make so many things out of a mere $10 million. That's the arrangement. You and Mr. Guan will work together to settle things today. Chen Yang opened his mouth to characterize the situation, then got up and led Zheng Chang and the others away. He has always been indifferent to specific matters. Leave it to the professionals to do what the professionals do. Compared to when he came, Chen Yang was filled with a sense of security when he left. The team of Special Operations Squad bodyguards around them officially came online. And the originally unarmed few were officially heavily armed. Not only the car, Zhang Chang and other people carry a pistol dagger in the waist. The car is placed in the rifle and bulletproof vests and grenades and other weapons and equipment. In the trunk of Zheng Chang's Big G, there was even a case with a bazooka. Ding Yi and Zhou Feng were even more outrageous, with a large sniper in the car. And Zhou Feng, the observer sitting in the back seat, had even begun maneuvering the drone to scan at high altitude. The car arrived all the way to the Star Ocean headquarters. Zheng Chang and a few others carried the boxes upstairs and quietly placed weapons in some hidden corners of Chen Yang's office. Then several people exit the office. Chen Yang pulled open the drawer and looked at the pistol that Zheng Chang had put into it, and couldn't help but take it out and play with it for a moment. At this time, Lu Wangshu hurriedly walked in. Seeing Chen Yang's appearance, he couldn't help but freeze for a moment and said, "Really? Really?" Chen Yang removed the magazines and showed them to her, then took out a handful of smaller ones from the drawer and handed them to her, saying, "Put them in your bag. You don't have to be polite when you meet danger. And make sure to empty the magazines. I don't have papers." Lu Wangshu hesitated. "Here, look." Chen Yang took out another certificate from the drawer and handed it to her. Lu Wangshu looked at it. It was a special gun possession certificate. There was a lot of content, but there was a paragraph written in it that shocked her a little. Determined that the senior management of the Star Ocean Group can carry self-defense weapons, in case of emergency, unrestricted shooting, and if it causes accidental injury or death, after investigation to confirm whether to pursue responsibility. Is this true? Lu Wangshu was still a bit incredulous. Bao Xin. Chen Yang slipped the small silver pistol into Lu Wangshu's hand. Lu Wangshu hastily stuffed it into her bag. Do they all have it too, Mr. Gu? Lu Wangshu asked. Yes, but not now. It's no joke. It's a gun. The above gave Chen Yang the freedom to decide who to give his defense to, but no one's life was as precious as his own. As long as the traitor was not found out, Chen Yang would never give it to them. Lu Wangshu was trustworthy, and that position of her father destined her to never betray herself. But others are different. Even if it was Zhang Lihai, Chen Yang hadn't talked to him about guns and ammunition today. He'd thought until now that only a few hundred men had come to help, not realizing that those hundreds could embrace their automatic rifles and start fighting at any moment. Chen Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he said, "I can only give it to them if I get my trust." Trust? That is to say, he is the only one in the entire Star Ocean who has his trust? Lu Wangshu slightly hooked the corner of his mouth. His hand reached into his bag and felt that the cold little pistol seemed to become warm. "Chairman, Mr. Lu." At this time, Assistant Chang knocked on the door and hurriedly walked in, saying, "A few foreigners have come to the front desk, saying that they are from the Delay Group and want to invest in our company, and they want to see you, boss." Straight to the door? Chen Yang felt a bit incredulous. Don't these foreigners know how to make an appointment or ask for a favor first? Straight to the door so abruptly? Tell them to wait for me in reception. Chen Yang thought for a moment and said, in that case, Mr. Lu, you don't have to go. Little you later you go over with me. Okay, Chairman. Assistant Chung hurriedly left. Lu Wangshu looked at Chen Yang strangely. Chen Yang shook his head and said, evil guests at the door. You shouldn't go. Your status is not suitable. If you go people will not be able to say some words, and I have to give a little bit of a downer for the first time we meet. I may not say anything. Lu Wangshu understood. More than 10 minutes later, Xiao Yu hurriedly arrived and led Chen Yang to the reception. Reception was quiet. A few foreigners were sitting there and the lady at the reception was serving tea. Hello Mr. Chen. Several foreigners saw Chen Yang's arrival and got up. The middle-aged white man at the head of the group smiled and opened his mouth, extending his hand. Chen Yang ignored him and directly found a separate sofa to sit on. The white man froze for a moment and sat down sardonically. What did he say? Chen Yang asked. Xiao Yu then suddenly realized that she was called to be a translator. She was suddenly confident, although she only graduated from undergraduate school, but she at least passed the English 4 level. He says hello Mr. Chen. Yell translated. Chen Yang nodded slightly and smiled. Quite polite. You guys are also good. What are the names of the several of you? Yell got up in a hurry, thought for a moment, and held out her finger, pointing to one of the whites, then to another, then to the last. You what? The white man in charge froze and hesitantly said, what? Yell nodded. What? The 3 white men were dumbfounded, and the 3 looked at each other in disbelief. In the end, one of them finally couldn't hold back and said, Mr. Chen, this translation of yours? Ha? Xiao Yu's eyes suddenly glazed over. A foreigner actually dared to doubt her strength. Chapter 101 Let me help you find a wife. What's wrong with her? Chen Yang's brows furrowed as he stood up and said, don't always think that it's someone else's problem. Think about yourselves first. You can speak human language, right? Then what kind of bird language are you guys speaking? What? Bullying me for being uneducated? Look down on me? Flinging himself away on the spot, Chen Yang waved his hand and said, send the guests away. Let them learn manners and come back. Chen Yang's figure was far away. The 3 white men got anxious and tried to get up and give chase. Yul reached out to stop it, towing the line with disdain. You may leave. Why? Said the incredulous white man at the head of the group. What do you mean? What do you mean? Yul ignored him. Another white man who spoke Chinese said, what does our gentleman mean when he asks you? What do you mean? Funny. You guys are funny. You came here without knowing what you meant first, and now you're asking me what I mean? How do I know what you guys mean? Yul reached out to point the way and grunted softly. Hurry up. The 3 men had no choice but to get up and leave. The white man who was in charge was still questioning the people around him. What did she say? I'm still thinking. The other white guy scratched his head and translated silently, feeling like his CPU was going to burn. In the office, Chen Yang lazily sat on the chair, looking at Xiao Yu who came in, and couldn't help but laugh. Is this the level you're at? How did you graduate? Yul blushed slightly and whispered, I took the test freshman year, and I haven't touched it since I passed, so it's nice to be able to say a few words. Okay. Chen Yang looked at his cell phone and hemmed and hawed. I wanted to record the conversation and show it to Lu Qiming, so that he could help probe the minds of these foreigners. I didn't expect to record such an interesting scene. Directly sent into the head office group, Chen Yang commented, all employees should take warning. Will not be foreign language is nothing, but professional knowledge must be solid. Will not have to say, professional work to the professional to do. Do not pretend to understand. Laughing, the company gives the opportunity and time. Will not be able to learn, but never pretend. Understand? Understood. Understood. A flurry of replies appeared, and soon, almost the entire staff had replied. Then the talk started. Isn't this Assistant Cheng from the assistant team? Assistant Cheng is too slick. You Cheng assistant? Ha ha ha. A group of people began to joyfully talk and laugh. Even Lu Wangshu and Gu Xinhong they couldn't help but venture out. CEO Lu Wangshu at headquarter Assistant Julia Cheng. Xinhong Gu, President of Energy Science and Technology. Ha 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 ha. Yul received a message alert and hurriedly picked up her phone to take a look. Then the flowers went white. It's over. It's over. Mr. Lu found out I'm a jerk. What can I do? This is what you think of yourself. Chen Yang was dumbfounded by what he heard. Yul hurriedly covered her mouth at that. She was about to cry in a hurry. The boss who doesn't know English at all is easy to fool, but Mr. Lu and the others are not easy to fool. It's over. He's going to be famous in the company. Maybe he's going to be kicked out soon. Okay, go back. You won't be fired. Chen Yang held his forehead. He was really afraid of giving the little girl a fright and crying. Stay until Yul leaves. Chen Yang began to look through the information he had gotten in the past 2 days. According to information, Delay Group is the only large-scale capital of the Western capital in the domestic surface. But even if it is only on the surface, it also controls up to a dozen of the core technology companies, and each of them are heavily involved in becoming the major shareholders, but also the top technology enterprises. The shares taken up on the surface aren't much, but what about the private unseen add up? Some seemingly unrelated holders may be their private surrogates. Have they finished controlling those companies? That's a problem, because there's no way to investigate. Those people are all legitimate businessmen in the country on the surface, but it's hard to tell if they're human beings or ghosts in private. If it really came to that, then Star Ocean could be said to have been surrounded, as quite a few of the companies that had cooperation with Chunyang nowadays explicitly had investments from the Delay Group. The Delay Group is coming to a bad end, and the people who are here today may just be pawns throwing stones. Chen Yang was going to give them the slip also to get the heavier weights off the stage. No doubt about it. The Delightful Group's aim is inevitably Star Ocean's technology, and they are very, very keen to get a stake in Star Ocean. This was what Lu Qiming had secretly told Chen Yang to remember, so that Chen Yang must remember to never give the other party even 1% of the shares, because even if the other party has 1%, then Chen Yang is in danger. Once Chen Yang is dead, then the other party can seize the right to speak with 1% of the shares, directly large capital smashed in to return all the debt, and then swallow the entire Star Ocean and take away. Instead, it would be safer for Chen Yang if not a single share was circulated. In the meantime, outside the Star Ocean Group, inside a presidential suite of the Longan International Hotel, 3 white men opened the door and entered. There were several white men sitting in the room, smoking cigars and waiting for news. Seeing the 3 return, one of the old men frowned and inquired, saying, "How did it go so fast? We got kicked out." One of them opened his mouth and told the cause and effect. The old man's brow furrowed as he said in a deep voice, "Norbert, it's time for you to learn Mandarin." "Why?" Norbert sniffed incredulously and said, "Is it just because of the Star Ocean Group?" "Not only Star Ocean Group," the old man said lightly. "The East has risen, the West is about to fall. Splendor and fall. The cycle never stops. This is the consensus of our class. In the future, we are bound to have less contact with the East. If you are still so arrogant, then you will lose a lot." Norbert sniffed in silence. The old man added, "Tomorrow I will go and meet Chen Yang in person." "You don't need to go. Go back to Rice." "No, I want to stay and see." Norbert shook his head. The old man nodded slightly at his words and said, "As you wish." Saying so, the old man got up and entered his room under the traction of the attendant beside him. Norbert scratched his hair in distress and looked over at the man sitting on the couch, who couldn't help but get up and go back to his room, picking up the pillow on the floor and throwing it to the window. He couldn't help but look angry as he thought back on what had just happened. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Taking out his cell phone, he began to dial. That night, Chen Yang received a call from Jiang Lihai. "Hello?" Chen Yang answered as he gathered his things. "Boss." Jiang Lihai panicked a bit and whispered, Someone bribed me." Chen Yang's spirit perked up at the words and asked, "What's the situation?" "That's right, boss." Jiang Lihai took a deep breath and said, "I am now rushing back to Wei County. Halfway to the road was hijacked by people. They have guns, boss. They want to buy me. Give me 100 million. Rice knife. Want me to help them to do one thing. I searched for something wrong and agreed to them on the surface. Boss, what should I do now?" From the voice, he was able to hear that Jiang Lihai was indeed panicked. Chen Yang sniffed and asked, "Did the other party say that he wanted you to do something for him?" Jiang Lihai was a bit silent at his words, then sounded odd and nagging. "Let me help you find a wife." "Ha! P.S. Brothers, today time rush. May not write too well. The afternoon to make up 2 chapters as an apology. Chapter 102, I want 100. Are you serious?" Chen Yang was really surprised. Find him a wife? This kind of good thing still needs to take a gun to threaten to buy Jiang Lihai? However, Jiang Lihai this goods is to let Chen Yang some surprise. Did not expect the critical moment so reliable. This is not at all like the style of this old oil bar. Shouldn't this kind of greasy, middle-aged cowhorse be normally unconcerned about his own business? Or run away when they see a crisis? Or just choose to betray? "Boss, I'm serious." Jiang Lihai thought Chen Yang did not believe. Said with his heart and lungs, "You have to believe me, Jiang Lihai is not much ability. Also will not say good words, but the man for the friend of the person who died. Boss, you from the talent market from the trust me without hesitation, but also to buy me a car of 5 million, so that I am the president of the scenery, and then it is even more so that I continue to promote and raise the salary. But also in the bar for me to stand up for these things I all remember in my heart. Things I remember in my heart. Boss, I, Jiang Lihai, am not a wolf-hearted person, and I've gone on to the top of my life. I'm afraid of death, but I'll never betray your trust. I now have an old man on the top, but the bottom is not small. The wife also ran away. I do not have much to hold on to. Really out of the matter, boss, you are so bold, certainly not likely to treat my parents. I'm genuinely looking toward you. Chen Yang sniffed, slightly touched. This old boy, color to color a little. But the key moment is still reliable, well. A good cow horse to train. The other party has left now? Chen Yang asked. Leaving. Jiang Lihai nodded his head, then hesitated. But I can't be sure if they have anyone spying on me. Now this phone call is still being made with the satellite call from Guowei. That is, I am afraid of being eavesdropped on. Boss, I'm not home right now, and I'm not in the car. I'm afraid that there are eavesdroppers. I'm now making a phone call to you at the Moonlight Lake. What should I do now? Not bad for an old fart. Really cautious enough. Chen Yang gently tapped his fingers on the desktop and said, in this way, you can call your parents again to report your safety. Don't use the satellite phone. Let them listen in. You pretend to be fine. They bought you off, you'll just act as if you're being bought off. You'll do whatever you're asked to do. And you'll accept whatever benefits they give you. Show enough greed to not only accept it, but you'll have to go and ask them for more. Is this feasible? Jiang Lihai hesitated. Feasible. Don't worry. The company's secrets are in my head. And anything they can take from you doesn't bother me. Chen Yang said indifferently. Then you call Guan Lei and ask him to arrange someone for you first. And I will tell him that I will send elites over to protect your safety. Will it cause them to be wary? Jiang Lihai asked. No way. Chen Yang laughed. Smart people always think a lot. It's a normal reaction for a fool like you to be threatened and rush to find someone to protect you. On the contrary, it's only when you don't make any moves that you'll be suspected. But, Jiang Lihai hesitated. The human washing program hasn't officially begun yet. It's too obvious to get people here now. They'll be discovered. That's the effect to have. Chen Yang eyes flickered. Said, if they continue to hide and do not do it, of course we slowly wash. But since they did it, that would appear to be their means of hurry a bit. This is the flaw, is the shortcomings. We have to take advantage of it. Now let them think that we are beginning to gradually have cooperation with the military is a good thing. The dog is anxious to jump over the wall, well. Do not force a hand how to get them to jump out of the way. I understand, boss. I'll contact Mr. Guan right away. The two hung up. By the Moonlight Lake, Jiang Lihai first contacted Guan Lei, and then switched to a normal call to contact his parents, talking for half an hour before hanging up. Then he got up and left. Not far from Lake Luna, in a box-type cargo truck, two men manipulated complex instruments to analyze the contents of the call. One of them was a bit grumpy and said, why is there no result yet? Another person in charge of the work wiped the sweat on his forehead and said, I can't blame me. He recorded all the calls with his parents, but the previous calls can't be traced. We have to blame Huawei. Ordinary people's cell phones to get a chicken satellite calls. Our system can't even be deciphered in time for him to hang up. What now? The other man didn't know what to do but to dial his superiors and explain the situation. 10 minutes later, Jiang Lihai drove his car back to Star Ocean Beverage Company when a phone call came over. Looking at the number displayed on his cell phone, Jiang Lihai took a deep breath to calm himself down and clicked answer. Mr. Jiang, we'd like to know who you made the satellite call to before you spoke to your parents. A somewhat Western accented Mandarin came through. Jiang Lihai said angrily, you guys are listening in on me? Ha! The other party laughed and said, Mr. Jiang is a smart man. I hope you won't talk such nonsense to me. Jiang Lihai was silent, and after a moment said, I asked for some bodyguards. Who? Guan Thunder? Guan Lei? The other party was silent, then said in a deep voice, your little action will most likely arouse the suspicion of your boss. I don't think there's any need for you to worry about your own safety. What you're doing is very simple. Introduce your boss to the woman we've arranged for him. It's easy for you, isn't it? But I'm scared. Jiang Lihai's voice trembled a little. I know you're scared, but don't be scared yet. The other party said in a soft and soothing voice, do what we've entrusted you with, and this will never be known. You'll be given an overseas account, and you can even go to live in Miriam with your whole family, and we can arrange everything for you. I hope you won't lie to me, or I'll make you regret it. Jiang Lihai opened his mouth like a madman, then added, and, I want more. Oh, the other asked with interest, you've made up your mind to with us? I didn't have a choice, did I? Jiang Lihai was a bit disheveled after the madness, and said in a deep voice, I want beautiful women, not for my boss's beautiful women. I want beautiful women for my beautiful women. I want 100 of them. Put. Cough cough. The other guy seemed to be drinking and choked on the spot. Jiang Lihai also felt that he seemed to have gone a bit overboard, but at that moment, the other party said in a deep voice, you're very greedy, Mr. Jiang, but I like it. I like to work with ambitious people. I promise you, but not here. When you go to the West after completing your mission, I'll arrange everything for you. That's okay? Jiang Lihai felt that he had underestimated his opponent's strength. I don't trust you guys. At least give me a taste. 10. No. 3. No. 2. I want 2. Big Yankees, the exceptionally pretty kind. At least the level of a big Hollywood star. Jiang Lihai hurriedly increased his request. This request made the other party all a bit silent. After a moment, the other party said, as you wish. Tonight's flight. Tomorrow night there will be 2 Hollywood actresses to accompany you to party all night long. I hope that you will also do what you should do, or you will end up in a miserable situation. Good lord. Really? Jiang Lihai was immediately happy. Originally just a fraud. Did not expect to really have the peony flower under the death of the ghost also wind flow well brother de. You can rest assured. Things I absolutely give you done. As long as tomorrow night they let me arrange. Then after tomorrow night I will let you arrange. Chapter 103, One Dare to Want. Another Dare to Give. Day 2. The heavy news came out, causing a huge shock in the entertainment industry and short video platforms. According to official news, Jennifer and Jenny, 2 famous Hollywood songstresses, have temporarily added the city of Donghai to their joint Gayatri World Tour. Donghai is a cosmopolitan city, so it's normal to suddenly add a world-class tour. But what makes you wonder is that the GAOTR World Tour was supposed to have a strong special meaning. After all, Gayatri is an acronym for Go Ahead of the Rest. Performance as precedence means a performative orgy in the West that preaches affirmative coexistence in all aspects of black and white and cisgender. 2 actresses, 1 black and 1 white. Or Lily. This traveling carnival is a carnival for the Western world. But for the East, what are you? What are you doing here? What are you doing? People don't play that at all. There's not much of a market for their kind in the East at all. What are you doing here? Do you have to disgust the Orient? Or to test whether there is a market for it in the East? News reports, media reports, self-media talk a lot. In addition to some fans' carnival, all kinds of big V and bloggers have in-depth analysis. Said with style, all kinds of conspiracy theories and strange and weird sayings make people more and more feel that this matter is not a small thing. Must be hiding a heavenly conspiracy. Even Chen Yang had heard someone in the company talking about it. He swiped a similar story on his phone's short-form video platform. Chen Yang originally listened to the various analyses of those bloggers still feel quite reasonable, but also thought to find Lu Qiming to probe the news. But who knows that immediately after Jiang Lihai came, he's dressed like a groom. Shiny shoes, a full head of hairspray, a straight suit, a stately appearance, and a disheveled scruff all shaved. What? Going on a blind date? Chen Yang wondered. Jiang Lihai, however, took out his cell phone and opened the photo album to show Chen Yang. Looking at the 2 women in the album, 1 black and 1 white, Chen Yang wondered, even if you wash your feet all day long, you're still chasing stars? Jiang Lihai hastily shook his head, unable to contain his excitement, and whispered, didn't you tell me to be greedy? Both of them? Mine. Chen Yang looked at Jiang Lihai in shock and lost his voice. Are you kidding? Really? Jiang Lihai couldn't help but burst out laughing, the corners of his mouth harder to suppress than AK, saying, I just swindled a little bit. I didn't expect the opposite side to be so bloodthirsty. Where's the blood money in this mother asterisk? Chen Yang stood up, a little confused, and said, who is so brain dead? Who dares to agree to any conditions? Getting 2 actresses to come over at such a critical time. What's the difference between telling the top that he's going to mess things up? Follow these 2 girls to check on you in minutes. Ha? I'm exposed here? Jiang Lihai was a bit shocked. He had been only excited this whole night, and now that he heard Chen Yang say this, after calming down, he suddenly also felt that the person who threatened him was quite brain dead. Somewhat disappointed, Jiang Lihai sighed. Then it looks like I don't have a chance. Grandma, meta brainwashed, tossed this body for nothing. Chen Yang couldn't help but want to laugh, saying, even if the white ones are fine, you can't even go down on the black ones? You have heavy tastes, but you don't have to be disappointed. You definitely have a chance today. Just go back and wait. There's a chance? That's not iron-brained? Jiang Lihai was speechless. That's not what it says. Chen Yang dumbfoundedly said, the other party can't all be brain-dead. The others will definitely remedy the situation when they react to it, and the best way to remedy the situation is for everything to go on according to the plan, and then both you and him become victims, becoming the other party's active gift to me to show me goodwill. I don't believe it. Jiang Lihai shook his head. In his opinion there was no such good thing. Chen Yang, however, laughed, if you don't believe me, we'll see, go back, you'll know tonight. Jiang Lihai was half convinced and got up to leave. Lu Wangshu walked in at this time, looking at Jiang Lihai's distant figure somewhat strangely, saying, what's wrong with Mr. Jiang? Nothing. Chen Yang didn't even lift his head and said, playing house with people. One really dares to ask for it. The other really dares to give it. Two brain-dead people. Lu Wangshu was speechless. On the other side, inside the presidential suite, the old man was so enraged that he reached out and slapped Norbert. Father, shut up. The old man was a bit disappointed and said, after so many years, several of your brothers have grown up. Why are you still like this? Could it be that you really haven't inherited an ounce of wisdom from us Judeans? I know I'm wrong, and I'll stop moving now. Norbert was terrified to hear this and hastily knelt down in front of the old man. The old man sighed. A struggle flashed in his eyes, and finally said, that's just it. The Fink family is weak and strong. Since he can't grow up, then he should make some contribution to the family. Father, Norbert exclaimed. Instead, the old man waved his hand. The people next to him who were originally very respectful to Norbert suddenly changed their attitude, as if they were treating Norbert as a sinner, and they did not show any mercy, and a few of them combined their efforts to tie Norbert up. Norbert was furious. Father, you can't do this. Sorry, Norbert. The old man shook his head and said, behave, child. Your wife is pregnant and she will receive the best care in the world. Your child is yet to be born but he is destined to be born on high. Do you want to ruin everything for them? Norbert looked pained and eventually buried his head and stopped talking. That night, the two singers got off the plane at Yongqing International Airport, and because it was so late, they checked into the Longan International Hotel amidst the media attention. At the same moment, Jiang Lihai half-heartedly entered the hotel. Early the next morning, the two singers boarded a plane to the East China Sea in the midst of all the attention. Jiang Lihai, on the other hand, held onto the wall and came into Chen Yang's office. Yo, not dead? Chen Yang couldn't help but laugh and said, old arms and legs, playing quite flowery. People dare to come, you are really daring to go. Go and regret it for 3 days. Don't go and regret it for 3 years. Jiang Lihai gritted his teeth and said, give it or take it for nothing. Alright, go back and lie down. Chen Yang shook his head helplessly. At this time Lu Wangshu also walked over and handed the document to Chen Yang. Chen Yang looked at it and said, just follow this and have someone go and call for an invitation. Boss, eating a seat? Jiang Lihai was surprised. Eat. Chen Yang glanced at him breathlessly and said, today I invited the bank to come for a loan for the thermostatic battery project, and after the loan is completed, there will be a credibility loan conference, which is the contact information of the rich people in the whole of Dongjiang, and you've taken advantage of the cheapness, so we have to stimulate the other side, so that the other side will hurry up and come to the door. Boss, your brain is really good, just like last night, you said it would come and it did. Awesome. Jiang Lihai gave a thumbs up, then got up and held the wall and walked away, saying, I won't keep you company. I still have to go back to Wei County after resting for a while. Go go go. Chen Yang has always been tolerant of their own people. Not a big mistake from the blame. The art of checks and balances is only suitable for the rules, but not suitable for entrepreneurship to play the river. Playing the river cannot be a check and balance, but also have to provoke internal healthy competition. What is the best competition in today's Star Ocean? It's all about who's close to Chen Yang, because Chen Yang does not need them to have a superb working ability. After all, black technology is not afraid of no market. Not enough people can continue to recruit. What they want is their loyalty. The art of checks and balances closed the distance, and Chen Yang's attitude closed the distance, so repeatedly pulled that no one can refuse.